What's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Junkies back with you on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, appreciate you checking us out on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Thank you for tuning in this July 17th, 2026. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
Morning. Johnny Cakes Allville's here.
Hello, Rickies. Hello.
And look who's back.
Back.
Jason William Bishop.
Hello, boys.
Come back for a nice one-day work week.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
tough week.
missed you guys so much. I had to come back
Is that
just
what
for
it
one
is?
day.
It's on the Stern schedule.
Yeah, right.
It's a great sketch. You know, I'm very
I
jealous.
missed talking about AJ DeBonsa against Peterson and
Yeah, you missed the whole ramp
Nats,
up.
The Nats bullpen.
The blow pen? Some people are calling it the blow
I
pen.
missed talking about Brandon Ayuk. I had to get back.
Yeah.
I would seriously have a hard time coming back for just a Friday
Yeah.
if I'd been out Monday through Thursday. I don't know if I would ever do it.
Well,
I don't know if I've ever done it.
I got back from Carolina on Wednesday,
Mm.
and so I slept in for Thursday, and then I said, you know
You're
what,
refreshed.
I'm just hanging out at
Yeah.
the house. I might as
Yeah.
well just go in, save a day.
Look at you. I
And
like it.
I missed Cakes' face.
That had to be it.
I didn't miss walking out of my house today and hitting a wall of Canadian wildfire smoke.
Yeah, it's not great.
You know, I didn't
I
know.
mean, it's not fun.
I didn't notice it yet.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
like the smell. I
And
don't know
I
what
definitely noticed it as soon as I walked out of my house.
Oh, yeah.
And you can just see a little bit of the
can see it.
haze
Yeah.
that's settled in.
Oh, it's terrible.
over
You
the
know,
entire
I couldn't
area.
imagine playing. Golf course is probably going to be empty today.
Maybe I'm my daughter works in the city, so Jason's does too. They're very close to each other actually, in Hudson Yards.
Yeah, they
And
gotta
she
get
sent
together.
me a view yesterday, and you just couldn't see out the windows. I mean, she's got this spectacular view of the city.
It's
and
really bad up there.
Yeah.
Well, imagine Toronto.
Toronto, can you imagine?
They said that's the worst air quality in the world right now.
Yeah.
Really? Well,
Milwaukee's bad.
I know.
My buddy's daughter works up there. She says it's awful. She can't even go outside.
yeah.
Well, I'm driving.
I'm sure Detroit's terrible. Anything up north is awful. You think it's bad here? Imagine up
No,
north.
it's nothing.
Well, I know
like
this.
that.
The inside air is fine, and I just booked my tickets to go see The Odyssey.
Ah, very good. Now, did you book it in the full-blown IMAX theater? I'm
Oh,
guessing
I don't
you
even
did.
know. I just booked at it for
Well, how much
11
How
a.m.
much was your ticket? I can-
$20.
Well, it's the first time I've ever used Fandango online, the app.
This is your first time ever dabbling with Fandango?
No, I use it, but I've never I never
Wasn't
put the app on the
Fandango
phone.
popular like 15 years ago? Like back when we were at the old station, I
I've
remember
still,
using
I've still
Fandango.
definitely used it recently. Maybe I'm a
I don't think
dinosaur. I don't know.
I don't think I've ever used it.
So here's what I didn't know.
Maybe.
Because I was a little bit quick putting in my. I've never used it. I've used it to see kind of the old school, like where are the times, which theaters, because I have about 3 theaters that I can go to, but 2 that are really close. And so I just uploaded the app or downloaded the app today, went on it, did it. The ticket itself was $16.50. But there was a $2.19 convenience fee.
See, there it is.
Yeah, they call it
And then
convenience.
apparently I must have hit yes or I didn't hit no, a charitable donation.
Oh, yeah, you botched.
To who?
Now that
To
was
what?
only 31 cents.
Okay, you rounded up. That's
Yeah.
There's a lot of, hey, do you want to round up to help fill in the name of the charity? There's a
Yeah.
lot of that creep happening all
But I'm
over the
fired up
place.
because we had Kevin McCarthy on the show. I also saw this morning, Toby Altizer saw it and said another Christopher Nolan banger.
So he
but
loved
there
it?
was a video that I saw yesterday, and I know Christopher Nolan is great. EB even loves Interstellar. I really enjoyed The Dark Knight. Oppenheimer I actually didn't see Oppenheimer, but Oppenheimer got a lot of hype.
Yeah.
And he's done a ton of movies. Memento back in the day,
Did
I
that
saw.
win Best Picture, Oppenheimer? Or was it just
I think it did.
Pretty sure it did, but I'd have to look. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Memento from back in the day was the movie they did in complete reverse, which I thought was excellent. But I saw this clip of, it was kind of like a Kevin McCarthy. It was some young kid interviewing a bunch of stars, and it was a montage, and he kept asking them, what's your favorite Christopher Nolan film? So that was his bit. So that's the movie stubs. His bit was what you, and I mean, the way that these actors and actresses were raving about it made me really want to see it. Plus, he gave it a 5 out of 5, and Rotten Tomatoes has it as a 96% right now.
Wow.
Both critics and audience.
I feel bad because, Kevin's talking all about it, and, he barely really talked about, like, sort of the plot and everything, because I don't know anything about the Odyssey. I mean, I don't know anything.
I don't know that much either. It's just Greek. I chalk it up as a period piece back in the day, but it's Christopher Nolan, a banger, according to Toby Altheiser.
He asked me what the Odyssey was about, and I gave him the most rudimentary explanation, but I think it's correct. It's all about Odysseus trying to make his way home after, I guess, being in many, many battles over the years, fighting for the Greeks. I don't know even. I should know that, but
I don't know anything about Odysseus. I don't know anything about any Greek anything.
Yeah.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
I'm literally a blank slate.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think you really have to know about like the background of the plot. I think the acting apparently is supposed to be phenomenal.
Here's what I do know. I'm in my mid-50s. There's no chance I'm ever going to read the Odyssey or the Iliad. I'm just not going to read those. So my best shot would be seeing the movie.
What's the setting, time and place?
I think it's around the 800s. I could be
800s?
wrong.
You know what? You're
I'm
asking
so
a
out
very
on that.
loaded question
All right. Okay.
by doing that.
I just want a courtroom drama.
You know what? Those don't exist anymore.
They don't do those
don't
anymore.
Hey, every once
Like
in a
a
while,
murder mystery or something?
don't
Yeah.
throw those out.
We know what those are. Those are on Netflix or Paramount.
God.
Well, just think of the actors in it. So Matt Damon's in it. Anne Hathaway's in it.
Yep.
Robert Pattinson's in it.
Yep.
There's some.
Zendaya isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
He's
there's
in it,
some
yeah.
really
What's
heavy
her-
hitters.
what's-
Everybody's hyping it.
What's
Everybody says
Zendaya's
it's
boyfriend's
great.
name?
Tom Holland, he's in it.
Tom Holland. Yeah.
I don't know. This is my new
They're
bit. My
married,
wife
right?
asked me, she's like,
They're
"Are you
married.
going with anybody else?" I was like, "No." She's working.
Yeah.
I got to pick up my kid at camp at 3 p.m.
You got nothing but time.
I took a look at the showing times. I saw one was at 11, which is going to be tight, but I should get
Well-
there before 11.
Well, you don't need to worry about getting there before 11 because there will be 20 minutes of previews.
Yeah. True.
The movie
Probably-
won't start until
I
at
will tell
least
you this, though.
11:20.
When I go to Rio, which I believe is Regal.
Yeah.
Or it might be AMC.
No, it's AMC.
Okay, it's AMC.
Yeah, Rockville's Regal.
It's a big one I go to, but the one that I go to, the Kentlands, is a very small brand.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they have multiple theaters. It's Cinepolis. See, you've never heard of it.
Well, it would definitely be pronounced Sinopolis.
Well, it doesn't
Not
have
Cinepolis.
That sounds like something that's in the Odyssey.
it doesn't have as many trailers.
Okay, gotcha.
By my experience.
Well, if you go to one of the big boys, not as you call it, Cinepolis, you're going to see 20 plus minutes of previews and commercials. So if your movie starts at 11, it actually is going to start around 11:20 or 11:25.
the only reason I won't be there by 11 is if I happen to go to Five Guys, which is directly across from it.
You could get drawn in there. I could see how that could happen.
I usually wait to talk to somebody I know who's seen the movie before I actually buy the ticket. So I'll wait till I hear from you.
All right, you don't value Toby Altheiser's tweet?
I didn't see a tweet from Toby. He really liked it, I guess, huh? You go see
He
it.
says
You
the
tell-
Odyssey was incredible. Another Christopher Nolan banger.
You tell me if it's good or bad, and I'll go off
There's
that.
a lot hinging on JP's review.
I mean, it looks interesting just because I'm a big Matt Damon guy.
Mm-hmm.
But the period pieces,
I mean, I may
But
have.
you love
I
Gladiator?
think I might top out at Gladiator and Braveheart.
I haven't seen it, but I think I tend to prefer him as Jason Bourne or as
Yes.
Mike McDermott
Yes.
looking at cards along with his buddy Ed Norton.
Apparently,
Those are just a few of
they-
them.
Or Will Hunting.
Oh, Will Hunting's great too. Can't leave him out.
apparently they filmed it in 3 months in 4 different countries, and they were working 20 hours a day.
Yeah.
Matt Damon said it was the most grueling physical challenge he's ever had as an actor.
And he had to reform his body. He had to give up gluten the whole nine.
He had everything.
He completely
He
shredded.
shrunk. He shrunk. Yeah. He said he's
But wouldn't you do that for that paycheck?
Of course I would. I'd punt gluten right into the sun. But I do like me some gluten.
And he grew the beard.
Yeah.
He asked Christopher Nolan, "Are we just going to put a fake beard on me?" He goes, "No, you grow it."
Right.
So it's
Chris
his real beard.
Nolan's- He's not about putting on fake prosthetic beards.
No,
He
no.
wants the real McGillicuddy. He wants the real thing.
So you just let me know how it is, Mr. Flame.
All right. I didn't love Disclosure Day. Liked it. I don't think anybody else went to see it.
Nope.
Not in this
Nobody
studio.
in this room.
I saw
So,
it.
what'd you think?
I liked it.
Liked, see, similar. Liked it, not loved?
Not loved.
Yeah, it
but I
felt
gave
like
it
an action film.
I gave it a 4 out of 5 though.
4
I
out of
liked
5's pretty high grade.
That's what I gave it.
Yeah.
So hopefully this one's a little bit better. I mean, Kevin was so reverential. If you've watched his sit down with Christopher Nolan, Christopher Nolan maybe comes off as pretentious a little bit. So Kevin was
probably
really
super
quiet with him.
intimidating, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it was
That's what
intimidating.
it is. When you
but
talk like that, you're super intimidating.
again, I even saw a picture of Tom Cruise. I think Tom Cruise did the Kevin McCarthy bit. He took a picture. He went, looks like he paid for the movie himself. I think Tom Cruise is famous for going to movies, like the regular movie theaters, supports it, just slides into a movie theater, and he saw it last night.
Definitely goes in with one of his Mission Impossible masks so people don't mob him.
I don't know.
I mean, if I were Tom Cruise, that's what I would do.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to move. You got to get in there and sit in the back.
Meanwhile-
you can take your mask off once it gets dark.
I mean, I know Tom Cruise is not really normal, but he comes off pretty normal when Kevin's interviewing
I mean,
him.
look, he's a super megastar that's probably worth $1 billion,
Yeah.
but he comes off as like a pretty good dude.
He
And you know
does.
what else he is? He's a guy that is going to, if he is in your movie, he is going to crisscross the globe promoting that movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
He will promote the F out of whatever movie he's
Yeah.
in.
He's
He's
promoting
great.
somebody else's movie. Look, he's got his picture. He's pointing to the thing, and he's like, "Wow, to Chris, Emma, and all of your brilliant cast and crew, thank you for an amazing night in a movie theater. Can't wait to see it again." Now, he did see it in IMAX.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it on a silly IMAX.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if I'm seeing it in IMAX.
I'm going to guess, because your ticket was like $16, that you're definitely not seeing it in IMAX.
What
Nubs
is an
Max?
IMAX? What is an
ticket
IMAX?
It's going to be
these days?
$25 to $30.
Oh my
minimum.
God.
You just see more of the screen.
Yeah. I probably won't ever see a film in IMAX in my lifetime.
Probably not.
Probably never will.
Anyway,
not gonna
well,
happen.
When's the
my
last time
ticket-
you saw a film in the theater?
Years. Can't remember.
Yeah, me too. I know you guys have asked
Probably
me that.
something show related.
I think it was too.
Probably had a gun to my head.
Roadhouse.
Probably.
I actually liked Roadhouse. I
What
actually
was
liked
that?
it.
Was that 2 summers ago?
I don't know.
We
Oh,
saw
see, that's
that. We
4
saw
years
that
ago.
war movie too.
No, he didn't see it. You and I saw Warfare.
No, I think he saw it too.
Oh, he
Maybe
left.
he left
No,
early?
He
He
left.
left
It was too. It was. He got too squeamish.
Oh yeah, I didn't like it.
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
was
like.
too-
I said it stayed about 20 minutes.
too intense
It's not
for
my
him.
kind of movie. Well, not my kind of movie.
I don't know, man. Courtroom drama and basketball movies.
Yeah,
So
I
it's-
like documentaries.
He's got
Yeah.
a very narrow lane that
I
he's
like
in for movies.
I'd watch like a chess documentary. I'd watch any documentary. I'm kind of down for.
Speaking of movies, Harlan Williams, who's been in a bunch of movies, is going to join us in studio later in the program. He's at the DC Comedy Loft this weekend. He's going to join us at 9. He's a wacky. Be ready for some
certainly
wacky
is.
comedy at 9
Like him,
o'clock. All right, got to take a break. We're the Junkies. Be right back. Baseball season is in full swing, and you can trade every game on Kalshi. Baseball season back in action now. On Kalshi, you can trade every game. You can trade futures. And now that Washington's back in action, taking a look at their matchup against the team that doesn't even really have a home. They used to be Oakland. Well, Washington right now is trading at 50% to win that game. That means a $100 trade is going to pay you $189.57 if Washington can pull off the win. Look, on Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. That means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. It's kind of like the stock market. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. Get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything. Must be 18 or over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Fed contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. So Fanatics Fest is going on for the third time this year. It's at the Javits Center in New York City. And during the break, Cakes just started joning a little bit.
Well, it's just something that's not my wheelhouse. So, of course, I'm going to potentially attack it. To me, it screams a bunch of grown-up autograph seekers that want to fanboy it up and take $900 pictures with Jalen Brunson. But, EB did point out it's also a big arm of it is the trading card business, which
exploding.
is huge at this point.
So it's been branded by some as part Coachella and part Comic-Con.
Okay.
See, we laugh at the Comic-Con part. 200,000 ticket holders.
Jeez.
It's over 4 days. They say over 400 superstar appearances across every major sport. LeBron was there yesterday, and we'll get to what LeBron said. And the whole LeBron James thing.
Goes on and on.
What is he doing? He knows where he's going. Why is he extending this so long?
Because he's a drama queen. He loves attention. That's why.
Do you have any interest in this?
In attending Fanatics Fest?
Would you have interest in it?
No.
I would. Even,
unless
if you gave me a free ticket and a flight to New York or an Amtrak train,
right?
I
none of us would go.
I know you
because I'm not going to wait in a queue line with 150 people to take a picture with my favorite athlete.
I know you wouldn't be into this. At 9:45 today.
Yes, 9:45 a.m.
They're doing a live version of First Take with Stephen A. Smith. With Logan Paul and other WWE superstars.
I mean, you would have to pay me at least a 4-figure appearance fee to go to that.
At 10:30.
Look, for some people, that's a destination. It's something that appeals to them, and they want to go be a part of it.
Was LeBron only there for the one day, or is he there all
he's going to be there today. I'll get to that. So today at 9:45, you can watch First Take with WWE superstars, including Logan Paul.
Okay.
10:30, Gayle King. She's hosting a panel titled "Top of the Game." Features Djokovic, Diana Taurasi, Derek Jeter, Alex Morgan.
Am I going to go up and just pull up a seat and watch them talk for an hour?
But you know who is going to be there? I'm looking at all the celebrities. Ovi's going to be there.
I mean, that could
that's intriguing.
That could possibly
all of a
get
sudden
me there.
now you're interested.
But, I mean, I'll be honest. I was lucky enough to interview Ovi last fall, right down near Capital One.
Yeah.
For like 20 minutes. It was awesome. And then after it was done, they were like, "Do you want to go into the room and get a picture taken with Ovi?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "I'm good." I know a bunch of other people were
They
lined
said
up.
yes.
I was just like, "I'm good." Like, I don't need a picture with every athlete.
Yeah,
like,
but Ovi is your top
he's my
dog.
guy. He's awesome.
That would have been pretty cool to have. Just
I love me some Ovi.
You and Ovi.
But I was like, let me do the time cost benefit analysis of this. I can wait an hour to get a picture with Ovi, or I can
get on the road.
Wait an hour.
I went home.
Oh, I didn't realize you had to wait. Okay.
Wait an hour? No,
I mean, I'm
take a
I don't
picture
know if
with
it would
God.
have taken an
if I had to
hour,
wait an hour.
but I was just like, at that point, I just wanted to go.
We could have gotten one when we interviewed him at camp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to bother the guy. The guy's
I'm
super
with you.
busy. He's
I'm with you,
doing a
Jake.
million
You could have just
things.
leaned over and
I know,
there was a million
it's-
photographers there.
I
Just-
think they're actually better when you're interviewing him and they're just getting
I
like.
know. I made it awkward by giving him Japanese vodka.
Yeah, you did.
For his birthday. It's just weird.
Do you think he's
was
pummeled
weird.
it?
No, he didn't even touch
No.
it. He never
Somebody
saw
did-
it.
he's a beer guy. I
Somebody
think.
drank
You
it.
think Sergey took it?
Somebody drank that bottle.
No
That was
chance.
a decent
Ovi
bottle
did.
of vodka.
No
So
chance.
at noon today, I've seen the show once or twice. I think it used to be on HBO. Maybe it's on HBO Max. LeBron James is back. He's taping an episode of The Shop.
All right.
That's where they have a faux barbershop, and he sits down, and that is with Maverick Carter, Djokovic, and kind of interesting, his Q rating went way up during the World Cup, Fuller and Balogun.
Oh, nice. Very cool.
So he'll have his guests at 12:30. You've got 5 legends who own minority stakes in women's sports teams doing a panel. Tom Brady, Serena Williams, James Harden, Candace Parker, Lindsey Vonn. So it's a lot of different events. I mean, that's just today. And it kind of goes on
It goes
all
all the way through the
weekend.
weekend. Yeah.
Where's the memorabilia stuff? Like, How does that play out? I'm looking at the floor plan. They have all their different sponsors that are there, like Dick's and Target and UFC and the WWE, whatever it is.
They've got all kinds of stuff all weekend long.
Yeah.
I can't tell when the trading card stuff goes
The
on.
memorabilia stuff is what's intriguing to me.
And they do photo op. So I want you to guess how much it costs to take a picture with these guys.
All right.
All right.
I know the Brunson number is like $950 or $960.
How much do you think a picture with Jose Alvarado?
Jose Alvarado.
Now, I need you to tell me who Jose Alvarado is.
Didn't he just win a ring with the Knicks?
Oh, the
okay.
backup point guard?
Oh yeah, little guy. All right.
Okay, you guys are looking at me like he's a household name.
I'm going to say.
Like,
No, but I mean, it just
No,
happened.
it's going to be minimum of 500.
I'm
I don't
gonna
think
say-
Oh, I was going to
He's
say.
kinda nubs.
I'm going to say 150.
I'm going to say 300.
500, I say.
168.95.
Okay.
Wow.
All
How
right.
about if
But I
you
gotta tackle
sit
on 95
with,
cents.
he's probably won't remember who you are. He's still banged up in the head. He's had some legal issues. Brett Favre.
Far? I mean, he's
I'll
gotta
say
be
5.
high.
I'll say
gotta
5.
be at least
500.
I think 500 is a good number.
Jason's pretty good at this. 474.15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cakes, you're a West Virginia guy. Love West Virginia.
Sure.
Now, he didn't play at West Virginia. Randy Moss.
Oh,
Randy Moss. I mean, he's a big name.
$1,000? No, not
He
1,000.
can't be more than double Favre.
600.
I'm going to say he's right around Favre. I'm going to put it 5. I'll say 550.
Now, he's a bargain. 354.25.
Wow.
And then
Okay.
your favorite boxer of all time, Floyd Money Mayweather.
Oh, I wouldn't pay 5 cents for a picture with him. But I'm going to guess you can get a pic with him for
250.
300.
392.40.
It's weird how they come up with those numbers.
Craig Carton on Saturday, if you want to see him, he's doing a late night style podcast with Lil Wayne.
Okay.
All right.
And then they're going to have Eli Manning, Jarrell Revis, and Amari Stoudemire.
Man, I can't believe how many guys are there. It's crazy.
How do you think Ruben gets them? You think he goes, hey, if you guys come, you get automatic invite to my white party?
I mean, he's paying them.
I
I mean, they're getting Brett Favre, he's not making 474.15 from every photo, but he's getting a
Sure,
big
he's getting
chunk
a cut
of
of
it.
that. Of course. So that's what it is? You think he's just giving them cuts of their autograph signings?
I mean,
For the most part.
maybe he's paying them an appearance fee too, along with it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, he owns
he gets
that
all the
business.
big names.
He just owns the entire sports merchandising business now
Yeah.
with Fanatics. He's
Yeah, so-
consolidated it all.
Do you remember
under
what
one
he tried to
umbrella.
what he tried to do? Throw out a first pitch or something? He was the most uncoordinated guy you've ever seen. Do you remember that?
is he
had to
terrible?
do something athletic. I can't remember if it was like throw a football or throw a he cannot he literally doesn't have an athletic bone in his body. Which, whatever, he's a businessman.
Yeah.
But, he hangs out with all these guys, and it's funny. I mean, he literally
He's
can't
like
throw.
he's the ultimate jock sniffer.
The ultimate
Yeah,
jock
it's kind of
sniffer.
his thing.
Yeah.
But look,
hey,
he gets all these big guys out there. He's got Travis Scott showing up, so I don't know if he's doing like a little concert. But all the top dogs. You can get a Jackson Dart cakes for $228.90.
I mean, if you're a big Giants mark, I guess that makes sense.
Picture with CM Punk, $228.90.
Who's the cheapest? Who's like the
The cheapest I see is Eli Manning, $212.55.
You should see Michael.
Oh no! I mean, we mentioned Jose Alvarado.
Yeah.
Actually, Deuce McBride,
I don't know. who-
141.70.
I mean, I know who Trey McBride is. I don't know who
Michael
Deuce-
Rubin
these-
throwing a
these are all
baseball
Knicks.
is like a 4-year-old throwing it.
Is it
So that's what it
terrible?
is, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it like at a game, or is it just like
No.
at Fanatics Fest? It was
It
something
was
that
just
came
in
out
a-
like a year or two
It
ago.
was just in like a pitching cage, It was just with the nets. He's trying to throw it into the hole.
yeah, he literally can't
He
throw.
threw it on the ground 3 feet away from the hole.
But so yesterday there was kind of some news made, but it's mostly speculative. LeBron James and Tyrese Halliburton sat down. They did his Mind the Game podcast. So at Fanatics Fest, a lot of these stars who have podcasts are doing their podcasts at Fanatics Fest.
It's a good spot to do it. You get a-
Draymond Green is doing his
get a
on.
good guest.
Yeah, Draymond Green is doing his on Saturday.
Pretty good location.
Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart, they have a show called The Roommate Show. They did theirs yesterday too. But LeBron James and Tyrese Halliburton sat down, and I think they ultimately took questions. I'm back to hating LeBron James. I guess, you know what? He teamed up with Luka. I liked him with the Lakers. I do respect what he did. You had no Luka or Austin Reeves in the playoffs, and LeBron led them to a win against the Rockets. So I respect what he's doing. But what the hell is he doing? Just extending this. He knows where he's going. He has to know where he's going. He's not every night pondering it, doing pros and cons. Do you think LeBron doesn't know where he's going?
I don't think about
because
it much.
drives people like you crazy. It's exactly why he's holding off on it. Because he
I
knows
don't
he
know.
can. He knows he's a huge power player in the NBA, one of the most powerful people in the entire league.
Do you think he's
if not
going to
the
do
most
it on
powerful.
announce it on TV like he did with the Heat?
I don't think he's going to do that again.
No, I don't think there's that kind of.
He's not going to do the
I mean, I
I
decision.
mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he did it. I mean, he's all full of himself. That's all he wants is his attention.
He does have a documentary crew trailing him at this point, documenting.
Oh, then I'm sure that
what
they will
looks
cover
like
it.
is going to be his last season in the NBA.
Well, he's leaving the door open. If you saw the comments, I guess one of the questions they asked him was how old could you be and still average 10 points? Did you see that?
I didn't see that,
Yeah,
but
they asked him,
let me
old could
answer.
you be? He said I could play in this league till I was 65 and average 10 a game.
I was going to say 50.
Yeah.
He said I could average 10 a game until I was 65 years old.
I mean, he might.
And
He might be able to.
There was some allusion to him. He said something about figuring out with my family where I'm going to be the next few years.
Right, that's what I'm going to bring up. And there are a lot of people who speculate just for like round number purposes. They'll play 2 more years, could be 25 years.
No idea.
All right, well, that makes sense. He
Maybe,
might play
maybe-
2.
Yeah, I know he's fallen in love with golf. Wants to play golf wherever he goes.
Right, that would make me think the cold weather cities, you'd rule
Less
them out.
likely.
Although you can play indoors, right? You can play on simulators.
It's not the same, but yeah, sure. You go to Minnesota playing a sim all winter.
I can't, like, the teams which are in the running, Minnesota, I can't see him going there. I don't even really see him going to the Sixers. Like, what's the upside?
So what do you see?
If you
see
win a
Miami or
championship-
Golden State.
To me,
Well, doesn't
Cleveland
Cleveland
makes
make-
the most sense to me.
Yeah, Cleveland makes the most sense, but
God, that would
does
be
he
a
want to go
boring
back for the
decision.
third time? It does make sense because he would end his career where he's from. But why wouldn't you just announce that 2 weeks ago?
I don't
put-
know.
Going back home.
Did you guys saw the video where Steve Kerr is being sort of accosted at a stoplight? And
I didn't see it. You told me about it yesterday.
Yeah, well, it was kind of went viral yesterday. And somebody asked him about go get LeBron or something. And he goes, "Oh, we got him." And,
Yeah.
then he said, "Like, put that on Twitter." And he's just talking trash at a stoplight. You don't know what to make of it, but
I know that all these guys, Draymond Green, who's going to do a podcast at Fanatics Fest, they're actively recruiting him. They've made their pitches.
I mean, some of the guys that the NBA podcast that I track, they were predicting Golden State a long time ago.
Golden State's a player now. Golden State was thought to be a player if they acquired Anthony Davis, because most people just assume that he wants to play for a team that's going to be able to compete for a championship. And if LeBron goes there with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, most people don't think that's enough to pass Oklahoma City or the Spurs. But if they got Anthony Davis too, then all of a sudden they're a player to come out of the Western Conference. In the Eastern Conference, there's the defending champions in the Knicks. Then there are teams that have made
Can't go to the
additions
Knicks.
like the Heat with Giannis, the Raptors if it works out with Kawhi Leonard. I know that's on hold. But yeah, Cleveland makes the most sense to me. I heard Brian Windhorst, though, he said in terms of basketball-wise, he thinks Miami makes the most sense because LeBron has always been a ball handler. And maybe he didn't like being the third banana with the Lakers because Luka has the ball in his hands all the time. Then it was Austin Reeves, and he was kind of having to fit in. And so if he goes to the Sixers, you have Tyrese Maxey, who's a point guard with the ball in his hands all the time. Jaylen Brown is a ball-dominant guy. You give it to Joel Embiid, that's a black hole. So it kind of depends on what he wants to do. Does he want to play a certain style? Then maybe Golden State would fit. Maybe
Golden State, I feel like it's
Miami
Golden
would
State
fit.
or Miami. Those are the two that would jump out at me.
It just seems like if he goes to Philly with all those stars, he's just going to be looked at. If they win, he's just going to be looked at as a follower.
Yeah.
Doesn't
well,
look-
that's why I
doesn't-
definitely can't go to New
It
York.
doesn't look great for him to go to
Yeah,
Philly.
but he's been there. He's taken
He's done that before.
criticism before.
Yeah, I guess he doesn't care. He doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't think he cares at this point.
But Cleveland makes
late in his
sense.
career.
You play there for 2 years, maybe help him win, and then you retire in your hometown.
I feel like he's already been there, done that with Cleveland. You don't need to do that.
Then
again.
wants to do it somewhere else.
This was a fake, but I looked at it at first. There was a tweet which had a photo of a school in Philadelphia, and apparently his daughter is in 8th grade, maybe 9th grade, and she's a volleyball player. And it was like a volleyball school, and it showed like that she was enrolled. And then
You almost took the bait.
Well, I looked at it, and then you got to click on the comments, and then some of the comments were like, he wouldn't send his kid to that school. He wouldn't live in that area. So who knows? Everybody's trying to figure out what he's going to do. Yeah, maybe he's doing a couple other. Maybe he's going to announce it on the shop. If you go to the shop today,
Well, I'm sure he's going to announce it on one of his own outlets, his own media.
but don't you think he knows?
Yes.
100%.
He probably knew right when he told the Lakers, I'm out. He probably knew where he wanted to go.
But doesn't he have to? I mean, all the other free agents and all the other acquisitions, that's pretty much done. He's kind of like the last big one.
No, there's like 10 guys out there, like James Harden. You know, some of these guys who opted out, they haven't re-signed, like DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah.
There's still some free agents out there. But he, of course, is the biggie.
Yeah, I think he's.
Drab, you're dying to say something, I can tell.
Well, I just wanted to say that the Lakers told LeBron, we're out.
Yeah,
Oh, you think that's what it
They
is?
said
Yeah.
not interested.
Yeah, they were done with that experiment.
Don't you think he knows, Drab?
Probably. I mean, by now, but I'm sure he kicked it around for the last 2-3 weeks for sure.
And
I mean,
What's
it's
the
probably-
rush? Like, from his perspective, what's
Yeah,
the rush?
I mean,
why does he need to know immediately?
Why are you so anxious about it?
I used to be a LeBron hater, and then I gave him a pass for a year and a half when he played alongside Luke. I'm back to just hating on him. I'm a LeBron hater. I've never rooted for him. Every time he's been in the NBA Finals, I've rooted against him.
Yeah. So now you're hating on him for
I never took
taking his
greater.
time to
I
figure out
never
where he
took.
wants to end his career.
I never took greater pleasure for a championship than when my guy Dirk took out LeBron in the NBA
That was
Finals.
like a high watermark for you.
Yes.
Well, he got his share. He got a few.
I respect JP's honesty about it. though.
That he just hates him.
yeah.
Well, because to me, and I don't like Shea either. LeBron was kind of the original flopper. I'm sure there were others before, but I never really liked that part of his game, like the whining, the flopping. And I know my guy Luca does it too, but he's my guy.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't feel this sense of urgency. It's not something I think about every day. Is where's LeBron going to go? Like,
No,
we'll
but it's
figure
a
it
big
out.
story yesterday.
It's fine. Whenever
Big
we
story
figure it out,
yesterday.
I'm okay
He'll
with
figure,
it.
yeah.
I could be on
It
the.
doesn't phase me day in or
He
day
can
out.
decide in a month.
I know one thing you do care about, Cakes.
Yes.
You care about jerseys. We'll go
Oh,
through the
I definitely
Commanders'
care about
jersey
those.
schedule next. That was unveiled yesterday. Keep it here on The Fan.
It's Bish for Golfdom. Their legacy began in 1982. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf has been your trusted golf shop for generations. From the early days to the present, they've been serving local golfers with excellent service and expertise. Their goal is to empower your journey with the best gear and advice in golf, all backed by their legendary 90-day guarantee. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf is here to help you. Golfdom, get there.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. I just saw a clip of Stu Feiner.
Yeah.
We sometimes reference Stu Feiner, the handicapper.
Talking about
we
the
had
Odyssey.
dinner with him, and he went to see the Odyssey last night. Mm-hmm. It was like Academy Award performance from every actor in the movie.
Yeah.
He's all over
He
it.
said, I was without a breath during the entire 2 hours and
shocker,
50
he's
minutes.
over the top.
Yeah.
He said, did not take a breath. Breathtaking. So it's probably not going to live up to the hype. When something's hyped up that much. See, I
that's all
was
you're hearing
disappointed
so
with
far.
Disclosure Day, which I liked.
Yeah, but I don't think Disclosure Day was getting this kind of hype.
No, but Kevin gave that a 5 out of 5 too.
He
It
gives
was
everything a
Spielberg. Seemed like we had him on yesterday. It's good to hear. Somebody tweeted us this morning or last night, said, when are you going to have Kevin back on? I was like, we had him on yesterday.
Just had his
Listen to
ass.
the show, Ricky.
He missed that.
So, Cakes, are you big into the Hail Razor uniform? The alternate?
Yes, with the spear going through the logo. Yes.
You're going to have to wait a while. Week 11 versus Cincinnati. Week 15 versus Atlanta.
I mean, you know what? They're just holding it in reserve. They're going to wait, and then they're going to break it out in week 11, and then back in week 15. I'm okay with that. I can keep it in my pants until week 11. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the Hail Razor is the spear, and it's the black uniform.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to get one of those lids. I need to find a good one.
Well,
Find a good black lid.
you get
with the
one at
spear through it.
Fanatics for about $38.
So, pants colors.
Ridiculous.
It's just crazy.
They're still going to be suspenseful with pants colors if
Okay.
you're that into the uniforms.
Is that the one thing they're going to kind of change from week to week?
I'm much more into the jersey color than the pant color.
Yeah.
For the most part, I know some people lose their minds about the
Would they do
the
black
gold pants.
Would they do black and white pants?
I don't know if black
would
or
they
white
just-
is a.
I think it'd
wouldn't
be
do
all black. I
possibility.
think when you go black,
would
you
be
go
all
all
black
You go
pants.
all in when you go black.
So pants colors will be decided the week of the game, but they lay out when they're wearing burgundy and when they're wearing white. So in the opener at Philadelphia, you're going to get your white uniform, EB,
At Philly.
at Philly.
All right.
In week 2 at Dallas, they're going burgundy.
At
Week
Dallas.
3, week 4, which is the London game, they go burgundy.
Now, is this because does the home team get to choose first, and then you?
I would
kinda
assume
have to-
so.
So you kind of have to react.
Yeah, home field advantage.
So home field advantage, they
home
get to
field
choose.
teams.
Yeah, because Dallas
a lot
is-
of them wear white. Because,
Dallas always wears white at home.
right.
Right, but Philly, they want to wear green at home. Obviously.
Right.
They must be.
They
If we're wearing, right?
always don't
If
they
we're
always
wearing
wear
white, they must be wearing green
Yeah, I think they always wear green at home.
at home. Okay.
Week 5 against the Giants, they're back in white. At San Francisco, they're white. So it's kind of a mix when they're wearing the white. Sometimes it's on at home, sometimes it's on the road. I don't need to go through it week by week, but it's about half white, half burgundy, maybe a little more burgundy than white, and then the 2 Hail Razors.
It's wild. I said this to John Kahn when I did his podcast, and he asked me about the uniforms, just kind of a throwaway question at the end. And honestly, I think Cakes is better at this, certainly, than I. I can watch a game and then by the next day not remember what color jersey they were. It's just not something that I process or I care about.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like you.
You know, and I certainly now I remember, I'm quite sure that in the Hail Mary game, they were wearing the black jerseys, right?
Sounds right.
Yeah.
2
think
years
so.
ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
They were wearing the black
Pretty
jerseys.
sure
But
that's
that's
they were
about
wearing
the
the black.
only
'Cause that
one
was
I
a prime-
kind of remember.
That was a primetime game. That
Yeah.
made sense that they were.
Chicago was wearing white.
But
Or
most
even-
games I don't remember.
On the Netflix show Quarterback, now I didn't watch any more episodes yesterday, but I've watched 2.
Yeah.
Shocker, he was asked about his favorite play during his rookie season.
Yeah,
he said the
mentioned
Hail
that.
Mary,
Yeah.
and that was, yes, wearing the black.
That was wearing the black. But by and large, it just doesn't matter. I like them both fine.
Did you guys watch the second go around of the Commanders working out in LA and on YouTube? Did you ever watch the first one?
I've
You
watched,
love
I've
De'Ami
watched-
Brown,
I've
don't
watched
you?
some of it.
Well,
with
this one
De'Ami.
the first one had Diami and it had one other receiver. Can't remember. Oh, it was Terry McLaurin. This one has pretty much all of them.
all the guys. Yeah, I saw clips of that.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I probably watched 10
It's
minutes.
about 20
of it.
minutes, 25 minutes.
Did I hear there was a Ben Sinnott sighting?
Ben Sinnott's in it.
Okay, that's good.
McCaffrey's in
That's a
it.
good thing.
Jalen Lane's in it.
Yeah.
Traylon Burks is
I
in
saw
it.
some guys,
Van
they were-
Jefferson's in it.
That's great.
They were jocking McCaffrey. He's route running.
Yeah.
Great. Love to hear that. I'd love to see him be a bigger part of the offense after the shoulder injury last year.
And then you saw that it was kind of viral, the clip, or at least pictures of Stephon Diggs and Van Jefferson working out together with the trainer in the area.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
Sure.
So Diggs
puts out a lot of workout videos.
He's putting a lot of workout videos, but he's also working out. So happens to be with a guy on the Commander's roster.
He's trying to up
receiver.
He's trying to up his free agent value.
They were saying they think
Smart.
he would go in the $8 to $12 million range at this point.
Okay.
He's not going to make the Debo Samuel $20 million that Cakes his bet on.
That was dumb. I don't know. I mean,
Have you paid me yet?
No, because he hasn't been signed yet. So I'll wait until the eventual Debo signing and hope some team loses their mind and pays him $20 million.
By the way, who's looking to win the golf pool? Is anybody
Like
a
an
favorite
early
right now?
Leader?
Oh, I forgot you guys
well,
did that.
Scheffler was in it. Scheffler's only 2 under,
Does
right?
anybody have more?
Some guy named Justin Herbert's in the lead? I don't know.
No,
It's
Lucas.
Justin Herbert.
Lucas Herbert.
Never heard of him.
He's an Aussie.
From what I remember, Valdez, I think Scheffler was maybe the highest guy that drafted.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think Morikawa went undrafted.
Yeah, Morikawa. I could have drafted
What
him.
about
I didn't.
McIntyre? Anybody take McIntyre?
Nope.
I took McElroy, and he's at 2 over. Or
Last I
was
saw
it 2 over?
Last I saw was 1 over. So he's doing
Okay.
a little bit better today.
Yeah, I got joned on because, and I did it as a bit, but taking David Duvall, my 2 guys were separated by a shot. David Duvall and McElroy.
Yeah.
I think one was 2 over,
Jason,
one was
yeah,
3 over.
you missed it. JP took David Duvall for his second round pick.
Someone emailed me that, and I thought there's no way he thought
He did. Jason, I'm
You
calling
really-
right now.
yeah.
I'm
You're
out.
out?
I'm out. He ruined it. He ruined it for me. I'm out. I'm out.
He did it as a bit. You just did it.
He's just
for-
no.
for a laugh?
He's mocking the pool.
He's offended.
I'm
He's
personally
by the whole-
offended,
the whole
and then I'm
exercise.
withdrawing myself out of out of pools.
Okay.
for
You're
the show.
WD.
All
I'm
right.
WD.
He was trying to withdraw out of the World Cup pool, too, remember?
Oh,
No,
who-
I did it out of protest, and then JP mocking the golf pool was the final straw.
Why? I took a former champ.
taking Duval.
Yeah,
I know you've said
Actually
that. You've
tied
said
Jordan
that 15 times.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I don't have the same hostility.
Does he
towards it.
play once a year?
It
What do you
doesn't bother-
care?
It's dead money. So.
I like the pool and I like golf, and he's mocking it. He's
mocking things he
And I
loves.
don't mock stuff that he likes to his face.
Sure
so
you do.
he's
Maybe behind his back.
Oh,
Not
behind
to
his back,
face.
of course.
I'm not sure about
Valdez
that.
always has a problem and with JP mocking stuff and then asking for free versions of that stuff. So like he mocks golf and then asks for free golf. He mocks the Terps and then wants Terps tickets or Terps gear.
Okay.
And it always Ricks Valdez and he goes crazy back here whenever he
Really?
does it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
You got a
yeah.
thing
But-
with is it a JP thing you got? Is that basically it? You got a issue?
Is it anti-JP?
No. Well, I like the golf pool and I like golf, and he's just
Yeah.
thumbing his nose at it.
All right,
What
well,
if I
So-
took,
the golf
Don't let
pool-
him affect you.
the
though.
golf-
I-
the golf
it
pool's
does.
done.
It
It's done.
affects
if I
me.
took
I've-
Max Homa,
Don't let him-
I'm
cares?
I'm WDing from pools.
That's fine.
It's
I don't
okay.
let other people. I try not to let other people affect me. So if JP wants to make terrible
Yeah.
picks, that's just dead money. You know, use it to
Well,
your
it's
advantage.
it's a dead golf pool to me.
It seems like it.
He ruined it.
It's heading that way.
I had joy 4
So
times.
you're not going to be into
4
the-
times a year.
next April. You're not
Next
gonna
April.
do the-
Next April. It's just, Mo from Largo can take my spot.
All right.
All right.
He decided this on Wednesday after he was being a big crybaby because France got knocked out. And so he lost the
Oh, is that
World
what
Cup
it is?
pool. That's
Yeah.
how this all
Oh,
started.
Misplaced
that-
anger.
the- yes.
why was the protest? I already forgot. Why were you protesting the World Cup pool?
Oh, I just say I never win any of the pools that we do.
Yeah.
This is
So that's
where-
the real
Who's
reason.
gonna- so who do I owe my $10 to in the World Cup pool?
I mean,
Who's
It's up
leading?
for grabs.
Mike
It's
Mars
either
got Spain, JP has Argentina, so I'm guessing they're both.
Oh, so
they
it
might
comes
be-
down to that.
Yeah, Draven Valdez have actually put a lot of pressure on me to, pull through
To
here. and
close this out?
Yeah, to close this out so JP doesn't take
So-
everyone's dough.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
guys don't want to see JP win? There's a lot of anti-JP
He just-
sentiment going on today.
what do they care?
He just killed JP for 7 minutes.
Well, Valdez, we don't like that he gloats and he when he wins these pools.
Don't
Why
we
do I
all?
gloat?
Don't we all? Are we allowed to
No,
gloat a
it-
little bit?
no.
I just asked for the money.
Like when JP wins a parlay, a weekend parlay, he's always has to remind
the
you on
first one to say
Monday
how
that
he
he
did
hit
and
it.
how everybody else
But
did.
when he misses it, he never
It's
mentions
such a
it.
double standard.
No, that's
you guys
true.
do the same thing.
No, that you're driving the show, and so when you lose the weekend parlay and you do a horrible bet, it never happened.
we never bring it up.
yeah.
It's like it didn't exist.
Yeah.
All right. They're watching your ass, dude.
Yeah, we
Start
got-
keeping track of these guys. I'm sure they never mention when they hit their parlays or miss their parlays.
Well, we're not doing a lot back here. To be honest with you.
All right, so it comes down to Mar.
I mean, I don't
and
have the
JP.
standings in front of me, but I'm just assuming.
Well,
that-
you get
that-
20 points, I think, for the win.
It's down to them too.
Okay.
I'm kind of hoping JP wins because I like Mar the Mush better. I don't want Mar to all of a sudden be a
I
winner.
feel like he needs a moment, though.
you
He
want him
need-
to have a win?
Don't you want Messi to
He
win?
needs a dub.
Like
kinda
that's like
want
a
Messi to
really
win.
good end of the career. Just all the Cristiano Ronaldo fans are already
Ah.
distraught.
Drabby, I picked your guy Ronaldo over Messi in the draft. What a
What a
heinous
dumb
mistake I
decision.
made.
Oh, you had the opportunity.
You could have
to go.
taken it.
Yes, I have it right here. This crumpled up piece of paper. I had the 4th pick. I took Portugal. You took Argentina after.
What a dummy.
Well, you didn't know Messi was in bed with FIFA. I mean, they give him every
They
break.
give him everything.
I was unaware. I should have known this. I
God,
should have known this is
that
happening.
narrative is out of control.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
1
going to say
800
that his pass on the corner kick
Of
for the
course.
that was absurd.
They're all silly. How about his right-footed cross?
He's
where he
absurd.
never uses his right.
He's like this tall. I mean, if you saw him walking down the street, you say he's not an athlete. Guy's sick.
Oh yeah, he's an athlete.
He is.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Be right back.
With a 6 under 28 on the front nine, Lucas Herbert has tied the Open record for the lowest 9-hole score. For his efforts, the Australian now finds himself with the solo lead at 6 under, with all the room to operate as holes 10 through 12 are all playing under par. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit them in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And making his first public appearance since he informed the Lakers that he would be moving to another team via free agency, LeBron James did not reveal his decision yesterday at a live taping of his podcast at Fanatics Fest. His co-host Tyrese Halliburton did try them the first couple minutes of the show to get it out of him, but James didn't bite. He did say, though, he won't leave people waiting much longer, but yesterday just wasn't the day he was going to reveal where he's playing next. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. Presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle, Johnny Cake Sawville, and Jason Bishop. Coming up at 9 o'clock, Harlan Williams, comedian, is going to join us. Strap in, man. He's a little different.
He's a loose cannon. He's fun. He's been in the studio with us, I think it was like 12, 14 years ago, a long time ago.
Was it in here?
I think it was in Fairfax.
I think he was in Fairfax.
Pretty sure it was in Fairfax.
Speaking of comedians, we have one on the line.
Well,
An alleged
that might be a
comedian.
stretch, but okay.
I'd call him an eater.
Big Bad John.
I think he's an eater.
The Hurricane.
John?
I don't know if that name's ever going to take off, but maybe. Strange things
Isn't there
How's it
already
done?
a famous comedian named Hurricane?
Earthquake.
Earthquake. I mean, that guy plays the theater at MGM National Harbor and sells 4,000 seats.
I thought there was one named Hurricane.
Earthquake was one of the openers for Dave Chappelle when I went to the Chappelle show.
Okay, very good.
Big John, what's up, buddy?
Hello, guys. How are you?
What's up?
Good.
Good. Well, I was in Vegas last week, and I won a comedy competition, and I got to open for Rob Schneider.
Hey, congratulations.
That is a big
Wow.
Very cool. Did you get to say hello? Did you get to meet him behind the scenes?
I met him briefly. He didn't even see my act. He was in the green room, but I said, "Hey, thank you for letting me share your stage," and I gave him my business card, and he took off. It was a political convention kind of called Freedom Fest.
Mm-hmm.
Some right fielders, anti-COVID, anti-council culture, that sort of thing.
How did you win the thing?
Yeah, how did you ascend to such heights?
Well, they had a comedy competition last Wednesday. They called it Punching Up, and there were 6 or 7 other comics. They invited us to send in a video, and I sent in my video, and they chose me. And they gave us 2 shows to do our bits, and I won. I beat all the comics. And
Congratulations.
The winner got $500.
What was
Thanks.
it?
The winner got-
Give us two jokes.
Give us your closer. That's usually your strongest
Wow, you're
joke.
not going to laugh.
Yeah, what's your
I
hammer?
mean, it's possible.
Okay.
That never goes well. I'm not giving you my jokes.
Come on,
You
one.
know.
Your closer. Your best.
Then why
stuff.
are you on?
Come on.
Do
Come
what you're
on.
told,
Your
John.
best stuff, John.
All right. I was watching TV last night. Couldn't decide which reality channel to watch. Should I watch the Homes I Can't Afford Network, the Food I'll Never Eat Network, or the Women on a Yacht That I'll Never Meet Network? So I just decided to turn the TV off and keep living my own reality show, Naked and Afraid.
It's not bad if you see.
It's so long.
I would need 12 cocktails in me to laugh at.
I'm not sure I would laugh at
I mean,
that.
what is the food you would never eat network? I mean,
What's the food you never
Salad.
eat? Yeah.
But the real
Hey.
humor.
Yeah.
Yeah?
No, I had an incident in between the competition and when I performed for Rob
See,
Schneider
this could be funny.
Go ahead.
What happened?
in the middle. Well, I went. I hadn't eaten in 24 hours, and I went to have lunch at Jason Aldean's restaurant in Vegas.
All right.
And when I came back and waited at the taxi stand, there was a bit of a show going on, and I ended up doing a lurch driveway incident in a taxi cab.
In a taxi
Hold on,
cab.
you pooped your pants in
Oh
the cab?
my God.
In the cab.
That's entertainment.
I told you that'd be funny.
That's way funnier than your
No, the
stand-up.
funniest part is, of all the places to go to eat in Vegas, and look, I understand most of them are tourist traps. There's a million Gordon Ramsay restaurants and Guy Fieri restaurants. He went to Jason Aldean's.
I know you didn't get diarrhea from lettuce.
Hold on. Why'd you go 24 hours? Are you doing some fasting thing, or was it just a bizarre circumstance?
No, between, the hectic day and the plane flight that I took, cross-country plane flight, and they didn't have any food at the convention, and so I hadn't eaten.
By the way,
And,
how
Dude, what is
distraught
it-
was the person sitting next to you on the flight when they saw you coming down
Oh
the aisle?
my God! You have to reserve 2 seats, right?
No, they gave me a seatbelt extender, but I'm fine.
Seatbelt
Wow, he's-
expander.
Gets
Oh.
into one seat.
I didn't even know that was a
I'm
thing.
shocked by that.
God, that's a nightmare when Big John sits down next to you on the flight.
It's a nightmare when
No,
he sits
I-
next to you at MGM National Harbor. He takes up so much space.
No, hold on, dude. How do you poop your
Yeah.
pants in the cab? Explain what was going. Give me the dynamic. You just had all of a sudden you had a wave and you couldn't control your bowels.
He was nervous about his set.
No, I did the lunch, and then I went downstairs to the valet, tried to get a cab, and it took too long, and it started being uncontrollable, and I
Right.
sat down, and it got worse and worse, and this nice Filipino family sat down next to me. I said, "You guys better go over there because there's going to be a show." And
What do you mean? They sat
And,
down next to you where?
well, I was sitting down on this little stone wall at the valet stand,
Okay, waiting for the
waiting-
cab.
Yeah.
waiting for a ride.
And you knew you were
And
going to
the
poop your
Uber-
pants?
Why didn't you just
Go
couldn't you just-
inside. Go use the bathroom.
I couldn't get. There was no bathroom in the area. There was no wheelchair. Nothing. I ended up calling an ambulance. The ambulance showed up,
What?
and they said they can't do anything for me unless they take me to the hospital.
Oh,
I couldn't go to the hospital because then I'd miss the show. So they gave me a bunch of blankets and quilts and things, and I ended up taking them in the taxi. And yep, it went down in the taxi.
Oh,
So
my
hold on.
God.
You pooped yourself?
So how did you clean yourself up before the show?
Yeah.
Well, they took me back to the hotel, and the hotel security guy wheeled me in back to my room. I took the longest shower ever.
Where
and
were you staying?
Got Polo Towers. It's a Hilton place.
Okay.
Never
I'm
heard of
grossed
Poo
out.
Poo Towers.
did-
This
did-
is much funnier than any
Hold
material
on.
he'll
Did the
ever
cab
do.
driver know you pooped your pants?
I left the calling card on the seat. Yeah.
Oh my!
He just ruined that guy's day.
Well, the next customers too.
Well,
Yeah.
he ruined the vehicle. That vehicle needs to be impounded.
Dude, how can you not control your bowels?
It never happened before. Probably since grade school, but there it was. I couldn't move, and when I moved and got up, I told the cab driver it was not gonna be pretty, and I put the blankets down, but a little bit got back in the cab. So.
I mean, there's just no way I would do that.
I'm grossed out.
So gross.
I just walked to wherever I had to go.
Everyone's just got this weird look on their face. I don't
I
even
don't
know
know-
how
I
to
don't-
handle the news.
I don't understand how he knows it's going to happen while he's on the stand, and
And
then
you don't
just
go. If you're at a hotel or something, you're at Jason
Like-
Aldean's restaurant. They gotta have a bathroom.
just
Skip
like
the cab.
I forfeit the cab, and I just go
Find a bathroom.
find a bathroom.
Yeah.
I asked the stand people to take me to a bathroom. There was no bathroom in the area at all. I was next to a Ross Dress for Less, and nobody had a
You
bathroom.
think they don't have bathrooms there?
No, I poop in Marshalls all the time.
Look, the answer was no.
The answer is no. You're
from everyone.
stupid. You're a stupid person. Go to the Ross Dress for Less. There's 100% a bathroom in there. You pooped your
I couldn't
pants instead.
move. I couldn't walk.
That part
was
I
the
believe.
problem.
It would take him forever to get
Yeah,
there.
yeah. It's not like he's nimble. You think he can move quickly?
I can't even.
I don't get the
process it.
calling of the ambulance in a wheelchair.
I mean, literally, you could have walked into the Ross and gone in one of the aisles, and you would have been
If I
fine.
Big
got
John,
up- if I
because
got up on my
I'm,
feet.
Big John. This is not like the joke side of it. How much do you weigh nowadays?
not-
Like, have you
he's not
gained
gonna
weight?
tell you.
He never.
I'm not gonna tell you. It's
Well, I'm in the mid fours.
mid fours. That means 450. That means close to 500.
John, what did you eat at Jason Aldean's restaurant that brought on this episode? What was your meal?
Meatloaf and mashed potatoes and a salmon salad.
That's a lot of food.
That's
A
a
side of salad.
I mean, a salmon.
salmon
A salmon
salad.
salad.
Salmon salad. That's
he had
side salad.
Yeah, it wasn't a salad. It was a
and
big
salmon
piece of
salad
fish on
is a
it.
meal.
Yeah.
For
Yeah,
most
like,
humans, that's a meal.
Yeah, most people order one.
Did you
or the
eat it
other.
all, John?
Oh, I ate it all.
You know what that
and an
means?
iced tea.
It must have been the Rhea then, right? You didn't have like a full, like you had.
No, it probably ran right through him.
It ran right through you, right?
Yeah, because I hadn't eaten in 24 hours, my system wasn't prepared.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to process.
So what'd you do? Just left all the clothes in the hotel room?
Burned all the clothes. They were bagged up and tossed away.
Oh, tossed.
It's just,
I've been
I don't
grossed out
even-
twice this week because the micro story grosses me out too.
Well, that's
Way.
so gross. But
This week can't end soon enough.
I don't know what I
I
would.
won.
If you had to
won the
encounter
competition.
one,
what do you mean encounter?
like if
How do
we
you wanna
like had
encounter
the,
the
if we had the
micro?
micro guy and he just dropped trowel,
Oh,
I'd be kind of
I'd
grossed
rather
out.
that.
I'd rather that than picture Big
I'd
John
rather look
pooping
at.
himself.
I would rather look at an oddity
Right.
than deal with Big John and leaving a gift in a cab.
Because you know the micro guy probably. I mean, it's all relative, but would have a huge Reggie.
It's a good thing he took the cab. Like if you go in Uber, there's definitely a deal in your contract that if you vomit, you have to pay like a vomit fee.
Yeah.
Oh
If
yeah,
I-
yeah. You have to. There's a cleanup thing
you have
if
to
you
pay a vomit fee.
if
It's like
you trash their
$75
car.
or something. But if you're in a cab
I
and you
know.
poop it and you just leave,
No, I
don't
know. I used to drive. I used to drive for Uber. I had some girls vomiting and everything else, but I couldn't help it. And I told the cab driver, "Look out."
Did you tell
So
the
you bombed in multiple
Did
ways.
you tell that?
weekend.
Did you tell that story in your act?
No. I didn't.
Yeah, who would want to tell an entertaining story?
I mean, that
in
would have been
act?
funny.
Dude, I got big laughs and I won the competition. That's the bottom line.
All right, congrats.
congrats. And then you
Congratulations.
pooped yourself.
And he got to open for Rob Schneider.
Yeah. Jerry Gig.
Hey, he's a movie star.
He would have liked.
All right, congratulations, John. I don't know where to go from this. There's no way to get out of this cleanly, so to speak.
Yeah,
No, I
that's-
can mention though that I did put up a poll of the day, our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. It's made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Earlier, we were talking about Fanatics Fest, and yesterday LeBron James made some news. Even though he didn't answer the question as to where he was going to go, people are now speculating he's going to be there for more than 1 year. The poll of the day is, does it annoy you that LeBron James is milking his free agency and hasn't announced his new team yet? What do you think the early results are? You can vote at Junks
Well,
Radio.
A lot of people don't like LeBron.
Yeah,
so 75%.
I would say it's very high.
75%.
63% yes right now. It annoys them.
It doesn't
Well, the
annoy
other-
me because I don't care.
Yeah. So say the other 37%, they just don't care.
Yeah, I mean,
They're
who cares?
ambivalent.
All right. A lot of people care. LeBron James.
They
It's
just don't
LeBron
like-
James.
They just don't like LeBron. And I get it. I'm not a huge LeBron guy.
1-800-636-1067 is the number if you want to chime in. Coming up next, we will talk a little basketball. Some summer league standouts. I know that the Wizards shut down A.J. DeBonsa, but there are some other guys flashing. We'll get into that next here on the Junks. You know, there are 4 teams that remain in the FIFA World Cup. You're wondering why 4? Well, there's a third place game. Look, and there's no better place to be on Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. But I'll go to the biggie, and let's go with Argentina. Right now, they are trading at 41.9% to get the win in the final. That means a $100 trade pays out $229.33. Not bad if Argentina can get the win and best Spain. On Kalshi, you get to trade against peers in a live market. Means there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position, kind of like the stock market. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over. Only restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Fed contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory. Bishbucks, you weren't here for the first two Summer League games of the A.J. DeBonsa era here in Washington.
The golden age, some are calling it.
He certainly did not disappoint.
Oh, got to work
Over
on his,
20 points
Got to
in
work on
both
his
games.
threes a little bit.
That's fine.
I think it was 1 for 11 on threes, but
Yeah,
by
good.
most
He's a ways
accounts,
away on
Okay.
that.
played very good basketball,
yeah.
could score, and the Wizards decided to shut him down. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's happened before with stud rookies. They only play a couple games, 2 or 3 games. I wanted to see him play at least one more, but it's summer league.
I would have loved to have seen him play too, but
They saw what they wanted.
you just come to the realization they saw what they wanted, and
It's summer league.
he's too good to be playing in summer league amongst a lot of the dreck that the summer league is popular.
Well, that's what the Wizards decided.
I mean,
There
has
are others.
Peterson played since
Yes. He
beaten-
scored
those guys have-
16.
he played one more game?
They
Yeah.
played in Utah and they played in Vegas.
And here's what Caleb Wilson, who had a monster dunk yesterday, if you watch that, we'll get to that in a moment. But here's what Caleb Wilson said about playing in the Summer League.
I mean, I feel like I'm different than all of them. Like, I can't say they don't enjoy basketball, but like I enjoy basketball. Like, I love it. So I mean, I'm gonna play as much as I can, as much as my team will let me. I mean, I'm not the type to go away from a game because I don't feel like I feel good. Because I know in the NBA, I'm not gonna feel good some games. And as long as I don't have an injury or something that's actually wrong with me, I'm gonna play every time. Because people come from all over the world to come see me play, so I don't want to let them down too.
Dude,
Yeah.
I know he was the 4th pick, and most people said he was the most raw of the top 4. I don't know, and it's just a highlight. And AJ DeBonsa is a great dunker too, but Caleb Wilson yesterday had just a ferocious dunk, and then he followed it by hitting a 3. If you look what he's done,
he was 8 for 11 from threes. I don't know what he did last night.
he had, I think, one off game in terms of shooting from beyond the arc. Yesterday was 1 for 6 on
Is the
threes.
dunk you're talking about the two-handed one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just, look, it was a
real
gimme,
close, but it was kind of over a guy.
but it was just, you see the athleticism. And then he had a dunk in the previous game, which I said was Blake Griffin-esque, where it's one of those ones, I don't know if you call it a dunk because he didn't touch the rim, where he's going up and he's getting fouled and he just throws it down into the basket.
Yeah.
He's an athletic freak, so he's been balling.
Yep.
And Jason's guy, Cam Boozer, has been balling. Cam Boozer last night, and he's played, I believe, 3 games in the Vegas Summer League. He put up 24 points in 29 minutes, 10 for 13 shooting, knocking down his only 3-point attempt. And that has kind of jumped out on Cam Boozer. And I remember you talking about it, Jason, of the top 3 prospects who we thought the Wizards might take, DeBonsa, Peterson, or Boozer. Boozer actually shot the best from the 3-point line.
Well, I don't think nobody should be surprised.
Yeah, he did some work in college.
I mean, people said right away he was going to score and he was going to rebound.
Yeah,
He was going to do it right away.
They're all 4 of those guys are going to be studs, but I wouldn't get caught up in all the points. I mean, they're not going to be putting up 21 points in 26 minutes, and once they start playing regular season games, I wouldn't get caught up.
But why is it that Cam Boozer can play in 3 games, Caleb Wilson can play in 3 or 4 games, and the Wizards got to shut down DeBonsa after
just
2?
being
It's
cautious.
an organizational decision.
They just don't want to risk injury. You understand it because it doesn't mean
Who
anything.
do you think knows more about basketball, you or Will Dawkins and the Michael Winger Brain Trust?
Well, that's the case for every topic on this show in the history of the show.
Okay, but
Is there one topic you can find where we know more than the professionals?
of course not. So
Okay,
I'm
it's a
going
dumb
to
point.
rely on their expertise.
No, you as a fan, I understand you want to see him play, but if you were running the team, you saw what you wanted for 2 games. Pull out.
These are meaningless summer exhibitions. These games, aside from confirming your priors about why you drafted the guy, you saw it through 2 games. You don't need to see anymore.
But you can build chemistry with players.
He's not going to be playing with those
Yeah,
players.
but those guys.
He'll be
for the
playing
most
with Will
part.
Riley.
Okay, with a
Well,
few of
Riley
them,
wasn't playing
but-
either.
I
but
know.
for the most part, he's not playing with players who are going to be on the team.
They just decided it's not worth it as an organization.
I know why they decided it. I don't
but
agree
mean,
with it.
but it's not just an AJ DeBonsa
They don't
decision.
care whether
They
you
did-
agree with it or not.
I know. Who cares?
There's your bulletin.
But hold on.
They don't
But it's
care.
not just an AJ decision because they did it with Will and they did it with Trey. So it's just an organizational decision. Hey, we're going to play our studs a couple games and we're going to pull them out and then we're going to use this to evaluate the other guys. That's essentially what they've decided.
I don't have to agree with it.
I'm not saying you do, but they probably knew going in that's what they were going to do. It's kind of what they did. I think didn't Sarr only play a couple games before they pulled
Probably
him
like
out?
2 or 3.
Yeah, I think two.
This is kind of how they do it. I don't love it either. I'd rather see the guys. The thing that I have a beef with what Caleb said was kind of insinuating that he's the only guy that loves
He's
basketball.
definitely throwing shade
That-
at the other guys.
And I don't see any indication that Darren Peterson doesn't love to play and that AJ doesn't love to play. I see zero indication of
Well, all
it.
you got to do is watch him, especially AJ. You know he loves it.
He loves
Come
it.
on.
And I think Darren Peterson loves
I don't know. I
it.
think Caleb was just talking
He
about
probably didn't think much about
himself.
it. It's just a flippant
Yeah, but
comment,
he did say it. I mean, I was holding to the fire there. He was acting like he's the only guy in the top 4 that loves
Yeah,
hoops.
he's like, I love hoops. I don't know
Well-
these other guys. Not sure.
Well,
I don't have a problem with it.
he said he's different than those other guys.
Yeah, there's
Which
different
mean-
levels
which
of competitiveness. He might feel he's more competitive than those other guys, and he's more
All
driven.
right, that's fine. That's another issue. I might have an issue with that too. But he's flat out saying those other guys don't love ball, and I just don't buy it.
Well, that was one of the story. That was one of the storylines about Peterson.
Which I disagreed with.
No, yeah, you did, but that was a national storyline that he didn't
Understood.
love basketball enough. So that is definitely fair. And Caleb Wilson is pissed off that he wasn't the number 1 pick. So
Okay.
he's out there trying to prove a
But
point.
there's no indication. Okay, the Peterson thing, I had a beef with from the beginning. I said I buy it. I think he had an injury. I think he had some trauma. I think he had the cramp. I bought it all. Never for 1 second thought he doesn't love basketball. And AJ, there's literally not one thing you can point to that shows that kid doesn't love basketball. He's dedicated his whole life to being the number 1 pick in the NBA draft. I've never seen a guy take the pre-draft process more seriously than AJ DeBonsa. There's no indication he doesn't love ball. I don't know. I have a problem with Caleb saying that.
There's
get it that
different
Caleb-
levels, right? I mean,
Do
every
you
play.
think Caleb Wilson loves ball more than AJ DeBonsa?
I don't know. I
don't
know
believe
this.
it for a second.
I know this that every player who would talk about Kobe Bryant said that there was a different level of preparation and work.
I agree with that.
Kyrie
but that's
Irving,
different.
who's a great player, I'm sure loves basketball, said he tried to beat Kobe to practice one time, and the guy was already like finishing his first workout of the day.
Understood.
And was doing 3
But-
workouts a day.
But
So
that doesn't mean Kobe loved ball more than Kyrie. It just means Kobe was just more maniacal in his preparation.
But I don't think you need to take offense to a competitor who's telling himself, hey, these guys don't love ball as much as me. Who's
I
on
do-
a mission to maybe
I do
prove
take
that he's
offense
the
to
number
it.
1 pick. Like Darren Peterson apparently has a Kobe Bryant tattoo, and he's trying to say, hey, I got the Mamba mentality, and I'm going to outwork these guys. I'm going to show I'm better than the number 1 pick.
Which, by the way, I believe him. I've never once for a second bought the narrative that Darren Peterson didn't love basketball and that he was like some sort of head case.
But Peterson has played, I believe, 5 summer league games, maybe 4. Because he
thought-
played
Played at
2.
least 4.
He played 2 in Utah, and he's played at least 3 in this Vegas summer league. Now, if you were, I've followed the stats. He actually shot 4 for 16 in the last game. So
Yeah.
he's
Well,
he's been a
shooters are gonna
chucker.
do that.
He's a chucker, and he's had turnovers, and the games are sloppy. But Caleb Wilson, I believe, has now played in 3. At least 3 for the Bulls. It's hard to find.
I'm
the summer league
actually,
stats. You
by
have
the
to
way,
punch 'em up.
also guessing.
Well, and then the playoffs are this weekend, I believe. So I believe it ends after this weekend.
Can't
I'm
believe
also
they have playoffs
guessing-
in the summer league. What a joke.
and I
Yeah,
don't
they do.
know this for a fact, but I'm guessing that AJ DeBonsa had zero say in them shutting him down. And if you asked him, I'm guessing he would have preferred to play.
Probably, much like if I watched episode 2 of Quarterback on Netflix, and Jaden Daniels was
Wants to play
definitely
with the
frustrated
knee
that he
injury,
wanted to
right.
play in week 4.
Right. So I don't know. I took offense to Caleb insinuating he loves ball more than the other guys. That's all.
I just think that the guys playing in the summer league doesn't hurt unless you get hurt. If a guy got hurt, then I'm sure, like if DeBonsa got hurt, Cakes would come in and I told you so.
It's not that dissimilar from the argument when they shut down Jaden at the end of last year. Now, those are real games. But at the time, I wanted him to play, even though they were out of it. I was probably wrong. They shut him down and made sure, and they ensured he's going to be healthy for the start of the season.
Yeah, I need my guy healthy.
I lobbied for him to play. I lobbied for him to get the reps. I lobbied that he needed the reps. I lobbied that he needed to get back on track, that he was having, a so-so year. But I think in hindsight, I was probably wrong.
But
I think they
they
all love to play.
The
I agree.
Bulls
Yeah.
and the Grizzlies, let's just work off those two guys who played last night, right? Who had really good games. Cam Boozer's balled out pretty much in every game. So they were in the exact same situation that the Wizards were. Like, they know what they got. They could have shut them down. Like, we've seen enough.
I know it's an organization,
but they're letting the guys play.
Every,
They don't all-
every
different.
organization
They don't all
is different.
think. They don't all think
it's
alike.
just different organizational philosophy.
Yeah.
I think Boozer played 7 or 8 games because he played.
He played in the Utah thing too.
Yeah, and then I think he played every game in so far in Vegas.
Yeah. Just, what do you want me to tell you? I wish they'd have played too, but
Drabs guy, Boozer.
That is Trap's guy.
Yeah.
He was a Peterson guy. He was a Peterson and then Boozer.
I can't speak for me. I stuck my neck out and I said I would take Cam Boozer
Number
1.
one.
And when everyone mocked me, and I said I love Peterson too, and I said hey, I had AJ 3.
Yeah.
So
I thought you had Peterson 1A and Boozer 1B.
I said they're 1A and 1B. I hadn't decided. I
Okay.
think is what I said. But I said Cam Boozer should absolutely be in play for number 1 pick.
Yep. And he went 3.
Well, right now, just based on summer league stats, all 4 have looked good. In fact, a lot of the guys, if you can go down the list,
Well, what are the shooting
were
percentages?
drafted.
I couldn't find all
Yeah,
the shooting
you'd have to. You got to kind of go through every box score and add it up. It's not like they keep summer league stats. At least I haven't seen them.
well, AJ.
But there are other guys who've done very, very well. Like the Lakers took a guy named Cam Carr. He's been really good. Some of the guards, Acuff has had his moments, and
His last game was good. I
He
think.
did have a shot blocked by my guy though, AJ.
Yeah.
Just keeping track.
he's our guy.
Well,
he's a Wizard now.
He's
Yeah,
6'2".
I understood. He's made a good defensive play.
AJ
And he had
6'11".
to lay up on the other end.
No, but I don't get caught up too much in who decides how many games they're going to play. It's summer league. It's fine. It's summer league.
I just
Let's not take it
promise
too
you.
seriously.
They're not going to be playing against these guys once
Right.
October comes.
80% of these guys
you-
are going to be in the G League.
Yeah.
AJ and I promise you, even DP, those guys wanted to play every game while they were out there. They'd rather play than sit there and watch the other guys play.
I think so. 1-800-636-1067. I remember when we talked about the matchup between Peterson and DeBonsa, the number 1 pick, DeBonsa versus Peterson, who goes number 2. And before that, Peterson had balled out. There was a caller in particular who said, well, you got to look at the turnovers. And that's one thing when you watch the highlights, you can get swept away. Like Caleb Wilson, the highlight that went viral, is these dunks, and he's hitting threes. He did have 8 turnovers.
Well,
in
his
the game.
handle is sloppy. He
Yeah.
had one play where he's trying to go behind the back a couple times between the legs. They steal it, but then they go down court, and then he blocks the guy and gets the ball
And I'm
right
guessing
back.
he's not going to be making that play during the regular season. I mean, it's more freewheeling and loose in the summer league.
I mean,
Yeah, they're pickup games.
right.
I mean, Caleb Wilson, honestly, his handles look terrible,
Yeah.
but that's not going to be his forte.
Well, when Utah played the Wizards in the Peterson versus AJ, I believe it was on the first possession, Peterson turned the ball over.
Yeah, they had a mission. We
Well,
talked
they
about
were-
this.
It was a
They
very-
had a mission
they were
to
attacking
They,
him.
I mean, Jameer Watkins used 9 fouls.
I know.
I mean, he
the
was
fouls,
bodying him.
I mean, it's so
They made
dumb.
a point of destroying him, making it so hard for him to score. Now, he still ended up getting his, but
yeah,
they
but
made
that was
it
all in the
hard.
second. It was all second half.
They made it really hard on him.
1-800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junkies. Be right back. JP from the Junkies here. I'm getting fired up about LeBron's decision. I'm too into sports. I have a problem, but here's a decision that's pretty easy. Last month, told you about that 0% for 60 months offer. Well, good news. They decided to keep it around a little longer. Right now at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg and Radley Chevrolet in Fredericksburg, you can score 0% APR for 5 years on a new Silverado, plus no monthly payments for 90 days. And here's a silly perk for Junkies listeners. Buy any new vehicle this month at Michelle Radley Chevrolet, and they're going to throw in a set of all-weather mats absolutely free. Don't sleep on the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg. You stop in, you take a test drive in any new Mitsubishi this month. They're going to hand you a $50 gift card just for taking a spin. And Radley VIP Rewards Program, it's legit. Buy any new or used vehicle, and you're getting oil changes, tire rotations, routine maintenance, service specials, and more. Real value that keeps savings your money long after you drive it off the lot. I'm loving my new Traverse. You can follow my lead. The Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg. It's awesome. Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg. All delivering memorable driving experiences. So I just found out during the break that Valdez and I are on opposite sides on this. So let me tell you, last night I figured I would give The Hawk a shot.
Okay.
Do you know what The Hawk is?
I do. It's the Will Ferrell golf
Netflix.
comedy.
This guy's promoting this like crazy.
So he was at the All-Star game and he was dressed up as the Hawk, and there was a lot of negative feedback.
Tells me it's going to be stupid. He's doing over promoting.
Well, here's the thing.
Well,
so
I mean,
it's
most
a-
Will Ferrell
Are
content
stupid.
is stupid,
Yeah.
but some of it's great. Like Step Brothers is a stupid, goofy movie, but it's a knee slapper that I'll watch every time it's on TV.
Yeah, I love his character, like in Wedding Crashers,
Yeah.
which is like a small little bit.
Yeah.
And some of the movies, I love Old School. But here's the thing. So I will say I only watched 10 minutes. It's 10 episodes.
Okay.
The episodes are short. The first 5 to 10 minutes to me were so over the top that I couldn't get past it. Now, I put it on late at night, around 10 o'clock, and I was like, let me check this out. It starts off with like this wacky bus scene. He's got a bus and he's got to make his tea time. He's on the Corn Ferry tour. He's got to make his tea time. The bus is going through traffic like crazy. And then on the course, all of a sudden he starts doing this whole thong song thing. He's dancing around to the thong song. He's showing his ass with the thong. To me, it was too over the top, but Valdez loves it.
Oh,
he
he's
does.
all.
He said he's already watched 3 episodes.
Valdez
three
loves
episodes.
it. He loves to laugh.
It's funny.
I love to laugh
Who doesn't
too.
like to laugh?
It's funny.
Laughing's fun.
Hey, our friend
Yeah, but he's-
Steve Sands is in it.
Oh, is he?
really?
Oh yeah.
That's
Oh,
great.
very good for him. That's awesome.
He's playing Steve Sands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I see. Do I see 32% fresh on Rotten Tomatoes? Is that what you see?
That's pretty bad.
That doesn't sound great.
it doesn't sound.
I mean,
Wa-
it's
watch it.
32%.
Watch an episode. You'll chuckle.
You think?
It's so stupid that you just have to laugh, I guess. Right?
Yeah. There's the funny moments. It's not some serious
No.
sports golf TV show.
How does he look?
It's not full swing.
How does he look when he swings the golf club?
It's pretty aesthetic.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Because that'll blow me. if
I
it's
I know.
horrific.
If he's got some nub swing, but it looks pretty decent.
He can pull it off.
Yeah, he can pull it off.
Yeah.
He definitely looks old. Valdez was going, man, he looks old. He's 3 years older than us.
Yeah, but you guys look younger than Will.
Oh, well, thank you.
Thank
Take
you.
that.
Very
We'll
nice.
take it. We'll take it.
Yeah, well, look at that. Valdez said something nice about
It's
us.
hard to get compliments around here sometimes. So we'll
You
take it.
guys look a lot better than Will Ferrell.
Really?
I think it's Will's like hair. That's what makes him really look old.
They're
Plus
making
his-
him like an over-the-top
his face is
John
droopy.
Daly type
Yeah.
figure.
I was going to say he looks kind of like Daly. Not as fat, obviously, but
He's a big dude, right?
he's pretty
He's
tall.
pretty
yeah.
big.
Yeah.
Are there any other golfers in it?
It's not
But
like a cameo fest like the Adam Sandler thing.
No. It's not like
They're
that.
all,
I think
so they're
like-
actors.
I think mostly actors. I think Tony Finau is in it.
All right.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yeah, but he's in it for 2 seconds.
Well, you guys check it out. See, EB always gets bitter.
I'll try
at-
I don't like
you
sports
like the
movies.
dot, but
I'll try it.
I
I'll
like
try
docs.
it out.
I don't like sports movies because the action always looks cheesy.
Valdez has sold me on like I'll watch more of it. It might have just been a movie. My wife wasn't a fan of it.
Moment
either.
of weakness.
We watched it. It was like 9:45, 10 o'clock, and put it on. And my wife was nice enough to like check it out for like 10 minutes, but
Then
I could
she
tell
was
she
out.
had zero interest.
She's zoning out.
She actually was falling asleep.
looking at her phone.
I-
and
probably.
I didn't love it that much either.
I caught myself LOLing. I was definitely LOLing.
All right.
Were you laughing?
Is it golf stick that's making you laugh, or
Well,
is it
just Will being Will.
I respect your
Well, just-
comedy mind,
hey,
so I'm going to give it a
But
a
just
chance.
imagine though, EB, the thong song playing, which we used to play when we would have bikini contests,
Yeah.
and girls would call in.
so stupid?
Back in a different era.
Okay, so you thought we were so stupid. So the thong song gets played, and he's just dancing around on the golf course, and
Well, they said the whole point was play like you did in 2001
Yeah.
or 2003.
Turn back the clock.
Turn
a
back
bit.
the clock.
because
And then
he's
they're
a former champion
Yeah.
who almost won the Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but now
they're-
he's playing on the Corn
they're
Ferry.
like Cisco thong song era, and
Right.
they just started playing.
He
They
just
started
looks-
doing shtick.
He just looks like a bunch of guys that I play with all the time with their swings.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean 60-year-old guys swinging a golf club.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'll give it a second shot.
It's like it's very similar to Running Point. If you've watched that on Netflix, the Kate Hudson basketball show, 30-minute episodes that has funny moments.
I gave up on that one too, and that's already had a couple of seasons.
Well, speaking of golf, you want to do, Jason? You want to do an update on the British? The American Jackson Suber, who's been quietly balling
Ole Miss boy
all year. Like if you watch all the events in between the majors, this guy's always in the top 10, top 20. Just like he's had an unbelievable year, and he shot 65 yesterday. He shoots 69 today. It's his first time over in Europe. He's never been to Europe before.
He's a baller. They call him the detective, apparently. That's his nickname.
Colin
Lucas,
Moore.
Why?
He's just inquisitive and he's always asking questions.
I don't know.
He's got a sharp mind.
He asked a billion questions on the course when he played.
Yeah. He just wants to know everyone's background and about equipment, and he just asks questions.
Where are they from?
Probably.
He's probably just like
brains.
Jason. Yeah.
Yeah. Lucas Herbert is the one who's balling today. He was 8 under.
Yeah.
Through 13.
So he's 2 under. I mean, I who knows? Maybe I'll fall in love with Lucas Herbert over the next 2 days, but I kind of hope that somebody else I'm more familiar with rises. Colin Morikawa is in there. He's 3 under today. He's 5 under for the tournament. Patrick Reed. Hold on. Didn't you draft Patrick Reed? Patrick Reed's doing
Reed
some
was
work.
selected.
He's 6 under today. Absolutely balling. 4 under for the tournament. Cam Young hanging in there, 1 under today, 4 under for the tournament. So you got some big names
a lot
up
like
there.
yesterday where the early guys went off and they could score, and then the wind picked up in the afternoon and got a little tougher.
So it'll be interesting to see. Bryson, missed the first 3 cuts. Everyone's pooping on Bryson. It's funny, man. He had a pretty damn good year the year before.
Yep.
He's won 2 majors. Now everyone thinks he sucks. Went out there and shot 67. Should have shot 66 yesterday, but he bogeyed 18, or his last hole. We'll see how he holds up today. If he can put 2 rounds together in majors, he hasn't really been able to do that this year.
Scheffler shot 2 under. He's off at 10:04 this morning.
Yeah, with Bryson. And I think Terrell Hatton.
Correct.
So
And they all played pretty well yesterday.
yeah, some Ludwig is in there. Did Marr pick Ludwig this time? I don't think he did, right? He normally picks Ludwig.
No, I
Mike
took
Marr has
Hovland.
Xander and Hovland.
Yeah.
That's his twosome.
Right. Well,
So no one took Morikawa?
no one took
Morikawa
Morikawa.
undrafted.
I could have taken him. I had
What
the
about
last
Cam
pick.
Young? Anybody take Cam Young?
Drabby.
Drabby's got
He's
him.
got Cam Young and Fitzpatrick.
All right. He's in a good spot. I just need Schauffele to play well today. I need Robert McNamara to play well today.
These are just for individual bets you made? Because we
just-
iced you out of the thing.
Yeah, other pools that I'm in. I'm in 2 other pools, and I need JT to ball out today, but I think he's playing in the
Who
afternoon.
did Thirsty Anna take again?
Anna, her team is
She took
Goddard
Hatton.
and Hatton.
Yeah. All right. Goddard's doing okay. I think is he like 2 under, something like that? I feel like he's doing okay. Yeah, he's 2 under.
Goddard's 2, yeah.
Yeah, 2 under.
200 today.
2 under today, even
Yeah,
par
it's
yesterday.
T20.
So, some big names.
Anybody
It
get
always
up at
happens.
1:30 to start watching it?
No, come on.
That's impossible.
It's not worth it.
I remember doing that a few years ago.
For the British?
Yeah, I got up at 1:30 to start watching it.
I can't. It's literally aesthetically not pleasing. I get sort of frustrated watching the British Open.
Well, it's just kind of tough to see the ball.
The
fairways are all brown.
The cameras always seem like they're a little further
Don't
away.
watch it while you're driving to Long Island today.
I know.
Keep it to a dull roar.
I gotta have something.
Eyes on the road.
Are you driving by yourself?
Yeah. Dude, I already went yesterday. I loaded up with gas in the evening, and I got my 5-hour energy.
You're ready to go.
As soon as I get in the car, I'm going to start sipping on that.
Up to Long Island?
Yeah. And my daughter's up there. Your daughter's living up there, too.
Yep.
She says her throat, her chest, her lungs, they're all bothering her.
I can imagine.
She's buying like an emergency air purifier right now.
You're breathing in low quality air.
I mean, terrible air.
Yeah.
And it obviously some of that's hitting us today. You guys noticed it right away.
You'll notice it. You'll notice it when you go outside.
You know why I
today.
didn't notice it? And I knew this was happening, but it's just kind of a dumb bit that the kids do. But like for the swim and dive team, like at the end of the season, I don't know if every pool does this.
You have a banquet?
No, well they do that, but they go around and they TP the houses of like the divisional divers or divisional swimmers or whatever. So I knew last night, my wife said, yeah, Kate's going to go out and TP some houses. Well, while she was changing, they TP'd our house. So they didn't do a massive job, Okay, but they did enough. And I got up this morning and I had to take all the TP off
TPs.
my car.
Yeah.
It's all over our trees. I'm just gonna let Dina worry about it because I'm not gonna be home for a couple days.
Don't
but
let it rain.
it's-
Or else that TP is going to be there for a while.
I don't know why we allow this. Why are we encouraging
It's
this?
so dumb.
TPing houses is so
Well,
dumm.
also, toilet paper is expensive.
They use
Yeah.
good toilet paper too.
Of course they
the
do.
toilet paper on my Beamer this morning is literally nicer than that it touches my butt.
Oh, it's definitely nicer than what we have here in Odyssey.
Yeah, that's about what we
Could
have at
that be
home.
thinner?
We don't have silly, soft toilet paper at my house. Ours is like sandpaper.
I mean, you need to upgrade. Why don't you upgrade?
Well, will this be the
Take care of
last year?
yourself.
Because we go through so much.
Will this be the last year of the TPing?
They probably got one more year. My daughter's got one
Oh,
more
that's right,
year.
'cause she's got one more.
She's going to rising senior.
My
But
da-
it is a stupid tradition.
Yeah, it is a wacky tradition.
They don't do that
TP
in your
somebody's
neighbor-
house.
Yeah, I mean, and it's way up there. Like when it's way up there in the trees, what do? You just wait for the wind and the rain.
I don't know. I don't know how you get rid of it.
How do you
Yes.
get rid of it?
I guess you just wait for the rain to bring it down.
rain
it
and
just,
the wind to-
It just breaks up.
Yeah. What a disaster. So that's why I didn't notice the air quality because I was too busy taking the toilet paper
Well,
off my
you'll
car.
notice it today when you get home, or when you get
When I get up to Long
your
Island?
car. Oh, it's going to be terrible up there.
Yeah.
It's going to clear out tomorrow. It's all coming down. Today's going to be bad. Northeast will be worse probably than here tomorrow, but eventually it'll clear out.
What a nightmare. It's all because of fires in Canada.
Oh, Canadian wildfires.
Yeah. Big disaster. Big disaster.
Yeah,
I'm going out
Imagine what it's
the
like in
worst time.
Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I mean, we're boo-hooing about it. It's got to be worse there.
We're going to ask Harlan Williams.
yeah.
Isn't Harlan
I don't
Williams?
care about
He
them.
is Canadian.
He's a Canadian. We
I
ask
don't
him
care
about
about what affects us.
I
I don't care about
understand.
what affects Canadians.
it. That is true.
I mean, I couldn't care less. That whole country could be under smoke or water. I wouldn't care.
Hey, Bish, when you were out, we started our positional breakdowns in the division to
please
see
camp-
where Washington.
Camp starts in
I think
7
like
days.
A week, yeah.
Yeah, the
24th,
rookies show up in a
rookies
week.
show
I mean,
up.
the rookies show up. They don't start practicing, but they show up.
Well, we started our positional breakdown. We went through defensive lines and where the Commanders stack up. Coming up next, we're going to tackle running backs and see where Washington stacks up in the division. That's next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys. EB here for FanDuel. They're absolutely killing it. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game, people. Because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. You're screwed. You can't predict that. Got no insurance? Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player subbed out, your bet stays in. So if you got Yamal for Spain and he gets injured, God forbid, they pull him, you'll still get the goals if his sub scores. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on even with the substitute. You get that added insurance. Who else is doing that? So you're still in it until the final whistle. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. That's FanDuel.com/local. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over, present in D.C. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? With 5 holes remaining, Lucas Herbert is on the magic number when it comes to major championships. At 8 under, he has more chances coming in with 2 par 5s still out in front of him. While 5 pars would put him at 62, just 1 birdie would give him the lowest round in major championship history to himself. Herbert's run at history is definitely the story of the morning, but there are some others that are putting together some really great rounds. The second best round on the course today belongs to Patrick Reed. He is 6 under through 12 to climb to 80 spots up on the leaderboard. He's now tied 5th at 4 under. And after spending a few holes on the wrong side of the projected cut line, Rory McIlroy is doing Rory things and has righted the ship. He birdied 8 and 9 to go to 2 under on the day and even par for the round. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit us in store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. Celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. It's Fish Cakes, EB, and JP. In less than a week, next Thursday, we're going to be out at the Chesapeake Bay Sox game.
That's right.
They are honoring the Junkies in our 30 years. So come on out to formerly Bowie Bay Sox Stadium. I guess it's called Chesapeake Bay Sox Stadium.
Yeah, I don't know if they have a corporate name attached to it or
Take
not.
a turn where the Home Depot is. That's what I say. If you're on 301, you see the Home Depot, take a turn.
Yep.
You'll find your way to the stadium. Come on out. Have a good time.
I believe we're doing a ceremonial first pitch amongst other activities planned. So we will be doing that in less than a week.
Will you do any shtick for the first pitch?
No, I just don't want to look like Michael Rubin from Fanatics with my first pitch.
No, I'm going to just lob it. If I'm doing it, I'm just going to lob it.
I'm just going to try to make sure it doesn't bounce before it hits whoever's catching it. That's the goal.
Yeah, just going to lob it.
Kind of like AJ DeBonsa did.
Nah,
AJ
a little
DeBonsa
better
kind of
than
lobbed
AJ.
it in there.
A little better than AJ.
Yeah.
I mean, AJ threw a moonball
It's okay.
in there.
You'd rather,
But
you'd
he had the
rather
right
do-
idea.
You'd rather do that than embarrass yourself.
Yes. I've done it before, and I'm not going to get on the mound. They don't want you on the mound. They're very annoyed by it.
I did it on the mound.
I don't do it from the mound. They're
When
very
I did
annoyed.
it.
I did it
I
from the
just
mound.
figured how many chances am I going to get to throw a first pitch at Nats Park? Not many.
Right.
So I went up on the mound.
Although we've done it twice, I believe.
We
Did it as a
once
group.
as a group, and I did it once by myself for whatever
I think
reason.
I think I did it by myself too.
Yeah.
I did it from the mound for like the Prince William Cannons game or whatever, and
that
that's
was
when I tried
years
to
ago.
hum one in there like 80 miles an hour, and that's
Yeah.
when I one-hopped it.
I saw that
It
Cakes
happens.
is you're going to do the AWOD's Football Fest this year.
It appears that I'm going to do that.
I did it last year. It was a good time.
Yep. So
Drabby came out with his girls last year.
That's muddying the waters a little bit. That's further down the road. It's late August.
They
Yes.
put out the Bay Sox put out a press release about it.
Okay.
Sports Junkies to celebrate 30th anniversary live from Prince George's Stadium on Thursday, July 23rd.
All right.
By the way, I may have signed you guys up for little activities. It's not just the first pitch.
Okay,
What do you mean?
nice.
What do you mean you may have? That means you definitely.
Are we going to
did.
do the dizzy bat
Now,
race?
I'm not doing the dizzy bat
No,
race.
before he gets into it,
I'm not doing it.
I did see first pitch and like come to a certain part of the stadium and take a picture with the Junks.
A meet and greet. I figured you guys were fine with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
No one's gonna come.
They did say something about fourth inning activities
Oh,
in between
no.
innings.
Well, JP could go race
Yeah.
a mascot.
And
Yeah.
I did say Cakes and JP would probably be up there.
yeah, I'm not gonna
fine.
be racing a mascot.
JP doesn't care.
Whatever.
do I care?
We'll figure it out. Hey, here's all I want.
We're going back to our roots.
I want-
Bowie.
I want one of the Chesapeake Bay Sox lids. I like their merch.
Oh, I'm
I
sure
like the
that'll be easy to
merchandise.
get.
Yeah, we should get
That's
one.
all I want.
For sure.
So
That's
it's
all I need.
Prince George's Stadium.
Yes, Prince George's Stadium.
I never paid
Stadium
attention to
for
it.
Chesapeake Bay Sox.
Yes.
Yeah.
Next Thursday.
If you're
See
heading
you
north
there.
on 301, you pass Rips, you pass Chick-fil-A,
And
it's
and
right
then you
there.
take a
You don't
turn.
need to give people directions. They can look up the name and they
I'm
can
just-
boop, boop, put it in their
I'm giving
their ways.
the hallmark Sabui.
Yes, okay. All the milestones
So,
that you have
Cakes,
to pass.
when's your first fantasy football draft?
I don't have any on the docket date-wise yet,
Yeah.
but I'm guessing last
Or
week of
last week of
August,
August,
first
yeah.
week of September.
Yeah, so you're a month away, month and a half away.
Yeah, it's coming.
But so when we talk about the running backs as a whole, all right, the position group
Yeah.
in the NFC East, I clearly would have the Eagles one. When you look at the number one guys, all right, so you obviously Saquon, and then Javonte Williams in Dallas,
Yep.
who had a really big year last year. I think he had 13 total touchdowns.
He was the top rusher in the NFC East last year.
I'm kind of positive about the Commanders' RB group. I don't know really what to expect. I don't know who's going to be the number one. I think it's going to be a committee.
Yep.
But I think they're going to be better than people think. I don't know where I would rank them in the NFC East. Probably third.
Well, I've got my personal rankings, and we can
Okay.
agree or disagree.
All right.
So you mentioned some of the top rushers in the NFC East last year. They had the 9th and 10th ranked overall rushers in 2025. Javonte Williams of the Cowboys was the league's 9th leading rusher. He had 1,201 yards, followed by Saquon Barkley of the Eagles at 10. Now, team-wise, the NFC East was really good at running the ball in 2025. Now, a big chunk of that for 3 of the teams was the fact that quarterbacks added a lot to their rushing totals. So
Right.
last year, the Commanders were 4th in the league at 134.7 yards per game, but 575 of those yards were from Mariota and Jaden Daniels. The Giants were right behind the Commanders at 5th. They averaged nearly 130 rushing yards per contest. Jackson Dart had almost 500 rushing yards as a rookie quarterback in New York. The only team that didn't rush the ball a lot from the quarterback spot in the NFC East, the Cowboys,
Dallas.
but they still finished top 10 in rushing. They were 9th at 125 yards per game. Dak, not a big rushing quarterback at this point in his career. And then the Eagles, they have another rushing quarterback in Jalen Hurts. He adds 421 rushing yards to their total. They averaged almost 117 rushing yards per game. They were 18th in the NFL at running the ball.
Yeah, but the Eagles at running back, since we're breaking down the running back, had a dramatic drop off last year.
Yeah.
Saquon went from 2,000 yards to 1,140. He only had 7 touchdowns last year.
Yeah, and some people think that a lot of that is due to obviously the upheaval at offensive coordinator. They're always bringing in new guys, and the fact that he had so many touches in 2024.
Yeah, maybe a little
that
wear
he
and
was
tear.
going to regress at some point eventually due to the wear and tear on his
But
body.
you're still taking him number one out of all the RBs in the division.
He's
Saquon,
clearly
of course.
he's clearly the class running
course.
back of the NFC East. So as units go, I'm going to start from 4 and work our way up to 1. I have the Washington Commanders at 4th in the NFC East.
Okay.
Bill had an impressive rookie campaign. He averaged 4.6 yards per carry here in D.C. I love the add of Rashad White as the pass catching option with Austin Eckler departing. Now, it's going to be tough to find a cheaper backfield tandem than Bill and White. Their combined 2026 salaries add up to $3.03 million. So we know that
That
Adam
shouldn't
Peters,
factor into the rankings, though.
it shouldn't, but he's putting this backfield together kind of on the cheap. Is my approach with it. Katron Allen, Jeremy McNichols, and Jerome Ford provide decent depth for the Commanders, but I find it hard to rank them anything higher than 4th.
Right.
In this aspect, I have the Cowboys at 3rd, despite having Javonte Williams in the mix from last year. I can't put them higher than 3rd. I just do not love the depth behind Williams in Dallas. Now, Javonte was a great redemption story last year. He hit career highs in carries, yards per carry, nearly 5 per carry. He was at 4.8. He scored 11 rushing touchdowns. But to me, the room behind him is not impressive. Jaden Blue, Phil Mafah, and Mafah
And went to Clemson.
and Malik Davis combined for 397 yards last season in relief of Williams. Now, if Javonte can appear in 15-plus games, I really like this Dallas offense. But if Javonte Williams gets banged up or if he regresses from last year, then the offense becomes more pass-happy and more reliant on Dak, CeeDee Lamb, and Pickens.
All right, so maybe you have a little bit more depth here, but the clear number one is Javonte. So if you look at just in fantasy numbers,
Yeah.
Barkley will be in a top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Javonte Williams will be top 15, probably, top 17. And then Scadaboo will be ahead of anybody for Washington.
Yeah, should be.
But in terms of the depth, I can see why you have him fourth. I might put him third.
So don't be shocked to see Dallas potentially add a piece to this room during training camp at some point, if a name comes free that they like. I have the Giants at number 2. This seems a little bit high, and it hinges on the healthy return of Cam Scadaboo.
And it's speculative because Scadaboo had flashes, but he didn't do that much.
Well, his rookie year was cut short after 8 games. He suffered a gruesome ankle injury in Week 8 against the Eagles. He was pretty effective pre-injury. He had 410 rushing yards and 5 touchdowns. He also chipped in the receiving game with 24 catches for 207 yards. So he's not just a battering ram type of back. He's got some wiggle to him, and he can get involved in the passing game too. Now, his timeline is trending positively, according to John Harbaugh, who said recently, quote, "I feel like Scadaboo will be ready early on in camp, really quick." Now, the depth behind Scadaboo is what I feel propels the Giants to the number 2 spot in the NFC East. Both Tyrone Tracy and Devin Singletary have been starters at RB at times in the league, and they can fill that void
They're all right.
if Scadaboo's rehab has a setback. I'm not saying they're world beaters or stars, but they're capable.
They're Jags.
Yeah, but they're filling guys that you'd be okay with for at least a few games.
They have more of a resume than what the Commanders have.
Correct.
I mean, Scadaboo in 8 games had 7 total touchdowns.
Right. He was effective.
And the first game was just, I mean, that was against Washington. They got crushed.
Yeah,
His yards per carry weren't that high, though, right?
I think he had
4.
4.1.
I mean, he didn't have a 100-yard game, but he was still scoring.
Right.
I mean, he was on pace. If he plays the entire year, he's probably on pace for,
He's a goal line hammer.
I don't know, 15
Like,
touchdowns?
If he's at the 2 or the 3 yard line, he's going to find his way into the end
So
zone.
you're going to have the Eagles number 1 with Saquon Barkley. It makes sense. And you can go through the depth. Here's the question I want to throw out to callers and to Commanders fans. So Cakes has the Commanders with the worst running back room in the division. Does it trouble you? 1-800-636-1067. We spend all this time talking about how they should find another receiver, whether it's Brandon Ayuk, Stephon Diggs, you can go down the list. Should they have spent more time working on upgrading the running back room? Now, they did draft the guy.
They drafted Katron Allen.
Yep.
Yeah,
But-
not just a guy. I mean, I know he doesn't have
he's a late
like
round pick.
impressive. He doesn't have like impressive 40 time and that kind of thing. But he is the all-time leading rusher. Think about all the great running backs at Penn State.
Yep.
No one's got more than him.
He played a lot of games.
And look, Adam Peters.
But if he was that silly, why was he drafted so low?
Well, it
Well,
doesn't
'cause he
matter.
doesn't-
Adam Peters
because he
hit
doesn't
on
jump off the page
He hit on the 7th
athletically.
round with Bill.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he might be hitting in this. Was he picked in the 6th round?
Yep.
Katron? Like, he may hit Katron Allen in the 6th round. It
Right.
might just fit their scheme. The new offense that Blau is unveiling. And
So you're confident in their
I'm-
running back room?
I'm willing
It's
to give it
fine.
a
It's
chance.
good enough to
I'm willing
win.
to give it a chance because he was able to find like a gem in Bill. Like that everybody else kind of passed over for multiple rounds of the NFL draft.
I think Rashad White's going to be better than he was in Tampa.
He's
And
going to have a big role.
I think he is.
that's true. And I also think McNichols, when given an opportunity, always produced.
How are all those guys going to get carries?
Well, they're not going to be like big number
will.
guys, but like when given
Because
the opportunity, they'll produce.
It's about depth because there's going to be injuries.
Now, I kind of argue with the depth. I think our depth is better than 4th.
I would have put him third. I would probably put him
I feel like they're
ahead of the
close
Giants.
to the Cowboys. Like the Dallas Cowboys' lack of depth is kind of alarming,
Yeah, maybe.
in my opinion.
But their one is so much better than anybody Washington
Right.
has.
1-800-636-1067. How do you feel about the Commanders' running backs? Cakes just went through the depth charts and kind of which teams, and you may disagree with him because it sounds like Jason would have.
Sure.
You'd have the Commanders 3.
I probably would put him third.
I'd
and
probably
you'd
put
have
him
the
third.
Cowboys 2.
Yes. I would put the Giants 4. Just because Scadaboo's still an unknown coming back from the injury.
Yeah. But it sounds like he's going to be ready. He should be ready for the start of the season.
Yeah.
It seems like Harbaugh's
I
confident.
mean, they're
that he's
pretty
gonna be
close.
there.
They're like neck and neck.
I'm sitting here just biting my tongue every time we do this because all that matters is Jaden. Like, that's all that matters.
You're right. You're right.
So
He's the biggest factor.
If he performs, we'll win with this running back room. If he doesn't perform, it doesn't matter. They're not a jump off the page running back room, but I think that they're more than capable of scoring 26 to 28 points a game with these guys.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if Bill will take the next step. I mean, he had an impressive rookie season.
What's the next step? Just to get the ball more? I mean,
get the ball more, get to 1,100, 1,200 yards rushing.
Well,
I don't know.
I mean, if they get 1,200 yards rushing out of Bill, then that's a home run.
I mean, I think Rashad White.
Well, he gave him 800 last year.
You're right.
But Rashad White's going to get a lot of touches. He might touch it 50 times catching it.
Or maybe he's just a third down back. If he's going to play the Eckler role, I mean, Eckler would get some carries, but I think the bulk of the carries goes to your workhorse, which should be Bill.
All right, let's back some of these calls. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Benji in Alexandria. Benji, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies. Benji?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Hey, doing great. How are you?
Confident in their running backs?
I'm pretty confident. I feel like we have a pretty solid running back room. I feel like the rankings were pretty top-heavy. Like, yeah, the Eagles got Saquon. Yeah, the Giants got Scatterboo, but who's after that? Are you going to tell me Tyrone Tracy is better than Rashad White or Kaytron Allen? Like, I don't think they're that good. I feel
think
like we have
Tyrone
a pretty
Tracy's
good
he's a pretty capable player who can catch a lot of balls out of the backfield, too. Like, you're sleeping a little bit on his
he's
skill
been
set.
pretty productive.
I mean, you can't bank on Kaytron Allen.
It's hard to compare Tyrone Tracy to Kaytron Allen. We haven't seen Allen play yet in the NFL.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but I just feel like as a collective, our group is pretty solid. I won't say they're the best, but they're pretty solid as a.
Yeah, I mean, I'd put him third. I'd put him third in the league. I mean, in the division. I think that's pretty safe.
Thank you, Benji. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Tyrone Tracy last year, 740 yards rushing, averaged 4.2 yards per carry, 2 touchdowns.
Let's go to our guy Toothpick, calling from Texas. Cakes, Toothpick, what's up?
Hey, what's good? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate y'all, man. Listen, I'm fine with our running back room. Sometimes it's not about the name; it's about what you do on the field, right? Mm-hmm. And Saquon is coming off a 2,000-yard season 2 years ago. Last year was a down year for him. Scatterboo's coming off of an injury. These guys just got to go out and make names for themselves. So I think they did just enough in the running back room. Plus, it's the position that everybody says is not that valuable in the league. But when you find those guys that hit, that's when you get money. And it's not names, it's making a name for yourself. Thanks for taking my call, man. I appreciate it.
All right, he mentioned Barkley, and a down year for Barkley is what he did last year. It was like 1,140 rushing yards, 7 touchdowns rushing. He chips in the receiving game. I think his numbers were down there a little bit just because that offense was less effective.
Yeah, I mean, they had all kinds of problems.
So they have a new guy. Sean Mannion takes over as OC there in Philly. So we'll have to see if that offense can elevate from where they were last season in 2025. But I have the Eagles, obviously, as the number one rushing attack led by Saquon in the NFC East.
Go to Jermaine, calling for Bowie. Jermaine, what's up, bud?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Jermaine.
Hey, I agree with Cakes. Yeah, I think Cakes is right on. I would put him fourth in the division. My concern is the fumbling. I mean, we had a couple of fumbles last year and the blocking. But, I mean, other than that, we look pretty good. I would love to see us get a better back in free agency. But, but really it's just the blocking and the fumbling that we had a problem with.
All right. Okay, thank you, Jermaine. I don't Did Bill have a couple fumbles last year? Yeah.
He had 4 fumbles, lost 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember after you fumble the first couple times, they kind of scaled him back.
Didn't touch it for a couple weeks or not as much.
Then they gave it to him, and he was fine. I don't think he fumbled that much in the last 4 or 5
he is a little guy.
games.
I mean, he really looks little to me.
Our football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Coming up next, we'll open up EB's entertainment page here on The Junkies.
Every great team has a coach, somebody who studies the game, analyzes the competition, and makes the right calls when you need them. But when it comes to your financial future, who's coaching you? At Trajan Wealth, their fiduciary advisors act as your personal financial coach. TRAJAN Wealth.com. They'll craft a game plan tailored to you. Trajan can help you develop a plan to weather the ups and downs of the market, whether it's a smart tax strategy, rolling over an old 401k, or finding investment options that match your risk tolerance. Trajan Wealth is calling the plays. So call Trajan Wealth today, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or go to TRAJANwealth.com. Don't sit on the sidelines when it comes to your money. Call Trajan Wealth, 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
All right, let's open up the entertainment page. Driven by BMW of Fairfax.
That's right. DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website. It's at bmwfairfax.com. Just had a friend reach out about Miriam just yesterday. A lot of people want to be in touch, want to get out there. All right, so we've been talking about the, I don't know if you guys have been thinking about it. Have you guys been eating out the last few days? Are you worried about the cyclosporiasis outbreak? Have you been thinking about it as you've been ordering?
I got takeout, and it had salad as a part of
iceberg.
And I ate it. My wife and I ate it. We didn't think about it till 3/4 of the way through.
And then you're like, oh, it's too late.
Now it's too late. Now it's, we're
Now
pot committed.
It's in your system.
Yeah, but
I'm not thinking about
no
it.
explosive D. Fill in the rest of the word over here. So I was good. We were both good.
Have you been thinking
You can't
about
say
it?
Rhea on
I
there?
guess you could just kind
I'm
of.
pretty sure you can say that word.
It's just
You
kind of
can say
gross.
it. You
Just
can
a
say
gross
it.
word.
I got a chicken Caesar salad at Hidden Creek for dinner,
twice
and
about
I didn't think about it until I was halfway through it.
And then you were like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have done this. Here's what's scary about it. So I took my mom and I went to lunch yesterday, and we settled on bonefish.
Okay,
and
nice.
She had actually been to Bonefish the day before with another friend.
Wow.
But she said she loved the Bang Bang shrimp tacos so much that she would have it again.
Good.
Nice.
So she ordered them again. I said, it's got the lettuce in there, and she just rolled the dice.
She didn't care.
I mean, what are the odds? I know it's
I don't
hundreds
know.
of people in a nation out of
Is it
330
only
million.
hundreds?
No,
think so.
thousands.
I think
it's in the
But didn't they
thousands.
say
And I
they
think
were,
it's kind
but
of like
it's still-
dotted all over the country.
yeah, but I thought they were focusing on 5 states.
I think it looks like Michigan might really be kind
Michigan's
of
your
the
epicenter.
epicenter.
West
yeah.
Virginia was in it. Michigan.
The Midwest seems to be really the epicenter, but they're kind of narrowing down. Taco Bell is really under the
Yeah.
Well, it seems like the fingers now being pointed shredded lettuce. That
Shredded lettuce.
was being served by Taco Bell.
So I guess the Steve Zabins of the world, or my son Dylan Flame, they're okay because they don't do vegetables.
I couldn't believe when we talked to Zabe about a month ago, where he's just like, I just don't do any sort of vegetables. I was like,
Zippy.
Real? I was like, what about a salad? He's like, no, I know,
it's
don't do
weird.
vegetables. It's not a thing. For
They
him.
might get the last laugh.
well,
You
maybe
could.
with this, but they're saying this is even with the raspberries, the blueberries, all that stuff. They're saying if you want to eat fruit right now, the safest thing to do, banana, because it's
Boring.
covered. It's covered
Yuck.
with the
No
peel.
thanks. I'll pass.
So you pull the peel back and you're okay. But like yesterday, I had an apple.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Yeah,
you
there you go.
got
You're
a
good.
nanner.
You're
Like
good.
how does a
Wanna
place
hook it.
like there's a Chopped in one of the
How are they
strip plazas?
surviving
Like
right now?
most people are terrified to go eat any sort of like lettuce or salad. That's the base of your business.
Most
right
people
there.
don't follow the news.
A lot of people are aware of
Okay,
this.
I
A lot of people,
But also, you're not really processing it when you're hungry sometimes. You're not
True.
really thinking about it. I went to Taco Bell 2 days ago. I'm very aware
What was
of...
your order?
I always get the same thing. 3 crunchy soft taco supreme, or 3 crunchy taco supremes.
And there's lettuce on it.
Of course.
Yeah.
You douse it with mild sauce. in it?
Mild sauce. I'm a mild
You're
sauce
a
guy.
mild guy.
I'm a mild guy. Sorry, I can't do spicy. But, I didn't really think about it until I got home. And I'm very aware of the whole diarrhea thing. But here's what's scary about it. My mom said yesterday, I said, Mom, it's got a little lettuce in there. She goes, yeah, but I did the shrimp tacos yesterday and no problem. They say it could take up to 5 days to hit you.
Oh, the incubation period.
It could be up to 5 days.
Look
so
out.
you think you're in the clear because you went 2 days, no problem. Boom! All of a sudden it hit you. There's some reality guy. I didn't hit on it. I just read the headline. Some reality guy said he had it and sent him to the hospital. He was in agony for days.
Well, hold on. This is strictly iceberg lettuce, correct?
Oh no! They found it on all kinds of stuff. Like I said, blueberries, raspberries.
It's a bacteria.
I understand that, but the big story yesterday was the iceberg lettuce.
Well, they're trying to narrow
That
it
was the
down
big
to
story.
that be the epicenter.
Yeah.
But they have found it on a variety of fruits and vegetables.
Gotcha. I can't worry about it. I just got to eat what I want to eat. What are you supposed to do? Not eat anything because you're worried about
Well,
this?
I know that when my mom had her tacos, I just ordered salmon, figured that was safe, and steamed spinach. That was my vegetable. You figure if you steam the spinach, it should be fine, right?
A few people got sick in a nation full of 350 million people.
That's what JP's saying. It's
Eating
thousands.
lettuce. I mean, is there a more common thing on the planet than
Well, the
lettuce?
thing that you got to stay away from.
By
is
the
the
way,
bad
people get
lettuce.
diarrhea without the bacteria.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
like a Big
no, but I'm
John.
just saying this one's particularly brutal.
I still can't believe that Big John went to Jason Aldean's restaurant
I can't
and
believe
ordered
it either.
meatloaf
mashed potatoes,
and
a huge ass salad
a
with
salad. Like
fish.
You can order the meatloaf and potatoes with a side salad. That makes sense. But with a salmon salad,
That's what you can't believe? I can't believe you won a comedy contest.
I can't believe you went to Jason Aldean's restaurant.
Can you
There's a
imagine
lot
how
I can't
bad the
believe.
other comics were?
He won a contest, Cakes.
This is shocking news.
By the
Maybe
way,
the end of the world is nigh.
did you guys hear about what happened on the set of the Today Show yesterday? This is
Yeah, there
crazy.
was some sort of stalker incident. Or...
Yeah, some guy. They ended up firing one of their security guards. They had first of all, I don't even know how you get in the building, right? Some guy gets past one security guard was I don't know, wasn't paying attention. Another one might not have been at the door. Just walks in on the set of the Today Show.
Yeah,
and he's looking for Al Roker, and he can't find him, and he finds Craig Melvin.
Was the idea as former Commanders team president Jason Wright?
It was not
Upset
Jason Wright.
about
No.
the coverage
No,
of the Commanders name release.
It's some crazy white guy who apparently was screaming the N-word.
Oh.
And he gets confronted, and then obviously nothing happens.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Melvin took him down, but he issued a statement said he was totally fine.
Yeah.
They immediately confronted. They had to hold him for like 15 minutes
saw
to
the
wait for the
statement from
NYPD.
Melvin. Yeah.
Showed up.
Right.
But some crazy stalker gets on the set and starts screaming the N-word.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
that's insane.
I hope Melvin did take him down.
Yeah, I don't know. He did issue a statement though and said that he is fine.
Let's not make meek.
By the way, how does this building have better security than the Today Show?
It makes no sense.
Somehow we keep all the radio.
I know you need a pass to
the
get up
radio
there.
fan weirdos out, but they can't keep one out from attack. Almost
So
attacking
he was
Craig
able
Melvin.
to walk right into where they were
Somehow,
filming it.
you know how like when you go to the set at Monumental or whatever, you got to go through those special doors to
Yeah,
get
yeah.
back into the set and all that. Somebody
Well, we got
through there.
security to let people in.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different security. I don't know how he did it.
Did Carlos retire? Haven't seen
no,
him
he
in
got
2 or 3
he got
weeks.
reassigned.
Oh, he
What
did.
does that mean? To a
2 or
different
3
building?
weeks. It's been months.
Okay.
He's
We're
no
never going to
longer
see him
here?
again.
Different
Ever.
building?
Well,
Different building.
he had
I
been-
like him.
Once I started parking in the basement, he had already been reassigned in my world because I never would see him.
Yeah.
He once judged a peanut butter and jelly contest on this show.
Every once in a while, he'd walk up to the break room and I would
Yeah.
see him, but otherwise, he was
That's about when I would see him.
yeah.
Nice guy.
He's a really nice guy.
Nice guy. Or,
Shout out to Carlos for being reassigned.
Scarlo.
that sucks.
I was told that he
Uh-oh.
was reassigned for a reason.
Okay.
Yeah,
They wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't tell us why.
I was told.
Yeah, we can't say.
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
let's
say.
just
Just tell us
leave
the-
it.
just
Leave
tell
it
us the
be.
right.
Yeah.
Jason
like
has
him.
the security guys.
Yeah.
Well,
Inside information.
Because I was inquisitive because I like him a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and when I hadn't seen him for about 2 weeks,
You
I
asked.
asked.
Radio
and that's
Insider.
when they told.
JP thought it was 2 weeks ago he got
No,
moved.
I
It may-
just-
it
I don't
may
know.
have been 2025.
No, that's
Yes.
not true.
Johnny's been down there for months
It's
and
been
months and months
It's
and
been
months.
months. Yeah, that's all right. You lose track of
I
time.
haven't really noticed, to be honest with you. Because I would only see him in the break room occasionally.
Yeah, because you don't go through there.
I don't go through there. Unless I go down there and I forget my key or something.
That lobby is dead to me.
Yeah. Drabby, Valdez has a bone to pick with you, by the way. Did you guys know that Drabby took a picture of himself, uploaded it to ChatGPT, and asked it to rate how attractive he is?
Really? This is a
What
revelation.
are you doing over there? What
No,
are you doing? What
not
is
one,
going-
not one picture, multiple pictures.
Multiple pictures? What do you care what ChatGPT thinks?
Does your ChatGPT have a name? Because he carries conversations with.
No.
It's not Claude. You're not dealing with Claude.
Sometimes I call it buddy.
Hey, buddy.
So, all right. So you have the paid version of ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And
But I use it a lot for work.
you use it a lot for
Yeah,
work.
yeah.
Okay, right. So do I.
And to talk myself off from jumping off the building, things like that.
When you get frustrated.
Yeah.
So why are you uploading? I mean,
No, I was just curious.
you were
You're not-
curious.
an unbiased opinion. I said be brutally honest.
Yep.
What am I on the 10 scale?
What did Buddy say?
And then hold on. Did you put good pictures, bad pictures, or you tried to put your best pictures?
Well, it told me a few times like these are not good photos, bad lighting. You know,
Uh-huh.
You're a bad photographer too. basically what they're saying.
So I took, and not like glamour shots or anything. They were just
just like
selfies. Yeah.
Selfies. Did you upload your Belfie?
No body shots.
Yeah.
Just keep it facial recognition
And
only.
this is all post hair restoration.
Oh yeah. This was like Friday night.
Yeah, but I mean all the pictures you were uploading.
Yeah.
You must be
of course.
bored out of your mind. You're asking artificial intelligence to rate you on a Friday night.
And so, what's the verdict?
7.8.
You got a 7.8.
7.8. I said be brutally honest.
What were the comments?
At first, at
7.8 is pretty good.
At first, it was 7.5.
Oh, you got it. You got it bumped up.
He
a few
changed the
points? How'd you
pictures.
get it?
He put a new picture up.
Yeah, how'd you get that extra 0.3%?
Well, I guess I had uploaded a couple photos without my shadow, my beard here.
Okay.
That I'm trying to grow.
Yeah.
And so I said I look a little better with some stubble.
Yeah. So,
really?
so that's the second part of the story is that not only did he ask Buddy ChatGPT to rate him on a scale of 1 to 10, he's growing out a beard because Buddy suggested that he looks better with a
You know
beard.
what? Buddy's your virtual stylist.
Hold on.
Well-
so did Buddy tell you to do that?
No.
And then you
Yeah,
uploaded
now
it
tell-
3 days later.
That's some of that is true.
You did,
But I've never
So you
grown,
re-uploaded.
I've never grown out facial hair in my life because in my brain, no offense to guys out there, beards are for fat guys. Okay. And so you grow a beard
Yeah.
to cover up your jowls and things like
I
that.
thought
I think
beards are for
something to be
guys that
said
lose
for
their
that.
hair.
That too. This is my dumb brain. That's what I think.
Yeah.
So now that I'm 181 pounds, I feel like I can, in good faith, try out a beard without knowing that it's because I'm fat.
Yeah, you can
Because
test
it's
drive
obvious
it.
you're not fat.
I'm not as fat as I used to be.
Well, you were never fat.
A little chubby.
You were never fat.
Anyways,
Come on.
long story short, I'm just under an 8. I would love to get to an 8.
So are
I'm
you gonna still keep
moisturizing. I'm
striving?
moisturizing.
Are you
Yeah.
asking, Buddy, how can I get to an 8? What would improve?
Yeah,
Have
he's
you done that?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
What
wants,
did it say?
It wants my stubble to get to 3 millimeters.
Okay.
What else?
And it wants me to
You're gonna have
moisturize,
a
a
ruler
little
there?
better skincare.
Oh,
Really?
okay.
Yeah. We've tried, maybe trying out some different haircuts.
I'd be scared. I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to upload a pic at this point. I
You don't know
be
what
not
Buddy
in.
would say?
Huh?
You don't know what Buddy would
I know
say?
what Buddy would
Buddy.
say if I upload a picture, say get some sleep. Yeah, get rid of the bags.
Mike Marr, by the way, is starting to worry. He asked me today,
Yeah.
do I have eye bags?
Oh, really? Starting to worry about it?
Come talk to me after 25 years of morning
you're
radio.
young, you're not even
Well, what did you
30
tell
yet.
him?
I don't really think he has eye bags.
From here, it doesn't look like you do.
Yeah, it's just something I noticed this morning. It could have just been allergies, but there's two things that distinctly I've noticed over the last 2 years, and it's I may be hanging around Drab. Now I know he's a new man now, but my hairline's going back. I know you could say that
You're losing that pretty quick.
Yeah, I think it's just hanging around Drab so much.
He's
It's
getting
it's starting
more
to-
forehead.
It's starting to wear off on me a
Are
little
you
bit.
going to go see the guy?
Dr. Burka?
Wait, he's talked to me about a hair. What's the word? Like getting on something to kind of stop loss.
He needs to get on. Yeah.
To
finasteride.
hold on for dear life.
Yeah.
But I think I'm in a situation. It could be quite rare.
Get ahead
it could
of
be
it.
It could be a one step back to take 2 steps forward, where my hairline can come back without getting on anything.
How?
Yeah, that's not how.
It's a joke.
I don't know.
Has that ever happened in the
Do you know
history
how many
of forever?
billions of people have tried
You're
that?
drawing pretty thin on
How
that.
do you think it's going to come back?
It won't. It won't.
Yeah.
It-
All right,
it-
he's just hoping.
He's
only
got
gonna
an-
get worse and worse.
He's got an expert in the field sitting to the left of him. I've said, go see Dr. Burka, get on some medicine. We'll see if there's anything we can do.
Yeah.
And he's blaming me as if hair loss is contagious.
Right,
or
it's like
something.
rubbing off in it because he sits 3 feet away from you.
I mean, hairline was sharp 2 years ago. Then started sitting next to this guy every day.
Yeah.
Hairline started to slip.
Blaming you. It's hilarious. Valdez, would you ever upload pictures of yourself and ask ChatGPT to rate you?
I think we should all do it for a bit.
Oh, I wouldn't.
That's
No
a funny
way.
bit.
I mean, I'm not I would do it for the bit, but my hopes would be very low, and I would only put the very best pictures I could find. I mean,
Well, of course, nobody's sabotaging
I
themselves.
put a picture from 20 years ago.
yeah. Like Ron put his picture up, you know,
Yeah,
it's like
him flexing on the
18.
beach.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I mean,
But the funny bit is to do it now.
What do you mean? Like take a pic right now?
Yeah, like if we just all took a picture and you
No,
gave
no,
Buddy the info.
I need great lighting.
Yeah,
and I
that's
need
some prep.
everything. Yeah.
Need 12 hours of sleep.
Whatever.
I'm not sure I could go through and find a picture I'd be happy with.
It'd be tough.
Very hard.
Whatever
Very-
your date is, 93.
11,593. Yeah, that's just silly shoulders. That's just silly like biceps.
Yeah, and I'm
and
not
shoulders.
taking my hat off.
Yeah.
I don't want Chat GPT to look at my hair.
Hey, remember, we got comedian Harland Williams joining us in the studio at 9 o'clock here on the Junks. JP from the Junkies here. Great news over at Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg and Radley Chevrolet in Fredericksburg. You can score 0% APR for 5 years on a new Silverado, plus no monthly payments for 90 days. That's amazing. And here's a silly perk for Junkies listeners. Buy any new vehicle this month at Michelle Radley Chevrolet, and they're going to throw in a set of all-weather mats absolutely free. Don't sleep on the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, too. You can stop in, take a test drive in any new Mitsubishi this month, and they're going to hand you a $50 gift card just for taking a spin. And Radley VIP Rewards program, it's legit. Buy any new or used vehicle, and you're getting oil changes, tire rotations, routine maintenance, service specials, and more real value that keeps saving you money. I'm loving my new Traverse, and that's why I keep telling you about the Michelle Radley Automotive Group. That's Michelle Radley Chevrolet in Leesburg, Radley Chevrolet, Radley Cadillac, and the all-new Radley Mitsubishi in Fredericksburg, delivering memorable driving experiences.
Welcome back to the show. Harlan Williams, comedian, is going to join us in the studio coming up at 9 o'clock.
Yep.
Just so everybody knows. In studio guest.
I saw him grilling somebody. You know, nowadays comedians post their clips on TikTok, Instagram, whatever, and a lot of what they post is crowd work.
Yep.
And he just was just going at somebody for like 2 minutes.
I just don't know why you would, unless you're just a self-hating person, why you would engage with a comedian who that's what they do for a living.
Well, usually they're drunk.
They're just going to rip you
Yeah,
to
you're just
shreds.
hammered.
They're just drunk.
That's probably
And you want attention.
That's probably a big chunk of it.
Yeah.
Didn't
Well, they're doing
Caliendo go at EB
Well, because I was
during that
drunk.
show?
I wasn't bothering him. I was just talking too loud.
Yeah. Because you were hammered.
Obliterated. Because it was the night that Dukes went on stage, and I thought Dukes killed. And then Frank went on stage, and Frank's always great, and I was just carrying on at the table.
I remember that Chad
shut up.
Dukes, shocker, he went to he went right to like Big Hogs and Brothers.
Yeah.
That was what he leaned on.
Hey, you got to, whatever works for you, whatever your material is, you got to lean into it. What are you going to do?
But I'm looking forward to having Harlan Williams in studio, 9 o'clock.
I mean, you look, he's been in so many different shows and movies. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's been in a million.
A million, yeah. And I believe we had him back in Fairfax in studio a long time ago.
I thought it was in here, but
yeah,
maybe you're right.
Maybe here too. It's been a while, but yeah, he's definitely been around a long time. He's a vet.
All right, you didn't do any of your EP.
I did.
That was all you had?
I did my Today Show story. I did the FDA investigating the lettuce thing. I didn't do that. There's some people speculating that Britney Spears. I don't believe this, but she's sparking baby rumors. I believe she's playing games. I think she went on Instagram and she said she showed off an image of a onesie and baby bloomers. And she says, if you're lucky, I have someone unbelievably beautiful I want to introduce you to. Hopefully this year. So people are speculating, is she pregnant? Please, God, don't be pregnant.
How old is Brittany now?
44. I mean, it's possible.
I mean, it's possible. It's kind of late in the game to have babies at mid-40s.
It
but,
definitely is.
I mean, it can happen.
Hey, so Sunday we've got the World Cup finals, right? So Argentina against Spain, two heavy hitters. It's Messi, it's Lamine Yamal, heavy hitters. And we've talked about the success of the World Cup here in the United States, sprinkling some games in Mexico and Canada, but mostly the United States. And it's gotten massive ratings, right? The United States game against Belgium, which was on a Monday night, netted 51 million people. Even the Mexico-England game got close to 50 million. The quarterfinals, now, the quarterfinals, United States out of it.
Yeah.
It averaged 25 million viewers across Fox, Telemundo, and Peacock.
For which game? All the games?
All four quarterfinals.
Yeah.
That's the average, right?
Is one team outdrawing? Like, is Argentina getting more than any of the others, or no?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I don't see that. It's just I just see a 4-match average.
Right.
By comparison, so that's 25 million viewers. The average, they say NFL games, which we know are king, average 18.7 million viewers. So it's outdrawing what the average regular season NFL game is.
Pretty impressive.
It's been spectacular.
My question
Who
is,
could argue that?
and I think I know what Cakes is going to say and Jason's going to say, is this going to carry over at all?
Very little.
Is there going to be more interest in soccer as viewers in this country? Not just for the MLS, it might be international games, which are more available these days.
Well, it's not for me.
The answer for me is no.
Here's a
you're
question.
asking, is this going to lead me to watch Premier League games, more MLS games?
No.
My simple answer is no.
So it's only World Cup.
I'm
me.
a World Cup
It's
exclusive
pretty
guy.
close. It's kind of like Olympics. You're not going to get into javelin, or you're not going to get into like bobsledding.
Yeah, there's certain sports you get into, but
you get into them every 4 years whenever they're super popular.
But I wanted to bring this up. There's an article about soccer jerseys, and soccer jerseys, particularly for Gen Alpha, which I'm not even sure the date.
What is that? The
It's
kids?
becoming more
Was it
and more
college kids?
popular.
Yeah.
Right? So now I'm kind of immersed in the soccer world because my kid's playing.
Yeah.
I see so many jerseys.
Gen Alpha's between 2010 and 2025.
All right. That's when
So-
they're born.
Born between
So they're
2010 and 2025.
So they're
so
15
they're
years
10
old.
year- 10-year-olds.
Yeah, you're talking about 15-year-olds. Max.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's
That
what
makes sense.
That's
Here's a question I
I
have.
mean, that's what, music gears towards kids, right?
Here's a question I have. And there probably has been multiple. But you know how like F1 kind of exploded when was it Netflix that did their series on F1? Has there been a Premier League? There probably has been several, and I'm just not thinking of it. Has there been a Premier League type of show like on Netflix where they could highlight it? Because if not,
Well, I know
it's
Ryan Reynolds had his show about the team that he
But you
bought,
mean-
right?
you mean
that
like a
wasn't one of the
documentary?
top teams.
You mean a documentary?
Like a show, like F1. That show, I think, has really raised the profile of F1. I think for like American viewers.
Well, I think the popularity.
I have friends that will fly to go to F1 events because they fell in
Because
love
they-
with it watching the show.
I think more people may go to MLS games after this because, and I do think that you're going to see more international players, and there already are, and it's been happening for a long time, play in the MLS. Look at Holland's reaction to the United States. Like, there are going to be more people that are like, Holland loved being here in the United States, right?
How much does that guy make? He probably makes 25, 30 million a year,
I'm
right?
not saying he's coming now,
At
but
least.
the Norwegian superstar who became really phenomenon in the World Cup, and he delivered with goals. He loved his experience here so much that I think others who played here are going to see the crowd, see the fan reaction, and may want to play here. I think it's going to bump up a little bit.
That's going to be toward the end of their careers. It's not going to.
They're not
They're
gonna
not coming
do
here
that
in their prime.
While they can play in Champions League.
No chance.
I'm not saying that,
Yeah.
but you're going to get more names. They might be at the end.
You get faded names.
We've had that.
are toward the
Because
end.
Messi's been here.
I think you're going to get
By the
more
way,
of it.
I think it's also, it's obviously a testament to how great Messi is. But it is great that he's played well, even though he's been here.
Right, he's
in
not
the MLS.
washed.
It's not like he's showing up and he's been a shadow of himself.
No, he might.
Like it actually bodes. It's a good look for the MLS.
Yeah.
That he didn't. His game didn't deteriorate.
I mean,
he may win the Golden Boot.
Yeah,
I never watched him other than World Cup.
dude, I
But-
bought 2 seasons of it.
But you did?
Yeah, when I faded towards the second
Yeah,
season.
did you watch it every time he was playing?
No, but the first year I watched a
Yeah.
lot of it.
Yeah, I know. You were talking about that.
Yeah, I think he's fun to watch.
He is fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean,
And I'm
guy's
not
unbelievable.
even a soccer fan.
I think there might be now if they could, it would be worth it to them if they could seriously bribe one of these guys to come over here. Give Holland some. Isn't that how you say the guy's name?
Yeah.
Give that dude some ownership.
Give him some equity.
Give him $30 million a year. It'd be a huge boost for the league. That might actually be the perfect guy to bring over.
Well, and then Messi he obviously can still play. Like, I don't know how many more years he's going to play, but
Yeah, Messi could still play, but if you brought, it would
I
be
think it's
huge
gonna
if you
help a
brought
little.
somebody over kind of in the prime of their career.
What
Instead
about
of-
Harry Kane?
How old is Harry?
It's early 30s, I think.
He is 32.
Something like that.
Yeah, 32 years old.
He would be a prime candidate, maybe.
Yeah. I think he's
but he's
making,
not leaving Bayern Munich to come
No,
over and
I
play
think
for an
he's
MLS
making-
team, unless he's 40.
What's he making? 40 million?
maybe
I
your
would
dog
imagine.
Christian Pulisic can come back and play in the United States.
I'm not sure
he
anybody
sucks
would go.
in international
I'm not sure
games.
anybody would go.
Anyway, it'll be interesting. So it comes to a conclusion on Sunday. Spain against Argentina. You got the third place game. It's kind of weird that whole Golden Boot thing, that you can lose in the semis, but you can play in the third place game. So Mbappe can still win the Golden Boot if he scores a couple goals.
It's simply for whoever has the most goals. That
And then
wins it?
assists is the tiebreaker.
What
So right now, Messi is tied with Mbappe, but he has more assists.
Gotcha. But do they have an award for just like MVP?
I think they do.
It's not called the Golden Boot.
I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
I think they have like 4 or 5 awards.
Right.
Like goal of the tournament, which a
Drabby.
lot of people say is the guy from Cape Verde. Remember that ridiculous goal he had that he curled in?
Yeah. Drabby, I found a family pic where I don't look hideous. Can we upload it and see what I score?
I think we're going to have a photographer come in, take some photos of us.
Look at that.
Oh, I have to have
Have a
approval.
pro.
I mean, I have to have approval.
Why?
Because
make
I don't
it a
take a
bit.
good picture. I mean, I had to go through 100 pics to find a pic that I thought was not horrible.
He can take 100 photos.
That's what the photographer's
Choose
for.
the best.
They're going to
That's what I'm
find the
saying.
best
All right.
photo.
Well, I mean, a lot of perfect lighting, everything.
All right, coming up next, join us in studio is Harlan Williams, comedian. Is going to be at the DC Comedy Loft this weekend. Don't go anywhere.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. After some very nice par saves on 14 and 15, Lucas Herbert got back on the birdie train on the 16th. He still has the par 5 17th ahead of him before the difficult closing hole, but he's in line to shoot 61 with a par finish that would give him the lowest round in major championship history. And he's 9 under for the day and 3 clear of the field as Jackson Suber sits at 6 under after a strong 69 in the second round. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And the Nationals announced their 2027 schedule yesterday. They will open the season at home against the Philadelphia Phillies on March 25th. It is the earliest opening day in Nats franchise history. They'll also play July 4th at home against the Athletics, and they'll end the season on the road against the Phillies on September 26th. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network all year long, celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC. Equal housing opportunity lender. It's Bish Cake, CB, and JP. I wanted to bring up the story that is so Bish related. So the Carolina Hurricanes won the Stanley Cup, right?
Cakes loves that.
It boils my blood to hear that, but I mean, I guess you got to tip your cap to them.
One of their forwards,
Stanley Cup,
is a guy named Logan Stankoven.
Yeah.
He just signed a multi-million-dollar deal. $48 million, 8-year contract extension.
Yeah, I believe it kicks
$48
in
million.
This upcoming season.
All right. The story is not that he's some great player, whatever he might be, fine. The story is he apparently was spotted listing hockey sticks for sale on Facebook Marketplace.
Was he really?
I mean, now I've read the story too.
Respect the game. I respect the hustle.
It sounds like these guys all get their gear sent to them. They don't pay for it.
Right.
So he's just, I guess, flipping it
Does he
for pure profit. Because at
Sounds
this
like
point,
it.
before
He just signed a $48 million deal.
He did, but it hadn't kicked in yet until this upcoming season.
Dude, it might just be in his nature.
Says the listing, which was widely shared on social media after a local user stumbled across it. They saw the name, recognized it.
Yeah.
They're like, this guy signed a $48 million deal. He's selling 2 brand new Warrior sticks, a QR7 and Alpha LX3,
What'd you
each
get
priced
for 'em?
at $175.
Dude, I have so much stuff set aside that I want to sell, but that I want to sell. I just have too much pride. I can't.
Like, what do you want to sell?
Well,
Like,
I
what
have
do you
all those
think you're
jerseys.
selling?
I have a ton of old golf clubs.
Yeah.
I have a lot of stuff that I could eat because my kids do it all the time. They're constantly putting their stuff. I don't even know what the trendy site is now, but there's some site where they put their stuff up and constantly they're selling bathing suits. They're selling like jean shorts.
Yeah, my
I'd rather
daughters
just
do it all the time.
donate it and
They
get
do
a
it all the
tax
time.
write-off. Like, selling it just sounds like too many steps.
Yeah, but then they get like $50 for like a dress they don't wear anymore.
I guess
They
it
do.
works.
And
And they just get it Venmo to them.
Yeah, it's good spending money for them.
Yeah,
Makes sense.
I should
How
be
many
doing it.
My
times
wife
have you put stuff on your porch for people to pick up?
Well, now it's not me. My wife.
But you're talking
Okay.
about like a Facebook Marketplace transaction?
Yeah, Jason, I feel
my
like
wife-
it happens all the time.
It happens all the time. My wife does it all the time.
Did you have to like drive a cabinet or something to some guy's house one
I'm
time?
sure I'm sure
we've
it's
had to-
happened many times.
Well, we've had to. Well,
That's her
this is
job.
my wife's side business. so
No,
she-
not the side business. I swear, like one time somebody who showed up at your house,
Yeah.
paid you guys something
Yeah.
for something you were selling, and then they
We had to
couldn't
drive
get
them.
in the truck or
Oh,
something. I don't
That's
remember.
happened multiple times too. But how many times has my wife put something on Marketplace, sold it, put it out on the porch, and people leave, either they Venmo me or they leave cash on the front step? We have a little.
That's bizarre.
We have a little brick that says Maryland on it.
Okay. Just say slide
Even
the
though you
cash
live in
underneath
Virginia?
it.
Well, I mean, it's a Maryland Terrapin brick. And my wife went to Maryland.
Yeah.
So it's right on the front step, and my wife will say, "Put it underneath the brick." People do it all the time.
We have like
JP, they do it all the time.
I have an old
$10,
coffee
$20,
table.
$30.
It's all scratched up, but it's all wood. And I go, somebody would definitely pay $100 for that.
Okay, but we're
100.
nubs. This guy's is $48
I
million.
know, but I'm not that nubs, but I still
We won't make $48 million in our career. He's going to make it in 8 years.
Understood, but I could still use $100. But I'm too embarrassed to do it. I wouldn't even know what to do.
embarrassing.
I feel like it's embarrassing.
It's kind of embarrassing.
Well, how embarrassing is it for a professional hockey player who has a Stanley Cup? Okay, we have a Nubs fake Stanley Cup ring.
Well,
He has
it's actually a nice ring.
Okay,
You're making it sound like it's a $50 jobber that
Right.
they would
No,
hand
no,
out.
it's nice.
Yeah,
but it's
really
not the
nice.
legit one that this
No,
guy's getting.
it's not.
That he earned.
It's the same thing. It's just smaller. It's literally the same thing.
Here's
just
one thing I
smaller.
know: we don't have a $48 million contract.
I'm well aware we don't have
But you're
that.
saying he was doing this before it kicked in?
Yes, it's that deal.
Yeah, but he
kicks
still
in
was in the
this
NHL.
upcoming
Yeah,
season.
I mean, he was still making professional money.
All right, what was he making? I bet he was making.
He was probably making like $800K or $900K, like a rookie entry level type of deal. Is my
Plenty
guess.
good money. It's great money.
Yeah.
But he's not.
He had $2.4 million in career earnings before he signed the deal.
So he probably had a 3-year, like $800K type
Yeah, that
of
makes
deal.
sense.
And now he's cashing in.
But Jason,
Yeah.
if I wanted to put, because I thought about it, I was like, we should put this on Facebook Marketplace, and some guy will want to polish it up and sell it for $400.
Yeah, yeah.
What do? You just say, come to the house and pick it up? I don't want strangers coming to my house. That's a big.
I mean, I
no-no
guess you
for
could.
me.
I guess you could.
It's a big
post
no-no.
a meeting
Hey.
place, but I don't
There
know.
he
I don't
is.
know.
What's up, Harlan?
How are you?
So,
Hey,
by the way,
Harlan,
the
what's
guy
up?
was making $925,000 a year.
Okay. But now he's going to get a big fat raise.
What do you think of a
Harlan-
professional hockey player as a $48 million
Harlan's a Canadian. He
contract
knows all about hockey.
selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace?
Fine.
Are you above that?
Have you ever done that?
That's fine. You know, we all live. We got to make a living. If he can, what's he selling though? As long as
Hockey
it's not
sticks.
pictures of me.
Hockey sticks.
Free hockey sticks.
Yeah, sell. Why not?
Have you done that?
Sold hockey
Have
sticks?
you sold anything?
Of course.
You do?
All the time.
Really?
Merchandise.
What
Yeah.
do you sell?
So
Well, okay, you do your merch after a
I
show.
hand draw T-shirts.
Yeah.
Thanks for the plug, whoever
Yeah.
this hockey hardbling.com.
Right.
I get blank T-shirts, and I'm an artist, so I draw right onto T-shirts, and I sell T-shirts with my artwork
All right,
on
I
them.
like
Very
that.
nice.
That's
Unlimited
entrepreneurial.
edition, like-
but that's
Yeah.
but that's not
Okay.
like selling your old bicycle.
You know what? I write and illustrate children's books, and I sold one of the pencils that I drew the book with for $100.
Wow.
Wow.
That's impressive.
You should be able to sell whatever you want if it's
No, you should,
legal.
of course. Well,
I want to sell. I want to sell a picture of you.
You won't get much. You won't get much. Oh,
I
but
will.
Didn't we do a bit where I wrote something down or I autographed a
signed
piece of paper?
right?
How much did I get for that?
So Jason did the outline, like our
Yeah.
show outline.
What did we get
20
for that?
bucks?
Do you remember?
No, it was like $150.
Yeah, $150.
That's a pretty
Should do that
penny.
again.
So
That's
have you ever sold something and had that person come to your house to pick it up?
No, what am I?
That's what I do.
That's absurd.
To my house?
That's what we're talking
This
about.
is America. Have you ever heard the word stalker?
Yeah.
God, how long do you want to live,
Believe me,
guy?
I'm a little
I hope
dicey
you
on it.
answer the door in a suit of armor, for God's sake.
I know.
What the hell's wrong with you?
He had a scam going.
It's my wife.
When
She
we
does
were
it.
getting old video games, he was meeting
that's
people.
hilarious.
He was meeting people in parking lots and selling video games. that we
Yeah,
were
that's
getting.
back when no one knew who we were.
Yeah. Parking lot's different, but you're giving them your address?
That's how it works.
Dude, how much you making? What's
Well, it depends on the item, but I mean, 10, 20, 40 bucks, 50 bucks.
Is that worth your life? You don't know who's showing up.
I know. Believe me, it's a risk every time we do it.
What are you doing,
What's
you
the
nut?
riskiest thing
I
you've
probably
done?
should-
What do you mean?
Like in life,
Yeah.
are you a risk taker?
Oh, hell yeah.
You jump out of airplanes?
Yeah, I've swam with sharks. I've
When? Where?
What type of sharks? That's a big distinction.
Oh, all kinds.
Really?
I've with black tip reef sharks. I've
Where-
swam around hammerheads,
Where was
tiger
this?
shark,
Where-
Florida, in Australia,
Oh, you've done it in multiple continents.
Indonesia.
Wow.
Is it like a
Yeah.
controlled environment? Or
No,
you just out
it's
there
in
with
the
some
wild
buddies?
ocean.
You,
Yeah.
But you're just with buddies and just do it. You don't
Yeah.
have like some genius like telling
No.
you guys what to do.
No, No,
That's crazy.
I mean,
Are you like-
my
and
whole
you're-
life's a risk. I'm a stand-up comedian. Every night I go on stage
And
is
you're
a
worried
major
about
risk.
some stranger coming to my house. And picking
I'm
up
going to
my
come to your
And by
house.
the way, you can get your tickets at dccomedyloft.com for Harlan's 2 shows.
Guys swinging with
Well, he's
man-eaters.
there 2 nights, the 17th and the 18th.
Yeah,
Get your
thanks,
tickets.
man.
Yeah, of
Thank you.
course.
Yeah.
You mentioned it being scary on stage, and I saw recently something that I think you posted where you were going at it with somebody who was about to walk out of your show or something like that. Have you ever had a scary incident with somebody heckling and it gets a little more heated?
I did a show in Brea, California about 2 years ago, and it was an hour-long show, and I was about 35 minutes in. A sold-out show, like 400 people, Saturday night, and some guy about 2-3 inches taller than me, I'm 6'2", This is a big boy, just walked down from the back of the club, walked right to the front of the stage, walked up, got on stage, and no security. Security didn't do anything. And this guy was wearing camo pants, and a big boy looked like a military guy. And in today's world, you don't know what's going to happen.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I grew up playing hockey. So I literally took the mic. I normally hold it in my right hand. He was on my right side. I moved it to my left hand, curled my fist up, ready to go. And I was just like, "What's up, dude?" And he's like, "Mr. Williams, I just want to tell you, I think you're a really funny guy." And I didn't know what he was a scary looking dude. And I thought in my head, what's one of the scariest things you can do in life? And they say public speaking.
Yeah.
So I said, "Well, thanks, buddy. You want to do a joke?" And I handed him the mic. I went, and as soon as I did that, he kind of goes, "No, I just wanted to tell you you're really funny." And he walked off stage.
So was he drunk or just having like a break from reality?
No, he was just a weirdo.
Just a weirdo.
But that's what I'm talking about. This guy could come to your house with looking for a hockey stick, my guy.
I know,
exactly.
Do you ever sell goalie sticks at all? Because I'd love to get your
I need
address.
one.
I'd love to get your address
Well,
if
I'd
you
like
got a goalie stick.
Yeah, I'd like to have the goaltender.
I'd like to. Have you ever worn goalie pads while you're having sex?
What's sex?
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
I haven't experienced that in a long time. my
You
friend.
should try it. You should try
It's
it.
a rush.
Spray them with "I can't believe it's not butter" and slap them on and go to town, my guy. Yeah, you're gonna have a riot. You'll be going to your own house for a visit.
That's right.
I don't even know what that means.
Sorry. So what else do you do that's scary? So you swim with sharks.
I've swam with sharks. I mean, I've
What's this thing that you do when you get the bins? What is that when you do that in the water? What
The
is it?
bends, you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, whatever.
That's when you're down
I know
scuba
what they call
diving.
scuba diving. Are you
Yeah.
scuba
Oh
diving?
no, I haven't scuba dived. No.
Yeah. Would you
You'll
want to
swim
do
with
that?
sharks, but you won't jump in the water with a tank that helps you breathe underwater.
It's too safe.
No, the thing is, I have a horrible deviated septum. That's why when I talk, I sound like a potato. And so I'm a little nervous about going down too deep where that pressure's so bad. But
that might hurt.
I've snorkeled everywhere, from Fiji to Australia to Hawaii. I've snorkeled everywhere. So, yeah.
So you're big into like adventure.
Yeah, I love it, man. Travel all around.
Would you get into a hot air balloon?
Oh no, you can't do that.
You draw the line with
I've
something,
seen too
right?
many videos.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I don't want to do stuff where if something goes wrong, the only outcome is death. Like I won't go parachuting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
don't know
anything
that.
where there's a reasonable doubt, where if there's a mishap, you can sort of bring yourself in for a landing, then that's different. But we're always taking risks every day. I mean, I ate at McDonald's this morning with 3 homeless guys.
Yeah.
I mean, good Lord.
Will you fly in small planes?
Yeah, my dad had one when we were little, so I had
my
no
God,
choice.
you're
Yeah.
kidding.
So yeah, we used to fly me all around. I met Evel Knievel. That was cool.
How did you meet
That
Evel
guy's
Knievel?
Talk about a risk taker. I
Right.
watched him jump in Toronto in back in the 70s. I watched him jump 13 Mack trucks.
Real? Did he land it?
It was so clean, and then it's like it lasts about a second.
No big deal.
And you're like, okay, now what? Let's go to Arby's. Like it was like you want to see the guy wipe out,
Yeah,
right?
sure.
Are you? We were talking about it earlier. Are you worried about the virus that's giving everybody the diarrhea?
Well, here's what's funny about they found out that the culprit is Taco Bell.
potentially.
And haven't they been giving people diarrhea since they started?
Yeah.
Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's like
Might be
saying
a false-
Vegas will give you herpes. I mean, come on.
Might be a false positive or something.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have it? Do you have the diarrhea virus?
Not
You look like
currently.
you might.
I could use it.
I think you do.
I
Look
do.
at me in the eyes.
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean-
you got it. You got it. Wow.
They say it takes 5 days. I
Yeah.
just had Taco
It's
Bell 2
kicking
days
in.
ago.
I'm wearing an adult diaper right now. I'm wearing Depends, doubled up. Yeah.
I saw your clip on Rogan. I believe you. I totally believe
What
you.
happens if you're on stage on set and you have to go?
Say what now? If I'm on set, what do you
If
mean?
you're on stage and you're doing your show
Do you
and
ever
you
get
have
like a
to go.
wave, like anxiety?
Oh yeah, that's problematic. I've never had an issue with it, but I know
So you've
butt
never
guys
had to
who
say, I
have.
got to go to the bathroom, be right back. You've never had that.
I had a buddy of mine, Tom Green, told me a story. He was up in Winnipeg doing a show, and we always have an opening act. And Tom was up. He said he was up about 20 minutes. You're supposed to do an hour when you're the headliner,
Right.
And Tom said he felt it coming. He had to go. So this is what he did. He goes, "Hey, I'm having a great time up here. Wasn't that opening act a really funny guy? Why don't we bring him up and have him do a few more minutes? I loved him." So he brought the kid back up.
really?
Tom ran to the can, did his business, and then came back out. I haven't had to deal with
Smart
it, but that's how. I guess it happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw this clip recently of Jerry Seinfeld, and he's a totally different style comedian than you,
Yeah.
but he was talking about being obsessive and writing like every night.
Yeah.
Do you have that type of process where you write? Like, so much of your stuff seems just improvised.
Yeah, well, I don't write every night, but I try to go on stage as many nights as I can. Even when I'm not touring, I'm in Hollywood, and I go up at the local clubs like the Comedy Store and the Laugh Factory, the Improv, and I just wing it. I'm not like Jerry where I sit in front of a typer. I go on stage and just throw premises out. I almost call it drowning. Like, I'll just walk out and go, "Hey, anyone seen a UFO?" without any backup. And then because I threw it out, now I have to fill it in. So I claw my way to the top, and I just kind of find a way to fill in it. And that's very risk taking if we're going back to that. Yeah,
That is risk
because it's
taking.
hit and miss. But as you
Right.
as you do it as long as I did, you sort of learn and. And
It doesn't kill you if like you bomb.
I actually enjoy. It sounds stupid. I enjoy it. I don't want to bomb the whole show,
Yeah.
but bombing is
moment?
such a great way to learn because when you bomb, your brain automatically starts switching into gears that you didn't even know were there.
Yeah.
Right.
Like if you go out like Jerry and everything's prepared, then you don't really have to worry about finding other gears because you're familiar with them. But when you're bombing, your brain goes into save me
Yeah,
mode
you're
and
clutching at straws at
stuff
that point,
happens
yeah.
and you learn from that because you go, "Wow, I didn't know I had that gear."
What percentage of your friends are like that?
Most comics don't do it
They
like
don't do it.
that.
They don't
Most
do it.
are more structured and write stuff. But that's the way I love it.
You
so.
can buy your tickets for Harlan shows at the DC Comedy Loft. He's got 2 shows Friday, 2 shows Saturday. Go to dccomedyloft.com. He'll join us more when we come back. Next, it's Harlan Williams. Go see him at the Comedy Loft this weekend. We'll be right back. Joined in studio by comedian and actor Harlan Williams. He's at the DC Comedy Loft tonight for 2 shows, tomorrow as well for 2 shows. Go to dccomedyloft.com for all of your ticket information.
You know, you said that you'll go like every night, like you go to the Comedy Store or whatever. If you
When I'm free, yeah.
When you're free. How does that work? I mean, obviously you're a known comedian, so do you have to call in advance? Or you just kind of show up? And
No,
how's
every
that
week
work?
they email you a sign-in list, and then you just click what nights you're free, and then if they like you, they give you spots, and you go up.
And they tell you the time.
They tell you the time.
And then what do you get, 20 minutes? Or
15 to 20 minutes in LA. Those are like they call them showcase clubs because there's so many comedians there that it's not like here where you come in as a headliner, you have an opener, and then I do an hour. There in LA, it's like you go and
You're working out
Sebastian.
material.
Yeah, you work out material.
No, I get
Sebastian and Bill Burr.
But do
and
they promote you
everyone.
then? Do they say like Harlan Williams is going to be here tonight or no?
Yeah,
But
they'll
even
put
for
it up
those-
on the sign, but
even for 15 minutes they'll do that.
they'll do it, but every night it's like you have 12 different guys and girls. So it's in LA, it's the cream of the crop. So I did a show the other night with Jay Leno and
Is
Bill
Jay still
Burr.
got it?
Oh yeah, Jay's still out there. Like, yeah, he's amazing. He's a machine. Yeah,
my daughter lives in the city, and she was at a show to see her friend who was doing like I don't even know, it might have been an opening or not or like an open mic deal.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, Seinfeld's doing a bit in the middle of it.
Oh,
He just
yeah.
shows up at like an open mic thing.
That's great. That's
I
great.
mean,
Yeah,
it's crazy.
What's
Yeah.
the bit that people come up to you and make you do the most?
I won't do a bit. I'm not like a jumping trained
from the
monkey,
movies.
lines from my movies.
Yes.
Oh my God,
That's
there's
what
so
that's
many.
what
I mean,
you're referring to.
I get. Have you been sucking back on Granddaddy's cough syrup from Dumb and Dumber?
Right.
I get the, that face I did. I get lines from Something About Mary. Step into my office.
Yeah,
Why?
for
Because
sure.
you're blank and fired.
Right.
Half
Do you
baked.
enjoy that?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I'll literally have people walking down the street and they're kind of like looking glum, or I'll be in a store
And
or
they're just
anywhere, an
saying
airport,
their line.
and they're just most of us kind of walk around with kind of that blank, and they'll look up and they'll see me and they'll just be like, they'll light up because something I did touched them or made them laugh,
Right.
and they go, "I love you," and to know that what you did just made someone feel better, bring them joy. That's an
They'll see
amazing
you and
feeling.
they're like,
Yeah, it's pretty
hitchhiker
cool.
from something.
That's
About
right.
Mary.
Yeah,
Like, they're just
like that's
snapped
almost
into
like
it.
an amazing feeling to
Yeah.
just be able to
it's pretty
provide
cool.
that. It's cool. Yeah,
And how much, say, a scene in Something About Mary, I would imagine most of your stuff was improvised.
a lot of it. That movie, about 50% of that scene was improvised. Yeah, Ben Stiller's asking me about the 7-minute abs,
Right.
and then he
That's a
goes, "Well, what
legendary
about
bit."
6 minutes?" And then the whole second half of that scene, I just made it up. And I didn't know they were going to put that in the movie. So when I went to the premiere, when you improvise, you sort of forget what you say because it's in the moment. It's when you read off a script, you memorize it, you know what's there. But so when I went to see the movie and I saw all that improvising they put in, I was like, where the hell did that come from? Who is it? What? Like I was confused, but
Did you like it?
I loved it. I loved it. Same with Dumb and Dumber, like the whole second half of that scene. All that stuff.
When
yeah.
you do that and you have like iconic scenes,
Yeah.
do you still get residuals for years and years
Yeah.
and years?
Still get them every year.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they any of them meaningful?
Yeah.
Still?
The bigger the movie, the juicier the residual. So I get residuals from as low as 11 cents to I've had residuals like almost near $1 million.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. So
Very nice.
What would you get for Something About Mary?
something about Mary nowadays, it's usually every year my residuals probably rack up to about $3,000 or $5,000.
Really?
Well, what's the $1 million residual?
That was I created a show for Disney called Puppy Dog Pals, an
I've
animated
actually
show for
seen that.
children.
Yeah.
I created that. So
Wow.
I get residual. They sell it airs in 145 countries all over the world, and they sell toys everywhere.
You got a piece
so I
of
get
the
a piece of
merch?
that, and I do a voice in the show, which I wrote into my contract.
Right.
So
the talking dogs.
so I'm a creator, and all these other credits. So writer, all this
And you
stuff.
get
So
massive checks like that every year?
not
Or is that
every
like the
year,
first
but it was weird because during COVID, when no one was working, that's when I got my biggest check because the show kept playing, and it was right at the pinnacle of
Right.
we got a 5-year run. So it was so bizarre. Like at COVID, I had no work doing comedy clubs, but then
You're
I got this
killing it.
massive check from Puppy Dog Pals. I was
Dude,
like,
that's so
wow,
great.
thank you, Lord. Like
That's
that was
so
a blessing.
great.
Yeah, so it fluctuates, but all that stuff wears down over time, obviously. Yeah.
Right. So you got to keep cranking.
You got to keep making stuff, but that I don't do it to chase money. I do it because I love to be creative. I love to make things and
right.
And
You've done a
put it
lot
up.
of voice work, though, right?
Yeah, a lot of voice work. Yeah.
Is that easy?
You know what? It's relatively easy because you just show up to a studio like this. You stand in front of a mic and you got the script and you have a voice director telling you, kind of guiding you, and you do 2, 3, 4 takes or sometimes just one and on to the next line. And you do a whole show in a few hours. Whereas if you're doing a sitcom or a movie, you got to be there physically and dress up and go all week. And so,
Well, just imagine if you land on a huge franchise like Shrek or Madagascar that Chris Rock was
that's
in.
the dream. That's the dream,
You're
right?
just,
Yeah. I mean,
it's
they're
just-
getting-
you're printing money.
They're
for
getting
these-
stupid checks for
forever.
life.
Oh yeah,
Right?
if you're one of the lead actors, I did a small part on one of the Madagascar movies, and I just recorded for the new Shrek 5 a small part.
Oh,
but,
nice.
But those are small.
You still get a piece.
You get a
something?
residual, but if you got when you do the main voice, you're not only getting residuals, but you're doing a deal where you're saying, hey, I'll do the voice for $20 million, plus the residuals, and if you're that big, you probably could even say, plus I want a cut of the profits and the merchandise.
Right.
Like so.
Eddie Murphy doesn't know what to do with his donkey checks from
Yeah,
Shrek.
they're probably
Like,
massive.
I
Yeah,
would have to think.
That's a great.
That's the
gig.
mother load.
That's
right
the
there.
mother load.
That's
Yeah.
the
Have you
big
ever?
one.
I should know this, but
Yeah.
I don't.
It's
Forgive
okay,
me.
no problem.
Have you ever done like a serious role?
You know,
really serious.
Yeah, I did.
Like
I-
a murderer or something. I don't
I
know.
would, to be honest, I'd love to do that, but I did a serious role in a small little indie movie called Family Tree that went to Sundance, where I played like a husband, and it was a Thanksgiving dinner thing, but not a big famous movie where I.
But you
played
have
a
done it before.
I
Just on a
have.
smaller
I've done
scale.
2 or 3, but nothing as big as what you've seen in my comedy movies. Yeah.
Because we grew up across the street from each other. I know he loved Dukes of Hazzard as a kid.
Yeah.
He played Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Yeah, in the sequel, I did Roscoe.
See, look at
yeah,
you right
yeah,
up.
yeah.
That's so great, right?
Yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, yeah.
Was that Jessica Simpson?
She was in the original one, and then
Okay.
I did the sequel, which was I don't remember the name of the Daisy Duke. I forget her name, but she was gorgeous. Yeah,
right. Shocker.
Yeah.
You were in My Name Is Earl. Was that for the entire season?
No, that was just one episode.
Our buddy Greg Garcia created that.
Yeah, I went in. So I have a funny story. I went in to audition for the main role of Earl. And in LA, as you can imagine, auditioning is very nerve wracking. Like you go into a room with
There's
a bunch of people, and you've got to be on, and you got to have your stuff memorized. So I always found it very anxiety riddled. And so what I would do is I'd do this process where I'd try to bring the room to my sensibility of silliness. So when I'd walk in, I'd set the groundwork. They'd walk in. They always say, "Hey, Harland, how are you?" And then to kind of bring them into my level of weirdness, I'd say, "Oh, not so good." And they go, "What's wrong?" And I said, "Oh, I hit a dog on the way over here." And they're like, "Oh my God." And I said, "Yeah, and it was horrible. I hit it, and it bounced down into the ditch, and it flew up in the air, and it hit a little Korean boy riding on a bicycle. So I killed a dog and a Korean kid on the way over here." And then they'd laugh, and then I'm in. Now anything I do, it's silly world.
Right.
So I go in for My Name Is Earl, and Garcia was there, and this other female exec, like the top executive, and they go, "Hey, Harland, how you doing?" They go, "Oh, not so good." And they go, "What's wrong?" And the lady goes, "What happened?" I go, "Oh, I hit a dog on the way over." And she just went, "Oh my God!" And she started welling up. And so I was like, "Oh shoot!" And she goes, "Well, how's the dog?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I just clipped it, and I could see it in the rear view mirror." And she goes, "You didn't stop?" And now I could see she's about to cry. And I went, "Yeah, I wanted to get here. Like now it was in the lie. It was supposed to be a joke. Now it's a lie." And I had to keep. And she kept probing, and I just find I didn't hit a dog. I just did, and I obviously didn't get the gig. Yeah.
So you admitted you made it up. What was Garcia's reaction when you were doing that?
He was just sitting there kind of stunned because he could see she was like super emotional. Probably not the right woman to be in the world of comedy, but
funny.
Going back to your process, so you've got these shows at the DC Comedy Loft. Go get your tickets. Go see them. I'm guessing every show is going to start different for you.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Like,
last night
do you have any plan? Like you just come out and just like you start riffing. Like,
Yeah,
off
last
the
night
cuff, or-
I just did this whole bit. I walked out and I said, wow, it's great to be here in Washington, D.C. I don't know what D.C. means. Nobody knows what it means. So to me, it's either delicious cupcake or diaphragm cancer, one or the other. And then I did a whole bit about flying in, and I say from way up in the air, cars and people look like sprinkles. So I felt like I was flying into a delicious cupcake with sprinkles. I just went on and on. And so I love it because when I do that, sometimes I find nuggets that I can keep and then repeat, and use them in another show. So,
But you have fallbacks though. Like, do you know?
oh yeah, I have an,
you know
I have
you're
an
gonna-
hour of. I got 5 hours of like. Killer punchlines that'll just blow up the room. But I try not to use them. I try to like do my flow, and then if I feel the energy going down or I'm losing them, I'll just do one of my surefire hits, and boom, they're right back.
You bring the hammer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Last night there was a guy, and I go, I was getting a little bit of a lull about 40 minutes in. I see a guy in the front covered with tattoos, and I go, hey, dude, I see you got tattoos, and he goes, yeah. I said, yeah, I got a tattoo about 3 weeks ago right here in my groin area. And he goes, oh, wow. And I go, yeah, it's a beauty. You got to see it. It's a tattoo of a giraffe sleeping on a beanbag chair. And when it gets excited, it actually stands up, runs in and out of caves until it throws up. So you got those. You just keep them in the chamber. But then the rest of the time, I just like to play and see what happens. So
Yeah, so how much of it is actual crowd work?
it changes. Sometimes it's like 30% crowd work and 70% material. And last night it was probably 90% crowd work. Not crowd work, but I'll do crowd work, but it's premises. Like I don't just talk to the crowd. Like I said, I'll start on the thing like the DC cupcake thing, and I'll talk about it for 10 minutes, and then it develops into a whole story. So it's always different.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's fun. It keeps it fresh and fun for me. I like to have fun up there.
Yeah, because I wonder how do guys do the same act over and over and over.
Well, a lot
for
of guys
year?
are miserable. Yeah, they don't like it. But one thing other comics say about me, they like other professionals, they'll say, Harlan, one thing about you, when we see you on stage, you're probably one of the guys we see having the most fun up there. And when I'm having fun, they're having fun. And I don't want to do it if I'm not having fun. What's the point? I could go work in the coal mine or, go to Arby's and work the drive-through window. And
What'd your parents do?
well, my dad was a pretty prominent politician. He was the attorney general, equivalent of the attorney general here. He was the solicitor general of Ontario, and my mother was a teacher.
They were
and
serious people.
Oh yeah, very. My dad was a lawyer as well, and my mom.
Where'd
was,
you get it?
What's that?
Where'd you get it? Being so funny.
I have no idea. I think from my grandfather. I come from Irish. My O'Donnell. My grandfather side of the family was very funny and Irish, and I think I got all that humor from his side.
All right, well, give him the plug, Cakes, one more time.
Oh, wow.
He's going to be at
Thank
the
you.
Comedy Loft. Go to dccomedyloft.com. He's got 2 shows tonight, 2 shows Saturday. We always love having you in.
Oh,
We appreciate
thank you.
your
Yeah,
time.
thank you, guys. I appreciate
Thanks for joining
it.
us, man.
Thank you.
Every show is going to be different, so go check
Yeah,
out Harlan
thank you.
Williams this weekend at the DC Comedy Loft. We'll be right back.
Thanks, guys.
The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, the new vodka plus aid canned cocktail. Super Light comes in 4 classic sports drink flavors. You've got fruit punch, orange, lemon lime, and blue chill. Perfect to enjoy after the game, on the golf course, or during a barbecue with your buddies. With just 90 calories, 0 sugar, and 0 bubbles, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. Look for Super Light variety packs and individual flavors at stores and bars near you. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly. Hey, right now we're going to hook up caller number 10 with a pair of tickets to Soja with special guest Pigeons playing ping pong. That concert is Saturday, August 1st at Nationals Park. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067. We'll hook you with the tickets. Earlier, we were talking about the NBA Summer League briefly. I just posted this video at Junks Radio. Follow us on Twitter. So this would be on the side of shut down AJ DeMonsa.
Okay, yes.
And maybe somebody's going to say this guy has a great resume, but just please look at the video and tell me that this doesn't look like a guy straight out of your men's league.
Oh, I've seen the video. I know exactly what you're talking
It's
about.
a guy who's got...
He's got a horseshoe pattern baldness haircut.
Look at this, Jason.
And
Does this guy look like an NBA player?
Oh, I know who the guy you're talking about. For the Lakers?
Yes.
He's the guy, he's like 30 years old. Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
I mean, he's got to shave his head.
Oh my
I mean,
God!
You
I think
can't,
he's been playing in the G League for a few
you
years.
can't be out on an NBA floor with
Is
that
that
sort of
AI?
haircut.
Is that AI?
No, it's real. I've seen him.
That looks like a guy that plays in a 35 and over men's league.
Yes.
100% it does.
But he knocked down a three.
Oh, good for him.
Probably great.
I'm just telling he can't go out rocking that haircut in a summer league game. It's just a terrible
Well,
look.
what is he supposed to do?
Shave his head. Or go see Dr. Burka. Those are your only two options at that point.
Hey, Mr. Myers is supposed to go see Morgan Wallen tonight.
I know he's panicking because of
at
the,
M&T
because of the smoke
up in Baltimore, and he's fearful that they may cancel the concert,
which
or
I actually could
postpone
see.
it.
I could actually see it because they could tell Morgan that, hey, this is not safe for the fans
Right.
to breathe that.
Right.
And actually, they might say it's bad for your voice. You know, we don't want this getting
Yeah,
in
the
your
air
lungs
quality.
and-
The air quality could affect your.
I would
told
think
you,
that,
my daughter's there. She said her lungs,
timber?
her throat, they're all banged up.
but I would think they would have already made that announcement.
I don't know. They didn't know maybe
I
it was
mean,
going to be
when
this bad.
did the doors open?
I think 5:30.
5:30.
I mean,
That's when the show
8 hours
starts.
away.
No, I think the doors
Oh, the
actually
doors
open
open
like
probably earlier.
2 or 3 o'clock, where you can go in there and get merch.
Right, it's already 10 o'clock. I mean,
Yeah.
I would think that they. I mean, I could be wrong, but I would think that they would have already announced it.
I would be anxious. The good news is, like, when they canceled the Pittsburgh show, I'm pretty sure he rescheduled it within like a month. He was back there. But if you've made plans, if you're coming from out of town, if they had canceled the one in Chicago I went to, I would have been distraught.
Sure.
Right.
Hey, Harlan Williams was awesome.
He's a really nice
great.
guy too.
It's very fun.
Super nice.
Good
We
stories.
started off talking to him about hecklers and how he deals with that. Did you guys see the Jerry Rice thing? Was that
did.
shtick?
I don't think it was shtick.
No.
think
I
it was-
didn't watch the
I think he
celebrity
was-
golf
he was
tournament.
Legitimately, Rick, that somebody was like talking or yelling at him during his backswing,
Yeah.
and then he sprinted off the tee box and was chasing him down like he was going to.
I think that's happened
It
before.
might, it might be shtick because it's
That's
happened
happened-
in the past
Yes.
with him.
Yes.
Like he got Rick at somebody for whatever it is, and he's playing it up like everyone remembers.
So it's a running bit that he's going to be the chasing the heckler guy.
Because this happened a couple of years ago with Rice.
Maybe that's what he's known for now.
I didn't see the video of the most recent one, but it happened 2 years ago.
I don't know why. I just feel bad for all these guys. They have to go there and they have to hit some long 3-pointer. They have to catch this football. There's all these dumb bits they got to do.
Hey, it's just what they're known
Alfonso
for.
Ribeiro has to do the Carlton dance.
It's just so stupid.
I mean, it's
Who
much,
won? Who's
I don't
the
even know.
dude,
who's
it's
the
same
silly
thing-
golfer now?
I don't even know, but it was like years
Steph
ago
Curry?
when we went to
Marty Fish won.
Oh, is that Marty Fish?
He's a beast.
He's a bazilli.
A few years ago, we were at MGM for the Chance for Life charity poker tournament, and they bring in like huge names like Joe Montana, and then you pay $5K to go have Joe Montana throw you a football. Like you run a slant route in the conference room.
Was Joe Montana the guy you were going to do shtick with? I think Valdez threatened to do shtick with.
No, I did do shtick with him.
It was
Joe Montana?
Yeah. He was at the what's that poker tournament that we do?
Yeah, that's the one that Case is
Chance
talking
for
about.
Life.
Yes, Chance for
Case
Life.
is talking
Yeah.
about.
And then all of a sudden, Joe Montana comes out and is glad handing with everybody
Yeah.
who's participating at the tables. And I asked him how his Haas avocados were.
That's right.
It's so obscure. It may have just caught him off
He
guard.
endorsed Haas avocado.
He did, yeah.
No file. On
I
that.
would too.
But that's the thing. Valdez was looking for something kind of obscure.
I mean,
something different.
How many slob donks are going to
Ask about Dwight Clark.
Yeah, ask about
Yeah.
the drive and all that stuff. I asked about avocados.
Did
right.
you really look at John Candy in the stands?
You're unique. I like that.
Did he laugh?
I think he was just he couldn't.
He was
stunned.
just-
He was
yeah.
stunned.
Yeah, you're right.
He's like, who is this guy?
You know what? Give me my appearance fee.
Right.
And then we get out of here.
He's actually a big dud. He was so bad on TV.
On TV?
He's one of
Oh.
the worst.
Terrible on
athletes
TV.
He was bad.
Ever.
Emmett Smith was pretty bad.
Emmett Smith was particularly bad.
I'm forgetting what I've watched this week. I think, was he featured in an episode of Quarterback sitting down with Jaden Daniels, I think at last year's Fanatic Fest?
Joe, maybe, but
it might have
I
been
haven't
like a
gotten to
quick
that yet.
little.
I only saw the first episode.
Maybe it was a little quick little hit with Joe Montana and Dan Marino on stage, I think praising Jaden Daniels. But it might have been like just a 2-second little clip. I did see, and I haven't seen this part, that in Quarterback, there's definitely a section, they said about 2 minutes, where they show Jaden Daniels with the VR. We've always heard about the VR headset, and I think it's Jaden talking about it, maybe Coach Quinn commenting on it.
I will say that video of Commanders off season in LA when they're training out in
Love it.
UCLA, Van Jefferson looked pretty good.
Okay.
He looked pretty good.
His resume says he's just a guy.
Yeah.
Okay, but he looked good. He was better than just a guy on the practice field at UCLA.
Yeah.
Hey, right now we're going to hook up caller number 10 with the pair of tickets to go see Bob Dylan. Friday, July 24th. That's a week from now at Wolf Trap. For tickets, more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. All you have to be is caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. All right, Bitch Bucks, I'm going to go see Odyssey.
All right.
Enjoy.
Text me.
The Odyssey at 11 o'clock.
Get a big tub of popcorn.
For Bish, Cake, CB, I'm JP. Have a great weekend. Be Mitch and Finley next here on The Fan.
Lucas Herbert, who has exactly 0 career top 10 finishes in majors, came within an inch of history. He just barely missed an 18th hole putt that would have set the lowest round in major championship history. He nonetheless finished with a record-tying 62 and leads the field at 8 under. While everyone was locked in on Herbert's pursuit of history, Sam Burns was getting busy on the back 9 at Birkdale as well. Birdies on holes 10, 11, 13, 16, and 17 got him to 7 under on his round. He needed a birdie on the extremely tough 18th to post the 7th round of 62 in major history. He produced a bit of magic, got the birdie, and is now tied for 3rd at 5 under on the championship. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. From the Quat Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, the Fan.
So I be sublime.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and it is smoky. Canada invading us with their wildfires. I'm not even doing a bit. If you're out there, like, get inside, dude. I felt bad. I was driving up, coming in Main Ave up to 395 there, kind of by the tidal basin. And you see a lot of tourists are walking from like the wharf area, like probably, maybe staying by the Anthem or having breakfast at one of those spots, kind of walking to the monuments. Yeah. I saw this like if you're walking in that little strip right there, you're trying to get somewhere because that little in-between area is not exactly a destination. And I see this little family of tourists. I'm like, damn, good luck, dude. Like it is not nice out there. You said you rode your bike early and didn't realize it.
I didn't realize much, and then I went in, got dressed, come back out, and I walked outside. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Then I remember them talking about it, and as I drove here, it just looked like a haze just over the whole damn area.
Dude, so I had a really fun evening. I went to MGM National Harbor last night to see Darius Rucker. The concert was phenomenal. Played some old school Hootie stuff, played a lot of his own stuff, played some covers. He played Poison.
He's talented, though.
Yeah, dude. He was so good, and I really enjoyed it. And we had everything set up. Had a great dinner. Have you been to? I hadn't been to this spot, Costa, in there.
Yeah,
it was great, dude. Yeah. The porterhouse steak
right out front
rivaled Voltaggio. The steak was phenomenal. We got mussels, we got meatballs. It was really, really good. Mm-hmm. Concert was great. We had everything set up. The kids.
There used to be like a tequila bar, rum bar.
Okay.
When Bruno Mars was here, it was a rum bar.
It was great.
Yeah.
So if anybody's going to MGM, check out Costa. I thought it was phenomenal. But the kids were at my mother-in-law's house for the night. They get really excited when they get a sleepover there. Kids have swim team and camp today. So we had my plan was to get here. My plan was to drive from MGM to here, get dropped like around 9:45 or so, and then Lauren just drive my car home from here. Mm-hmm. However, the smoke rolls in. Swim team gets canceled, and all hell breaks loose. So I drove from MGM to my house so Lauren could get her car, then downtown. Which, if you listen to us from out of area, I basically did 3/4 of the Beltway today, just for the experience, I suppose. But whatever, you can't mess around with this. I'm looking at Capital Weather right now. Alert. The entire D.C. area is now under a code purple alert for very unhealthy air. This is some of the worst smoke pollution our area has experienced on record.
It looked like it did last year.
I think it was
2 years ago?
It was 2023, according to the internet.
Okay, well, whenever it was awful.
Well, and I'm going to confess, I know you may disagree.
I think we played golf that day.
We went and played golf, and I was like, man, I want the smoke. I'm not worried about the smoke. And the next day, I felt terrible.
Yeah, but
because it gets up in your membranes.
I think last year it didn't look like this looks this year. I mean, whenever the last time was. this looks like it's crazy. Last time we didn't really get it because it was like, I think it was way up in atmosphere or whatever.
I think it still impacted you, but this does look worse.
Yeah.
So I woke up and our hotel, so we stayed the night at MGM. We were on the 16th floor looking out at the harbor, like the Ferris wheel and all the, everything going on in National Harbor.
Didn't see it?
Like when we got to the hotel yesterday, I opened the window just to look at the view. It was very pretty. This morning when I looked out, you could when I went over, what is that, the Wilson Bridge on that side, you couldn't see the river.
Yeah.
It is smoky out there. Man. So
how much stuff, what do they just burn stuff every 2-3 years?
I don't think this is happening on purpose. I don't know enough. Maybe we can get an expert. If anybody knows what's up in Canada with these fires, please let us know.
This is the thing I'm asking. So 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whenever it was, and now, has this ever happened before? I don't think it was any hype about it before if it did.
We need a scientist. Are there any scientists available?
800-636-1067. Do you remember this ever happening? That's all.
So I'm reading now from The Atlantic, and I don't even know the third word of this sentence, but I'm going to give it a shot. When the boreal, B-O-R-E-A-L, anybody know that word? When the boreal forests of Canada catch on fire, no one can do anything about it in many cases. The forests are part of Earth's largest land biome, a green belt of wilderness that encircles the globe, and they've been suffering from the planet's thermostat being jacked up. Wood-boring pests that flourish in milder climates have swept north and east through tens of millions of acres. Droughts and dwindling snowpack have stressed the trees. They are ready to burn. Many people simply don't grasp the sheer magnitude of the boreal forest or what it would take to manage fires across its enormous area. Jed Kaplan, a professor in the Department of Earth, Energy, and Environment at the University of Calgary, said, "You can't control these fires. You cannot put personnel, fire engines over an area that is the size of the entire American South or something like that. It's just way too big of an area." So I don't know. Maybe we can get camera. Text camera if you can, Clary.
So in other words, they just have to let it burn off. They can't try to put it out. When you have the fires in California, I see them scooping water. Remember, we were at the dam.
Yeah.
They were scooping water from right behind our the house we were staying in this lake at the golf course. They can't do those same things in Canada with the airplanes, helicopters.
Maybe it's that much bigger. I don't know, but
if you catch it when it starts, you probably can stop it, right? Or they just say, "Oh, we're gonna just let it burn off."
Again,
it's gonna be blowing down to the United States. We don't give a damn. They pissed us off.
I don't know that we have or haven't, but considering the current president likes to comment on most things, I'm kind of surprised we haven't heard from him about the smoke. And maybe there's just nothing we could do. But my only advice is I'm actually, because of last time the smoke came, I did not take it seriously. And I went and played golf, which is probably one of the dumber things you can do. And then I felt terrible the following day. I'm going to take this one seriously. I advise others to just stay inside, man. It's hot as hell anyway.
I already been outside this morning, Jay.
I know. Maybe you were out early enough.
I went outside yesterday, went outside this morning. Get it out the way real quick. But I'm sure it didn't look the exact same as it did. So, yeah, I saw one of my neighbors walking with his wife, and then I saw my other neighbor walking with her little dog. Every time I see a little dog walking, it's the funniest thing in the world. Dog legs about this long. I mean, it's like one of them wiener dogs. It's not a wiener dog, but it looks like one. I don't know what they call these dachshunds or whatever. But I don't think it's a Dachshund.
I like wiener dogs. It made me laugh.
I don't know if it's a wiener dog or not, but short. But like the little dog walking, and I bet he got to the top of the hill, he would look like she was still walking. He looked like, "Hey, you got to slow down." It's funny as hell.
Speaking of wiener dogs, this happened after the show ended yesterday. Our illustrious producer, Ryan Clary, the Stallion, was adamant that the hot dog hat had been stolen.
Yeah.
He made quite a stink that somebody had the audacity to steal the hot dog hat. I said no one has stolen it. It's here somewhere.
The whole time I'm thinking, I say, I saw this damn thing somewhere. And I recall you asked me the other day for some salt.
Yeah.
I walked into the prison cell studio. That's to get the salt. That's where I guess I last saw it. So I said, let me walk over here again. Sitting right there on the damn thing.
So in turn, B-Mitch, I think we got off the air at 1:54, right? That's when we get off. I think you found the hot dog hat by 1:56.
Yeah.
Like it took very little time or detective work. And my proposal is such. Stallion, go get it and wear it because you're an idiot.
Well, we already said yesterday you're supposed to wear it the first segment.
I agree.
Yeah, go get it.
All right,
and put it on.
I'll wear it the first segment.
Yeah, go
and
get
the
it.
last. That was the suggestion yesterday was first and last.
Go get it and wear it because it was never stolen. And furthermore, the plan of just leaving it laying around in
It's
this
not very
godforsaken
smart.
place is just a disaster. You can use my locker, which has zero security to it, but I just hope people won't guess what number it is. That's our plan with my locker. My locker also only has plastic utensils in it. There's not a lot of valuables. But now he's claiming he can't find it? There he is. Attaboy. Attaboy. Put the hot dog hat on, young man. You saying wiener dogs is what made me think of it. Stallion, you look great, buddy.
It fits me real well.
Yeah. You're a dodo.
Now, listen, we're encouraging people to be smart about the smoke, okay? Doug Kammerer is going to join us at 11:45. Maybe he can explain why it happens. Is it like the jet stream? Like, why does the Canadian smoke get to us?
I don't know.
Okay, that makes two of us.
I think the jet stream comes from west to east, right?
I think it's west. I think the Canadian forests are like Calgary,
but they way up
Edmonton.
north. I would think if it's just west to east, they should go across Canada, not come and deal with us.
So my boy that lives in Chicago said that yesterday in Chicago it was awful.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's just working its way out to sea. If I don't know, man. Like it hits us and then maybe tomorrow it clears up. Yes, White Brian.
It's something to do with El Nino and the tropical storms pushing everything back.
Okay, we've had our first El Nino reference.
Okay.
Looks like White Brian got a haircut. Looks like he tried to clean it up, or he's just wearing a hat.
He should have, because it was
Haircut?
a mess.
Haircut. I think he did. I don't know. He's going mute all of a
I
sudden.
applaud that.
Yeah, you needed it, young man.
I'll
Proud
tell
of you.
Look a little bit like alfalfa yesterday.
It was bad yesterday. Speaking of medical emergencies, Jeff, did you get the bad lettuce? What's going on with you, bro?
Nah, he think it's bison now.
Nah, so like I tried something new this week, and like it tasted good, but I don't.
What
think
was it?
It was like some bison and like some meat sticks or something that someone had made at our boat shoot or whatever. But it's like I ate it, I was fine. Then like Monday through yesterday, my stomach was just hurting.
I think you had something else to do yesterday. I just want to go on record.
I stayed in the house yesterday.
Okay. Well, you feel better?
A little bit.
Okay, good. Let's thoughts and prayers to Jeff. B, as we turn the calendar here,
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Greg. Greg said, bro, I thought my woods was on fire. I don't think he look at TV ever or pay attention.
He looks at Instagram. This stuff was on Instagram.
Yeah, he should know that it was something else.
The line I liked from the text from our dear friend Greg said, I always want the smoke, just not this smoke. I think that's how we all feel. We are a group of people that like to be out and about and doing things. I think this is a lay low situation. We're going to rent a movie tonight. I would love if it clears out by tonight, because then like we can take my kids to the pool, but I don't know if it's gonna. Kammerer will tell us at 11:45.
Ain't gonna happen, dog. It's gonna be here for today. Just wait for tomorrow.
So it is the middle of summer, but baseball starts back up tonight, and I want to have a conversation about what the Nats should do. We've also got the British Open going on, and then the World Cup this weekend. If the smoke sticks around, I may lock in and watch the third place game tomorrow. Otherwise, I'm kind of just locked in for the real deal, the World Cup on Sunday. France, a significant favorite over England in the third place game. And
they better play better than they did in this game to get to the third place.
I kind of think they will. Can I get an alt line on France? Like, what is France minus 2.5? Because I just feel like England's got to be broken in a way that France isn't. Like, England thought they had it, and they give up 2 goals in the last 7 minutes. I feel like the English team is used to kind of these miserable defeats. Dude, Argentina, significant underdog. Kind of makes me want to bet Argentina.
Well, I just think Spain's defense has been something as good as Argentina has been late. Argentina has played haven't played well in the first half. They come back after 78 minutes. I think when you look at the way Spain plays, if Spain gets up on them, they're not going to let down and just play like a defensive mindset. They're going to play their aggressive defense like they've always played.
Agree with that. Now, B, let me ask you something. Over in Birkdale, we've got the British Open going on. Tell me your file on some of the leaders. The leader in the clubhouse now, Lucas Herbert.
Don't have a clue on him.
I believe he's Australian.
But the thing about this is I notice, and my buddy Don, who works with the PGA Tour.
Sure.
And I always said, man, why is it that I say I say it's Sunday pin place. He say no. He say the tournament is normally way tougher Thursday, Friday. And Thursday, Friday. I'm like, don't seem like that. I say because they always up at the Sunday pin places. He said if you watch those pin places and you watch where the guys hit the ball to more than the center of the green, the balls roll right to the pins. He said what they do is make it tougher to try to get the better players for the weekend. I said, well, why the hell we always get these no-name guys,
especially the British?
In a lot of these trips, you get the guys that are not big names,
right,
leading the first 2 days or so. He said because they come out aggressive as hell and they know they have to be. He said the good players just get themselves to the weekend,
right,
and they go for it.
So your call it roughly top 10 in the British Open right now. Lucas Herbert, you and I both watch a lot of golf, zero file. Jackson Suber.
I never heard of Jackson.
He is an Ole Miss kid. That's
Okay.
all I know. White Brian, you got a file on him watching SEC baseball or golf tournaments?
No.
Okay.
White Brian don't have a
if
file
White Brian
on-
doesn't have a file on you, you might be fileless.
He's filing.
Cam Young, we all know,
Yeah, we know
world-class player.
Cam, yeah.
Sam Burns, we all know,
Yeah.
LSU kid, world-class player. Sung Jae Im, world-class
Yes,
player,
yes.
Korean dude. Matt Wallace, I think I might have a little file.
I don't have much on him. But let's just think about this, though, Jay. Every one of these guys can play. And they may just catch it. I mean, one day they just get on fire. And then they're there. But it's not about getting on fire one day in golf.
Sure.
It's doing that 4 days. And I think that's the thing we have to look at. And now we go out and we play. And let's say if we play 3 days in a row, we think we'll play better that last day, right?
Not me.
But we normally play, I almost said the word, boy. We normally play horrible.
You've been on fire this
We
week.
normally play horrible
He is the Canadian
on one day or two,
smoke.
you know what I'm saying? But it's just, I think these guys can just go out there. Look, I don't care who it is on that tour. None of them are like a 3 handicap. They're all plus something. They can play.
If you have qualified for a national open, you're
can
a
play.
stick.
Hell yeah.
My question for you, Bryson DeChambeau had a very good round yesterday. Shot 3 under. I think he bogeyed 18.
He
I think
bogeyed
he wasn't
18.
4.
Yeah.
He
missed by a 7-8 footer.
The discourse going into the British Open, Bryson doesn't take golf seriously anymore. He's a YouTube golfer. He didn't go to Scotland to prepare for this. He was out in like Arizona shooting a YouTube video.
Uh-huh.
How do you think Bryson finishes? Is he in this? Like, will he be a real contender
I
by
think
Sunday
we'll
afternoon?
know after the day. See, the thing about Bryson
Did you hear
now-
him go at Faldo?
Yeah, but the thing about him, he thinks he can say whatever the hell he wants and nobody can say nothing to him. First of all, if you can't handle trash, shut the hell up. Because he's one guy who thinks he's smarter than everybody and he can say whatever he wants, think everything he wants, but nobody has the right to say something to him. If you can't take it, you got to shut up, bro. Because Faldo's not going to back down from him.
Faldo's a knight. He's been knighted
He
by
don't
the
care.
queen.
But I'm just saying, but he has to prove he can go there, adjust his game, or be consistent.
What is Bryson's major count? 2? Wingfoot and Bethpage, I want to say. I think he definitely won the COVID U.S. Open at Wingfoot.
Mm-hmm.
2. Wingfoot and what else? I think he won at Bethpage. He won somewhere else. Oh, he won at Pinehurst when he beat Rory when Rory missed the putt.
Yeah.
So he's got 2 U.S. Opens. He's contended.
He had an unbelievable shot at that trap, though, to get where he was.
Unbelievable.
Yeah,
Unbelievable. He's contended at the Masters, but it's hard to know. Like, clearly he's a guy that wants to own his own brand and own his own content. And like, I'm not knocking him for that, but when you go to Live and everything that represented, you got to be able to handle the smoke to make it relative.
You're right. That's it. So, like I said, I was a trash talker. Did not mind people talking trash to me.
Sure.
Because when they talk, I ask them a question. You sure you want this? What you mean? I say, you sure you want this? Because I'm going deep. When I come at you, I got stuff. I got a file on you, homie. So you better be ready for it. And if you get tired of the trash and you won't go with the fisticuff, I'm with that too.
We want all the smoke. Unfortunately, we've got it. Here's what I want to do.
Oh, Wiener head over there.
Stallion, it looks good on you, though. Second half of the baseball season starts tonight. The Nats are out in Sacramento. Where do the A's currently play? The Nats are in Sacramento to take on the Oakland Vegas Athletics. First pitch at 9:40. I want to have a big picture conversation about the Washington Nationals and what they should do about a month out from the trade deadline. We saw the sweep at the hands of the Yankees to finish the first half of the season. They have legitimate pieces that would have interest on the trade market. Should the Nats be buyers or sellers as we get into the second half of the baseball season? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Your call's next.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Cam Young is now tied for second after his second consecutive round of 67 at Royal Birkdale. Here's how your leaderboard is shaping up. Lucas Herbert is 8 under with the solo lead heading into the weekend. Then you have Cam Young and Jackson Suber tied at second, 6 under. Then tied for fourth at 5 under is Sam Burns, who also shot a 62 today, and Sung J.M. At 4 under, you have 5 names tied there as this leaderboard is incredibly tight. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And new this year, the winners of the World Cup will be awarded championship rings in addition to the traditional trophy and gold medals. Argentina will play Spain on Sunday night at MetLife Stadium with this new prize at stake. Strong teams need spaces that keep up. PVI Office Furniture helps businesses create better workspaces with expert guidance, new and used options, fast delivery, and installation by PVI's own team. Visit PVI's massive Frederick showroom or go to PVI.com. Come experience the PVI difference today. From the Crop Nightcap Sports Desk, Savannah McCann, The Fan.
Burn, baby, burn.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It's Smokey. Smokey out here taking a boop. Here's the conversation, though. The Washington Nationals kind of limp into the second half of the season, which sucks because it's been such a fun season for the Nats, but to conclude the first half with a sweep at the hands of the New York Yankees, for them to drop under 500 at the All-Star break just sucks. All of it sucked. And it's primarily a result of a bad bullpen. And the bullpen, the poor quality of the bullpen has a lot of owners, right? There's a lot of people that have to take some ownership of that. One of them is Paul Taboni, who by and large has been very good, but you traded away your closer in Jose Ferrer for Harry Ford.
Yeah.
Now they're calling Ford up, right, Stallion? We're gonna see if this is. Let's see what we got here.
Yeah.
Now K-Bear's been pretty good, but you platoon catchers regardless. This kid's gonna play. We'll get to see what they got. I saw they traded away Robert Hassel just for cash. We're just trading away dudes for cash, just Moneyball style. You got to send us a soda machine. But I get it. Like you have a glut of outfielders anyway. Like you could probably trade more of them. Frankly,
Yeah.
Should the Nats be buyers or sellers at the trade deadline? They're one game under 500 as baseball starts back up tonight. They're in Sacramento, which is where everybody wants to be. Let's start with Ryan in Arlington. Ryan, buyers or sellers for the Nats?
Hey, guys. The Nationals should be neither. And it stinks because everyone always says buyers or sellers, and you got to do something. But when the Nats have a full team of guys that are under at least, they're not expiring deals besides Foster Griffin. And Foster Griffin, I say you got to extend him. I mean, this team needs 5 starting pitchers next year, and the only one, if you lose Foster Griffin, is Cade Cavalli. And you can't imagine that Sikora and Susana and like the other filling guys are those guys. And Foster's going to be cheap. They extend Foster Griffin. The reason they can't be buyers is because the bullpen is an unfixable problem right now. It has to be fixed in the offseason. They can't trade a bunch of prospects for 1 or 2 bullpen arms because, unfortunately, it's not even enough. So they have to be sit-tighters and maybe extend Foster Griffin, and that's it.
Appreciate you, Ryan.
See, that call right there is how I think most times. Like, if you just get rid of everybody all the time, when the hell are you going to be able to start building something? You have to, like, whenever we talk about buyer sell, we're looking for what position they're in. I'm always looking at the fact, build a nucleus. Then you can fluctuate. But they got to have a nucleus. And he stated, if you get rid of your pitchers, you got 1 left. Next year, you got to go look for a lot of them again, right?
I want to be unequivocal. I will look at the cameras so we're clear on this. I don't know which camera is White Brian and which camera is Joey. Just so everybody hears me in the cheap seats, the 400 level, the tarps off boys. Sell. But Jay,
you say that all the time. Then you'll be complaining next year when they don't have anything.
No, I won't.
You
Because
will.
They already moved the goalposts, and I think it's fair to Taboni and this crew.
Are you okay with them constantly moving the goalpost? I'm not.
But
I'm like, do something, damn it.
I agree, but this crew just got here. They're not.
I understand
to
that,
blame
but
for
still,
years
the
of
people
nothing.
that's been paying their money ain't just got here. They've been here. And if you got something that makes you closer, why step back? Like, it's like baseball have this mindset you can always step back. No, sometimes you got to keep the progression you've had, try to hold on to that some type of way.
The only thing you can't sell is Wood. Wood is the future. Foster Griffin.
Wood ain't gonna win by himself.
Here's my stance, and I'm not trying to be a hater because I love what this staff has done. They have really worked this. They have really focused on developing players. Like we were talking about the golfers, and at the British Open every year, there's some dudes on the leaderboard who I've never heard of. They play in Italy, or they play in Zimbabwe, or they play wherever they may play. Right.
Yep.
But those dudes are in the British Open for a reason. They're a talented player. They're a world-class player, right? Everybody on the Nats roster is in the big leagues for a reason. And I think what Taboni and Butera and this crew has done is let's focus on what you do really well and maximize that and stop doing the other stuff. And I think that's a big part of why they're hitting so well.
Okay, they're
And I'm
hitting
with
well.
that.
But my thing is, they're hitting so well, you saying sell, so you're going to sell some of them hitters too. And then all of a sudden, what's going to happen? I know Wood is great. He's been on a tear. They still losing games. They don't have pitching. They have him. If they get rid of CJ and get rid of some other people, you're going to all of a sudden find out this is going to take a dip again.
Well, my sell list is a little different. Foster Griffin, it's an incredible story. This dude's a 30-year-old rookie who's pitched in Japan the last few years. He's on a one-year deal. He went into the All-Star game. The announcers were kind of S-talking him. They're like, the most unlikely All-Star. All he did was deal. 2 strikeouts and kind of a flare-out, right? Mm-hmm. Sell him. Sell him yesterday. Like, I hope Foster Griffin goes on to win Cy Youngs. I'm just not entirely convinced it's going to happen. What I am convinced won't happen, if Foster Griffin continues, right now he's a plus 3.3 WAR. He's got a 10-2 record, 2.77 ERA. I'm sure there's more advanced metrics that people can point to. Like,
what are you going to get for him?
Prospects. You're not going to sign him. Do you know what he's going to cost? You know what a free agent pitcher that has had a phenomenal season is going to cost? They're not going to pay it. So maximize.
So you're selling them to sell because you don't feel nobody's going to pay them, and you're going to keep getting prospects. And we keep getting a lot of prospects that don't show any prospectability.
Right now, they appear they are. I mean, if you look in their minors, they're
in their minors.
Luis Garcia has been a phenomenal story. He had a 3-week stretch where he was the hottest hitter in baseball. Mm-hmm. Luis Garcia, in the first half of the season, in 90 games, plus 2.1 with 20 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
His OPS is 870.
Mm-hmm.
His career OPS coming into this year was a 729.
Okay.
Last season, in 139 games, he hit 16 home runs.
Yeah.
Do we believe he has turned the corner in his age 26 season?
Maybe not.
Or do you think you can maximize an asset?
So you think sell him too?
He's a free agent after 27, which is likely to be a lockout year.
Mm-hmm.
Sell. Here's my question. And for those that want to sell, those who want to tell me this offense is legit, they could carry them in October, maybe you're correct. But do you really think this is a World Series team? Do people really think so?
I ask you this question. When they sell, when you think they're going to become a World Series team?
When they start spending money. And they're not going to do that until at least the labor stuff gets resolved.
So in other words, you ready to push it out for another year or two?
I mean, we're talking half a season now, and it's entirely possible they don't play next year.
Okay. But listen, man, I know it's great to say buy, great to say sell, but you know what? Sometimes you got to split it down the middle. You can't just that's. I hear baseball talk every year, and it's the same old crap every year. Eventually, do
because
something
they
different.
Don't spend money.
Well, maybe that's what they need to do.
Right, but Paul Taboni can't control that.
He can't control that, but the mere fact, if he can now predict, since they're doing all their stuff, they can predict who's going to be better. Maybe you start saying, okay, in the way we have to do this because they're not going to spend money, we might want to hold on to something because this is going to come a little quicker than we think. That's all I'm saying.
Mike is in D.C. Mike, buy or sell for the Nats? Mike, you up? Michael? Put him back
Mike's
on
not there.
hold. See if you can see what's going on there. We'll take your calls. Dan is in Fairfax. Danny, what do you say?
Hey, boys, I think they should probably sit tight, kind of like the past couple of callers have said. But what I'd be looking to do is sell on the margins. As much as I don't want to get rid of Forrest, I think he definitely should be moved. But I would be looking to buy at premium positions, not necessarily a starting pitcher, but if you can get an everyday bat that's going to be a potential all-star in and out every year over the next 5-6 years, I think upgrading the baseline talent might be worth looking at.
You got to sell to do that.
Not if you're buying. They, like you've mentioned, they've got some prospects coming up through the system that could be attractive. And if their calling card, this GM and this front office has been development over the prior 10 years with a less financially potential group, I think they should lean into that and, just go in all in for an all-star bat while adding through the margins to build, players that may be overlooked, but they can squeeze out, like the current first baseman, I forgot his name, Meade, I believe, like someone who is not necessarily
Curtis Meade hits
going to be out.
It's absolute.
Yeah, but
I appreciate the call, Dan. We got to run the break. Thank you, buddy.
Yep.
We're going to keep this going. 800-636-1067. I vote sell. B votes buy or hold pat.
I my thing is, you don't have to just buy or sell like the caller just stated. You may see a position where you can go get maybe another position that can help you out get a lot of prospects. But I don't think it has to always be one or the other.
Your call's next. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Whether you're buying or selling, if you're looking for a car, the only place to work with is our friends over at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. They've been serving D.C. area car buyers for over 100 years. And with that kind of track record, they're doing it right. They've got convenient locations all over Northern Virginia, and they've got all the best-selling brands you're looking for. Toyota, Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Dodge, Chevy, Buick, GMC, those big old Ram trucks that are super dope. Whatever it is you're looking for, they've got great deals and great financing. And don't forget, they also have a huge selection of quality certified used vehicles for you to pick from. Best of all, every vehicle sold is backed by Oarsman's Lifetime Edge.
And that Lifetime Edge comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including a complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance, loaner cars with every major maintenance, and a lifetime engine guarantee. And it's great news. If you're looking to sell, take your car to Oarsman. They'll pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. Well, hell, they may have to go out there and buy some stuff for the Nets. They don't spend any money, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's simple at Oarsman. They like to keep their customers happy, just like JP and I. Two beyond satisfied Oarsman customers. Let's ride together.
you should obviously play that song then. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan.
Mary Jane.
All right, the question for the callers: should the Nats buy or sell at the trade deadline? Now, you got a couple of weeks, right? And I think a lot will depend on how they play over the next few weeks. They're on a West Coast road trip right now, which is probably good with the smoke on the East Coast. They're in Sacramento for 3, which is tough because the first pitch tonight is 9:40. Tomorrow night's 10 o'clock. Sunday, it's going up against the World Cup, so I'm not sure how locked in. Obviously, Locked On Nationals will be locked on, even though he never goes to games. But I don't know. It's a tough time for a West Coast roadie for fans that want to be locked in. 3 against the A's, then 3 in Denver against the Rockies, which the way these dudes hit, that might be pretty damn fun to
They might have
watch.
a 10 home run game.
And then they're back home a week from now hosting the Diamondbacks. Danny Rouillet on the call Saturday, July 25th. The case to buy for the Nats is legitimate. The Nats lead the National League in home runs. They're tied for runs scored with the Pirates. They lead in slugging, 3rd in OPS, most stolen bases. If you could get them some bullpen help, the bullpen has been historically awful, right?
Yeah.
And is on pace to shatter bad records, which is never what you want.
No.
If you could get some bullpen help, you can make a real case that they're a playoff team with the way their bats are going. Right now, because of the sweep to the Yanks, they're 4 games out of the final wild card spot. The wild cards right now will go to the Cubs, the Phillies, and the Marlins. The case to sell, which I have made, is their bullpen is so bad, I don't think this is a true title contender, even recognizing that if you can get into the playoffs in baseball, anything can happen.
True.
It's like hockey in that way. Like it's just a wide open tournament. I just think Taboni showed what he thought when he traded Mackenzie Gore in the offseason, that his plan is multi-year. I think because of the looming labor unrest and the Nats ownership's unwillingness to spend money. They also have the least amount of money spent on a bullpen in baseball. I think there's a corollary between how bad the bullpen is and the money spent.
Yeah.
Like, I want to let Taboni have his time to grow this thing correctly. And if it means you've got some assets right now that you can turn for a profit, I'm into that. Let's see what the phones say. My guy, Michael, we're going to try this again. Mike, you there?
I'm here.
All right, bud. Buy or sell?
But before I buy or sell, your ownership statement is absolutely correct. Why did they let Finnegan go? If they had Finnegan right now, they'd be in the play-in. They have no closer. How does a Major League Baseball team go into the season with no closer? The other issue is, buy. Definitely buy. Are you serious? You can go through every one of those players, and you can see how they've improved. Garcia and Reeves they're swinging in the zone now. We have a great. You're talking about trading the starting shortstop for the All-Star team.
I did not mention Abrams, for the record. I mentioned
Everybody
Foster
has,
Griffin
though.
and
That's
Luis
been a hot
Garcia.
topic now. The number one asset. We've been hearing all year. We've been hearing all season. Sell Abrams. And you look back. Oh, he's the starting shortstop for the All-Star team. Not only that, he's probably the second or third best shortstop in Major League Baseball. Right here. I'm so sick of watching Soto and Trey Turner and Harper and all these players we had. And now we're going to do this again. To trade all the assets that we got for the Soto trade, all the people we watch every game, and watch on the All-Star team and all the accolades. Oh, we need more assets. What we need is a bullpen.
Mike,
And it
can I
ain't
ask
that
you a
hard.
question specifically about Harper? Was it worse watching Soto get traded and at least you get something back, or was it worse watching Harper just leave in free agency because they wouldn't spend what it took?
It was both. You're absolutely right, and I'm glad you said that about Harper, because they would not spend. Harper wanted to play here. And then you got people in the stands booing Harper. Are you crazy? Are you not paying attention? Harper wanted to be here. He did not want deferred funny money.
Nobody wants to go to Philly for 13 years. It's a prison sentence.
Nobody want to defer funny money, not either.
It's a good call, Mike. Listen, I appreciate your point. I appreciate the folks that are like, this team is good. Supplement it, make them better. I can completely wrap my head around it. But to me, the requirement to supplement and build this current roster up is cash, and I don't see it happen.
Yeah, but supposedly Saboni and them have shown something. Maybe, just maybe, this ownership group give them a little bit more leeway.
Maybe. Let's go to Larry in La Plata. Larry, buy or sell, dude?
As much as it pains me to say this, you sell, but you only sell one player, and that's Foster Griffin. Hear me out. The American League is so bad, there are 10 teams that are eligible for a wild card right now. Foster Griffin has 4 years of control by the team that owns him before he can go to free agency.
That's
As
not
we
accurate.
know in this town, it's close. Starting
He's a free
pitchers
agent
propel you
after the
into
season. Foster Griffin's a
Because
free
of his
agent
age?
after this season.
He's a rookie, though. How I don't understand that. He's eligible to be rookie of the year. How could he have 4 years of? You see what I'm saying?
I hear you, but I think because it's not like he came up through the minors. It's like if you signed a dude that was playing in the Dominican.
Oh, right. Yes, you're
Because it's
absolutely
an
right.
international
Anyway,
acquisition.
the haul for people need starting pitchers. The haul for Griffin would be huge.
Yeah.
It would be absolutely huge, and you can't turn that down. Other than that, you stand pat, and you look for relief pitching. But too many people need starting pitchers. They propel you into the World Series. Now's the time to sell Griffin, as much as it pains me to say.
Appreciate you, Larry. Good call, man. Let's go. Let's get our guy Eli in here real quick. What's up, Elijah?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. For starters, I just wanted to call. Do you know how hard it is to lose a game when you're 90%? To win, to essentially win the ball game. 3 times that they was 90% plus to win the ball game, and they just lost. They kind of remind me of the Spurs. They arrived there differently, but they can't close. So I would buy if they did it a certain way, like take like Robert Hassel or something like that. If you shipped him and say for you wanted to get a relief pitcher, you want to say we want more ground balls, we want missing bats, we want to prevent the long ball from happening. You need some more inning eaters because guys are getting burnt out. So they have to prioritize guys who have more control at the pitching position. Guys who, like I said, the ground ball. There's other ways to go about pitching in the long term. So I think if they get like Robert out of there, for example, they can get a arm like Antonio, the cat Seth. I can't think of these cats' last name. Some of these cats they can go and grab to help the innings because the bats are hot. And like you were saying, B. Mitch, this is going to be like a balancing act. Trying to balance having these bats where you have them while upgrading your pitching because they have prioritized using guys and making their own superstars and building these guys up. So they can't just jump out and go do something differently. So I would buy if it's a particular guy that you're going to get to say, hey, man, if you can come in and help the relief pitching and you can help eat some of these innings up with different pitching styles, that may extend them and give them a little bit more bang for their buck. And otherwise, you just sit tight and develop what you have, man.
Appreciate you, Eli. Listen, if you're on hold, stay there. We'll keep this going into the 11 o'clock hour. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B says stand pat. I say sell, sell, sell. Nobody go anywhere.
Not long after Lucas Herbert finished his second round at the Open Championship with a record-tying 62, Sam Burns joined him in dramatic fashion. Burns and Herbert now join Braden Grace, Ricky Fowler, Shane Lowry, and Xander Schauffele on the list of lowest single-round scores in men's major championship history. And while he's still well back after the early morning rounds from Herbert and Burns, Rory McIlroy looked much better today than he did in the opening round. Rory carded a 3-under 67 to go 1-under on the week, which is safely inside the projected cut line. It was his 45th career round of 67 or better at a major, which trails only Tiger Woods in golf history. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. From the Grunt Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
All eyes on me. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby. Enjoy responsibly. And let me remind everyone, lest you forget, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
You're damn right. Now, you and I may disagree a little on what the Nationals should do. Notice I have not mentioned Abrams. I think right now you can get a haul for Griffin and you can get a haul for Garcia. And I really enjoyed watching both of those players play. I just think until there's clarity in baseball's finances, the learners aren't going to spend. Like, we've seen this now for 6 years. I don't know what happened there. I think people try to make a lazy assertion that it was commercial real estate driven post-COVID world. But you also had the patriarch of that family pass away. And subsequently, there's probably, like, this is a documented theory, right? Like, when a generational business gets to, like, the third generation is generally when there's beef. Because there's enough kids that are married and they have kids. And, like, it starts to have trouble. Some want to sell. Some want to keep it. Some want to buy each other out. Like, I don't know what's going on with the learners, but I know they haven't spent in a while. And until that changes, I think you're better off acquiring assets. Now, you don't have to agree with me. That's what makes this world great. Ed is in Upper Marlboro. Ed, buy or sell for the Nats?
Buy.
That simple, huh?
Tell me why. And yeah, I mean, it's quite simple. Number one, we have two great young players, Abrams and Wood. You can add Garcia in there, but the learners have been tight with that money for years. They've been sitting on that property at Landover Mall for over 25 years and done a thing with it. So you can't do anything about their ownership. They own the team. But I don't want to see us keep selling and selling and selling and trying to develop young players. That's all I got to say. I'm a Washingtonian. I remember the Senators when they played at Griffith Stadium, and they've been pitiful for years. You got a good young team. Buy. That's all I can say.
I love that response, Ed. I just don't think it's practical. So, like, if you're asking what I would like for them to do, go get the best closer you can. Change this thing. Go win some games. I just don't think it's practical. Last one on this because I want to talk some quarterback stuff. Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Hey, what's happening, JP? What's happening, B?
We're good, dude.
Hey, man, that's good. That's good. I want you guys to be healthy. Be careful today, man. Especially you, Brian. You're getting to be an old fart like me. JP, he's already made an admission. He made a mistake, man.
I'm still young, man. I'm still young. I got way worse lungs than B. I promise you that.
hey, that's because he works out, JP. Don't forget that, buddy.
I work out. I just have done lots of things.
Well, me too, brother. Me too. But there's one thing we shouldn't do. And that would be get rid of the prospects we have, irregardless to the skinflints that own the team and can make all the excuses in the world about why they can't spend money. When you buy something, an organization, you don't want to be Bob Short or robbed from the team or never put any money into it, then your stewardship of the team is lacking totally. But the lack of fidelity with this team will ruin this team one more time. And it's gotten to the point of ridiculous, and it's all over sports and in our life and in our world we live in, is the lack of fidelity and the ye of little faith. So they should keep the players they have and keep working at it, like you alluded to earlier, JP, where Taboni is trying to build a team. Because I don't care how many closers you get or pitchers you get. Number one, there's probably not going to be any good ones that available, or we'll get outbid on them. Big shock there. And keep building it, huh, guys? Keep building it. Brian's right, man. I mean, it's just nutty. I mean, it's just crazier than hell. And hey, I'll get off here because I know you guys got stuff you got to do. And hey, man, be safe out there and have a nice day and take care of yourself.
Right, thanks, bud.
Always good talking to you.
So
I didn't expect to be called an old fart.
Yeah, that was wild. I don't know.
Mark called me an old fart.
Yeah, dog, that's something.
Kind of
Mark's like always so nice.
Kind of hit me below the belt right there, dog.
The last thing I'll say on this Nats thing. Ted Lerner passed away in 2023. Nats won the World Series in 19. Yep. They got like many people. COVID really screwed the baseball organization because they never got to have the post World Series pop of stadium being sold out, suites being sold out, and 21 they stopped spending. Like there's a direct corollary to Lerner's passing, trading away all their stars. Like all of these things happened, and I don't know what that commitment is going forward. And until I know that, acquire more assets. Now, we've been doing this daily. Our Commanders training camp countdown, positional breakdowns. Today, we're doing the quarterback. And we can talk about, let's finish with Jaden. Let's talk about the depth. Okay. Because Dan Quinn at minicamp made a point of he wanted to play second, third, fourth stringers because he wanted to see what the depth is. And if we're talking about the depth at quarterback,
Marcus,
I'm going further. I'm starting at the end here because we have seen them through 2 seasons of the APDQ Brain Trust have a third veteran quarterback on the roster.
Yeah.
Right now, they do not. They have a rookie out of Rutgers, Ethan Kaliak-Manis, and then they have the undrafted Sam Hartman, who is still in town for his 3rd season now. I'm an actions, not words guy. Late last year, when they could have elevated Hartman,
they didn't.
They brought Driscoll back.
Yeah.
I think that tells you what you need to know. He's a I believe 7th round rookie. He's a great, nice kid that seems legit blown away by being in an NFL locker room with Jaden Daniels. I don't know that either of those guys are your third stringer. If this is an organization that believes in having real veteran depth, I won't be shocked if there's another quarterback brought in to be your third string quarterback. Veteran QB X at third string. I will not be shocked by that. Or if something happens and then you get to a place where Marcus is playing, then maybe you bring somebody in. We'll see what happens there, but I don't want to disparage anybody on July 17th, so I'm just going to say I don't think Kaliak-Manis or Hartman will play in a regular season NFL game for the Burgundy and Gold.
In a regular what game?
In a regular season game.
Oh, okay.
It'll be a fun.
Well, we hope not.
Right. It'll be a fun thing to watch.
Because if they do, it'll be a problem.
But like, I think most organizations, if you're talking third string quarterback, you're probably in big trouble anyway. So we're not going to spend too much time on that. As far as a backup quarterback goes, because we're talking the whole position here, right? The position group, the quarterback room. I'd argue Mariota is one of the best backup quarterbacks in football.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. Who's the Giants' backup? Jameis still?
Yeah, Jameis is up there, and people love him because he's a riot.
Ball.
He's a riot.
Yeah. Like, so I just Googled this, right? Mac Jones is the backup in San Francisco who maybe looked better than the starter last year. Mac Jones playing for Kyle Shanahan was very good last year. There's been some talk if the Niners are going to trade Mac Jones. Hasn't happened. CBS Sports ranked the best backups. Mac Jones is there. Flacco backing up Burrow. Flacco balled out when he came in. And I think what Flacco recognizes is I got two of the best receivers in football. I'm gonna sling this
I'm
thing.
throwing it to him.
Yeah. And for all of Flacco's inability to move, that is not a mobile quarterback, but he's got a big arm and always has.
Yeah.
So Flacco as a backup in Cincy really fits. Marcus really fits here, and he really fit in Cliff's scheme. We'll see if he really fits in Blau's scheme, but I think he will. I think Marcus as a backup quarterback is really good.
Yeah.
You talk about Jameis. I guess Drew Lock is the backup in Seattle. So there are some like former starters are now backups that are good. I'd put Marcus right in that conversation as far as best backup quarterbacks in football. And he and Jaden clearly have a tight bond. If you think about just the similarities between those two, former number 2 overall picks, Heisman Trophy winners, like West Coast guys. Like,
they can sling it, they can run.
Yeah.
And I think the experience and the stuff that Marcus has been through also is something that kind of helped Jaden's out.
Totally.
Yeah.
Now we get to the top of the line here. Quarterback breakdown. Jaden Daniels. I saw this. I believe this is coming from Fanatics Fest. Patrick Mahomes was asked about Jaden Daniels, and I think this might have been a part, like in response to something in the Netflix quarterback series.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up at 12:30, Martenzie Johnson covers the Commanders for Notice, and I thought this was a really clever piece of content. Martenzie did a whole article on the things that Jaden talked about in the quarterback series on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to do that in about an hour. But this was Mahomes talking about Jaden Daniels. Patrick Mahomes talking about Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go up against the best of the best, and Jaden, with the way he played last year, man, he's in that category, and so he's a talented football player. I've watched play since he was at Arizona State, the LSU, and to now in the NFL, and Cliff speaks extremely highly of him as a person, and so I'm hoping he gets healthy sooner rather than later. But yeah, I mean,
so I think with Jaden, let me ask you the on-field question, right? New offense. How difficult could that be for him to deploy?
Jaden?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be difficult because I think he's been a part of building this offense. And I think it's like you stated earlier, you said it many a time, it's not going to be completely away from what Cliff did. It's going to have some parts of that. It's going to have some new parts. I just think he's a talented enough guy where he will adjust to it.
I agree. There are folks that want to be concerned about Jaden's ability to go under center. I don't share that concern.
No, I try not to say stuff like just dismiss people's opinion, but if you've been playing football as long as he's been playing football, you've been on the center before. You understand it. They started this last year before the season was over when he started doing the center stuff because they knew what they were going to be doing in the offseason. They made their move to change it up, and right now they're going under center. But the thing about it, Jaden, as you just heard Pat Mahomes and a lot of the other quarterbacks, they recognize game. They know this kid can play. And whenever there's a change in football, those outside of it like to make it like it's so difficult. No, it's football. You know, yeah, it may be deployed a different way, but the guy still knows how to play football. It won't be that hard.
I agree. I think my concerns for Jaden, I think the one legitimate concern you can have for Jaden is injury.
Yeah.
And I think you could say that about a number of quarterbacks in the NFL. And people could talk about his frame. I get this question like, oh, you think Jaden's bulked up? No, I don't think he's going to. He's 25. Like, at some point, he is who he is, and he's extremely gifted. He's one of the most accurate passers in the NFL. He has the poise and the mind. He makes quick decisions, and then you don't want to lose the incredible athleticism. Like, I don't think, like, people are like, oh, I'll put 20 pounds of muscle on him. We're going into year 3. And does he look marginally different than as a rookie? Sure.
Yeah,
But, like,
he'll as he ages, he'll get bigger, but just throwing 20 pounds of muscle don't solve anything. Because he has an innate ability and has a damn good ability of moving around and doing different things. If you just start throwing muscles on him, he may not be able to do all the stuff he does now, which you like him for.
So I think there's going to be some schematic things that will protect Jaden a bit more. I think you'll see less designed quarterback runs. I'm not saying he won't run, but you'll see less designed quarterback runs. I also think a stronger run game and getting up under center more will help the entire offense, and it'll help receivers get separation, having real play action. I think there will be designed bootlegs to use Jaden's legs, which I think he'll be lethal at. So I think offensively, this scheme is going to take a step forward, frankly. I really believe that. I think all of that helps Jaden.
Because I think what Blau is trying to do is do things that's going to take some of the pressure off of Jaden. And I think that, in turn, will help him and also alleviate him trying to go out there and feel like he has to do it all.
For Jaden, the one concern that I think gets overblown is the injury stuff. And I think that's a concern for a ton of quarterbacks. Like, very few quarterbacks. Where's the Fowler list? Fowler had his list of the top 10 that Jaden fell outside of, right?
Yeah.
And of the top 5, he had Allen 1. Allen's superpower through, how long is he was drafted in 2018, I believe, right? He has been largely durable, which is pretty damn remarkable for the way he plays, because he plays a physical brand of quarterback. But Allen, of the tier of quarterbacks that have clearly separated, which I would include Allen, Burrow, Mahomes, Stafford, Lamar. Allen has been by far the most durable, like by a mile. Stafford plays hurt, but gets hurt. And sometimes you see it limit his ability. I think Stafford's also 37, 38. Like, Josh Allen's about to play his 30-year-old season. Mahomes, prior to last year, had
not
very
been hurt.
durable.
Yeah.
And I think Pat coming off a big knee injury.
Well, he even played with the stuff he had.
I mean, think about the ankle injuries that dude played through.
Yeah.
But so on the durability test, you've got Allen at the top, undoubtedly, then Stafford. Mahomes, prior to this injury, you would have put Mahomes ahead of all of them because the ankle stuff he played through was outrageous.
Yeah.
But now Mahomes is coming off a big knee. That's a big deal. When you have this conversation about the top tier, Burrow and Lamar have missed a ton of time.
Hell yeah.
And it's not part of the conversation.
But
meanwhile, everybody's freaked out about Jaden.
But what happens is people develop narratives on certain people. And they go with it. They don't ever change it. It's going to be there forever. Like when you start, like the running backs, when they say a guy is he's too small, and then you look at another running back exact same size or way less than him, and they never say a word. I was always called the small running back. That's why I shouldn't be running a lot. I weigh more than Emmett. I weigh more than Barry.
I don't think anyone's ever stood next to you and called you small.
No, but that's
You're
how it was.
barrel-chested,
In my
broad
early
shoulders.
career, that's what it was. Well, the way he's built. But then when it came down to kick returning and punt returning, well, maybe too big, may not as shifty. Did it stop anything? I just think people develop narratives and they run with them, and half the time they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
And I think that's right to some degree. It was certainly part of the pre-draft process with Jaden, was like the concern over his frame. I think in 2 years, 1 year he didn't miss any time with an injury, but he played with that rib injury as a rookie. Last year, he missed a lot of time.
Yeah.
He played 4 complete games. He started 7. You missed over half the season. So here's the question mark. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Dan Quinn needs a big year. David Blau needs a big year. Durante Jones needs a big year. Jaden Daniels needs a big year. Are you confident it's coming? It's B. Mitch and Finley. Nobody go anywhere. Look, man, it's smoky outside. It's gross today. The air quality is poor. You better make sure your windows are in check because you don't want this gross Canadian smoke leaking into your house. You got babies, you got a wife, you got to take care of them. Call Paul Henry. Get good windows, good doors. Keep the smoke out, keep the cool air in. Paul Henry's done a tremendous job at my house. He's done the same for Brian. When you work with him, it's like working with a family member because he gets stuff done ahead of schedule. That just doesn't happen in the construction world. Call them this month and you get $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation.
You know, JP is absolutely right. We always talk about Paul. We talk about keeping the cool air in, keeping the cool air out. But you know what? Sometimes when you have those leaky windows and those leaky doors, it allows whatever is bad outside to come inside. And right now, with all the smoke around, you don't want all that stuff coming in. And I think if you had windows from Paul, you wouldn't have to be worried about it, just like JP and I are not worried about it. So if you want to make sure you can have that no fear, no worry anymore as you move forward, call Paul. Reach out to him right now and say, hey, I want to get what JP and B. Mitch has. You can call Paul right now. You get $120 off each window, and you get with a 5-window minimum, and you get $500 off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
This sports update is brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick. Made from scratch, served from the heart. After 3 straight pars, Bryson DeChambeau got his first birdie of the day to fall with a long putt at the 4th. He's one of 9 players tied for 5th at 4 under. Your solo leader is Lucas Herbert at 8 under, followed by Cam Young and Jackson Suvert, both at 6 under, and Sam Burns at 5 under. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And the Nationals will begin the second half of the season tonight, 9:40 p.m. first pitch against the Athletics. If you're looking for some late-night baseball, that'll be right here on 106.7 The Fan. Chicken Salad Chick makes food from scratch every day using fresh quality ingredients. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, there's something for everyone. Enjoy Chicken Salad Chick as a scoop or a sandwich, or grab a quick chick for life on the go. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCannell, The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Here's the top. Jaden freaking Daniels. B?
Yeah.
Stallion writes the questions on the show sheet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you confident Jaden Daniels bounces back this season?
I am.
I am too.
Listen, he showed too much early for us to not, for me to think, I'm not worried about other people, for me to think that that's not who he is. Watching him at LSU. I told you why he was at LSU. I would talk to Gil all the time. He was like, man, you got to watch this kid play. When I turn on the TV and I watch him play, yes, he's. I look at Jared Goff the same way. Jared Goff is a small dude. All right? But you find out when the guys been playing football as long as they've been playing, they tough as hell. And if you play football long enough, you will get hurt. But there are guys who've been hurt who fights through it and keeps going. And there's guys who get hurt and they can't come back again. Jaden is not that guy. He's going to keep playing.
One thing that's really interesting, I think I mentioned this earlier. Tony Romo was on Pardon My Take last week or sometime recently.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a really interesting interview. And one of the things he said that NFL locker rooms recognize is quarterback toughness. And you've got to show it to have command of the room.
Hell yeah.
And he talked about, we see this all the time. And honestly, it's probably Joe Burrow's greatest asset and his greatest fault. There are quarterbacks that are willing to stay in the pocket, know they're about to take a massive shot, and still throw the ball down the field.
Yeah.
Then there are quarterbacks. Now, he outgrew this later in his career. But, like, when Kirk was the quarterback of the Skins, one of the reasons he never really commanded that room, some of it was the Robert BS, but even later on, once he was getting tagged, Robert was in Cleveland, Kirk had a predisposition to take the dump off rather than stay in the pocket and take the shot.
Yeah, totally.
And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but players notice that. Receivers notice that.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're not staying in there to hit me deep. I noticed it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's a thing. And Kirk outgrew that. When he got to Minnesota, he became a different player.
Yeah.
And maybe some of it was a contract, who knows? But, like, that was a thing in Washington. And I know it was a thing in that locker room. I talked to people about it.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden had shown a willingness to
He shows that willingness. And then, like, some quarterbacks are just outright crazy, like Brett Favre.
Totally.
Brett Favre would take the shot, plus he would go get in your face, want to fight you, and everything else. But quarterbacks know to be accepted inside the locker room. Yeah, the team love them. They get favoritism from the coaches and the damn owners. But to get that acceptance in the locker room, you have to show that you're a tough ass.
Totally.
Point blank.
And I think Jaden has shown it. I think he absolutely did not want to be shut down late in the season. I imagine there was some level of, like, ownership involvement in that. Like, and I'm not knocking that. Like that, the owner of the team is allowed to get involved with the greatest asset on the team. But if the question is, how confident are you? Ask the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How confident are you that Jaden Daniels has a monster season, bounces back? I'm confident. I think the offense is going to be set up in a way that's much better for him. I think the defense should be much better, which will alleviate some of the pressures he had faced, especially last year when they were giving up 30 a game and just getting boat raced all the time. I'm confident. I'm happy to let folks weigh in. Are you concerned about the injuries? Maybe, to me, the one real hole in the confidence is injuries, but I just don't think that's that unique. I think if you ask the folks in Detroit, who the hell's Goff's backup? Now, Goff's been very, very dependable and he's played through some tough stuff too.
Who's his backup? I don't know.
But like a quarterback getting injured is everybody's problem in the NFL. I think if Jaden plays 15 games, he's a Pro Bowler.
Easily.
And I'm just going to, you can kind of choose optimism or skepticism when it comes to the quarterback position and injuries. I think last year was just a lot of fluky stuff.
Very much. I mean, the elbow thing, he can fall like that 15 times, and that happened that one time. Probably won't happen again. But as you stated, and I've stated too, he's going to have to learn how to don't put himself in harm's way sometimes. Some things he shy away from. You know, the little saying in The Water Boy, live to play another day. He's got to learn that sometimes.
Agreed.
And that comes with experience too. When you're young and just dapper and come in and you feel like you can do anything, you try all kind of stuff.
This is awesome. Guess who's calling in?
Who?
Joe Theismann, a guy that knows about quarterback play. Joe T, how are you, sir?
Hey, guys, how are you? I've been listening to your conversation this morning. Very insightful from all of you, from both of you.
Oh, yeah. Appreciate it.
How confident are you that Jaden has a big bounce back year?
I think he will. And I think, first of all, you talked about, possibly ownership wanting to shut him down. I thought it was an excellent decision based upon where our season was going to put him out there at risk. The time that he spent with David Blau, basically the last month of the season, would be invaluable for him going forward with the change in I guess you could play calling. I don't think the offense is going to change. I think it's going to be simple. Normally, the guys really struggle with terminology. That won't be a problem at all. I really feel like having a chance to work with David last year got him under center, got him ready for this year. It's something about working under center, and we're starting to see more and more quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes, whom you had on just earlier, talking about it, is first of all, you have the defense having to hesitate just for a split second, and that's important. Secondly, it's the best way to get mass protection because you can involve backs in it. You also force the linebackers to take a hesitation, and it opens up the holes down the field a little bit more, and you're always going to have an outlet anyway. But all the things that I've loved about Jaden for the last 3 years, his ability to throw the ball down the field. We haven't had anybody with that kind of ability in a long time. He has it. His mobility got him in a little bit of trouble, but when you think last year, he really didn't get hurt running around. He got hurt in sort of crazy ways, I guess you could say. And his intelligence is absolutely off the charts. He's got a tremendous work ethic. He wants to be great, not good. He wants to be great. And you're right about toughness when it comes to showing up when you're hurt. Now, it would have been foolish to put him back on the field, and basically coaches' responsibilities are to protect the players from themselves. Andy Reid's having to deal with that in Kansas City. I just finished playing in the American Century Championship. And I was talking to some guys, Kansas City guys, and it's like, Patrick's looking great. Patrick's doing terrific. So that's the hardest thing is Andy's got to say, whoa, time out. We've got a season coming. I don't care how good you look now. I want you to look later. But I fully expect Jaden to have a heck of a year. I fully expect our football team to have a heck of a year.
I love that, Joe. Hey, while we have you, it means, just on a personal level, it means a lot that you just listen to the program. I know you've told me that before, but it really does. But while we have you, I mean, we're talking with Joe Theismann, Super Bowl winner. What's it mean for you that they're going to retire 44 and properly honor John Riggins?
First of all, it's way overdue. That's the first thing. But thankfully, they're doing it now. There's no way anybody could ever wear the 44 and justify it the way JR did.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thrilled for my teammate. I'm thrilled for a guy that I spent time with. I'm thrilled for the man that I know. And I think it's a great honor, not only for him, but for the Commanders to acknowledge and recognize how tremendous a football player he was and really not have anybody else put that uniform on.
Yeah. Joe, I know John is the tough dude, but this has to be something that makes him feel real good.
I think so.
Yeah.
I really do. You know, the funny thing about JR is he liked to be recognized. He liked to be appreciated. We all do.
Yeah,
sure.
You know, we all bust our rear ends, and he was our bell cow. In 82, 83, he took off 81. I took off 80, got us all almost fired. and then he did. But I still tell the story, and I'm going to share this now. So now I don't know if this is 100% fact, but I think it's pretty close. So Coach Gibbs flies out to Centralia, Kansas after John retires in 80. And Joe's at John's house. John had been supposedly out in the morning, walks in the house, walks to the refrigerator, grabs a beer, sits down in front of Coach Gibbs and says, "Let's get something straight. You need me a heck of a lot more than I need you." Coach Gibbs goes, "This guy's a fruitcake. This guy's a total nut. I can't have crazy fruitcakes on my football team." He gets back, he starts looking at film, he says, "You know what? I do need him a heck of a lot more than he needs."
The rest is history.
Once you recognize it, you got to present it.
Exactly.
That's
And John used to attend meetings with the offensive line. John was never in our passing game meetings. He was, and he could have been an excellent pass receiver. But in Joe's infinite wisdom, he saw the value of Joe Washington, Nick Chiquento as our receiving backs, and of course John as the bell cow.
Yeah.
And it's just, John, the number should have been retired shortly after he went in the Hall of Fame. But it's not. We can't, I'm one of these people who lives in the past. I think it's absolutely spectacular that he's going in, and I'm excited. I've already circled the calendar just to be there to support him as he goes and has his jersey retired.
You think he put on a full uniform and come running out the tunnel again?
I wouldn't be surprised, Mitch. I swear, I would not be surprised. I would not. I remember when we got our names up on the plaques. This is true. I'm standing out at the 50-yard line in my suit like a broken down old football player should be, right? And there's no JR. And halftime is ticking down, and all of a sudden the crowd starts to clap a little bit. They start to get restless. And here he comes out of the locker room in full battle regalia. 44 jersey, shoulder pads, thigh pads, helmet. I'm thinking, holy mackerel. So he walks up and he stands next to me, right? And I said, "John, you really are something." He says, "Yes, I am, aren't I?"
Hey, Joe, it means a lot you called in, man.
Appreciate
Thank
it,
you
Joe.
so much.
Thank
Maybe
you,
when
man.
you come to town for the jersey retirement, you're always welcome in studio with us, dude.
Thanks, God. I may take you up on that. Appreciate it. Take care.
Would
All
love
right, brother.
it. Take care, Joe.
bro.
The great Joe Theismann.
Joe
How
T.
cool was that, man?
Oh, yeah.
That
Oh,
was
yeah.
incredible. Thank you to Joe T. Listen, if Joe T's confident Jaden's going to have a big year, I'm confident Jaden's going to have a big year. Nobody go anywhere. Doug Kammerer is going to tell us what's going on with this smoke when we return. If you missed any of our interview with Joe Theismann, make sure you jump on the Odyssey app, YouTube, Instagram, and listen to it. Joe T confident in a big year for Jaden Daniels, as are Brian and I.
Yeah.
What I'm less confident in is that the smoke's ever going to go away. To help us make sense of the Canadian wildfire smoke, we're hoping to talk to our friend Doug Kammerer here in just a minute. My man Sean's been on hold for a while, though, so I'm going to let Sean weigh in on Jaden.
What up, Sean?
Sean, what up?
Hey guys, I appreciate it. I feel like Mac Jones following Tom Brady with Joe Theismann just on, but I appreciate you having me on regardless. Yeah, I do agree. I think it's a bounce back year. I think the scheme with the play action is just going to fit with the style that Jaden can play. I think Rashid White is a big get. I think, a dump off here and a run there. I think he's the guy that's really going to be a catalyst. A little bit worried about the center position, but I think overall the offensive line is looking a lot better. I'm hopeful.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Sean.
Rashad White.
Rashad White, what'd he say?
Rasheed.
That's Rasheed Rice. That's a different player altogether. All right, joining us now is our friend Doug Kammerer, chief meteorologist for NBC4. What's up, Doug?
The Beach Gore.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Doug?
Not much.
The smoke is
just walking outside right now with my eyes are all messed up, to this.
I went out early this morning. I
guess
I got out there because it wasn't like this, man. It's crazy now.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, this is kind of what we saw a couple of years ago when we had that wildfire smoke in here right now. I mean, we're code purple currently, so that means that you really do want to limit outdoor activity. You probably tell your throat's a little sore. If you're outside for a long period of time, your eyes might hurt a little bit. So there's a lot going on today.
Dude, so these Canadian fires, it happened 3 years ago. It's happening again.
Happened for years.
Yeah, some people say this is totally natural. It's been going on for thousands of years. Others say it's a result of global warming or whatever.
I never saw anybody making a big deal of it until 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
How unusual is this, or is it fairly normal?
It's definitely normal. We've seen it the last couple of years here. Now, what we've seen is that smoke actually coming our way. Normally, it stays up into Canada. High pressure is over us. We're just on the hot side, and that stuff just goes right up and and continues into Canada. But their wildfires, they happen every single year. The fires that are happening right now mostly are in unpopulated areas. They're started by lightning most of the time. So the thunderstorm activity up there is starting the fires. They've had very dry conditions, and then when you get the fires going, they just continue. And then when you do have some intense heat, like they did have some intense heat the last couple of days up there, even some record high temperatures that were into parts of Canada, that helps to spread the fires as well. So yeah, we've seen this before. Canadian wildfires as a whole, acreage wise, are actually down, but it doesn't matter for us because we're getting that smoke in here today.
So Doug, what is it that you said normally the smoke normally stays up in Canada, but now it's coming down here? What's making that happen?
It's the weather pattern we have. So that intense heat that we've had for the last couple of days, that's you've heard the term heat dome. Everybody's been talking about the heat dome.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, that high pressure is sitting over the middle part of the country. If it was over us, the high pressure was over us like it was with the last heat wave, that smoke would stay well up to the north. But because that high pressure area is over areas like St. Louis, the peak of it is actually into Canada, and what happens is on the other side of the high pressure, it just brings it right on down towards our area. So think of high pressure, the flow around high pressure is clockwise. So if you look at if you just go from St. Louis up into Canada and you go clockwise, that's how that smoke is coming around. That's why it's coming all the way down into our area, and all the way down toward the Carolinas.
Yeah, because I know if this been going on forever, we never had these problems in Louisiana. We just had all those chemicals around all those damn plants down there that was killing us a different way. So
you get your wildfires down there too. I mean, we had this year, for example, we had some huge wildfires early on in Georgia and Florida. Like your wildfire season, Louisiana, Georgia, Florida, that wildfire season is actually like January, February, and this has been one of the worst wildfire seasons there too because of the ongoing drought. That's been going down there. So we need some rain. They've been getting it down there lately. We need some rain here, and of course they need it up at the Canada.
We wanted something to be dry when I was growing up.
Right?
Always wet.
Doug, how long is the smoke here? Is this like all weekend?
No, it's here through tomorrow morning, and then we get a strong cold front that'll come through. That cold front will pretty much wipe it out during the day tomorrow. So it'll be here in the morning. You probably notice if you get up in the morning, it'll still be here, but it'll be out of here by the afternoon. And then we worry about the chance for severe weather tomorrow there's a very good chance of severe thunderstorms out there tomorrow. So we're going to be weather alert today because of the air quality. We'll be weather alert tomorrow as a result of the thunderstorm activity coming through. And those storms are going to rumble on through here during the afternoon, maybe even the early afternoon into the evening. And there could be like 2, maybe even 3 rounds of storms tomorrow. So that's something that we're going to be watching out for too. And then Sunday, guys, make your tea times now, because I think Sunday is going to be a gorgeous day across our area. Lower humidity, bright blue skies. It's going to be great.
I love that.
I already decided to ride my bike, Doug.
Well,
rub it in.
B-Mitch, tell you what, buddy. I mean, think about that, right? Today we're telling you not to get outdoors, and on Sunday I'm telling you to get outdoors, man. So how many miles you going tomorrow or Sunday?
28.
Crazy.
28. I was going to say right around 30. Perfect.
Doug, how does the weather look Saturday night, call it 8 p.m. at Merriweather Post Pavilion?
Yeah. Who's playing?
Thunderstorm.
Fish.
Y'all might be fishing.
Right? Yeah, they have I think there's a pretty good chance of storms, man. Yeah, I really do. They're gonna have to watch that. Obviously Merriweather Post, you're either gonna be under the roof there, but even if you are, you got a lot of wind and stuff like that that's going to come through. So that could be a tough go of things for the concert. Hopefully you're in between. I see a line coming through around 3-ish. I see a line coming through around 7-ish, and then maybe not until 11. So there's going to be a little bit of a window there, so hopefully you get lucky.
Okay, because Merriweather also has that noise ordinance. I think all the shows have to end by like 10:30 or something.
Oh, geez. Well, that might be, yeah. So there you go.
Might save you.
The last one, I just checked the tee sheet for Sunday morning. It's jammed. The senior and junior club championship. I'm invited to neither of those. So
you could be invited as a
caddy.
spectator.
Last one, Doug, and I think this is a legit concern, dude. They're playing the World Cup on the East Coast in the summer.
Yes.
And what does the weather look like for New York?
Well, and they play tomorrow, right?
Yeah, but I think that one's in Miami or Atlanta or something.
Oh, wait. Okay, so when's the final? Sunday
so
in New York?
The third place game is Saturday, not in New York. The final is Sunday in New York.
Okay, and obviously Atlanta, they're inside. It's no big deal.
Right.
But yeah, so, I mean, you think about having anything this time of year outdoors, and you're going to be talking about the heat. Now, again, Sunday is actually looking like a great day up there. The one thing I do worry about wildfire smoke there. It should move out or begin to move out on Sunday. It's going to be bad in New York tomorrow, but it should move out on Sunday, so I'm hoping that's the case for the game because, I know a lot of games today have been canceled. A lot of different things are canceled today as a result of the air quality. I hope it's better up there. But you're right. I mean, having a outdoor stadium in July for soccer, I mean, that's kind of tough. I mean, think about playing football, putting all those pads on, and you're in July. I mean, we always talk about the OTAs and how bad it is and how hot it gets. But I'd hate to see those guys out on the pitch there for 90 minutes when it's 100 degrees. But fortunately, they're going to see much cooler weather on Sunday up there in New York.
Doug, thank you for making time for us, dude. Appreciate it.
You bet, guys. Have a great weekend.
That's the great Doug Kammerer. Seems like we got to be lay low till Saturday afternoon when the smoke clears. Here's our plan. Coming up at noon, we are going to talk football and Ovi. It'll all make sense, I promise.
This sports update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Fresh off his first birdie, Bryson DeChambeau may have been feeling a little bit too good as he bogeyed the 5th, putting him back at even on the day and 3 under for the tournament. He is now tied for 12th along with many names, including Scotty Scheffler, who finally got his first birdie of the day at the 5th. The Open Championship Leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And in case you missed it, the Nationals are planning to call up catching prospect Harry Ford from AAA before tonight's game, pairing him with Keibert Ruiz for at least the immediate future. First pitch 9:40 p.m. as the Nationals take on the Athletics. Getting engaged or married, visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds at the best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia, where it's smoky outside. It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Hope everybody enjoys responsibly. B-Mitch, I want to give credit to Russian Machine Never Breaks. They that's an old school blog, covered the Caps forever.
Wow.
I guess they, what do you call it, translated a interview Alex Ovechkin did with Russian language Match TV.
All right.
And he was asked if he wants to score 1,000 career goals.
Okay.
Listen, he's already the leading goal scorer ever in NHL history.
Mm-hmm.
But getting to 1,000 would be pretty damn cool.
Yeah. Where's he at now?
He's
9 what?
9. He's 71 away from 1,000. So that would be 921.
If he mess around and have like 40 goals this year, who wouldn't be trying to push for it?
He has 76 over the past 2 seasons. So if he did 2 more seasons, you'd think he gets there.
Uh-huh.
I think it'd be super dope.
Hell yeah.
I can't imagine. This is what Ovi said, though. Because he was also asked, we'll try. Everything will depend on my desire and health. Time will tell. It gets harder and harder with each passing year.
Mm-hmm.
So we were having this conversation in there about Ovi trying to get to 1,000 goals. And all things Ovi, to me, awesome. Go for it. He has, one, earned the right to call his own shot. Period. End of story. If he wants to try to play 2 more years, awesome. But for the critics, and I feel like there is a quiet group of critics that like want the Caps to be able to, move things forward. They just did. They made all these trades. They got super aggressive.
Yeah.
Ovechkin's salary is not at all cumbersome to the salary cap.
Totally.
And credit to the organization for structuring it as such that they paid out more bonuses rather than salary. But, dude, he scored 32 goals last year. He was their leading goal scorer. Like, Ovi on this team is an asset for as long as he wants to play. The year before, he had 44 and 65 games. Remember, he missed some time with the broken leg?
Yep.
I think, especially now that you have supplemented this offense with a whole bunch more weapons and you still have the young guys developing, like, did they have to trade some guys away? Yes. Connor McMichael was a nice piece that arguably never really developed to his full potential or never realized it here. I stand by the theory people expected a lot out of Connor McMichael because they kept thinking they were talking about Connor McDavid. Just their names are so similar, but they're not the same dude. If Ovi wants to play 2 more years, I don't want to speak for you, but I will. He has the full support of the B. Mitchell Finley program.
If he plays 2 more years, he would have played very good the first year.
He's not. If this year isn't what he deems to be his standard, he won't come back. I don't think.
Not at all.
He doesn't strike me as a dude that's going to tarnish his legacy, any of that. And I think the one skill that we've seen zero decline on, Ovechkin's ability on the power play.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, just Ovi from his office is worth 15 goals. Then you score another 15, you're back to 30.
There you go.
And hockey's a wild sport. I remember Tarek El-Bashir telling me this, how guys can have these crazy injuries but still play because you're gliding on the ice. You're not like running like in other sports. And so I think of another elite goal scorer in Jaromir Jagr that played until he was 45. And in 2016, he was 44 years old and had 16 goals and 30 assists. At 43, Jagr played 79 games and had 27 goals. Like, I just, some of these dudes can keep going long into their career. Jeffrey, you wanted to say something about Ovi.
If he scored 1,000 goals, does that make him the greatest hockey player ever?
No, I think it's going to be Gretzky.
Still will remain Gretzky.
He's already the greatest goal scorer ever.
Yeah.
And I think,
but if he scores 1,000, that's gonna make people change their mindset on a lot of stuff because no one ever thought they would say 1,000.
No.
Yeah.
What is the one record he doesn't have is the career regular season and playoff goals, right? I think Gretzky still holds that. Total goals, I guess, is the answer there. So maybe that's part of it. But the question Stallion has written here about Ovechkin possibly playing 2 seasons. And when he did the press conference that I was a part of, whenever that was 2 weeks ago, he said, yeah, we'll see what happens. Like, he's just leaving the door open. He's not guaranteeing. He didn't ask for a 2-year deal. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. He's going to keep signing 1 years, I assume. Yeah. And Stallion asks, is this something Caps fans want to see happen? I would think the answer is hell yes.
I think as the newest Caps fan on the show, I agree with you.
And then to this question, does it impact the Caps Cup chances if the team is still chasing records for Ovi? I think the year of the chase, now 2 years removed, was about the chase, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think all the moves they made this offseason are about winning a cup. And if Ovi breaks more records along the way, great. But there's a lot less pressure on him to be like the lone offensive option when you add all these players
they've added guys that can score. But like I tell you, like, I used to look at this team for a long time, and I would watch guys stand around and just watch Ovi do his thing. Then they started getting guys that could do more, and it was easier for them to go out there and produce, and they didn't win the Stanley Cup. I think right now the fact that they brought these two guys in that they feel can be a big plus and helping them score and all that. Hell, Ovi being able to still get goals will not be as difficult then. Because right now, if you look, like you say, you go into his office, everybody know where he's setting up at, and he still scores from there. If you had some more people that would become more of a threat, he may get there. You never know.
Agreed. I think... Am I reading it correctly? Like, Stallion, is there a group out there?
There
like
are some people.
Caps Twitter that don't want Ovi back? Because I think they're nuts.
Some people act like, once you get to a certain age, they just want you to go. They don't look and see how you play and what you still get done. As I said, who was the leading goal scorer last year?
Alex Ovechkin.
Him.
I mean, there are people out there who still think that you should probably move on from it, and I don't know why you would, because I think Alex Ovechkin may help you win, but I think those people, and the reason why they argue that is because they think that, it's not like he's holding us back, but like they want to see this new generation of Caps. And I think these new guys coming in, you kind of just want to see fresh pair of skates out there, and they think that might help them.
My thought, I don't think there's any validity to the we don't want Ovi back argument. I think it's insane, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
But there was I don't want him to gobble up all the cap space. And he didn't. Yep. And they were able to add and supplement. And they had a lot of free agency money, but it was a bad free agent class. So they made a bunch of trades. Like,
remember all those people that wanted him that say he had fallen off? This was over 7-8 years ago.
Yeah.
Remember all those people too? So, I mean, some people get to a point, no matter who you are, what your cloud is, they just want to move on. That's just some people.
So, Ovi has full support. And if he gets to 1,000, it'd be sick. And I think there is a track record. I just remember Yager late in his career still getting it done. And I think Ovi is cut from that same cloth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, should there be an injury or should he noticeably slow down? I think Alex is going to be way more effective this year because there's going to be a lot more offensive firepower on the second, third, fourth lines.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Caps, throughout this Ovechkin run, I give them credit. And right now, I give them credit for retooling on the fly and continuing that with Ovi's ascent.
Yeah. See, the thing about hockey, man, which is so different than other sports, in most sports, the starters play forever. And then you get somebody to come spell them. In hockey, the first line might play the same amount of time as the third line. You get what I'm saying? Because they're on and off the ice. So it's not always that he's going to – if he starts playing on different lines, let's say no longer on the top line, if him seeing somebody of a lesser talent, that may be a problem for that other team. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I think he still can be very effective.
I am quite excited that Ovi is still locked in, honestly. And I think that's how people should react. If they're, I don't know, let's see the Russian machine. I'm sure they tweeted this out, right? Let's see if there's any crazy commenters. RMNB is the Russian Machine Never Breaks website. For me, man, of course you're happy about this. Like I don't see any downside. And the Caps just released their schedule. Heather pointed this out, Heather McDonough, which I thought was kind of a bummer. The Caps' final regular season game next year in Philly. Do you think, let's say it's a bad season and Washington's not going to the postseason. I think, maybe I'm crazy, I think even in Philly, if that became Ovi's final game, if there was some thought of that, they'd give an ovation. I really do. Because I was in New York. I was with the Islanders, and that's a crazy hockey fan base. When Ovi broke Gretzky's record, and there were a bunch of Caps fans there, to their credit, but he got a great ovation from those Islanders fans. And I know the Philly fans just booed every All-Star at the All-Star game. That's supposed to be a celebration of the sport. But I think
they're probably going to boo the hell out of him, JP.
You think?
Hell yeah. I'm being real. They're going to probably boo the hell out of him.
So I'm looking.
They may give him a little clap afterward, but they're going to boo him.
Maybe you boo him in the intro.
They're going to clap because they're going to be happy he's gone. He ain't got to deal with him no more.
I did want to ask you another question, and we're about to get really busy, B. I got asked this last night on All Ears. Or was that 2 nights ago? Go watch it on YouTube if you want. Who would you pick from the Commanders roster to be a World Cup goalie?
Ooh. I'd probably go Sonny Styles.
Dude, that's who I picked.
Yeah. Because you look at a dude that's with his height and quickness, I'll probably go with him.
Dude, that's exactly who I picked. Now, Jeff said McLaurin. He's got great hands.
Yeah.
You got to catch the ball, right? I think you can make a case for McLaurin. Stallion's dumbass said Nick Allegretti.
What?
Stallion, you want to defend your...
Why would you pick a lineman?
So not going to lie, I thought it was a hockey goalie at first. So I was like, all right, this guy's like pretty big and wide. And I was like, all right, Nick Allegretti, he could be a good hockey goalie.
If you think about the NFL as a whole, in the history of the NFL, who would you pick? I got 2.
Go ahead. Let me think.
I'll go with Javon Curse.
Ooh, the freak.
And what's called the receiver up in Detroit.
Calvin Johnson,
Calvin
Megatron?
Johnson, yeah.
If you're talking the entire NFL ever, them cats be running like Randy Moss.
Okay.
What was Randy's vertical? 8 feet, 6'4", 210.
Calvin Johnson was a beast, dude. And
Totally.
Javon Curse's arms look like he can scratch
The
his
other
ankle
name
while
I
he was
thought
walking.
of was Owe. Owe's long and athletic, man.
All right, so Commander Terry McLaurin. He tracks the ball well, and NFL.
Yeah, tracking that soccer ball is so different than tracking any other ball.
NFL, just whole NFL.
Yeah.
Chad Ochocinco, because he has some gauge of. He plays FIFA a lot, so he watches the game a lot. Like Chad be everywhere. Like for
He ain't playing no goalie.
I don't know, B.
He could be good.
He was a speedy receiver.
I think Chad may try to score on a goalie. I think if he was a goalie, they'll be going score goal all day.
I don't know.
Duffy, who was your guy? Who'd you say?
Chig.
Conco's big.
So
athletic
you asking about goalie because of the World Cup stuff, and this fool thought you was talking about soccer.
He said Nick
hockey.
Allegretti, the starting center.
I told you he asks questions and he never knows what he's talking about.
He's had a rough week, dude. I think with Jeff out, he thought he had to pick up the pot consumption to like even it out to just make sure we maintain the show's THC levels. And I don't even think what. Who? This is a great question.
Yeah.
Who's your all-time? Because we always do this, like, if the best athletes in the U.S. played soccer, we dominated soccer. Who's your all-time? I wish that dude played soccer. I got mine. Allen Iverson. You telling me Iverson would be messy?
Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
If Barry Sanders had soccer skill, the way he can turn.
I think Iverson playing soccer.
Iverson would be something special.
Because you ever watch the old clips of him returning kicks?
How about what you call him? Metcalf.
Sure. DK or Eric.
Not Eric. I'm talking about Eric, not DK. No, Eric.
Odell playing soccer.
Any kicker in the NFL. I just believe they can kick the ball.
They can kick the ball.
You got to be able to run around, dog.
Run around, dog. They don't run.
You think they can't run and play soccer? Most of them guys then probably play soccer.
I mean,
and that's why they stopped.
Who's
they wasn't good
the
at
kicker? Aubrey, right, on the Cowboys? I think he was a soccer player and then couldn't make it to MLS or wherever he was trying to get to. And then he's like, I'm going to try kicking a football.
Yeah, he played at Notre Dame.
I think it's an easier conversion from soccer player to NFL kicker than NFL kicker to soccer player.
I agree with that.
I'm just saying, Allen Iverson playing soccer would have been electric.
Mm-hmm.
If Iverson had never touched like what these young guys in these other countries do when they're 2 years old, they start kicking the ball against the wall. If that was Iverson's life until he was 20 years old, he'd be messy. He'd be unbelievable. That's my pick. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking to Martenzie Johnson when we return.
Sports Update is brought to you by Chicken Salad Chick. Robert McIntyre read the slope perfectly for Eagle on the 17th to take him to 5 under for the tournament, tied with Sam Burns and Alex Fitzpatrick, who also buried the 17th for 4th place. The Open Championship Leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And the World Cup final is not under any threat despite the air quality warnings in the area, according to ESPN. Health alerts have been issued by officials in New York and New Jersey after wildfires from Canada, which are impacting large parts of the U.S. But Sunday's final between Argentina and Spain at MetLife Stadium is not concerning FIFA, as the weather forecast looks like it's going to improve. Let Chicken Salad Chip cater your next event. Choose from a dozen varieties of made-from-scratch chicken salad, homemade sides, salads, soups, and desserts. From office meetings to bridal showers, our sandwich platters and specialty trays are a perfect fit for any occasion. For more information, visit chickensaladchick.com. From the Crop Nightcast Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline, because if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
And talk to our friend Martenzi Johnson. Martenzi's first time on the program. Martenzi started covering the Commanders earlier this year for Notus Reports. Martenzi, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good, good. Thanks for having me on, JP. Nice to meet you, Brian.
What's up, brother? How you doing, man?
Happy to have
I'm
you.
good.
Dude.
How are you?
All right.
How's it going covering the Burgundy and Gold so far, man?
Good. It's only been 1 month, so I'm still getting situated here, but I was able to attend some OTAs and mini camps, so I'm looking forward to training camp starting at the end of the month.
Yeah, man. It's about to get busy.
Oh, yeah. You're going to find out all the crazies.
I'm most concerned about the heat. Like, if we get in this type of weather 2 weeks from now, man, I don't know how I'm going to make it.
Dude, it's going to
get ready for it.
Yeah. That's what it's
where
going to
you
be.
from?
I'm from Milwaukee, so I'm more used to the cold than the heat.
Well, guess what? You're going to get some of that, but it's not going to be as cold as Milwaukee. But the heat, you're about to go completely the other direction.
Well, I got my sunscreen, I got my bucket hat, and I keep some water on me, so hopefully I get through it.
It's going to be hot, dude. Trust me. I've done a number of these. Hell, B-Mitch played in them. Dude, you had a piece of content that I thought was just really clever, and that's why I wanted to reach out and get you on the show. Obviously, this quarterback show is going on Netflix, and you wrote 5 things we learned about Jayden Daniels from the Netflix quarterback show. I mean, I guess there could be some spoilers here if somebody hasn't watched it, but it's also about last season, so you already know what happened. So to hell with the spoiler alert, you want to go ahead and explain us what you thought you learned from the series?
Yeah. I would say the 2 main takeaways I took from it, one being, Jayden, he even admits this in there. He's the introvert, right? Like, JP, you know this. I don't know, Brian, how much you know this because you're a former player, so he might talk to you more. But Jayden doesn't give us much, right? Like, the most he'll give you in the answer is about 10 words at that, and then move on to the next thing. He might even give you 2 words. But you saw in this show when he's around his teammates, when he was around his family, when he's around even defenders on another team, like Dex Lawrence, who they did Campbell's Soup ads, they both have done those. You see the personality there. He's joking around. He's kind of the life of the party. And so what I assume about a lot of athletes is they don't know us that well because we're just kind of strangers. But when they're around each other, the personality comes out. So Jayden isn't what he seems. He isn't as robotic as he seems in interviews. And the second thing is, I kind of knew this about him just because he's a quarterback, just because he's an NFL player, but he really is a competitor. Like, with those 3 injuries, I guess 4 if you want to count re-aggravating the elbow at the end of the season against the Vikings, he wanted to keep playing, right? If anything, I would assume Commander's PR isn't that happy with him of how much he was saying. Like, I do not agree with the medical staff. I do not agree with the coaching staff as far as not being able to play. Like, he wanted to play that much. And so that just showed me too, and some of the stuff he said this season as far as like, I'm done with 2025. I'm moving forward. I'm still working. I want to get better. that just kind of showed me like who he is as a person. And like, we've seen a lot from him, obviously his freshman season here, but what he can be in the future is kind of indicative of what we're seeing now, is just how much he really wants to do this. And, he could be bleeding out on the field and Jaden still wants to play.
Yeah, man. It's been cool because a lot of those things that I think the Netflix series is showing, I think from covering him for his 2 years in the NFL, I've seen like the sense of humor and kind of the S talk and stuff.
Right, him and Mikey.
You see that.
Just watch him and Mikey, and then you'll see how he can get with his teammates.
Well, dude, and his locker was next to Wagner for the last couple seasons. And the way him and Bobby interacted, it was all S talk all the time.
Yeah.
And I think it was pretty damn obvious he didn't want to get shut down, and probably the right decision. But it's cool that the world
rather calm a fool than resurrect the corpse.
Right. I do think it's cool to be able to get this window into Jaden from the quarterback series. And where do you think Jaden is in this new offense? You think he's ready to hit the ground running?
I mean, you talk to anybody on the team, and that seems to be the case. Like David Blau and even Dan Quinn are both saying like he's picking things up so quickly. Like that's what I've heard from both of them. Teammates, everything is like Jaden is locked in. Jaden is picking up things faster than really anyone else. He seems in control. Now, for our purposes, we don't get to see that much, at least through OTAs and mini camps. So I guess we'll see more once training camp starts. But they seem to think that he's ready to do this, and not to mention we've already seen what he can do at the NFL level. Now he gets to run a completely new offense, one that apparently will emphasize his skills even more. So we saw greatness from him his rookie season, but apparently, according to those on the team, we haven't seen anything yet.
Well, I think I looked at it. I read a story a few years ago where Kirk Cousins basically started looking at his play action passing game compared to all the other passing aspect of it. And it was 20-30% higher completion ratio because he got more spacing. I think Jaden's going to start loving that too, because when he under center and running a play action pass, it's going to be a way different thing than doing it from the shotgun.
Yeah, for someone with Jaden's speed, holding that defensive line, those linebackers, even the cornerbacks, for just a split second makes, I believe, a world of a difference. And it's harder to do that, Brian, I imagine. It's harder to do that in shotgun, right? But, like, turning your back to them and making them pause just for that short amount of time, that's going to open things up, not only for Jaden, but for the running backs, for the tight ends, for the receivers. So, again, we've seen greatness from Jaden and most of this unit, but now we get to see something completely different, possibly with David Blau's new offense.
Martezzi, there's so much discussion about the receiver position, and obviously this Ayuk stuff has been crazy. Do you think you could still add Brandon Ayuk?
I don't think so. I was listening to the show yesterday, and you mentioned how, referencing the quarterback's mother probably isn't a great thing. And Brandon has backed off, it seems, a little bit from what he was doing a few weeks ago. But I'll put it this way, whether it comes to Brandon Ayuk or Stephon Diggs or anyone else, the Commanders have had for months the ability to either trade for or sign these players, and you can add Keenan Allen in there as well. And they haven't done it. David Blau, again, someone I referenced earlier, he has said like he wants to take advantage of the players that he has. He hasn't counted out bringing in someone new, but he said he wants to see what he can do with Antonio Williams. He says he wants to see what he can do with Burks. He wants to see what he can do with, Van Jefferson, whoever it might be. So, yeah, there's still an opportunity for that to happen, but they haven't done anything yet. Now, training camp is still, a few weeks away, but they might just roll out what they have. We don't know how good Antonio Williams can be because he's a rookie. We don't know how good Burks can be because he hasn't played that much. Even as a first-round draft pick, he hasn't played that much because of injuries. So based on what they've done, I'm assuming they're going to roll with what they have because Diggs in particular is a free agent. He's been one since March. No one is stopping the Commanders from bringing him in, and yet they still haven't done it. So unless something changes over these next couple of weeks, I'm just going to assume they're going to roll with what they got.
Actions, not words, man. That's what I always say. And if you, the way DQ ran that minicamp where he said, we want to look at our depth, and then a week later they sign a corner because the corner depth was suspect. Like, they clearly, at least as of right now, feel some level
They're
of
comfortable.
comfortability. Yeah. Talking with Martenzi Johnson from Notice Sports. What is the website for people to check out your work? Is it notice.org?
Yeah, notice.org.
Okay.
And yeah, we're not a new website, but they've branched out into sports and Metro news over the last couple months. But yeah, if you want, let me put my let me put on for my team real quick.
Yeah.
If you want some of the best local news, national news, and sports coverage in all of the DC area, it's Notice above anybody else.
There you go. And you can follow Martenzi.
Gotta promote yourself, bro.
Yeah, man. That's why you're here. You can follow Martenzi at 10Z Johnson, the number 10Z Johnson. You also wrote a story that I read about who you think will be who will emerge as the number 2 receiver. It's obviously Terry at 1. What did your research kind of lead you to?
I don't think it's going to be a receiver, at least right now. I think it's going to be Steve Conklin. Yeah.
You and me sound a lot alike. Minus your concern about the heat in D.C. in August. You're about to learn a lot.
I think Chig, he's maybe underrated here. And he's not a household name like, a George Kittle or Gronk or somebody like that. But Chig is about as explosive a tight end as you can get. He was like top 5, top 10 in yards after catch. So that's going to be beneficial when what Blau wants to do this season is have more explosive plays. And they brought in a tight end who can do that. Now, you still got Bates. You still got others there. But I think Chig has a capability of doing it. And part of that is because we've seen Jaden throw to his tight end a lot over the last couple years. And now he has a new tight end here. So I think, again, unless Antonio Williams steps up to the plate, unless Burks, or if they bring someone else in a veteran who, can get him 700, 800 yards, Chig is right there and can be that second leading receiver. Not to mention Rashad White as well. He's probably not going to get 800-900 yards, but he is another receiver option. But I think Chig is just flying under the radar here because we're so consumed with who will be number 2 receiver that we don't think of who will be number 2 in receiving yards.
Yeah. See, I look at it the same way because I'm looking at the league now, and if you look at some of these tight ends and the athleticism of tight ends, they seem to be a little bit better than the linebackers and the safeties are, in my book. And I think that's an advantage for an offense. And if you have a guy like Chig and you could utilize that, should be some good stuff.
Yeah. And even if they do bring in a second receiver, Terry's going to get a lot of attention. If Rashad is back there, he's going to have to get a lot of attention from the linebackers. And then that second receiver, whether it's Ayuk or Diggs or whoever, they're going to get attention. That's freeing somebody up. And it could be Chig, it could be one of the other tight ends. But I think we can overlook things when we just want that number 2 receiver when it's like, no, it's really about who could just have the second most receiving yards. That's really the most important thing here.
It really is. All right, I got a wild card one for you, Martenzi. We just had this debate. Who on the Commanders roster do you think would be the best World Cup goalie?
See, I do my research. I was listening before I came up. I already heard the conversation. So I know Sonny Styles' name has come up. I think Algretti's name has come up.
Allegretti was asinine. Answer right there.
Algretti. But I wanted to, this is my first time with some Commanders fans, listening to me. So just know I'm a more nuanced person. I'm not going to give you super hot takes. So if you like that, unfortunately, I'm not that guy. So my nuanced thing is a goalie needs to be quick, needs to be fast, needs to have quick hands, and you don't want someone short. And unfortunately, with the receivers, most of them are shorter than me. But one who isn't is Luke McCaffrey. So he gives you what you need as far as height. He gives you speed. He gives you quickness and agility. I think that's what you want. Sonny Styles is great, but Sonny Styles is a little heavier. I think Luke will probably be the best.
I like that. I like the Luke answer.
I like that nuanced stuff, but I think if they run side by side, Sonny might be right there on him. Sonny might beat him.
So B-Mitch said Barry Sanders. I said Allen Iverson as the all-time U.S. athlete. If you imagine he grew up and only played soccer, who do you think would be
Calvin
the best?
Johnson was the
Calvin Johnson too. I'm Iverson all day.
I like to butter people up since this is my first show. I say Brian Mitchell. I think he'd probably be the best.
Man, you're smart right there.
I want to come back on, so I gotta give
Smart
credit
man.
to where I can.
Yo, Martenzi, thank you for the time,
Appreciate
dude. We'll
you,
have
brother.
to do it
Thank you,
again,
man.
and I'll see you in a couple weeks.
No, for sure. Thanks, fellas.
All right, bro.
Martenzi Johnson from Notice Sports. Give him a follow at
Fast steady, bro.
Z Johnson. That was fun. Roger Goodell wants to go where? Where's the next NFL international game going to be? B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. It is Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and we are brought to you by our friends at Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. If it ain't Rude, B.
It ain't right.
I almost want to hear Russell on this because he'll inevitably make it about himself.
Everything about Russell.
Sportico is a outlet that covers the business of sports. They talked to Roger Goodell. According to Sportico, NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell says that Japan is a country the league is very interested in playing a game in, and in his mind, there are about 10 other countries he'd also love to see host NFL games.
Well, I would tell you, Japan is one because I promise you, Roger don't just say stuff just to say
I bet they're playing in Japan within 3 years.
He's probably already had a conversation with them, or they either reached out to him.
Tokyo Dome.
So he's just putting it on our minds right now. Get ready for it.
Here we go. These are the countries Stallion came up with as the possible 10 other countries. Morocco, Portugal, South Korea, China, Peru, Argentina.
I can see Portugal.
There's so much more in Europe they can do.
A lot of people in America are always going to Portugal. I can see that.
All right. Where all have they played so far? U.S., Mexico,
France,
Canada.
Australia.
I don't think they played Canada. The Skins played in Toronto.
Australia
this year.
Madrid.
That's Spain, Jeff.
Oh, I didn't hear somebody say Spain. My bad.
All good.
I didn't hear that.
England, Ireland, Germany, Brazil. All right, so I'm writing this down. It's chicken scratch, but I can read it. U.S., Mexico, France, Canada, Australia, Spain, England, Ireland, Germany, Brazil. Can we think of any others? That's 10 countries, I believe. Europe is by far the most accessible. You could go play in
Dubai or United Emirates. They playing there.
I think
that's already in the making.
The Sixers played a preseason game last summer, I believe, I believe in Doha. I could be wrong. Look that up for me, WB, please.
I think Doha's the one.
I think that's Qatar. Mm-hmm. I think the Iran war.
In 2020, I was supposed to be going to Doha to do football camp.
Right.
And COVID canceled it.
Right. And
that was a connect with the team.
I remember that. Shout out to LD.
They played in Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi, thank you. That is, Abu Dhabi is what, UAE?
Yeah.
Yep.
So there's Abu Dhabi and Dubai are the two large cities in the UAE, right? I think the Middle East expansion is at least on pause until there's some settlement with Iran, until things calm down over there. But I absolutely am with you, B, that I think the Middle East is part of this. If you're going to Japan, I think Korea would certainly be a place, and I think China. NBA players are going to China all the time.
NBA players. I think it'll be different with the NFL, though, for some reason.
I think European countries, one, granted, it's still the UK. You can play in Scotland. The Scottish Claymores were a powerhouse in World League, and Glasgow's like a huge city. You can play in Scotland for sure.
I would love to go to Scotland.
Yeah, me too.
Give me a chance to go play golf.
For sure. I think the Netherlands, Amsterdam could host a game. It's big enough. I think
a lot of weed going on there, boy.
I think Brussels.
Jeff already got his ticket.
The amount NATO is based in Brussels. My brother used to be there, and the amount of Americans running around in Brussels, like you could sell out whatever the top Belgian soccer team is in Brussels. You could sell that joint out for Bengals, Texans, no problem. I think Italy would be pretty wild.
Yeah,
go play in Rome or something.
Oh yeah.
I wonder if you could go to Greece.
Arrivederci. Greece be good.
I wonder now. You got Russia and Ukraine.
I guarantee I'm about to get a text
right now.
Say y'all can play in Turkey. Turkey, we can play in Turkey,
Yo, they could absolutely go play in South Africa. Like they held a World Cup. They have the facilities. That stadium in Cape Town's beautiful. If you could play in Australia, could you play in New Zealand?
Yeah. But don't they have they have the little rugby team over there from the New Zealand guys?
The All Blacks. I believe.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what AD needs to make happen?
What?
India. They got those cricket stadiums.
The air, bro. Ahmed just told us, okay, our air quality today is 180, 190. In India, it's 500 and over 1,000 sometimes. It better be a dome. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, I think like we're all up in arms about the smoke going on here. I think in the rest of the world, in some parts of the rest of the world, this would be a clear day.
Yeah.
They played in Brazil. You could probably play in Argentina. I've been to Peru. I don't know you can play a football game there, but it's a cool city. What about going to like Jamaica? How wild would that be?
You have a stadium?
The soccer team got to play somewhere.
Go to Fiji.
That's a pretty remote spot, dog.
They love rugby.
VJ Singh will hook it up for us.
Shout out to VJ. Listen, man, whether you like them or hate them or what, the international games aren't slowing down.
They're not.
It's the next order of business.
Or just hit other cities in some of the places you already went to.
Yeah, dude, like they keep playing in London. What if you played in Liverpool? What if you played in Manchester? What if you played in Glasgow or Edinburgh? Like Madrid, you could also play in Barcelona. You play in Paris. They're going to play in Paris this fall. I think you could get up to Scandinavia. Go play in Sweden. Go play in Norway. Although, weirdly, somebody told me Oslo's kind of...
The largest stadium in Jamaica holds 35,000 people.
They ain't getting a game.
And they ain't getting no game.
Sorry, Jamaica. Tried. What's the biggest stadium in Argentina? Where does Boca Juniors play? I bet that joint seats 100,000. The River Plate. Like, they got space. I think for... Terrence is calling in? All right, Scarence, what do you got? I'm only taking this call because of Terrence.
What's up, man?
How y'all doing? Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you taking my call. Big, long-time listener, long-time caller.
We know you, dude. You don't have to say
I'm not a fan of the international games.
You're not? Well, stay here by yourself.
Not too many of them. We're talking about Scandinavia. You're getting a little wild, D, or JP.
Hey, Scandinavia, they start at 5'10", dog. Oh, I forgot you're not that tall.
Yeah, Scared's kind of short.
I know, so that would work out for me. I can find me a girl over there.
We gotta go. Terrence, I feel like Scared's on a Friday afternoon, already been drinking and smoking. Lord knows what he's gonna say. Yes.
Not yet. But RG3, that Bama posting about his Netflix documentary, I can't believe that bum.
Yeah, we'll get to that. All right, buddy. All right. We'll see you later. 1 o'clock on a Friday means you get to ask Brian Mitchell anything. That's right. It's time for Ask Me Mitch Anything. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Jackson Suver led the British Open after round 1, just like everyone expected. And today, Lucas Herbert made history, just like everyone expected. He shot a record-tying 62, and minutes later, Sam Burns did as well. So here's a look at your leaderboard. Herbert is there at the top at 8 under. Cam Young and Suver both at 6 under. And alone in 4th place at 5 under is Sam Burns. The Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And the poor air quality in New York and New Jersey area will not affect Sunday's World Cup final between Argentina and Spain, according to ESPN. As of this morning, the air quality index for the region was rated as unhealthy, which could cause health effects to the general public. Despite the conditions, Spain practiced for an hour outside in northern New Jersey yesterday morning, and Argentina is set to travel north from Atlanta today. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
All right, folks, once a week we gather and you get the opportunity to ask an NFL legend anything you want. The weirder, the better. Ask B. Mitch anything.
No, that's not true.
And can I do the sponsor read, please? Ask B. Mitch anything is dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all-day comfort.
Yeah.
Are we both wearing the T-shirt?
Yeah.
These T-shirts are so
I
comfortable.
told you, dog.
You
They
were right
dope,
about
baby.
these. They are so comfortable. All right, leading us off is
B-Mitch 20.
Jordan in Springfield. JP 20. Jordan, what up, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, brother?
Hey, yeah, my question for B. Mitch is why they don't use irrigation at the golf course for the British Open. I mean, for a major tournament, that's the worst golf course I think I've ever seen.
Well, if you ever look at links courses basically utilize the natural how the land is and and it's always by water. I think they still have irrigation, but that's just how it looks.
Dude, it rains 9 months a year. They don't need irrigation.
You look at our courses are so pretty aesthetically and things of that nature. Their courses don't do all that.
Yeah, dude, it's just a different style.
And when I went over to play, I'm telling you, hard.
They don't have air conditioning because it rarely gets that hot. It's hot as hell right now. They don't have irrigation because they rarely need to add water.
Yeah.
And it's dry right now. It's just it's a unique situation.
But if you go over and play it, you'll have a different, I think, love and a level of appreciation for the link style golf.
Totally. And like this, honestly, because they're not, weather is usually the great protector of British Open tournaments, especially wind. But the weather is super still. So we're lucky that it's that burnt and baked out because that makes it super firm. Otherwise, these dudes would be completely carving this course up.
Yeah.
Like if it was wet and soft, they could do anything they wanted out there.
True.
The firmness of those fairways means that ball's just going to keep running. You don't know where the hell it's going to land, and often it'll be in a pot bunker. So hopefully that was helpful, Jordan.
I appreciate it, guys.
All right,
Appreciate
bro.
it, man.
Thank you.
Blake is in Wilmington. Blake, what's up, dude?
What's going on, JP? What's going on, B. Mitch?
What's up, Blake? How you doing, man?
Good. B. Mitch, I just want to take you back, man. I've been talking to my dad because we got into a little thing about the whole DMV the other day. And my dad grew up in Lanham, so he grew up in PG County, so he was a big Redskins fan growing up going to RFK.
Uh-huh.
He remembers 1990-91 NFL season up in Veterans Stadium on Monday Night Football. You got in and play a little quarterback in the old body bag game. What are your memories from that? And then later, what are your memories from going back up there to Philly and beating them in the playoffs, man? And what do you think that affected the next season and the momentum going into the next season? But you got Buddy Ryan fired, man. What are your
it was
memories
fun,
from
man.
that game and that season?
My memories, people were going down, and I've told this story before where Coach Gibbs like, you're in, and I said, cool. I'm thinking I'm going in at running back. He said, no, you're in that quarterback. And it was shocking, but I can remember going down. We had a touchdown drive while I was in there at quarterback, And I remember Coach Gibbs talking about it after the game, like, we will see him again. And when we knocked him out the playoffs, it was the best thing in the world. And my 3 years in Philly, I would always get people like, man, you remember the body bag game? I say, no, you remember the game we came back up here and kicked y'all ass and knocked y'all out the playoffs? And they didn't want to talk about that part of it, but it was one of those moments where you're happy you were able to go in the game and do what the coaches needed you to do, but the reason you got in the game because the 4 people that you were backing up, 2 running backs and 2 quarterbacks, hell, also 2 punt returners, all got knocked out the game.
Appreciate the call, brother. Keep these phones going. Ali is in Manassas. What's up, Ali?
Hey, first of all, want to shout out my friends Colleen and Boomer getting married today. Second, B. Mitch, got a question for you. Given the wonderful weather we're having today's air quality, what's the toughest conditions you played in that you can remember?
Toughest conditions, I would think playing in Louisiana, we played against Colorado State. Might have been about 100 degrees and probably 99% humidity. They rolled in there, and they were some big boys, and by the time the second half came, they were the easiest to deal with, but I think I lost maybe 8-9 pounds in that football game.
That's hot.
It was hot, bro. But,
Coldest
back then.
You said was Northern Illinois,
Northern
right?
Illinois, yeah. The water was
Is that
freezing.
colder than any NFL game?
Any NFL game. The water was freezing on the sideline in Northern Illinois.
That's crazy. Let's go to Brian in.
And I had on no sleeves like a fool.
Like a fool.
Trying to be tough.
Brian is in Lovettsville. What's up, Brian?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I haven't talked to you since we were over in Starboard on Memorial Day weekend. I was that guy in the Sonny Styles jersey that we confirmed B. Mitch would knock out Michael A. Smith in about 19 seconds. But, hey, quick question for you, B. Mitch. Obviously, I'm 36, so my early memories of Redskins were, not the best.
Uh-huh.
2 quarterbacks I'm curious to know about that you played with, Trent Green and Rich Gannon, who went on to have obviously great careers elsewhere, and we were in purgatory. I'm curious to know if you and others on the team at that time saw something in either of them, and guys were like, hey, we need to stick with these guys. These guys have something to them. Or,
well, Trent Green definitely
could have changed.
I definitely saw something in Trent. Trent was a guy, was a gamer. He was cool as hell, too, and I always thought Trent was very good, and he ended up going and having a terrific career afterwards. But Rich Gannon, when he came here, later on I found out something was wrong with his shoulder, but he was, in practice, he couldn't throw the ball to save his life. And he would always talk trash, and I was like, look, man, I was staying flat-footed and throw the ball farther than you. And we got into a little competition, and I stood on the 50 flat foot, threw it away into the end zone. He didn't get it to the end zone. And then later on, he had to get some type of shoulder surgery, and then he went on and he ended up playing very good. And we in Oakland, I think
Oakland
he was
won an MVP.
Yeah. So, but before that, when he came here, I called him Pop Gun Arm. I didn't know he was going to be that good. I just thought he was horrible. I didn't know he was in the NFL, to be honest with you.
It is Ask B. Mitch Anything, dressed by Collars & Co., where style meets all-day comfort. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. My guy Ben is in Bethesda. I think it's Ben the Wine Man. What's up, Benny?
Hey, it's Ben the Wine Man.
What's up,
I got a question for Brian. So I'm going camping for the first time in a very long time. I was going to see the last time B. Mitch spent the night in a tent. I know he was born on the bayou, but ever go camping with the football guys and any tips and tricks for spending the night out in the great wilderness? Appreciate it, guys. Have a good weekend.
The last time I was camping in a tent, I was in Boy Scouts. I might have been 11, 12 years old. The last time I went camping, I slept in the cabin. And the cabin had all the finer things of life in it. So I'm not an outside guy. Like JP, Pete, and Mitch wanted to camp out in my yard. And I said, look, bro, I'm not going to allow y'all to do that because it's snakes in my yard.
We did want to camp out.
Okay, and there's all kind of animals around. And there's been bear sighted in my neighborhood. So I said, y'all can camp in my basement, but y'all not camping in the yard. So listen, bro, I grew up on the bayous, and I tell people over and over again, I get guys say, oh, man, you from Louisiana. Why you worried about snakes? Because I'm from Louisiana. I know they can harm you. I know the moccasins can get you, the copperheads and all that stuff. I'm not going out there.
I was shocked when we played Woodmont on Tuesday when Jordan hit that one right that you were deep in the thick stuff looking because I was shocked by that.
You can see the ground. See, it was just it was wispy.
Yeah.
If I can see the bottom, I'm good. But if I can't, you look for your own ball. I'm not. You saw me hit the one left on the other hole. I was like, I think it got on the other side of the ditch. I never came over there because it's water.
Would you rather walk through like really thick brush where you can't see the bottom, or be swimming out in the ocean where you can't stand up and can't see the bottom?
I can swim.
I know swimming's not the concern.
I have no problem swimming.
But you don't like water you can't see the bottom.
Well, my whole thing, if I'm swimming and you tell me there's sharks around, I don't want to swim. But I don't want to walk through the brush. Nah.
Would you rather have to walk through brush where you know there could be snakes, or swim in some water where you know there could be sharks?
I'm going to put on some hip boots and I'm going to walk through the brush because they can't bite through that damn rubber.
The sultan of the swamp. Marty is in Rockville. What's up, Marty?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, buddy. Good, man. How you doing?
Question for B. Mitch is have you or would you ever play in the American Century golf tournament out in Tahoe?
I haven't, and I definitely will. I would love to. Yep.
That thing has become
Gotcha.
Impossible to get into.
I've seen people hit people out there, so what else could I do?
Did you see the clip of Jerry Rice?
Jerry's horrible.
No, but somebody chirped him, and he chased him in, and he chased the dude. He went under the ropes and chased the dude that chirped him. You got to see it. It's on Instagram.
Jerry,
You'll see it.
But he's not good at golf.
Neither am I, but I'm not chasing dudes down the street.
He gonna go chase the guy, go chase him, hit him, and then get sued.
800-636-1067. Greg is in D.C. What's up, Greg?
Hey, what's up, B. Mitch? I'm Finley.
What's up, brother?
My memory is when they retired John Riggins' jersey. I went home. I listened to y'all every day. I went home and looked at the 82 Redskins and seeing how that season was awesome. So my question, B. Mitch, is the 91 Redskins never got the recognition like no other team. You know what I'm saying? It's like they try to say y'all there playing B, free agent. It was over the age 30, but some kind of way y'all had all-around team all together. It's like my best year is 87 and the 91 Redskins. I'm out, sir.
You're right. The 91 team does not get...
It doesn't. It doesn't get its recognition because it was like, this is the dumbest thing I've heard about football. It's called a football team, right?
Right.
Every time someone tries to knock that team, they say, well, y'all were just a great team. Yep. And we had a guy like Darryl Green leading the way. So he's a Hall of Famer. Art Monk, Hall of Famer. The thing that kills me, everybody on the offensive line was destroying people. They had 1,000-yard receivers with 1,000-yard running back. And who's on the offensive line that's in the Hall of Fame? Russ? And nobody else? That's crazy to me.
It's crazy.
So they knock it because of but I'll say it here, and I said Coach Gibbs, I said the Indian coach out there. Great coaches become great because they have great players, not the other way around.
Yep.
So for Coach Gibbs to be Hall of Fame material, don't you think some of them players need to be? And if he always ran the ball behind the Hogs, I think more than one guy should be represented.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Fired up to talk to Jim Duquette, former MLB GM, in about 10 minutes. Phone line's still open, 800-636-1067. Steve is in Fairfax. What's up, Steve? Ask B. Mitch anything.
What's going on, boys?
What's up, Steve?
I'm curious to know, B. Mitch, you being a Super Bowl champion, is, when you go out to eat with your family or, out to the city, do you just basically flash that Super Bowl ring and say, hey, look, I'm a Super Bowl champion? Is that a common misnomer, or is it really true that, you represented the city so well, bought us a championship, and, you basically taken care of while you were in the city?
A lot of times, I think it's all around the city, to be honest with you. It's not just in D.C. It could be in Virginia, Maryland. It could be outside of these confines here, where if somebody recognizes you, people have offered. And, and you don't much have to have it on sometime and flash it. They know. I remember Coach Gibbs say, book a flight, book coach. And when you're walking on a plane, make sure that if they can see your ring. And You never know. If they got open seat in first class, they may call you. So I remember like 94 or 5, I booked a coach flight. I walk on, and I'm standing like this, waiting to go on the airplane. And they say, "Oh, what is that?" I said, "Oh, a Super Bowl ring." Went sat in my seat. Soon as the flight took off, they said, "Mr. Mitchell, it's a seat up front. You want to come sit up here?" Yes, I moved.
I love that.
So yeah, it has its perks. I can tell you that.
I love that. It has gotten us into some parties at Super Bowls. It has its perks for me, let alone for me.
Jeff, I was just born.
Can we quickly? This guy, Robert Griffin III, posted to his Instagram in full Redskins uniform, preparing for my Netflix documentary about why they kept running me when I only had one leg against Seattle in 2012.
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to read this. Trent Williams, are you sure you're all right, bro? Or did you, yeah, I'm going to be safe. Trent, you tweaked it when you were dropping back? Yeah, man, my foot kind of went wah-wah. Trent said, did that shock you a little bit? Yeah, scared the hell out of me. All right, be smart. I will. He knew he was hurt. He went back in the game. Remember that high sign? He went back in the game. They didn't keep running you. You said you were okay. And if you're okay, what are they going to do? Utilize your abilities. So let's stop trying to put this on everybody else and take your blame. Put your part. Agree to your part that you had in the fact that you got hurt.
Absolutely.
So let's stop this crap, man.
Last one I wanted
to know is every time something come out about Jaden, he always pop up to try to take some of the thunder. Go, bro. Stop.
I honestly think Robert will end up running for office. You think so? Would that shock you at all?
It wouldn't shock me.
He ran for state senator in Texas or something?
No, it wouldn't shock me.
This is fun. Fat Poet asked you and I for our Mount Rushmore of option quarterbacks from college football history.
Ooh, boy.
Tommy Frazier.
Jamel Holloway. D. Dowis. Remember D. Dowis?
Nah, sorry.
He was at Air Force, I think it was.
Who was the dude at Navy a couple years ago that broke the NCAA scoring record? Keenan Reynolds.
Keenan Reynolds, yeah.
Keenan Reynolds.
Keenan was good.
Tommy Frazier was that dude.
I helped Keenan suck at your punts and stuff. Remember, you got the Ravens gave him a shot.
Yeah. Who was the dude at Oklahoma that was a legend?
Jamel Holloway, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Jamel Holloway was at Oklahoma, I thought.
Charlie Ward wasn't an option quarterback, but he ran some of it. Mike Vick wasn't an option quarterback, but Mike Vick at Virginia Tech.
Yeah, but he wasn't an option quarterback.
Right.
DeAnthony Thomas back in the day?
See, that's
DeAnthony Thomas, the Oregon QB?
I didn't name myself because I wasn't an option quarterback. Okay?
So running quarterback's a different conversation?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't an option quarterback. I ran the ball a lot.
We're going to have that conversation someday.
You know.
Nobody go anywhere.
I could pop some stats up about OB Mitch now.
I believe
some
you.
highlights.
Maybe we do that.
Hell yeah.
Jim Duquette joins us next. We'll ask him, should the Nats buy or sell? Hey, it's JP Finley here for my guys at Paisanos. Usually we're talking football, but lately it's been a whole lot of football. So if you're watching the games this weekend, Paisanos has got you covered. Right now you can get 35% off orders of $40 or more with my exclusive promo code JP35. We're talking about the hand-tossed pizzas, the appetizers, the cheesesteaks, the gyros, the buffalo wings, everything you need for a watch party. Paisanos is giving one away. To enter, just use the promo code JP35 on any order of $40 or more. Every qualifying order earns you an entry to win. And the more times you use JP35, the more chances you have to win. Consider it extra time for your odds. So before kickoff, do what I do. Hit up Paisanos, save 35% with promo code JP35, and take your shot at a fully catered watch party for you and your crew. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com. That's paisanospizza.com.
This sports update is brought to you by COP Defense Properties. Lucas Herbert is your leader at the Open at 8 under. Cam Young and Jackson Suver both at 6 under on the day. In fourth place at 5 under, it's starting to get pretty crowded on the leaderboard. Ryman Gerard is through 9, Bryson DeChambeau through 11, Francisco Molinari through 17, and Sam Burns, who shot a 62 today, all sitting there in fourth place. Your Open Championship leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And tonight, 9:40 p.m. first pitch, the Nationals will begin the second half of the season, taking on the Athletics. Are you a road technician that's tired of the outdoor grind? Copp Defense Properties is now hiring building technicians that provide day-to-day property maintenance services. Competitive pay, minimum 30-hour weeks, free training and development, and great benefits. Apply today at COPT.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fired up to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline right now and talk with Major League Baseball Sirius XM host and former Mets and Orioles general manager, Mr. Jim Duquette. Jim, thanks for making some time for us. How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Looking forward to getting the second half started here.
So are we, dude. So are we. Here in Washington, it's been a mostly really unexpectedly fun first half. I think the Nats' bats are better than anyone expected. And we'll start with the good stuff. How encouraged have you been by this beginning of the season for the Washington Nationals?
Yeah, I've been surprised, pleasantly surprised as well. And I think it's encouraging just because, whenever you make a change like they did last year, with in the front office and you kind of look at, where things were tending to trend, you're like, man, how much longer you have to deal with, the struggles of this organization? But they were accumulating talent along the way, and I thought they made some really good moves. Obviously, this winter that were under the radar that have been unexpectedly good. Right? I mean, Foster Griffin's been unbelievable. The growth of the young position players has been incredible too. I mean, Abrams and how good he has been. Like we knew James Wood was going to be good, or at least we thought we knew he'd be good. But Abrams and Meade and Garcia, like these are guys that I think are a little bit unexpected how good they've been. And so, yeah, I think all of those are good stories. I was in their spring training camp, and you felt a different vibe there, and I remember Dalen Lyle telling me that specifically, with, just the new energy, new technology, like just getting into where other teams are competing, and getting information from. So I think it's kind of start there, and then it's just kind of grown from that point with this young team.
You named some of those guys that are hitting the ball, very, very good and talented guys. How do you maintain that while trying to get the other spots that you're kind of lacking at without just having to sell everybody?
Yeah. I think, with them, because you've got, a lot of young, controllable players that, not everybody's going to swing the bat well, as we know, overall, each week or month, that keeping the depth that they have, in particular, at least, for the moment, kind of building off of that is critical until, and listen, we've seen that offense carry them most of the year. I mean, especially when the bullpen's been as bad, right, as it was. So I think, I think I'd be really, really reluctant to move any players, whether they're in the sell mode or the buy mode. I think if you're the Nationals in the situation, if you're going to move any player off of your team, you better get make sure the value is similar, but make sure that the control of their contract is there and important in a priority. And they still have a lot of flexibility to take on payroll if they want, whether it's this year or the winter time. So yeah, I think they're a team that's trending in the right direction, which we've seen with some other young clubs around the league as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think they're certainly trending in the right direction, and I think the biggest part of that, it's pretty wild for me. I mean, I remember I was at the first ever Washington Nationals game at RFK Stadium. Like, I've been around for this organization, and the ability to continue to develop stars or draft the right guys or trade for the right guys from Harper to Soto and now James Wood. Where do you think Wood stacks up in Major League Baseball? Because he's starting to be in some serious company.
Yeah, well, and I would say, with what the adjustments that we've seen, I mean, he's a big kid who had a huge strike zone, had a decent amount of strikeout, a high strikeout rate there for a little bit early, but he was still really young too, right? And a lot of times when you see how athletic and what a kind of swing and understanding of strike zone that he has, to your point, like I'm not going to throw a Juan Soto comparison. Like that guy is just another level. Mm-hmm. But Wood, when you compare him to the other really good players or top players in the league, he stacks up with them all. And I think he's just scratching the surface at the moment. Like it is exciting to watch him, play and just improve, the leaps and bounds that he's made just this year. So, I think that they've got a star, no question. They're obviously he and Soto are different players, and Soto is maybe 6 feet tall, and he has an unbelievable idea of the strike zone. Wood, for his height, it's kind of like Aaron Judge, that's what Judge has done over his career too.
It's so fun watching James Wood.
Yes, it is.
Now, one thing you said that was really interesting, as far as where the Nats are right now, they kind of come limping into the break, right, after the sweep at the hands of the Yankees because their bullpen blew 3 straight games. I think the Nats so far are ahead of what I would think Paul Taboni's schedule was. You said something really interesting, though, that whether they're going to be buyers or sellers, it has to be about years of control and building it for the long haul, which I totally agree with you. But Foster Griffin has been phenomenal this season, and he's a free agent at the end of the year. Is that somebody that Washington could consider selling? And what do you think the return could be for a player like that?
Well, so I think he's the one guy you really have to think hard about because he's been so good, like you mentioned. And I talked to him at the All-Star game. He's come on my show before too. So I really appreciated just his overall baseball IQ and his pitchability and all that. He's one of the few guys that was at the All-Star game that might get traded. And I think it'd be a shame if he did. But you have to, like you said, you have to understand obviously where the Nats are at the moment. If you could get a upper level starting pitcher that was maybe in AAA for some team, but you could bring up, this year and look at him this year. Excuse me. I think you'd have to consider that. Plus, I think you could get a reliever to help your team now. I think he could bring back a really good return. There's only about 7 or 8 teams that are looking for starting pitching right now because of the cost. But, if they were to do something like that, to basically subtract from this year's team, but you're adding, a young player or two for next year, I'd have to consider it. I just don't know if they have any other depth. I'm trying to remember. They have somebody on the injured list that is due to come back, so maybe that's the replacement for him. But I would be really hesitant to do it unless you got exactly what you're asking for. And otherwise, to me, winning and building on the winning environment that you've built so far would be far more important for you.
See, that's where I'm at with it. Like they seem to have things going on, especially offensively, and they seem to have a positive thing moving forward. If you get into the mindset of just depleting it completely, you go right back to losing, and that's hard to come back from sometimes.
Right. Yeah. No, it is, and you definitely don't want to deplete your system for this type of thing. I do think they could do both. We see this. The reason why we haven't seen many trades yet is because there's so few sellers, and so and part of this, I've talked to about a half a dozen GMs recently that have said they could see a major league trade. So maybe there is a deal they could do, where you trade somebody out of your position player group. I'm just throwing it out as just to consider if you had somebody, there's a lot of teams that need bats. So if you could trade a Garcia as an example for,
That's another one I wonder about.
yeah, a younger pitcher, right? Somebody like that would be kind of interesting. Or, are you selling high on a Curtis Mead who before this year hasn't done anything? Or is this like you have the tip, he's just scratching the tip of the iceberg? Like that one is a little harder to kind of figure out, but they have such a strength offensively. I feel like they could do something there creatively and get back maybe a young pitcher in return.
Yeah, to me, Griffin and Garcia are the real question marks, and because the control's not there. But the other factor in all this, Jim, talking with Jim Duquette here, you can listen to him on SiriusXM MLB station, former Mets and Orioles general manager. With this pending labor trouble, how much is that going to impact the overall trade market? Are more teams going to be willing to kind of press the gas? Because who knows if we're even playing next year?
I think a couple of things. I think that the impact for next year on the labor with the unrest that we're hearing right on a regular basis, I think it impacts some teams' ability to take on money for next year, or can take on willing to give up. I'll give this example a couple different times. The Orioles aren't selling; they're going to buy. But Adley Rutschman is a guy that has a year left of control beyond this year. If they were willing to trade him, you're a team that needs catching. They could get a lot for him. But if you're unsure how many games you're going to miss next year, if you're going to miss any, why would you give up extra level of talent for fewer games, or half? Let's say it was, God forbid, it was half the season, right? So I think teams are keeping it simple by going, I'm going to trade for mostly now expiring contracts at the end of the year, like you said, Griffin, Garcia, guys like that. Freddie Peralta with the Mets, maybe a Luke Weaver who's got one more year left. They're more willing to do that and trade for something like that than anything else.
And Jim, the part of the equation that has to enter in Washington when you talk trade market is, I think you mentioned in there that maybe Washington has capacity to spend more. In the years since the World Series run, they've gone the opposite way on spending. Is there reason to believe, whether it's this offseason or in the future, that they start to spend again?
So, I think when you kind of use that as a comparison, I like kind of using that from the past. Yes, they have absolutely been reducing, the payroll. And a big part of that has been within the organization is that they were still in the middle of a rebuild, and they were running payrolls up, top 10 in the game. I always felt with them, since they've done it before, that they'd be willing to do it again if they were run the proper way, if they had the momentum to and the talent level to do it. And maybe it starts with signing your own players, right? Maybe it's, hey, let's go give an extension to James Wood. Maybe because of he'd be number one for me, right? Maybe it's sign up Cade Cavalli. That would do wonders for the fan base. And then you got to decide, what do you got to do with Abrams, right? He's had an incredible year. Do you want to move him at some point? Do you want to sign him up long term? How do you want to handle that? But I think they're going to spend money, but getting some certainty within what the next collective bargaining agreement looks like would be, I think it's probably the first step before they start to do that.
Yeah, it's crazy because with Foster Griffin, who's been this incredible story, my desired outcome is get him an extension now. But I think what's more practical is trade him. I don't know. Right. The last couple of years have been rough to be a Nats fan and watch so much talent walk out the door, and some of it walk out the door without any compensation coming back. Jim, really appreciate your time, man. Thank you very much.
Sure, guys. No problem. Anytime.
After the season.
Soon. All right, man. And looking forward to it. See ya.
Jim Duquette. Give him a follow at Jim Duquette GM. Check him out on Sirius XM MLB channel. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to make our official World Cup picks. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fun show today. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I'm sure those dudes have a lot lined up. A lot of baseball talk as the Nats get back on the diamond this evening in Sacramento. Sacktown. I want to shout out my guy, White Brian, real quick, because we give him a lot of grief. White Brian brought his A game today. Got his hair cut. He's got a nice polo shirt on with a conventional collar.
Is his collar staying up?
Yeah, dude, he's wearing a dope Masters polo.
Good.
White Brian, are you going on a date tonight?
No.
What prompted you to dress nice for the first time possibly ever?
I don't know. I shaved this morning, so I felt like dressing nice.
Proud of you, bro. Tell Rose we're going out tonight.
Yeah, you walk in the house and say, Rose, here's your present, me.
All right.
Dressed up nice for you, baby. Let's do this.
Time for us to make our official World Cup picks. All of your World Cup coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Did we make bets yesterday, Dub B? How'd we do? Do you want to play the sounder, Jeff? Fire away.
We didn't make bets.
Because you got to say what heard it here first.
All right, we did not make bets yesterday. Stallion is wearing the hot dog hat again, though, because he's an idiot and claimed it was stolen, and it wasn't. Who was the dude? Wasn't there like an actor that claimed he got beat up and mugged, and he didn't? That's Stallion, basically.
Jesse Smollett.
Yeah, that's you. Let's start with the third place game picks. Jeffrey, England versus France.
France.
Jeff says France. Dub B.
France.
Stallion.
I'll go with England.
Damn, Jeff called you a loser.
I'm going France because he went with England.
Not only am I going with France, I think it's France laying 4.5. I think it's gonna be a one-sided affair.
That's a big number.
2.5. What'd you say? Minus 2.5 was plus 5 hundo?
Yep.
Kind of juicy beat. $50 win you $250.
Go
they
for
win
it,
3-0.
Jay.
Couldn't you see that being 4-1 final?
Yeah, I can see it.
All right, and the whole enchilada. I just asked Tyler Russell for his World Cup pick.
No, he said
Spain, but he's not a part of our official picks. We started with Jeff. We'll start with Jeff for the whole enchilada. Jeff, Spain versus Argentina and a score, please.
Spain, and they're going to win 2. They're going to win 2-1. Messi is going to score, and Lamine Yamal is going to score 1.
That's a 2-1 regulation win?
Regulation win.
White Brian.
1-1 going into PKs. Spain wins.
Spain in PKs. Okay. What can you bet? What's the draw bet? Plus, gotta be kind of juicy, right? Stallion.
I'm gonna go Argentina winning in extra time. 2-1.
Not penalties, but
not
extras.
penalties. Extras.
Argentina in extras 2-1.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell.
Spain 1-0. Regular time.
Spain 1-0. And then there was one.
Jupu.
I don't know what the hell to think about this ball game.
Oh, that's normally how you do it anyway.
I think Spain is better, but I think Messi is the best. And what kind of pantheon does he join if he can win back-to-back World Cups? How many teams have done that? Like Pele? I feel like that's a pretty special group. And he may already... certainly to people you talk to now, they would say he's already proven he's the best ever. But I'm sure there's a Pele crowd out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even... Who are you rooting for? You rooting for Spain, B?
I'm just watching soccer.
I might be too, because I like Spain. I'm generally pro Spain. They like naps and booze. Like I'm pro Spain. Beaches, things I'm into. But I think I'm into Argentina too. I'd like to go to Argentina. You ever been down there?
Nope.
Anybody? Boys in there? Jeff's been to some random places. This is a tough one. I'm gonna say I don't like being on the same side as Stallion, but here we are. Argentina. I think they do the same stuff. I think they win in regulation, but like the 93rd minute. Argentina, 2-1, 93rd minute goal. Calling my shot right there.
Oh, there you go.
All right, B, what do you got going on this evening?
Chilling.
I think we're ready. It's a good time to chill because of the smoke. So everybody out there, you don't want this smoke. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program.
If you want
today.
the smoke, you're going to get it.
Yeah, seriously.
Even if you don't want the smoke, you're going to get it.
Yeah, today you will get it. How cool was it Joe Theismann calling in earlier? Cool. That was really cool. Yeah. Thank you, Joe T. Appreciate you making time for us. Thank you to Martenzie Johnson making time for us. Thank you to Jim Duquette making time for us. A lot of great phone calls today. What do you boys have planned for the weekend? Apparently, White Brian has a night plan. White Brian, you better pick up a good bottle of champagne. None of that Andre.
I'm working tonight.
So that's why he's dressed up. He's trying to play a little afternoon delight. That's the plan. That's why he's dressed like this right now. Because he's going to go home before he goes to his next job.
Then he's going to go to sleep.
White Brian, you might not have to have 5 jobs if you didn't take so much vacation. Just saying. Jeff, what are you doing? DJing?
I'm DJing
did
tonight.
Jeff just say 20 minutes?
He did.
It was actually.
We have the 2 highest board op and producer combination in the country. Nobody's more stoned than our crew. Nick Allegretti at goalie. Thank you, everybody. Great and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
Scotty Scheffler has missed birdie putts of 9, 11, 12, and 16 feet for his last 4 holes to make it 4 straight pars and stay at 3 under. Now that's solidly in the top 20, and he's just 5 back of Lucas Herbert's lead at 8 under, but it's been a run of missed opportunities while he's striking the ball really well, and he could have been threatening at the top of the leaderboard. We'll see what this weekend has in store for golf's number 1. The Open Championship Leaderboard is brought to you by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. And tonight at 9:40, we've got some late-night baseball right here on 106.7 The Fan. The Nationals will begin the second half of the season taking on the Athletics. The Nationals calling up top pitching prospect Harry Ford to make his debut. Pitching tonight for the Nationals will be Cade Cavalli. 9:40 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on The Fan. It's Friday, July 17th, 2026. Thank you for making this show part of your day. Always means a lot. And speaking of thank yous, we got to thank Chicken Salad Chick. Just about a week ago, I was telling people how much we thoroughly enjoy Chicken Salad Chick.
Spreading the gospel, dude.
I was telling you that this place is awesome. My wife loves it. We used to trek down to Richmond before there were locations in Northern Virginia to get chicken salad from Chicken Salad Chick. And they were kind enough to bring us lunch today. And my, oh my, was it delicious.
Yeah, you know who else loves it is Danny Rouillet. That was my first time, and that will not be the last time. That place, as I believe the kids, maybe, I don't think they say it anymore, but they were saying it for a while, it slaps. That is delicious.
You got to let them cater your next event. I might just do that. Chicken Salad Chick has a dozen varieties, made from scratch chicken salad, plus homemade sides, salads, soups, desserts, from group luncheons and office meetings to family gatherings, sandwich platters, signature lunch boxes, specialty trays. They are the perfect fit for any occasion. Enjoy Chicken Salad Chick for dine-in, takeout, or catering. For more information, go to chickensaladchick.com. An absolute winner.
So it is like the way we met Devin, who's the one of the franchise owners, just could not be nicer, couldn't be kinder to us, and that was really cool. But the way she explained it was, it is kind of filling that fast casual void from the made from scratch kind of place. Because you get the fast casual, you go to like the burger joint where it's not right away, but it's close to right away, right? It's the Five Guys or the Shake Shack or whatever. It was kind of fast casual was all the rage. Chipotle, I think, would fit this bill. This is filling that void for the made from scratch kind of, pretty healthy for you.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And it is fantastic.
So I like it for a lot of reasons, but we've catered like lunches or just had people come by the house or whatever, and you can just do tubs and then have some bread and crackers or whatever and just have people do whatever they want with their chicken salad. Make your own plates. Enjoy the space. They have 13 different types. Very, very cool. And it was a good way to kick off the show today, to just have a nice little show.
Everyone's in a good mood. Like, we came in, people's moods were like up and down because of this weird smoggy smoke, fire, air crap where nobody can go outside.
Let's talk about that for a second. I typically hear things about the quality of the air, and
my eyes roll.
I swat them away.
Yeah.
I am Sam Dalembert at the rim, Dikembe Mutombo wagging my finger. I do not care about air quality because it's just not one of those tangible things that's noticeable or obvious. And it might be doing irreparable damage to me, but like most things that I'm doing that are doing irreparable damage to me, it doesn't feel imminent. Like, it might eventually catch up to me, but if it's not today, I'm not going to worry too much about it. Walking outside today, it felt, it smelled, it tasted like I was standing over top of a bonfire. How is it even possible that the flames and the fires from so far away in another country in Canada, I mean, it might as well have been in Springfield, these flames. That's what it felt like when I walked outside of my house.
I'll never understand how stuff works where, certain things travel this way and it just, instead of going up,
instead of evaporating or instead of going, whatever it is, we've been affected by something happening thousands of miles away. And I guess, some people might roll their eyes and scoff at that. But I'm with you. I generally hear about air quality, and I'm like, listen, I still have to go to work. Nobody's canceling anything. I guess they canceled outdoor activities, so all the kids are inside. But I think it's okay. I will deal with it accordingly. I stepped outside and instantly smelled the kind of acrid burning. It's not like when someone in the neighborhood go, oh, somebody's burning leaves, or there's somebody's got a fire going, and it's kind of semi-pleasant, but you recognize it. It's the bad kind. It's like someone's burning something that shouldn't be burning, and it smelled gross, and it was heavy, and I coughed right away. Okay, I get it. This one's real.
Yeah, I don't remember one like this, really, where it's just that obvious everywhere in the area. I can't imagine having played through it. I mean, it was like this in New York last night, and the Mets and the Phillies were playing. I was watching on TV, and visually, it looked like someone had, like pregame when you let off the fireworks, or when the team runs out of the tunnel and there's like a smoke machine.
Yeah.
So you can see that when you turn on the game, and you see like Joe Buck and Troy Aikman sitting side by side on Fox back in the day, and there's still some smoke that hasn't cleared behind them. That's what the entirety of the Mets-Phillies game looked like last night. It was just super foggy, like that low fog that's just sitting on the ground. You're trying to peer through the smog to make out shapes of players. That was the entire game last night. I was surprised that they didn't shut it down at some point, but I saw video of one of the umpires talking to the outfielders for the Mets, and he's like, you guys doing all right? And they're like, yeah, we're fine. He's like, if you start hacking or if it gets too much, you let me know. We can, get everyone off the field for a couple minutes. Like, they were ready and willing to do basically rain delay stuff for the smoke and the air quality, which makes sense. The stat I saw was, I think you have to be outside all day long. But if you're working outside today from like sun up to sundown or close to it, it's the equivalent of smoking 10 cigarettes on your lungs, basically. Think about that.
Yeah.
Half of a pack of cigarettes.
That seems like a lot. I don't do that. For people that do, they're like, yeah, so what, man? That's a Tuesday. But for the rest of us normies who don't inhale like atrocious chemicals and smell awful, that's a lot to deal with.
Harry Ford getting called up by the Nationals will make his debut today. I guess we haven't seen the lineup yet. They play a late night game, 9 o'clock hour in Sacramento against the A's. I say I'm not sure if he's going to play because here's what's weird about the Harry Ford promotion. You've got a catcher in Keibert Ruiz, who is your typical starter. Now, he and Millis pretty much play every other game, boy, girl style. So Harry Ford will play while Millis is on the shelf, but he's not going to play every day. And I wonder, are they going to just treat him like Millis and try to keep Ruiz fresh where he gets a bunch of days off? Of course, he just had the All-Star break, so his body's going to be feeling okay. Maybe you play Ruiz a little bit more, and Harry Ford just kind of gets in where he fits in a couple times a week. I'll be curious to see how they handle this because it is a little bit of a window into how they're thinking in the grand scheme of things, where Ford is a 23-year-old, 7th prospect rated in the top 25 in the system, playing at AAA, was one of the first trades that this front office made to go get him. Do they want to prioritize his development and make sure he's on the field playing, or are they okay with him just sitting on the bench watching because they're trying to win baseball games? If that's what they're doing, it might be an indicator that maybe they could be adding at the trade deadline if they keep winning. We'll see.
It's a great, yeah. Again, we are at I don't want to say crossroads because that makes it sound a little bit maybe more significant than it is, but to a degree, who do you want to be and what's the priority this year? All options on the table to me are reasonable. As much as fans might be annoyed if it isn't about winning this year because they've gone through the desert. I was there too. I'm with you guys. 7 years since 2019 have not been very kind to us as Nats fans who kept showing up and kept kind of getting slapped in the face with the indignities. But if the priority is the core and developing, see the Wizards, what they just kind of went through, I think that's reasonable, especially for this new group that's in charge who doesn't have the same baggage that you guys did. Taboni and company were very, I think, open early on about saying, please be patient. This is going to take a while. I know it's already taken a while and it's led you to me, but our thing is going to work and it's going to take a minute. That means more Harry Ford, probably less Jorbit Vivas getting ABs, less Andres Chaparro, less, the veteran Victor, and a little bit more emphasis on the young players, even if it means losing a couple games here and there. Or it's, my God, this offense is so premium, we kind of have to shelve a little bit of the long-term plan for some immediate gold here that we can strike. And there's some development in that too, but it's not the same caliber. These are philosophical questions that I'm hoping they already have answered and know what they're going to do.
Yeah, the next few weeks are going to be absolutely captivating for the Nationals because the trade deadline is coming up in about 3 weeks now. Well, under that, really. It's 2+ weeks. And we're going to find out, first, do they buy, do they sell, do they stand pat? And what does that look like? But when does Brady House get back to the big leagues? You know, he was killing left-handed pitching, was struggling against righties, was struggling defensively at third. They sent him down. He has not sniffed the major leagues again. I have a hard time believing that Brady House will stay in the minors for the rest of this season. I mean, I think that would be a pretty bad look because if he does, then they claim a year back of control, and they will have done that with Dylan Cruz and him, and it's kind of makes you scratch your head a little bit like, are we sure that wasn't part of the decision-making here to get him down when they did? Like, the timing's a little bit odd that Cruz got called up about a week after you had to keep him down to, and then if Brady House stays down there all season, that basically that was what needed to happen to get his year back. And it's still good business. It's smart from the team standpoint, but that'll make some agents and some players feel some type of way about you if that's what they're doing. I don't think they are. I think House will be back up. But like Seaver King, who's been in AAA now for several weeks and has performed, is an infielder who feels like he's closing in on being big league ready. We mentioned Harry Ford getting promoted. Luis Perales, who's a flame-throwing right-hander who's at AAA and has been all year, 23 years old, came over in the deal they made with Boston for Jake Bennett. Like, how many of those guys get to the big leagues and when? It's hard to know until after the deadline when we see how they're viewing this season. If they go for it and they add a couple pieces, which I don't think they will, then they're not worried about developing those guys and getting them the reps. But if you sell off, if you trade Luis Garcia when the iron is hot, if you move Foster Griffin, let's say, if you do a couple things like that, then you should absolutely go all the way in with that part of the process.
Agreed.
And Seaver King should be in the infield, and Harry Ford should be catching, and Luis Perales should be making some starts or pitching out of the bullpen.
So it's also, remember, I was super annoyed at Ron Rivera pretty much all the time, but there were certain moments and things where you go, this is why he sticks around, and this is why people like him. The Jeremy Reeves story with Ron Rivera, and I'm going somewhere with this, when he said, I really did, when he said, if we have injuries or whatever, if you do the following things, you'll be able to take over, right? You stay with us. You're going to go to the practice squad. Keep the faith. If, we set these milestones and metrics. You meet them, you'll end up being the guy. They had injuries at safety. You and I are coming on the air because we didn't know about those conversations, going, look who's available in trade. Look who they might go get. Let's see what the plan is. And no, it was Jeremy Reeves. And he went in and played admirably and began the All-Pro Revo story, right? You say what you're going to do. If you have an organizational philosophy, bring it to the Nats now, where you go, if you command the strike zone, if you do this metric, this, that, the other, whatever the things they're telling these guys to do, you do that, you don't get promoted, right? Think of Yo-Yo Morales. Think of Trey Lipscomb, who over the last month is hitting 363 with a 1,000 OPS, 5 home runs. He may not be part of the long-term plan, not their guy, but if guys are crushing it, doing what you tell them to do, and there's no reward behind it, eventually you do enough of those and people start to question things.
So here is the rub, though, on that. When you're the number one offense in the sport and it's not broken,
you get leeway. Sure.
And I don't even mean that. You're a game, for the most part, they've been a game to 3 games over 500 for about a month. Right now, they're a game under after getting swept by the Yankees because their bullpen blew 3 more games right before the break. Not an exaggeration. But when you are operating the way they have, there's not a lot of space to be had. Like, people could say, well, Jose Tena could be replaced. Or you mentioned Jorbit Bibas could be replaced. Those are not starters. You don't necessarily, just as a general rule, call up prospects to not play.
Have them sit, yeah.
The worst thing you can do with prospects a lot of the time is to call them up from AAA to then be on your big league bench. Well, Bibas playing 2 or 3 days a week still feels like too much as far as I'm concerned. But that is a better role maybe for him to try to execute as a guy that doesn't mean a ton to you than that being Seaver King.
Mm-hmm.
Because not only do you not play and it stunts your development, but it's really hard to perform at the major league level when your playtime is sparse and limited and guys are spread out and having several days off.
It's an underrated story, by the way, especially for young players. It's a skill to be able to do that at the big league level. Guys have to teach themselves to be ready, every 3rd or 4th or 5th or 7th or 2 weeks. It's really, really hard to do, and it's especially hard for a 22-year-old that's all he's ever done is play.
The other part of the argument, and I care less about this, but this is something the Nats might say, would be they want to keep as many of these players in their organization as possible. So you think about like a Jose Tena who struggled at the major league level, or Bebas, or whoever it is that you've grown tired of, that you go, if that guy's not on the team, if he's no longer in the organization, I don't care that much. Well, they would like to have all of these players. And so the way to do that is to keep the guys with the options in the minor leagues and being sent back and forth. So if you call up, just as an example, a Seaver King and you want to send him back down, you have the ability to do that. As soon as you try to send down Tena, he's able to be claimed by another team. As soon as you try to send down Bebas, he's able to be claimed. And so you're losing big league caliber, even if you think it's 4A, like organizational depth and talent. Is the juice worth the squeeze if it's not for a starting role? If it's for a bench spot that's not ideal for the player? Now, I'd make it work because, just as an example, like Yoani Morales, to me, I can find at bats for, whether it's DHing, first base, once a week at third base with Mead being spelled, something like that, even though they're both right-handed. I think you could get to a point where he's playing maybe 5 or so days a week. So, like, I would have liked to have seen him called up. But the role people want him in, the one that's not working, is Andres Chaparro as a right-handed pinch hitter who does not produce and hasn't performed. Well, they're going, I wish that was Yoani Morales coming into the game for that late inning at bat. That's not that friendly of a role for a young guy to just sit there with your butt bolted to the bench for 2 days waiting for the late inning AB against a lefty throwing 97.
Go in the cage starting in the 5th in case you face a lefty in the 8th. It's not easy for a kid to do. It's not easy for anybody, let alone a kid.
So I think that's part of the complication, that they really are adamant about the splits, righties, lefties. There's a lot of platoonable positions right now. Luis Garcia's played so well that he's getting more opportunity, but basically first base is platoon-ish. Mead is taken over as seemingly an everyday guy at third. Second base seems to be Nasim Nunez. But I am interested. I am curious to see, just bigger picture, what do they think they are? And they're not going to answer it publicly, but their actions are going to tell us here in short order within the next 2 weeks. Are you going to add to the bullpen? My guess is they probably do a little bit of both. I think they probably sell a piece or two off that might actually net them something decent back in the system. But I also would assume that they add a reliever or two. I don't think they cannot. I think the bullpen is so debilitatingly bad and so crippling to the psyche and the mindset and the overall makeup of the ball club.
Yeah.
Like, think about just the last 2 homestands. Maybe it's 3 homestands. That Philly series where they blew 3 straight games against the Phillies, maybe could add a 4-game sweep, and then the 3-game sweep at the hands of the Yankees going into the break.
Yep.
That's 6 games where your bullpen lost you games, 3 in a row, twice on homestands, that could completely derail your season. You flip that script, they're in the playoffs, just those 6 games. If you just win half of those, you're a game or 2 out right now. I just think you can't not do something and be taken seriously.
So in other words, your vision of it is, you have 6 of one and half dozen of the other, and you kind of swap it. In other words, you're going like, this isn't going to derail the long term. We're not really giving that much up. We're not getting a ton, but we're just sort of changing a couple faulty circuits here.
So if I was running it, Grant Taboni, I would say, I'm not doing anything major to change the construction of this ball club this year necessarily, because I don't think we can win big. I'm not going to give up any of my blue chip prospects, Willett, Sakura, Susana, Cruz, Fitzgerald. None of those guys are getting moved. But here's what I won't do. I'm not going to let the deadline come and go, and we're just going to keep operating with the same players in the bullpen that can't do it. I think that's unfair to James Wood. It's a slap in C.J. Abrams' face. It's unfair to Curtis Mead. It's a slap in Cade Cavalli and Foster Griffin's face. I am going out and I'm getting a couple of relievers. Even if they're not proven steady Eddie big leaguers, if they're like AAA guys that throw 96 to 98 who are worthy of a chance, that are new faces that we're going to give a long leeway to, fine, no problem. I'll trade from organizational depth. I'll give up, Eric Swan or, Angel Feliz or Sam Peterson or whatever that looks like way down my system to go get some of those arms. But I'm going to add 2 relievers somehow, some way. And then otherwise, I'm even willing to sell off. Like, I would be shopping Luis Garcia, who's turned into Barry Bonds right now, because I think this is the best it's ever going to get. you could probably do okay in a return for him. You could probably get a legitimate big league controllable reliever for him. You might get a back of the rotation type starter with a couple years of control for Luis Garcia. I would be looking into kind of turning a bat into an arm somewhere, if I could.
Yeah, I'm going to trade my 6 out of 10 for your 6 out of 10, but different positions. Something to that effect. Garcia is the interesting one to me because of what he's done over the last month. As you said, he's turned into Hercules. I basically go, I've got first baseman that I think will do almost this, waiting in the wings. Whether it's House coming back up and Meade goes to first, whether it's Yo-Yo Morales comes up and he's doing that, whatever it is, I could probably find not the equivalent of that because, again, he has 20 homers at the break, already set his career high, and the last month, nobody in the org is doing that. That was unbelievable. But I don't know, as you said, that's repeatable or how realistic some of this is. There's a cooling that's inevitably going to come. But he's got enough bat to ball that, a different org might be intrigued, might be excited. This might be the guy that helps put you over the top or something. Someone that comes up in a big spot you want because he's going to put the ball in play with some authority. So maybe that's your best trade chip right now. In terms of Griffin, maybe that's the guy that, you could dangle for somebody. But for the most part, this is probably an extension candidate because I think you pointed this out very well during the course of this week. It wouldn't cost you that much, and you could have, at minimum, at worst, a pretty good innings guy. At best, it's this.
Yeah.
A really good effective pitcher.
Here's the question on Griffin we could get to next, though. If you approach him and there's mutual interest, then you keep working on it. You can get a pretty good feel for how seriously he wants to do an extension. If he and the agent say, hey, this is an unbelievable year, I got to get to the market and see what I can get. Okay, then I can come back to the table with you in the offseason and be one of those teams trying to sign you. And I know that you like me and I like you. And I know you work well with my pitching coach. And he told us on this show he thinks a big reason for the breakout is the way the Nats have coached him, essentially. So you got a chance to sign him on the open market. But I would consider moving him in the short term.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. How could you not? Because, again, he's not bolted down. If somebody's under contract beyond this season where it looks like you can contend in the next year, you should do that. The other thing we got to talk about, though, is they're going to determine in the next couple of weeks what this looks like. For the moment, at the All-Star break, they play their first game of the second half tonight in Sacramento against a bad A's team. They play two bad teams out of the break. So if you come out and you go 5-1 in these two series, and you're 3 over 500 and you're 2 back in the wild card, I think the story changes a little bit. But right now, you've lost 3 in a row, 6 of 10. You're 4 back in the wild card. You're 8 back in the division. You have not forced Paul Taboni's hand into helping you. The only way he is going to go out and get them help is if they make him. And the way to do that is to be within a game or two of the wild card and to be on the right side of 500. So they got to play. They got to win. If they lose 4 in a row out of the break and now it's 7 straight sandwiched around the All-Star festivities and they're 5 under 500 and they're 7 back in the wild card, well, the inverse of that is you've made it really easy for Paul Taboni to go, all right, let's trade Foster Griffin. Let's make some calls on, I don't think they'll trade Abrams right now, but other players like Luis Garcia or some of the veterans that have had decent years. But we can open up the phones on this for you guys next. 800-636-1067. The Nats are calling up catching prospect Harry Ford. They are also getting ready to play game 1 of the second half. What do you want Paul Taboni to be thinking here going into the final couple weeks ahead of the trade deadline? And how would you operate if you were him? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Are you using chat? What's up, guys? Grant and Danny here. Are you using some sort of AI chatbot to research home improvement projects like window replacement? Well, look no further than Window Nation. They are the real deal. You get replacement windows and doors without the hassle. Act now before your energy bills skyrocket. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new, energy-efficient windows at a fantastic price. You could get 50% off all window styles.
Yeah, this deal's great. 50% off all window styles. You could get 0 down payment. You're going to make no payments or pay any interest for 2 years. During these uncertain times, one of the best investments that you can make and that people are making is in their homes. Experts report that windows retain 80% of their value. I've benefited from this, and so has Danny. Window Nation, why Window Nation? A lot of people will ask us. How about the 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory, or the 20-point inspection of every window when it's installed? Those are good reasons.
These guys are the best. The sale ends soon, so don't wait to put an end to your window problem. Schedule a fast, free consultation now at windownation.com or 866-90Nation.
Open Championship Leaderboard is presented by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit us in-store for free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there at Royal Birkdale. Lucas Herbert is atop the leaderboard in round 2. He is at 8 under par. He's done his round today. 2 tied at 6 under par. That would be Cameron Young and Jackson Suber, both Americans, and Sam Burns and Bryson DeChambeau are tied at 5 under par just behind them. Bryson is on his 16th hole of the day, 2 under on his round today. Burns shot a 62 today after shooting a 73 in round 1. Baseball, the Nationals begin their second half of the season tonight as they'll take on the Athletics in Sacramento. 9:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Cade Cavalli set to make the first start out of the break. He is 5-4 with a 3.83 ERA. They'll take on one of the young lefties for the Athletics, their number 3 prospect, Gage Jump, who is 3-4 on the season with a 3.51 ERA. Nats and A's tonight, late night baseball, 9:40 right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Nats kick off their second half in Sacramento tonight against the A's. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. I was on the train going up to Philadelphia on Saturday as the Nats were blowing a lead over the Yankees for the second time in as many days. They would go on to have issues in the 8th inning again the following day. And I realized in that moment, as they had fallen to 500, on their way to being swept, which you could see coming from miles and miles away. It felt like the way
that was a train.
That bullpen was playing. I said, this is kind of my own fault. And this is what I mean. Like, here I am upset about their bullpen, or why aren't they doing more to fix it? Why didn't they spend on an arm in the offseason? I'm falling into this trap of thinking I'm judging them as if they're trying to win. And yes, between the first and the 9th inning, for the 2 hours and 47 minutes that they play baseball, they're pulling out all the stops. They're doing everything they can to win. They're using all the data and the numbers and making all the switches and getting all the favorable matchups, and their players are giving everything they got. But the goal this offseason was not to win, really, this season. And their offseason went accordingly. Their big moves were Foster Griffin for a few $1 million, which has worked out brilliantly, but this was not the expectation. And like Zach Littell for a handful of $1 million. They didn't try to build a bullpen that was good. They didn't really try to build a pitching staff that would win them 90 games and get into the wild card. So it's my own fault as I've gotten excited. I know what they're trying to do. They've been very transparent, by the way. They're telling you what they're doing. As fans, we're just seeing that no one told the offense, they didn't get the memo that they were supposed to win 73 games. And so the offense is like a 95-win, 98-win offense that's number 1 in the sport. But I need to recalibrate my expectations. And as I'm sitting on the train and I'm watching the game with my son on our phone on the Amtrak, somewhere between here and Philadelphia that day, I go, you know what? I need to reassess. Mm-hmm. I'm going back to the basics here. The goal is that they get over 500 at the end of the year, which would be a huge win. And I want James Wood to hit 45 homers. And like little things like that will give me joy. I want to see Nasim Nunez steal 40 bags. I want to see C.J. Abrams finish with an average over 280. Like, whatever those metrics are. But I need to get out of my own head on they're going to compete. They can make the playoffs. They're a wild card team. Because they're not good enough from a bullpen standpoint and from a pitching standpoint. And I say that knowing that they could get hot out of the break and all of a sudden we're having that conversation again. But this will be home base for me. Everything else is house money, but we need to keep remembering they were never supposed to win and they didn't build a team to try to. That's important.
Yeah. So for so many years with the football team, I was that. Now this is different. That was ineptitude. That was, buffoonery at the highest levels and malfeasance at the worst. Where I'm going, this is all a futile exercise. I will not get excited for a win or two because I know at the end of the day, this is all fleeting and garbage and I don't believe. So now it's different, right? Where this is just normal football stuff we can call balls and strikes. I understand that pathology. I mean, to me, this, everybody kind of has a breaking moment, and mine might have been kind of around the same time, Friday into Saturday. So Friday night, if you recall, you got to go back a while now, it's a week ago, but Yankees Nats, and they got a lead, and Clayton Beeter comes in the 8th inning, and he's throwing the ball well. It's jumping out of his hand. Guys aren't seeing it. He gets a big out to end the 8th. Now, if you've got feel, if you've got forget the numbers, let's go with some guts. Beeter's throwing the hell out of it. You bring him back out for the 9th, maybe, and you win or lose with that. Well, they don't. They play the matchups. They play a guy that was going to get DFA'd a minute later, pretty much 48 hours after this. But some jobbing dude with a 17 ERA trots in, gives up a homer.
His name's Matt Crook.
Matt Crook. And they lose, okay? And so that was what the postgame show was about. Charlie and Dave and me, and we're all talking about it, and the callers are talking about it. I'm going, I would love to see an example where a guy's throwing the ball well and they just go with it. Even if the matchup's not great, hey, let's go with some guts and feel. Because playing matchups when you don't have anybody to match up with isn't working real well. They literally did it the next night, and Clinton Beeter lost. And I now go, okay, there's no door number 3. There's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, they've been doing it off and on all year. They've done the Clayton Beeter thing. They've done the matchups thing. Nothing works. We used to talk about this on Bust and Loose Baseball, and this was a year or two ago, and Davey Martinez had a bad bullpen. And people would be killing Davey for, they lost the game. Why was that guy in the game? What have you. And we basically said he's just choosing which guy gets to blow the game. That's the quality of this bullpen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're at now with Blake Butera, I think, is I would rather have whoever my best pitcher is blow the game. I guess it feels a little better if it's your worst pitcher, your best pitcher, rather, that gives you the best chance. But does it? I mean, what's the difference? If you're giving up the runs, if you're giving up the hits, I don't know, maybe playing the matchups and doing it the way that you in the front office decided to before the game started is a better way to die on the hill. But we'll go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Get your thoughts. I guess for me to buy at all, they need to rip off some wins here and be a few games over 500 at the deadline or within a week of the deadline, which gives them a chance to get really hot against some bad teams out of the break. But I'm not counting adding relievers who are not stars as buying. That's just improving an unconscionably bad part of the roster. Their bullpen is disqualifying. You cannot keep asking people to do everything right for 8 innings and have the game blown. And frankly, it's not a good look to just keep asking people to come out and support the team when the same thing plays out over and over and over again. You got to try to fix it. You have to do something to try to fix it other than just... And someone will say, well, they've signed a lot of guys like Matt Crook. Yeah, that ain't it. That's not what I'm talking about. They need to try to add talent to their organization at this deadline in the bullpen. I'm not saying buy. I'm not saying go get Aroldis Chapman. I'm not saying add the best reliever available. That's not the point. Bring in a couple dudes who throw 96 and 97 from somebody's system and give up a bat or two from your system, low down the ranks that isn't very high. I'm not saying you're going to get unbelievable value, but go get a couple arms in AAA that might miss bats in the big leagues and let somebody else fail. Not the same guys we've been watching fail over.
You can't just
and
keep
over
sending
and
them
over
up.
again. That's the thing I can't keep doing. Let's go to Jason, who's in Woodbridge. What's up, Jason?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just want them to keep building. I don't want to go backwards. I want to sign my good players. Grant, I have to say I'm against you. I would take Chapman in a heartbeat, but I don't want to give up.
Well, I'd like to have him too on a binary, but you have to give up a ton, right?
You're not trading a good prospect for a rental.
Best players.
Right.
Yeah, I don't want to give up our best players. I want to keep. We've given away for a bunch of years. We've given away everybody. Let's keep moving forward. I called it and said we're going to the World Series. I still think, I'm crazy, but I still think there's a slimmer hope. But, I just think if we build, if we get a closer, if we had a good closer, we have 10 or 12 more wins.
Agreed. The problem with Chapman is he is a free agent at the end of the year, in addition to the fact that he's 38 years old. And he's also one of the best relievers available. So to acquire him, you would be a real buyer. You would have to give up a good prospect.
Because you're going to compete with a dozen teams who could use that arm in the back end of their bullpen, teams with World Series aspirations.
I'm not giving up a quality pitching prospect like an Alex Clemmie or a Landon Harmon. I'm not giving up a bat that I like Ethan Petrie, who they drafted out of South Carolina last year, who hits for power, or Coy James, who's at Fredericksburg, who I've seen a bunch playing in the infield, for a rental in a season where you're probably not making the playoffs. But tap into that same organization and go find a couple of the arms that are at AAA who throw really hard. They're going to cost a lot less. Try that. You've got a surplus of offense right now in your system. Tap into that depth and go get an arm who's big league ready. That's what they don't have. Their best arms, Travis Sakura, not healthy. Harleen Susana, not healthy. Luis Perales will help out of the bullpen, I think, as the year goes on, but is being developed as a starter. Lennon Harmon hasn't been healthy and is very, very early on in his development at A-ball. They don't have the AAA big league ready pitcher who throws hard. If they did, that guy would have already been in the bullpen right now. 800-636-1067. What do you think the Nats should be doing in the weeks ahead? They kick off their second half tonight right here on The Fan. At 4 o'clock, ahead of the Beltway Blitz today, we'll be giving away tickets right here on Grant and Danny. You better be listening if you want to go see Muse. Right now, we're talking about the Nats. We're closing in on the trade deadline at the end of the month, about 2 weeks out. And after 3 losses going into the break, everything is now on the table. How do you hope they operate? Justin's in Bethesda. What's up, Justin?
From Bethesda!
Hey, bud.
Hey, Grant. What's going on, guys?
Hey, dude.
I've been wondering this for a couple of weeks. You know, they're playing so well. Do you think ownership's going to let Taboni buy, like, now and even in the offseason, or we can continue doing this, like, because I'd sell this year at the deadline, but, like, going forward, like, is Taboni going to actually be able to actually spend some money, or are they going to continue with this?
So here's the tricky part of it.
Yeah, it's the question.
So what we don't know is that the backdrop is the work stoppage that's looming. There's going to be a potentially lengthy work stoppage starting this offseason. It'll go through a major portion of the second half of the offseason into free agency, probably into spring training. The best case scenario, the hope is that you report to spring training on time, but I think that's very unlikely. You're going to miss some spring training, and best case scenario, we start on opening day as planned, but it's a shortened spring training. I think it's more likely that there are some games missed, and this thing goes into the start of the spring, and we have a shortened major league season next year. But that having been said, how does ownership view that? Do they not want to add contracts and spend because of the work stoppage? Are they just getting to that period where you're not going to add a bunch of big deals to your payroll? And the other underlying question mark here is, I've heard for some time, they still may sell and they still may want to sell, but they can't do it till after the work stoppage, and they're basically just running out the shot clock until then so they can put the team back on the market. So that's what we don't know. I would say that it is time to spend based on what the team has shown this year. If you thought they were 3 or 4 years away, wrong.
They're not.
They're right there, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Go get a starting pitcher, go get 2 relievers, and you are an 85 to 88 win wild card hopeful. If you really want to get aggressive, go get a bat, go get a starter who's a mid-rotation guy, go get 2 or 3 arms for your bullpen, and you might be able to compete for the division. Like, that's what we're talking about. So it is time to spend for sure this offseason.
I don't think anybody's saying either, by the way, that they have to be a $300 million payroll. Their current payroll, listed according to Cott's contracts, is $96.8 million this year. Keep in mind, 35 of that is Steven Strasburg's. So that 61 on their active roster is literally the least amount in baseball.
Yeah, it's one of the lowest in the sport.
So if you are just doing a couple of regular be a Major League Baseball team things, you can still run this as a small market org. I bet you, I don't know this for a fact, but I would bet you that when they're interviewing a bunch of different people and Paul Taboni comes in here and goes, you don't have to spend $300 million a year. You don't have to be top 5 in payroll. I'll get you ROI. I'll get you, if you spend a little, you'll get 10X. Here's how. TrackMan this and Traject Machine that. We'll do all the advanced stuff. We will play like the Rays do. We'll be smarter. We'll win around the edges the way a lot of these orgs don't. But you still have to do something to get yourself into a reasonable position, which they are not. That is the essential question.
So I also wonder about that. We're talking about spending and going out and playing in free agency. Taboni may not want to do that. Now, you have to do some of that, but the Rays and the Brewers don't. I mean, it's very, very slim to none that they're ever in the market for big-time players. They may want to just build this thing up over a longer period of time through development, through trades, through young players and assets that they shape in their own image. I hope that you play a little checkbook baseball with it. There's no reason to be an executive in a top 10 media market if you're not going to do some of that. Like, give me a starter for some money, because those are harder to develop without drafting them. No one's trading you really high-end arms necessarily. But that'll be really interesting this offseason too, is how much do they actually want to spend as a front office? Do they want to get into the free agency game? But if his question is, should ownership be willing to spend? I would say yes. I mean, they've proven they're pretty close. This idea that they were 3, 4, 5 long years away like everybody thought is just not correct. James Wood's too good. C.J. Abrams is too good. You got more talent than you thought you did. Melvin's in Mitchellville. What's up, Melvin?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. They should spend, okay? And I understand about prospects, and we got all these prospects, and we can get more prospects, but prospects take time to develop. At what point should we have the expectation to win? And I'm not talking 500 win. I'm talking about really winning, like Philly and L.A. That's what I can't understand why our expectations should be, well, long as they play 500 ball. Help me understand why we shouldn't have that expectation to go out there and spend money.
Well, because it's the first year of this front office. I mean, they said when they brought in the front office said, this is going to take time. We want to rebuild this thing from the ground up. And they tore some things down to the studs. They traded a good reliever in Jose Ferrer for a minor leaguer. They traded Mackenzie Gore, who was your best starting pitcher, for 5 minor leaguers because they perceived that this thing was far away. They said this is a multi-year plan to win anything meaningful. That's what happens when you go get a new front office and they try to build the minor league system.
But guess what? With that new front office, what do you think they're going to do when they figure out that this ownership is not going to spend money?
Well, but that's what I was just talking about is,
thank you, buddy.
How much will they want the ownership to spend? I think part of the reason why this front office is here is that they can run this thing like a smaller market team. They're going to do it more like the Rays, who they talk about all the time, and the Brewers and the Marlins than they do it like the Mets or the Phillies or the Yankees. Now, my point is I'd like to have a middle ground where you also spend a little bit of money too. But I think that's part of why this brilliant scouting and developing front office with the tech and the data is here, to your point. Talking baseball on the Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. You want to hop in on the Nats, you can. 800-636-1067. Just saw an ESPN piece dropped on the Summer League and how they ranked all of the top basketball prospects coming out of the Summer League. Where was A.J. DeBonsa? That's next on the Fan. Grant and Danny back live from our Navy Yard studios in Southeast DC. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad.
Allow me to tell you about them. They can help you with estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Nats have actually had a very difficult schedule, and you look at strength of schedule so far this season. That changes considerably starting right now for the rest of the way. And if they take advantage going into the deadline over the next couple of weeks, they actually have a very light schedule. 3 games against a bad A's team, 14 under 500. By the way, the A's lost 9 straight games going into the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
That's who the Nats come out with starting tonight. So let's say you take 2 of 3 there. Then they've got the Rockies for 3 at Coors, not a good team. The only team that's got a longer stretch of losing seasons into the All-Star break than the Nationals. Let's say you take 2 of 3 there, you're 4-2. Then you take on the Arizona Diamondbacks back here next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday in town. If you could get 2 out of 3 there and you're 6-3 in those first 9, and now you're 2 over 500, and maybe at that point you're within 2.5 in the wild card, going into a series against a Blue Jays team that's not particularly good, even though it was in the World Series last year. Now you're starting to think about adding, but it feels like we kind of know what they are, which is an immensely flawed team with a really good offense and a bad bullpen and not a particularly good rotation. And they're not good enough to maybe make the playoffs this year. So this is not your traditional buy or sell conversation as much as it is, what do you think Paul Taboni's thinking right now? And we'll hit the phones on this in a second, 800-636-1067.
3 of the 4 areas of a baseball team that they have are, you usually like to call it like, this is for football, this is a 15-win offense and a 10-win and a 2-win defense or whatever, right? 3 of their 4 areas are 100 loss or worse.
Right.
Starting pitching, bullpen, and defense. Normally, you tweak something to improve one of those. And teams that go far, that have any business kind of doing this, will at least have 2 legs of the chair that are solid to plus, or some guts and guile in a weak division, or the wild card field is watered down and maybe get hot enough you can ride 1 starter or something like that.
I'll pick a nit. I'll say 100 loss bullpen, 100 loss defense, and I'll say like 88 loss, 90 loss rotation. Because Cavalli's pretty good and Griffin's
good.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
That's 40% of your rotation.
My counter is 60% of your rotation is 115 loss group.
Absolutely.
That they have to hide.
But those
I think
guys
your
are
point's
up
right.
and down. Like,
it's true.
Littell had a great month. Miles Michaelis has actually had stretches where he's pretty solid. Now they're going to have plenty of clunkers.
Yep.
And this is the big problem, and I think we've seen it play out. You're never going to go on a long winning streak because your rotation and your bullpen won't allow it. But you also can't go on the long losing streak to be out because your lineup won't allow it. So that like give and take, that game of tug of war internally in the clubhouse has happened. And what does it all add up to? A 500 team.
Indeed. So the reason I bring that up is not to pick nits about if it's 100 loss or 92 loss or 88 loss or whatever.
Yeah.
The point is if I'm going to spend, and I put that in quotes for a second, if I'm going to give up any resources to improve something, I'm still stuck with these other couple 100 loss units. And I don't know that I'm going to waste a ton of time on that. So, and that's, I think, kind of the viewpoint maybe. And again, I haven't sat down with Taboni or talked to him about it specifically, but I think the external pressure, we had a caller a couple of segments ago who's going, I've waited forever, like when are we supposed to be able to turn the corner on this thing? And God, if they had a little bit of help, they'd be so much better. That external pressure, it might end up influencing some things, but in their view, they're going, we are 2 or 3 years ahead of schedule. We're doing this with, if they knew Curtis Mead was this, he's not sitting for 15 games to start the year. Like, he's batting third every day, and this is just kind of what it would be. A lot of things have gone way better than they expected, but that kind of puts them ahead of a development curve. In their minds, that's all that's happened. We still have a much longer timeline horizon, and we're going to be patient. That doesn't mean you put a little bit of plaster to try to hold the levee.
Yeah, I think that we overcomplicate it, which makes sense because we don't have all the information and we're speculating and we're on the outside looking in. But they didn't think they'd be that good, and now they accidentally are okay. But they also didn't plan on this being a year where they have to be good.
Right.
So you better force Paul Taboni's hand, and they have not done that. They were on their way to doing that, it felt like, when they were 4 over 500.
There were a couple minutes.
Now you mess around, you win 3 out of 4 again, and you're 6 over 500. But the bullpen wouldn't allow it. If the bullpen was a little better or just pitched over its head or just didn't blow some of the many games that they did, they would be buying. They would be going out and adding a lot probably and giving up a prospect or two because why not? But you've got to make it really difficult for him to stick to his plan, and they haven't. Mike's in Leesburg. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Grand Danny, how's it going?
Good, buddy.
Hey, this is Mike Rizzo's team. The new management that came in, all I've seen them bring in is a bunch of single-A pitchers. The core of the team is what Mike Rizzo created. Am I correct?
Well, kind of, except that all the guys that are performing at a high level are better with this group coaching them than previously.
Yeah, so if the point is they were under contract from the Rizzo regime, a lot of the guys, the majority of the players, yes.
No, I think the coaching staff they've hired, I think they've exceeded expectations. But I just kind of, the only thing they've done is, what if we had Mackenzie Gore's 10 wins this year? Where would we be? That's kind of what I look at.
Yeah, well, if the goal is to win this year, then the Mackenzie Gore trade makes you worse. And if the goal is to make the playoffs this year, then Jose Ferrer, who would have been really helpful in the bullpen, for Harry Ford is a bad trade. But that wasn't their goal. That's not what their goal is. They're trying to win meaningfully over many years. So if you fast forward in 5 years, now I've never been a big Harry Ford guy as it is, to be completely honest with you. I think he's an okay player. I don't think he's like a top prospect like a lot of people have made him out to be over the years. I think he's fine. But the idea is in 5 years, he's going to be more valuable than the reliever that you traded him for. I promise you the Mackenzie Gore deal, which looks like a slam dunk already because of what they've gotten back in the minor leagues.
The Rangers would unring that bell right now this minute, by the way.
It'd be a massive win for the Nationals in a few years. You said a couple single-A pitchers. They brought in Foster Griffin, who was an all-star, so that's a win on their ledger. They brought in Curtis Mead, who's got 17 homers and an 840 OPS. He is probably their fourth best offensive player, and there's been plenty of time where he was third. But I would say Wood, Abrams, and Garcia are ahead of him. So that's a all-star pitcher. That's a really good offensive player. And then what they've done to make guys better. Like, yeah, James Wood was acquired via Rizzo, but this staff has got his OPS up to 985 and has cut down on some of the bad stuff. Abrams is having a career year. Garcia is having a career year. Jacob Young is having a career year. Keibert Ruiz is having a career year. So this group's gotten through to those guys in a way that the previous coaching staff couldn't.
Totally. And that's not just staff, that's top-down organizational decision-making, and, we're a believer in somebody that maybe people from the outside aren't. So if your point was, talking to the caller, if your point was they didn't make wholesale changes to, personnel, this is still Rizzo's team, and all they've really done, I mean, again, that's not a practical use of baseball. Like, you're not going to throw the baby out for the bathwater, right? Well, it's not like I'm just going to get rid of Dalen Lyle because the old regime had him here. I'm not going to move on from guys that are under contract. I mean, if you want to start trading away people, maybe. And Teboni's even talked about this. Hindsight's 2020. Had they known they'd be this good, I don't know that you trade away Jose Ferrer or trade away Mackenzie Gore. I still would have. I think they would have too, but you might have given a second thought to it. You came in because it was a disaster. Those guys are here not because everything went well previously and everyone just decided to go their separate ways. They were firings. It was awful. They what was it, 13 games in a row they lost last year, and David Martinez was like, let's go 1-0 tomorrow, and Miguel Cairo took over and he's like, let's go 1-0 tomorrow, and it's like, oh my God, you're just smashing into the mountain time after time with the airplane. We needed to come in here and do an overhaul, and that's exactly what's happened, and it's worked wonders.
I got a tweet at Grant Paulson here from KB who says, so whose fault is the bullpen? And while I think we should trust the process, the pen is so horrendous, someone needs to be blamed for that. Well, again, if we're grading the bullpen out as if they tried to build a really good bullpen, they did a bad job. They didn't, in my opinion, try to build a really good bullpen. Bullpen in baseball is one of those things when you're bad that you don't really feel like needs to be particularly good, if that makes sense.
Right.
So when you're bad, this is why bad teams like the Nats over the last few years have constantly traded relievers. Kyle Finnegan's a good example. I don't need a closer on a 100-loss team. So they didn't go out and get a closer. They did not think they would be in this situation. I promise you, if I had a crystal ball and I walked up to Paul Teboni the day he got the job, and I said, hey, come with me. And we sat down in a little room at Nats Park, and we looked at the July 13th series against the Yankees and the standings and all the numbers, and he saw what the offense was. I'll bet you they would have signed a couple of big league relievers and tried to improve their bullpen if he knew this is what it was going to be. But they planned on this being a 95 loss or whatever season. Like, that's what they thought this was. Year one, we're going to control the process here, see the Wizards, try to get a high draft pick, which will hit out of the park, because this year they couldn't pick in the top 10. They took a Kopian at 11. This coming season, based on this baseball season, they could pick as high as 1 again. And so they didn't try to build a good bullpen. So to critique it as if, like, man, they did a terrible job. This is not a Mike Rizzo 2015 Nats team that was a 98-win team on paper, and you're like, how is this bullpen so bad? Right? Where then Rizzo would constantly go make a trade and fix it and go get Madsen and Doolittle and figure it out on the fly. So I just think we're grading something that doesn't exist. But if you just want a head to roll, I mean, Taboni builds the roster.
Yeah.
So he built the bullpen in an experimental way where he wanted to see, do we have something in Gus Varland? Is Cole Henry a guy? Do we think that Clayton Beeter can be a big league closer? Do we want to get a peek at Mitchell Parker in a 2-inning role instead of as a starter? Like, a lot of this was, let's figure out what we've got in this year where we're bad. And what you found out was, okay, a lot of these guys aren't guys.
This is a trope from every form of media that's ever come out from any kind of show. But, like, I'll pick one. Star Trek: The Next Generation. When Captain Picard says to the engineer, like, I need more power. Captain, I can't do it. You have 5 minutes. Figure it out. You wonder what the constraints are. In other words, if you tell Paul Taboni you've got $1 to spend and, he's already up to 88 cents and he's got to fill out the roster, maybe that's a constraint. Maybe he's going, okay, well, let's try this guy that's on his third team. Let's try this reclamation project. Let's try this guy from the minor leagues because I don't have any money to spend on it. That's part of the consideration as well. Because again, if you have the $100 budget, now you can maybe sort of increase your profile on that a little bit. But you don't think you need to go out and get a great bullpen for a team that's coming off a 96-loss season. That's kind of the point there, right? Now, if your point is, not talking about you, but if a tweeter or caller, whoever, is yes, but even within that realm of bargain basement, average, pedestrian, jobbing relievers, they're still horrendous. Okay, I suppose I could get to that point, but it wasn't as if this is like what's supposed to be, as you said, like the Nasty Boys from Cincinnati in 1990, and it's now the bottom has fallen out. This was never designed to be great, and if that's a standard you're holding them to, you shouldn't be as upset.
Here's another thing to think about, okay? Because I actually think this would be compelling to get an answer for. If you could give Paul Taboni truth serum, like I just suggested that if he knew now, then what he knows now, that maybe he would have gone and gotten relievers. As I think about it, maybe he wouldn't have. And my point is, I don't think Paul Taboni gets overly excited or cares that much about this team making the wild card this year and getting obliterated by a much better team in the playoffs. He's going to look at this team and all of its flaws and go, we got no chance to win a World Series. That's what a legitimate executive is going to do. Mm-hmm. His job is to win a championship as soon as possible. And so if you're messing around, it's almost like the 7-9 Rivera year or, the Commanders that first season when they get to the NFC Championship game. Like, you could accidentally get further than you probably should and maybe change your sight line and people get really excited. But I think the reason you hire a guy like Taboni with his vision and to play the long game here is that he's got a plan that he's going to execute over an extended period of time. So I guess succinctly what I would wonder is, would he have done anything differently to try to cash in and get the wild card? Or does he say, this is cool, this is bonus, if fans are excited, I'm happy for them. I don't really care that much about that. He said as much to an extent. He did an interview, I can't remember who it was with. I think it might have been Jesse Doherty with Notice. He was on with us and talked about this. But remember when Jesse asked him early in the season something to the effect of, hey, how much of the last several years of Nats fandom and like everything that's happened since the World Series do you think about as you run this team? And he said, honestly, I haven't thought about it at all. He's like, and I hate to admit that, but it's got nothing to do with me and I got to do the right things for the team. I think that kind of is a big picture window into this. Like, yes, it stinks that we've sat around and watched this team be bad for several years, but he's not going to grasp at straws for a wild card berth and a couple of butts and seats in a wild card series. They're trying to build something bigger and more meaningful. And they said that they have been transparent. They didn't lie to anybody. This is going to take years, not months. They've said that. Adam's and Only. What's up, Adam?
Hey, boys, how are you?
What's up, buddy?
You kind of just, the point you just made about Taboni was excellent, and you kind of just took my point right out from me, is that this reminds me a lot of the 24 Commanders. And I'll pivot from what I was going to say a little bit, because you just made the point, is where the Commanders went wrong is after that season, they basically decided to run it back. And that obviously didn't end well. And so what Taboni is going to do, which is why he's such a smart executive, is he knows that if they catch lightning in a bottle, it's exactly that. And he's not going to sacrifice long-term, winning a championship over short-term, butts and seats, like you said. And
the sugar high, right? The donut that you can eat here for the short term of like, oh, we're hitting and we're scoring right now. There's some volatility to that generally anyway. But, yeah, he's not going to punt on the plan, Adam.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes him special in my mind, and why I'm really excited about the future of the Nats. And I'm just hoping, if it happens again on the football side of things, they don't fall for the trap again.
So to
good call, bud.
Further process his analogy. I think that was sharp. How should this year alter how they view this offseason? Because for all of the compliments I paid to Boney on what I was just talking about, big picture planning, sticking to your script, vision, all that stuff. There is that old saying where someone, this will be a roundabout way to get there, but the old story of like, why didn't God help me when I was on the water, like in my, little raft, and someone's like, well, he did help you. He sent the Coast Guard, and you said, no, keep going. Like, God will come help me. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If you're a GM and you're in your raft here, and you're Taboni, you also can't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's hard to accidentally be 500. Think about how hard the Mets are playing.
Yeah.
How much money they've spent. Think about teams all over baseball like Boston and these other teams who have had disastrous seasons, who are GM's backs are against the wall. Mike Elias would cut off his pointer finger right now to win 8 games in a row. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
If you're Taboni, maybe you don't cash in this year, but this offseason, you would be silly not to change your window a little bit. If you're like, I said 3 years, I mean 3 years. We're not spending on anybody this offseason. Draft and develop. That would be a mistake, I think. Like, you only got so much time with Abrams and Wood and this core as it is.
It's like we talked about with Jaden Daniels. It's like rookie deal, man.
Exactly.
Rookie deal. Iron's hot.
So there's got to be a middle ground where if you're smart, you got to know when to strike.
But so I offered this. This is just, again, a data point. Of the top 10 or 11 salaries paid to relief pitchers this year, in this past offseason, I would say 6 or 7 of them have been disasters for their new teams. Just, again, it's anecdotal. It doesn't mean that every relief pitcher you go get is going to be bad, but this was always Mike Rizzo's belief, is that you commit long-term to a reliever, you're going to be left with a hole in your pocket and a disaster. A guy that was an everyday Eddie that was dependable gets up 81 times over the course of a season, the manager rides him into the dirt, and the next year he's not quite as effective.
It's the most volatile position in the sport in terms of year-to-year performance. You think about the Orioles going out and spending $14 million on Ryan Helsley.
That's one of the guys.
And he's pitched to an ERA over 4 with a whip of 1.5, and he's injured.
He's injured a bunch. Now, there's success story. Tyler Rogers has been great. You can pick a couple. Raisel Iglesias has been really good. He stayed with Atlanta, but got paid a bunch. But Edwin Diaz, Ryan Helsley, Emilio Pagan, Sir Anthony Dominguez, Phil Maton, all these guys have not been good for their teams, and they're making more than the highest paid national. So I think when you're looking at that line item budget and your highest paid free agent edition, would blow up in your face. You can't afford that at this stage. But next year, this is the other side of my mouth now. Next year, when Strasburg's off the books and their payroll is paltry, it would be the lowest, according to the Cots contracts, by tens of millions. You could be under $100 million, add a starting pitcher, a bat, and 3 bullpen arms, and be under $100 million and be an 85-game winner probably. Like, now's the time, and it ain't that hard. You don't have to go win the bidding for Tariq Skubal.
Yeah, if your offense is what it was this year, you might win 90+. Because they're on pace right now to win 80 games.
Mm-hmm.
And that's with the worst bullpen in the history of bullpen.
In the history of mankind.
I mean, that's with this bullpen and this rotation.
Since before bullpens were frowned upon in like the 1800s.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be intriguing. But it all comes down, I think, to how they play in the next week and a half. And the benefit they have, if they can take advantage of it, is that they're not playing particularly good teams. So if you lose 2 out of 3 to the A's, you got no one to blame but yourself. Now, that's a team that lost 9 in a row going into the break that isn't healthy right now. Nick Kurtz hasn't been on the field. If you drop 2 out of 3 at Coors or you get swept in one of these 2 series, your season's done, basically. And you look in the mirror. When Foster Griffin gets traded or you hear that C.J. Abrams is in trade talks, you got no one to blame internally but yourselves. Now, obviously, the bullpen is the biggest reason because they could have a nice cushion right now. But Taboni has said for weeks, if they earn it, we're going to help them. They got to earn it. And being 4 games back of the wild card does not quite butter the biscuit, I don't think, at this point. I told you I'd tell you where A.J. DeBonsa ranks among prospects in the Summer League according to an ESPN ranking. This was done just based on how guys played, not really taking into account where they were drafted. We'll get that for you next on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I've had a blast with the World Cup, and as the world soccer hits the big stage, Fanatic Sportsbook is making every game day worth more. Earn up to 10% fan cash back on all your soccer bets. That's win or lose. That's real extra value you can unlock with every single match, and that's all tournament long. And fan cash isn't just for betting. You could use it anywhere in the world of Fanatics, which is really cool. On game tickets, merchandise, collectibles, profit boosts, and so much more. It's that one giant ecosystem with endless ways to send. Plus, new customers get up to $1,000 in fan cash. That's $100 bet matched in fan cash every single day for your first 10 days. The world is ready. Are you? Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. I use it all football season long, baseball season long, throughout the big soccer tournament. I have loved using Fanatic Sportsbook. Fan Cash Friday every Fridays. I love it. You will too. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 1-800-MY-RESET. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app.
This update is driven by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. Open Championship Leaderboard is presented by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit us in store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. Atop the leaderboard in round 2 is Lucas Herbert at 8 under par. He shot an even par 70 yesterday and shot one of the low rounds of the day today with a 8 under 62. Bryson DeChambeau finished up his round today 4 under par and is solo second at 7 under for the tournament. Cameron Young, Jackson Suber both at 6 under par. Sam Burns, Ryan Gerard at 5 under par. Gerard is 2 under on his round today. He is through 16 holes on his round today. In baseball, the Nationals begin their second half of the season tonight as they take on the A's in Sacramento. 9:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes on Gage Jump. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals in the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge with up to $1,500 in extras. As they said, Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. Let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. So ESPN.com wrote a piece post-Summer League, NBA rookie rankings, newcomers who stood out. This is from Zach Cram. I wouldn't say they excluded completely where guys got drafted, but that's not really the point of the story. It's just a analysis on what was seen from the players in their limited time playing Summer League, or if they're still going, and how they've looked so far. So just as an example, Darius Acuff, who was the 7th overall pick by the Sacramento Kings, actually comes in at 11th on this list.
So I love him, but I agree with this assessment. He wasn't particularly great there in the 2 games I saw in Summer League.
He looks like he could be an offensive engine, did some good things, but he shot 35% from the floor, 27% from 3, 70% from the free throw line. Some of his flaws as a smaller guard defensively showed up as well. So they've got him outside the top 10. Just to skip ahead a couple of spots, Kingston Flemings, who was the 8th pick in the draft by the Atlanta Hawks, checks in at 9. They've got Morris Johnson Jr., the Mavericks, who was the 9th pick at 8. Yaxel Lendenberg, who was the 11th pick all the way up at 7. He's big league ready. That was kind of the conversation around him was he's going to help you immediately, and he went to the Golden State Warriors. But I say all this to say way up at the top of the board, you're wondering, where's Darren Peterson of the Jazz? What did they do with Cam Boozer of the Grizzlies? How did A.J. DeBonsa stack up? A.J. DeBonsa comes in number 1 on the list.
Oh, I'm sorry.
As he should. The number 1 pick was as advertised. I'll read you what they said. I figured we could just kind of react to this. They said the number 1 pick earned the top spot despite attempting far too many low-efficiency mid-range jumpers in Vegas. I agree with that, but I don't think that's what it's like. He has a mid-range game that is his calling card to an extent. I think there's some of that's going to be baked in early in his career. It's going to be a lot of 2s. Some of the stuff you and I have complained about over the years, a lot of mid-range shots, low efficiency in air quotes is what they call it now analytically. But that's part of his game, and I don't necessarily have a huge issue with that early in his career.
I definitely don't. B, it's when people talk about a 3-level scorer, that's one of the levels. That's that middle level that you absolutely need, and he's got near and middle down pat. I know he didn't shoot great in the Summer League. We got 2 games of it, but that's going to be part of his overall offensive game. Everyone hates these because of the new world, and I understand that. It's more efficient to hit a layup or shoot a 3.
But you know, yeah, exactly. You know that you want to be at the rim or around the perimeter. Living in the middle is the basically the least efficient thing you can do in basketball.
And so don't major in that. And no one's saying you should, but there are end of shot clock plays. There are end of quarter plays. All of a sudden you add it up and it's 5 to 8 attempts per game for a lot of people that are going to end up in that spot, especially if you have the ball in your hands. I don't have an issue with it.
So here's what I care about. No other player produced as many highlight-worthy sequences as DeBonsa. A confident reverse layup in the first minute of his first game, an inside-out dribble that faked out a defender, followed immediately by an up and under to split 2 more for a layup, an instinctive behind-the-back pass with the left hand for a bucket in transition.
Mm-hmm.
That was the good stuff.
Yeah.
DeBonsa got into the paint at will in his 2 Summer League games, which led to plenty of points and fouls drawn. He'll need to work on his shot selection. Who wouldn't? as a
You mean the rookie who was
rookie.
the focal point of everything for years? Yeah.
And he sometimes looked stiff in his defensive stance. He was caught on screens a couple times when defending a ball handler, but it's immediately clear when watching DeBonsa that he has superstar potential. I think anyone who watched him in the Summer League would feel that. Last paragraph here. Perhaps the biggest question about him after Summer League is whether he'll get the same sorts of on-ball opportunities in the regular season. This is something I brought up after we watched the first game.
Yep.
I'm guessing he got to be the king of the castle, so to speak, and carry the ball and play point DeBonsa because it was the Summer League and who was around him. When you get to the regular season and you've got your primary initiator being Trae Young, there's just not going to be as much time on the ball. So I think, understandably, he'll get less of that, but I do want to know how much point DeBonsa are we going to see?
Because there's point guard, then there's offensive initiator in the front court. There's point forward. There's a lot of nuance there. So, for example, they'd have Beekman or whoever bring the ball across half court, bring it up the timeline, and then they run some kind of screen, some kind of initiation just to get DeBonsa the ball at the top of the key and say go to work. I don't envision that, the 15th game of the season against the Hawks, that's their plan. But it's interesting to figure out, is there a hybrid there where it's not just Trae Young, 41 dribbles, here comes the top, the screen and roll and everything's initiated from there? How much of it is let's work DeBonsa off a screen or two and then let him be the playmaker / finisher? There's a fun puzzle piece to work out here. But that to me is the question about how they go forward. And where's DeBonsa best served? Because again, we talk about this, it's not the same as basketball as it is with football. But my point was, the instant you see when the Roger Goodell goes, Washington selects Jaden Daniels, everything's now about him. Everything's now about his development. Protect him and maximize him. Because he goes, we goes. That's it. It's kind of that here for me also. Whatever's best for DeBonsa's development, if that means I have to turn down the fader on Keshawn George, if I have to turn down the fader of a Bilal Coulibaly, or not worry, or Sarr doesn't get as much, sorry, get in where you fit in. This is the lead goose. This is the franchise here. As great as he is, if he's a MVP candidate, all NBA type player at the top of his powers, we're now a championship contender as everyone else kind of fills in. And that's the point. How do we get him there?
Yeah, he's going to suck up most of the oxygen in the room.
Yeah.
And he gets to.
Yep.
He's that good.
He's great.
They have Cam Boozer second and Darren Peterson third, by the way. They flip-flopped how those guys were drafted. What they say about Boozer, who they point out he didn't shoot threes like Peterson, or he didn't dunk like Caleb Wilson, who, by the way,
Caleb Wilson looked sparkling.
He looked so good. This draft's just going to be amazing.
Yep.
But with Boozer, they talk about how he still filled up the stat sheet, and he just stuffed the box score. 19 points, 7 rebounds, over 3 assists, over 2 steals. The size, the speed, he looks huge, and he blows by guys. He's going to be really, really good. And then Peterson obviously scored the basketball. I think he's got a lot of work to do as a ball handler. He turned the ball over 8 times in his first couple of games, including one against the Wizards. But if you're a fan of, not just here in D.C. where we got DeBonsa, Memphis with Boozer, Utah with Peterson, Chicago with Caleb Wilson, I think you're in for a treat. The other guy that looked amazing was Braden Burris from the Bucks. He had a hell of a fall league or a summer league so far to this point. And in fact, his I didn't realize this, but he had 12 assists and 3 turnovers, and his ratio of turnovers per game was like 0.3 basically, which no one else was under 1.5 in this rookie class. And that's with the guy that had the ball a ton. He averaged 22 points on 50% shooting. He was great.
He's awesome. Yeah, I'm telling you, this class is an all-timer. Caleb Wilson, for example, I want to hone in on him for a second. Now, injuries robbed us of a lot of that season, so who knows whether this was coming or not. But I don't think
he played the full year, I wonder where he would have gone.
Same. I mean, I don't think he had more than a 3 in any game in his college season, and just walked into his first one hitting 3 after 3 after 3 like he was Tayshaun Prince that time for Kentucky. Like it was just throwing it in the ocean. And he could jump out of the gym and he's got a condor wingspan and stuff. And they got a great one there too. And go down to Keaton Vogler, who is awesome. And it was sort of the bottom of this list. It's like ho-hum just to throw in. I mean, I see Stephon Marbury with Darius Acuff, and he's last on this list. This class is going to go down all time. But to Boozer super quick, this is why all the analytics darlings and a lot of the people were like, people are missing this with Boozer. He's not going to test as well. He's not going to make change off the top of the backboard or anything. But you forget, A, that's not what this league is right now this minute. For every unbelievable athlete that's, can jump out of the gym and do this, that, and the other, your MVPs are guys like Jokic and Luka Doncic and a bunch of dudes that control the game in a different way. This is a heady, smart, cerebral, better athlete than people give credit for. He's going to be a badass in Memphis.
I had to click, though, when I saw they did a re-rank of all the draft prospects just to see. I mean, there's only one way to go if you're DeBonsa, unless you just hold serve. Unless you
forever
just stay at number one. And it was only a couple games. Now, understandably so, I didn't want him to play anymore. I half jokingly, said after the first game I watched, I'm good.
Yeah.
Put him in bubble wrap. Be done with this. I didn't love the decision to basically remove everybody from the Summer League activity. Like, I'm cool with it with DeBonsa and a couple of the other guys, but you're a terrible team the last few years with a lot of young guys. I think a guy like Trey Johnson needs experience.
Mm-hmm.
He's someone who could actually benefit from playing in these games because he barely played at the NBA level last season because of injuries. I think someone like Will Riley, who I love, I think his game's awesome. He's going to benefit from being an alpha and taking over, and especially if you get to put your elbows out a little bit without the Bonsa and be the guy. I wanted to see that. So I was a little disappointed that they basically pulled everyone meaningful out of the Summer League, but I didn't want the Bonsa playing a whole lot more than he did because there's just nothing to be gained from that.
We talked about it one of the days that you were out. I selfishly, because the news broke when Toby and I were on air, that he wouldn't play anymore. I said I wanted one more, and I understand it. I'm not criticizing anybody. I was selfishly. I just want to see it.
It's just because you want to watch it.
That's a huge part.
It's not a whole lot to be gained.
The other part was, I mean, my only. It's not a nitpick. It's an observation. 1 for 11 from 3, and I would go. Here's how I would approach it. You got into the lane at will. Yes, you've shown you got your pull-up game, your in-between game, using your footwork for mid-range. Let's go hunt some jump shots. I want tape of guys that are trying to put food on their plate, getting in your way and bothering you. Don't take any more contact. I want you to hunt some of those step-back jumpers, some of those jumpers off screens, and then we can put some video together, some in-game experiences to go, now look at what you did on this jump shot. Your shoulders weren't square, or you didn't have your knees underneath you, or your feet weren't lined up. I want some of that more raw data for an improvement set for DeBonsa, but again, I understood completely that they're going to shut him down.
Yeah, I would have had no problem with him playing a couple more games. I mean, it's basketball. Like, what does a basketball player do?
Right,
Herm Edwards style.
They play basketball, coach.
Right. So let's play basketball.
Well, hello.
But I don't think what you just said is necessary to coach him up. I mean, they know what he needs to work on. They've got the tape. They'll be able to get in the lab. They knew that before he went out to the summer league. They knew it after watching all the tape from the year. They know where the hitch is in the shot and all the things they're trying to iron out. But could he have been benefited from it? I suppose. I just, because he's not playing, this is not preseason football.
Right.
Where Jaden Daniels isn't playing, so what's the point of playing anyone? Or vice versa. Like, the offensive line's not playing, so Jaden can't play. No, send Trey Johnson out there, who hasn't played a whole lot. Get Will Riley out there and tell him to go dominate the summer league. That's what I would have liked to have seen. And AJ, you sit over there. That room over there, that's your room. These guys, they're out on the floor. That's how I would have operated. But it's probably the 6 in one, half dozen in the other.
Sure.
A lot of time between now and October when they're ramping this thing up, and he'll be ready to go. Beltway Blitz at 4 o'clock. Again, we are going to be giving away tickets to see Muse. You better be listening if you want those. That's coming up in 20 minutes. Our double play is next. Double Play is sponsored by FH Fur for 45 years. FH Fur set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus a premium EnviroAir IAQ 5-inch filter, absolutely free. FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, and AC, absolutely the best.
So thank God you're back. Toby had to do that one of the days. I can't say that word. EnviroAir. It just does. I can't. There's a block. I see it. It's pronounced for you right there. To the good people at FH Fur, I've apologized before. I'll have to do it again. It is a struggle. I got it one of the 3 days.
EnviroAir. It's spelled out for you.
I know it is. Oh, and I've seen it. I've even read it correctly before, but something about it. It's like I sound like Scooby-Doo saying so. I just can't. There's a little block there. I can't get it right. EnviroAir.
Did Tobes crush it?
Yeah, he read it easily the same way you did.
Speaking of Toby, without giving any details on the film itself, because I don't want any added intel than what I already have, how did you feel about The Odyssey last night?
Spectacular, an absolute spectacle. Everything about it is just grand. It's so good. And it's a long movie. There's no doubt about it. 3 hours long.
Yeah, Nolan.
But it was a fun ride the entire time.
So I've been looking around at different IMAX theaters. Everything is front row only. I can't find a single seat for tonight, which is not that surprising on the opening Friday night necessarily. But I did find one in like row 5. It's a little bit of a hike from the house. The sticky wicket for me, the trick is I've been away, so I'm not trying to miss out on any time with the kids, so I got to wait till everybody's asleep anyway.
Yes.
So it's got to be late night. So I'm not going to go full Dameron on you, but this is probably a 10 p.m. start for me tonight. So that means we're getting out of the movie around 1 a.m.
1:30, probably later, right, with the previews?
I hope not.
Because they make you do 30 minutes of those now.
Yeah, about 25 minutes of trailers.
Yep.
Normally that's when they start. I would. Is that with runtime or no? I don't know how that works.
No, that's on top of.
On top of?
An 8 p.m. showing is an 8:30 movie start.
Yeah, so 10:30 to 1. It's going to be, I'll probably be back at my house at 2, which I hate saying that out loud.
Yep.
That sounds awful.
Here we go.
I will say credit to the Air and Space Museum last night. They said 9:15 showing. At 9:15, they play their little opening thing. They played one preview of Dune 3, and then they had another little welcome to Udvar Hazy or whatever, and then the movie started. And I was home.
Oh, interesting.
I was home, like, if the movie started at 9:15, I was home by 12:20.
But that's only an Udvar Hazy bit.
Yes.
That's every movie they do there, they do that way, because it's not a real movie theater per se, so they can get away with that.
Interesting.
It's not like an AMC or a Regal or whatever.
Where
like
they have to do
yeah,
the whole...
they don't do trailers.
Yeah, you got to see Nicole Kidman if you go to AMC. At least 3 times, probably.
She's like, and life becomes real once more when I walk into the theater. I'm 3 again. And I'm like, just give me the popcorn in the movie whenever you're ready. I just want the popcorn in the movie.
Why don't you hop on off that screen and let's play the cinema?
The film strip can now be placed into the machine that starts showing images on the wall.
Hit start, go!
Yeah. But I will, unless I bail, which that means I'm out like $22 at this point or whatever, tonight's the night. It's a little bit of a FOMO situation. I just don't want a bunch of people tweeting about how good it is, and then I haven't seen it.
Wait, so you're passing up on late night Nats?
Possibly, yes.
Wow.
Very,
Man. Wow, they do this for you, the Nats.
That's true.
They go west for you and start at a terrible time. It's too late for the rest of us.
Hashtag late night Nats.
I thought I knew Grant Harrison Paulson.
I know. If I don't watch it, it'd be like one of the first games all year that I haven't seen.
He's going full Dameron on a movie, and he's skipping late night Nats. I don't even know who you are anymore.
It's not full Dameron.
You go to Philadelphia one time.
Full Dameron would be like an 11:27 start. He's seeing a midnight movie. Think about that. He's seeing this movie that's 3 hours long at midnight. That's what full Dameron is.
11 o'clock, but close. That means it will start close
Only
to
because
midnight.
there wasn't a midnight showing. You were inconvenienced into seeing an earlier showing than you wanted. Think about that.
Oh, I think about it. It's all too late. You guys are all nuts. Let me squeeze in a quick double play.
Toby, did you get popcorn, by the way? What did you get?
Oh, popcorn, little sweet tea, ready to roll.
Sweet tea. I'm such an unsweet tea guy.
That's a move.
I don't like sweet tea.
I like it. Not every time, but sometimes, like today, for example, with chicken salad chick. Yeah.
What do you got, Danny?
Little sweet tea. I've long railed against lettuce. Lettuce sucks. Lettuce is a waste. It's a waste of space. The eating of terrible vegetables that don't taste any good can help us when there's nutritional value. Lettuce has next to none. Lettuce is stupid and lettuce is dumb. Lettuce is in the way. It is just a filler. I always get whatever it is, if possible, without lettuce. If it comes with it, I don't ask for substitutions. That's ridiculous. But if there's a way to not have lettuce in it, that's what I do. And that has proven a great way to go through my life, especially now. The Cyclospora, I'm saying that word correctly. You know, the doo-doo virus, the super nasty cramping, the diuretic virus that's going around, or the parasite, whatever the hell. You know where it came from? Lettuce. A certain lettuce supplier that's come to North America, normal thing. It happens all the time. Lettuce is usually the source of the problem. If you go back and look at some of the E. coli outbreaks and the salmonella this and the whatever, lettuce is at the root. You just don't have to have lettuce. Other vegetables, we have to tolerate them for our health. Eat your spinach, eat your arugula, eat your whatevers. If you got to do it, you got to do it. Lettuce is stupid, and lettuce is what's causing this.
It's always lettuce.
It's always lettuce.
This is why I don't eat lettuce. I was right, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Stay away from all vegetables.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
No.
Fruits.
You need some.
And vegetables.
You need some of them.
Listen to me, kids.
No.
Stay away. It's always lettuce.
It's just stay away from the lettuce. That's a waste.
Yeah, I think about this a lot. Every time there's a restaurant that has some kind of E. coli outbreak or something, they're like, I think it was the lettuce.
It's always the lettuce.
Yeah.
It literally always is. So my point is, if it was one of those, hey man, but it's so nutritious, it's so good for you, it's got iron and beta this and B12s, and okay, fine, I got to deal with it. I got to eat it because I'm trying to be okay. Whereas like if there's an outbreak with something that I love, that's good for you, it's like, okay, what are you going to do? But again, lettuce has so little value. It's just sort of green water that's in just barely solid form. It sucks.
I was talking to Logan about this the other day, Logan Paulson, former Redskin, and he was saying how there was, at one point in time, he went up to the chef, I guess, at the park in Ashburn years ago, and he was like, hey, I just want to make sure we're all good with this chicken. Like, I don't want to get any, like, salmonella or whatever it was. And the dude's like, listen, man. He's like, you need to be way more worried about the salad bar than the meats that I'm giving you over here. He's like, any salad bar you ever eat at, where you're just going down the line and throwing your lettuce and all your stuff on the plate, he's like, that's going to get you way more often than any meat that you're eating anywhere.
That iceberg lettuce that everybody eats and is always on everything, that ruins every sandwich, is just in the way. No nutritional value. Basically, it's like better than eating air, but it's a waste of time, and that's where all these problems come from. Again, live like Randy Douye. It's simple. I have a handy guide I will give any of you guys.
Never eat vegetables.
No.
That is what we're saying.
No.
As a show. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Next, our Beltway Blitz. And by the way, we are giving away tickets to see Muse. If you want those tickets, you'd better listen as soon as we come back.
Round 2 of the Open Championship is rounding down, and the Open Championship leaderboard is presented by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit us in store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. Atop the leaderboard at 8 under par is Lucas Herbert after he fired a 62, tied for the low round of the day with Sam Burns, who is just a couple back at 5 under par. At second place by himself is Bryson DeChambeau after he shot a 66 today. Cameron Young, Ryan Gerard, Jackson Suber, all at 6 under par. The cut line at 1 over. Baseball, the Nationals begin their second half tonight, taking on the Athletics in Sacramento. 9:40 first pitch tonight, so late night Nats right here on the Fan. 9:10 pregame. Cade Cavalli makes the first start of the second half for the Nationals. Cavalli is 5-4 on the season with a 3.83 ERA. He'll take on one of the young, exciting lefties for the A's, Gage Jump, who is 3-4 with a 3.51 ERA. Nats and A's tonight, 9:40 right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning tickets to see Muse, the Wow Signal Tour with Block Party and the Temper Trap, Tuesday, July 28th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/contest. Congrats to whoever wins those tickets right now. It is time for our Beltway Blitz. We're going to cover the NFL and the Nationals, but we'll start you off with the World Cup. The final is this weekend. Our Odyssey Soccer Insiders, Jamie Watson, today's Insider Call presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning just hits different here. The final is Spain and Argentina. We're going to tee it up for 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, but the air is so bad where it's supposed to be played in the New York, New Jersey area that I guess there's meetings happening now about what to do. What are you hearing, Jamie?
Well, first of all, great to be on with you guys and chat with you ahead of the final, man. I'm so excited. Actually, weirdly enough, this is the first I'm hearing of it that you guys are talking about. I just read an article or just saw a little sort of clickbait headline about it. I hadn't got a chance to dive into it, so I don't want to speculate too early without knowing enough about it. I do know for a fact, though, I called a NWSL matchup on Wednesday night between Gotham FC of NWSL versus Washington Spirit, and that game was at Citi Field, home of the New York Mets. Incredible turnout, 42,000 plus. It was absolutely remarkable, but the league did have safety protocols in place where it actually, because the air quality was at such a point that it met the threshold where there was 2 hydration breaks. So basically they played 15 minutes. They had a quick, minute, I believe it was 60 to 90 seconds, and had a hydration break, and then played another 15 minutes at the 30-minute mark. They had a hydration break and then finished the half out. So that's what the NWSL did, and they had in their sort of safety protocols for the health and safety of players, but I have no idea for FIFA and what they have in place for this. I'm not sure that there was an anticipation of this. So this could be unprecedented in the sense of how they're going to go about it. So I'm sort of anxiously awaiting to see how it all plays out, just as you are.
Let's go to the final. Spain, Argentina. Spain looked the part. The defensively unbelievable. I think they let in, one goal this entire tournament. Yep. How the hell? But let's start with Argentina. How the hell did they do this? I mean, it's the cardiac kids again. Seems like they're against the mat. They're done until they're not.
The story of the 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup is one that is going to be written largely about how amazing this tournament was for the performances on the field from underdogs and countries like Cabo Verde, which, by the way, are the only team of the 7 games that got a tie against Spain. Spain is 6-0-1 in the tournament. Cabo Verde, as we all expected, the 67th best team, the collection of 10 islands off the coast of West Africa, are the only ones that have stifled Spain. If the story is written with the final chapter, and it's Spain that's winning the tournament, it's going to talk about how this was a group that was the sum of the collective and how they were able to do it together as a group, and they were able to methodically stifle their opponents and then be a solid group from start to finish, especially after that game 1 against Cabo Verde. But if it's Argentina and Lionel Messi winning it, that last chapter of this tournament is going to build up to the fact that Argentina did it in a way that probably aged their fans' collective, gray hair growth by 10 years because they left it for late. The cardiac kids, they found a way to overcome adversity and situations that looked like all hope was lost. But ultimately, it's Lionel Messi and just the magic that Lionel Messi can create. He's one of one. He's the greatest of all time because when his back is against the wall, there's still an element of hope and belief for that Argentine squad, and they've been able to defy the odds and overcome insurmountable Vegas odds with late game comebacks to be in the final. And if they win, that will be the big story of how they did it in a way where they overcame adversity, where they looked like they were down and out for the count, yet they picked themselves off the mat and just kept going and somehow outlasted everybody.
Yeah, what is the best outcome for soccer, and what about for American fans?
Oh, man. I love this question because I think whichever tinted glasses, if it's La Roja in Spain, the best outcome is Spain winning to say the best collective of group of players won over the course of the tournament. If you're looking at it through the blue and white Argentine tinted lens, you're going to say it's Lionel Messi. And how does the romantic in you not want to see the greatest ever lift back-to-back World Cup trophies? If you're a fan of soccer, you want it to be 5-4 and somehow be better than the last World Cup's final, which was a 3-3 draw that ended with Argentina beating France in penalties with Mbappe scoring a hat-trick and Messi having a brace. Look, soccer wins if this is an entertaining matchup that has lots of goals and is entertaining. The purist will say this is a matchup that's not going to have a lot of mistakes and it's going to resemble more of a pitcher's duel, where if one team makes a mistake, whichever team can capitalize on that is probably going to be able to get their noses just in front over the line. But, I mean, how can you not fall in love with the idea of Lionel Messi lifting another World Cup trophy? It sounds too good to be true to do it back-to-back. And then it just ends the discussion of who truly is the greatest of all time to play soccer.
Our Odyssey Soccer Insider, Jamie Watson, earn up to 10% fan cash on your bets. Win or lose with Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. How about England? I got a couple good buddies who are, first generation removed from England. England fans who are just beyond devastated. Not just they lost in the semifinal in galling fashion, but it was to them. That Argentina history just made it that much tougher. Where do they go?
It's another storied one, and I'm sure your listeners driving around right now are probably wondering, storied history, what do you mean? I mean, you think back to 1988 where David Beckham was the heartthrob of England. He's dating Posh Spice at the time and playing against Argentina, a heated matchup. The coach of Atletico Madrid now, Diego Simeone, fouls Beckham while Beckham's on the ground. He sort of kicks out at him, gets a red card. England go on to lose against Argentina, and Beckham goes from heartthrob to hated man, the most hated man in all of England. And then 4 years later in the World Cup, England play Argentina again, and England actually beat Argentina 1-0, and it's a David Beckham penalty. It was this full circle moment, and he goes back to being the national hero and what we know of him today. And then this edition of the 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup has this incredible matchup where England, for the first hour of the match, were the better team, and they were dominating Argentina. And then they just sort of packed it in. It was like this idea that we can just weather the storm, except they couldn't. And Argentina grab 2 goals late and break the hearts of the English fans to get into the final. But my goodness, guys, it was another layer to that dynamic and that ongoing hatred of 2 national teams. But to get a Final Four that were the top 4 teams in the world heading into the tournament and a final of number 1 versus number 2, I feel like we've already won with how great this tournament has been. And my hope is that this final is just a nice cherry on top to just show how great and truly sensational this World Cup has been.
Jamie, thank you. We appreciate it, and thanks for all the hits throughout.
Yeah, of course. I've enjoyed it too. And if you love this, by the way, one of the listeners, go check out DC United, Washington Spirit, Loudoun. The fun continues with your local soccer team. And, man, I hope we get a chance to do this again soon. Thank you guys so much for having me on throughout the tournament. I've loved every minute of it.
Our pleasure.
Appreciate
Thank you. There's Jamie Watson, our insider. Insider calls presented by Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Let's keep the blitz moving. Our buddy Eric Edholm, NFL Media, joins us now. Eric, I want to start with Aaron Donald. There's reports that he's putting himself through football workouts to see if he's in shape to return in 2026. kind of feels like the ball's rolling downhill here, right? He's going to play.
I think it's more likely than I would have imagined it would be. You know, he sort of seemed like the kind of guy that would just walk off into the sunset and, you know, have his career as a legend and do it that way. But the itch is back, and with Myles Garrett obviously in town and that great Rams defensive line they already have. I mean, the funniest thing is, if you think about it, you know, he's been gone so long, he's only got a handful of teammates still on the team. I mean, he's coming back to try to win a ring. Obviously, McVay is there, and you know they've got their Super Bowl winning quarterback and everything, but with Matthew Stafford. But really, a lot of that team has changed so much. But imagine, even on a pitch count, putting him into that defensive line with what they already have. It would be yet another bold, big move for the Rams in a big offseason for them, where they came up, you know, just short of the Seahawks last year.
There are a bunch of divisions. I mean, I guess there's only 8 of them, so this is kind of overstating it. But there's a bunch of divisions. The NFC North is my number one here, where I don't have a feel as to who's going to win it. Chicago had this historically good turnover differential that doesn't happen year over year. Those things equalize, and everyone else was over 500. I don't have a great vibe for who's winning that division. How do you see it?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I just made this case, not on air or anything, just talking to my colleague earlier today. I was like, same thing. You know, if you're counting on that many interceptions, that many turnovers, and that was a core part of their success. Obviously, Caleb Williams, the comebacks and all that, you know, we can't forget those moments, and he's still back, and they've got an exciting offense with Ben Johnson. But that factor right there, and how many games like, you know, Jackson Dart getting hurt late in the game where the Giants are up 10 and they pull that one out, the Bengals game, that crazy back and forth thing, several other times where it was, you know, maybe less inferior opponents too, where you said, okay, you know, it really wasn't until they beat Philly last year, I think, that they started that earning respect, and they deserve everything they got for last year. But at the same time, there are some factors there that lead me to believe they could be a regression candidate. Detroit, I think, had the best point differential in the division. They finished last, so you know they're obvious candidates to reemerge too. And Minnesota's kind of an unknown with the new quarterback situation, but still a great defense there. I mean, Green Bay, another mystery team that didn't do a lot this offseason. Maybe Jordan Love is better than people say, but you know, eventually he's got to prove it, and 2 of their biggest stars, Micah Parsons, Tucker Kraft, are starting the season injured. So there's some things holding them back, but I'm with you. It's I don't want to say it's a grab bag, but it's certainly up for grab.
Eric Edholm on our Beltway Blitz. We were talking about the World Cup before you came on, which is fitting because the piece you wrote today over at Yahoo is about Caleb Williams and other players. The NFL teams are going to be playing on surfaces that players don't like. After the World Cup, we saw what they wanted in those stadiums. And we're seeing this hashtag today. Laramie Tunsil of the Commanders used it, worth the cost, and kind of calling out owners. But what do you make of this?
Yeah, good news, guys. You're getting grass fields at the MetLife. Bad news, they're going to tear it out in 2 months. That's what NFL players are witnessing right now. And you know, we've all loved the Cup. It's been great. And I think for that brief little tease, and you know, NFL players, like 93% say they prefer grass over turf. I mean, the NFL has pushed back and said, hey, but there's actually been a higher incidence of injury on grass fields. Players have said, look, we get that, but there's been a higher rate at certain fields in certain conditions, like Pittsburgh is changing their field this year, different type of grass, more weather resistant. JT Treader, you know, in the new position as NFLPA executive director, has sort of been pushing like, we want better grass fields and imploring these teams to pump the money into doing it, because it is more expensive, right? You have to turn it over more times. You have more maintenance, more care that required. So, you know, depending where you live, right, depending on what events happen in those stadiums, it could be even more costly. So there are a lot of factors here, but clearly the players are rallying around the fact that they want grass. Only half the NFL stadiums have grass right now. The other half have turf, and it really is a little difference because 2 of those stadiums host multiple teams. So it's a little slanted towards turf, and that's kind of the wrong direction if you ask NFL players. But, you know, new CBA is at least 5 years away. So I don't know what might change on a grand scale anytime soon.
Your old colleague Ian Rappaport today reported that Patrick Mahomes is on track to be ready for week 1 with that knee. He suffered it late in the season. That's pretty impressive.
What was shocking to me is when the injury happened, he had surgery, I think, 2 days later. They usually let the swelling reduce, and it's not one of these things that they jump right in for that kind of injury. But in his case, they went right in, and they got him on a track to be back. You know, if you go 9 months from when he got hurt, it would be right around the start of the season. So ACL injury recovery times have improved by, 25% or more over the last 10, 12 years. So, or 20 years, I guess you go back a little further, but yeah, it's still ambitious, and it's still, we remember Tom Brady in 2008 wasn't quite at that greatness level. He was very, very good, but not the same. Other players who have rushed back, you say to yourself, impressive, but they're still dealing, at less than full strength. And, obviously he's had some other knee injuries over the years too. So you wonder about long-term stability, but there's anyone who can do it, it's Patrick, and he's maintained that week one goal the entire way. That's always been his kind of North Star as he's been rehabbing. And look, I think the Chiefs are due for a bounce back, and I think they're going to be as motivated as ever, because last year was downright humiliating for them in a lot of ways.
Eric, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
All right, see you guys.
Thank you so much. Have a good one. Let's talk some Nets, please. Okay, Dave Jack, the voice of the Nats, Nationals Radio Network. Jags, before we get to serious elements of baseball, a week from Saturday, I'm going to be sitting in your chair next to Charlie Slows, trying not to embarrass myself. Give me some advice, man. What do I need to know?
Keep your eye on the field, man. That's all you got to do. Just watch the ball. Never take your eye off the ball. So that's your key. Just be you. I think you're there to be you. Well, anytime you have a chance to mention three-legged possums, worm burners, whatever terminology you have to break up Charlie in the middle of the call, please go ahead and use that.
Right smack dab in the middle when he's rolling, right? That's when you do it?
Definitely. Totally interrupt him, throw him off his game.
Scream really loud in the background. Yeah! Just during the play-by-play.
Mid-play, right?
Exactly.
Totally. He's all on board with that.
He likes that. That's
Step
good.
on calls. I think you could definitely do that.
Well, you have a partnership like you guys, you have that kind of chemistry. So I'm going to try to fill right in and do that. Interrupt Charlie. Go. That's the play.
That's totally the play. I think you guys will get along swimmingly if you do that.
Jags' first trip out to Sacramento for the lads. They play the A's tonight. What do we make of that ballpark?
Yeah, well, haven't been there yet. It seems like a lovely city. We're staying right near the basketball arena. Got a nice round of golf in today. It's going to be hot. But it was interesting. We got off the plane yesterday after the All-Star break, and it was 90, and wake up this morning, and it's 58. So I think it's going to be warm around first pitch, then cool off. So we'll look forward to seeing what happens. I mean, you have two of the highest scoring offenses, two of the highest ERAs in a bandbox. We might have some offense to talk about tonight.
Well, bad taste in their mouth going into the All-Star break there, Jags, that 3-game sweep where they had leads and, the bullpen story is the bullpen story, certainly. But, just time away, sort of time to refocus here. Any adjustments or changes you think? I mean, we saw this. We talked about this Friday where Blake Butera was playing the matchups. Okay, the next night they didn't, and it still didn't go well. Yep. How do you see them deploying things here to start the second half?
Well, I mean, they do have one new reliever in the fold. That's Max Kranick, who had a very good ERA last year with the New York Mets. He's always been a quality arm. Just the question is he's never been healthy. So he had a lengthy rehab assignment, pitched more than one inning in a couple of rehab outings. So, I mean, pretty much it's next man up. So I think if you have a guy who's here and available and healthy, you're going to give him a look. And certainly a guy who's pitched some later innings for the Mets, I think gets that chance. Obviously the ninth inning, the eighth inning, the seventh inning, any of those innings are up for grabs for someone who can get outs. And I think Max Kranick is the next man up. It wouldn't be a surprise to see him tonight if he's in a leverage spot.
Jags, they are coming out of the break here with a couple of favorable matchups. The A's lost 9 in a row going into the break. The Rockies on the other side are one of the worst teams in the sport again. It feels like if they could play really good baseball, they could change the trade deadline algorithm still.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, obviously they've not fared well late innings against better teams, but they've hung in there. They've proven they can play with those teams, just haven't been able to finish the deal. So, yeah, and plus the road, it's been road, sweet road. This team has played 10 games over 500 on the road. So if you're going to change that calculus, this is the week to do it. That's a 5-1 trip, something along those lines. I mean, 3-3 probably doesn't get it done. You're going to have this road trip and this next homestand, which is Arizona and Toronto. Arizona a contender, Toronto the defending AL champs. If you play a good 2 weeks of baseball, put that together, that's going to influence what Paul Taboni does. If they're kind of treading water, right around 500, 4 or 5 games back, 4 or 5 teams in front of you, it's hard to justify totally, going all in to trade away pieces to shore up some areas. But if you've closed that gap, if you're playing good baseball, then maybe that comes into factor more that you look to add.
Jags, this offense has been so unbelievable. Nobody's really worried about it, but Dylan Cruz has kind of settled back down a little bit. It looked like he was, going to start to get rolling a little bit, was tattooing some balls right at people. It looked like maybe we're about to see a big breakout. Has kind of settled down to, kind of what he's been. 211 average, 613 OPS. A couple of counting stats are there. Good defender, winning player, but what have you seen from him at the plate?
Always, to me, Danny, with him, it's the strike zone. It seems like just anecdotally, he's 0-2 in the count
Always.
all the time.
Yep.
And whether that's taking pitches or swinging at pitches that aren't strikes. And I just saw, I think of that last game, even his last at bat going into the All-Star break. It's a 1 or 2-run game. He's the 2 outs, nobody on. He takes a 3-2 pitch that's a good couple of balls off the outside corner. The Nationals had a challenge or 2 remaining, and he doesn't use it. And instead takes the called third strike. Instead, if he fires the challenge, it's ball 4. So that tells me he's probably not seeing the strike zone well, and that was the issue for him in spring training. So hopefully he can get himself in some favorable counts, because we know when he's put the barrel on the ball, he's been hitting it hard. Sometimes good results, sometimes not. But when he's had an issue, it's when he loses that kind of command of the strike zone, tends to chase pitches off the outside.
Jags, thank you, buddy. Good catching up. Have a good call.
Hey, I'm keeping the seat warm now for Danny. Isn't that what it is right now?
That's right.
Yeah, I think you got 6 games to do between now and then, but then it's my chair, totally.
Seven.
Oh, 7 of them.
6 on this road trip and the Friday night. 7.
Well, Danny said he's going to try to do the Friday night too. You just don't know.
Well, I've got post game Friday night, Jag, so you'll be sick of me by then.
That's a loss.
You only joke because it's happened 13 times.
It's 13 out of 15 or something crazy.
Yes.
Thank
Don't
you,
tell Blake
Dave.
Butera that. All right, see you guys.
See you, buddy.
Here we go. There's Dave Jagler, Nationals Radio Network. It is a Fanatics Fan Cash Friday, which means we've got to give away some fan cash. We will do that next on The Fan. Guys, what's up? It's GP. $30 million in guaranteed prizes. Cash in this football season in Las Vegas with 3 Circa Sports contests. Entry starting at $1,000, all with no rake. Circa Million, 18 weeks of point spread action, 128 ways to win. That's a lot of fun. Circa Survivor, love that one. Pick one winner each week. Last one standing is the winner. And then Circa Grandissimo with a $100,000 entry. Enter in Nevada. Play from anywhere. $30 million guaranteed. Visit circasports.com for details.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Taking a look at the Open Championship, and the leaderboard is presented by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit us in-store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. A bit of a controversy at the top of the leaderboard. Lucas Herbert is atop the leaderboard at 8 under par after shooting a day best, round 2 best, 62. But Bryson DeChambeau is in a rules controversy right now after he shot a 4 under today. He is solo second at 7 under par, but the R&A is analyzing whether he improved his lie on the 5th hole, which would carry a 2-stroke penalty, which would drop him back to 5 under par, where Sam Burns and Siwoo Kim are at. Cameron Young, Ryan Gerard, and Jackson Suber all tied for 3rd at 6 under par. Baseball, Nationals taking on the A's in Sacramento tonight. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli going to take on Gage Jump. When you're ready to pop the question, thank Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're with you until 6:30 on this Friday. Late night Nats as they're out in Sacramento taking on the A's. So that means we've got a full 4+ hours today with you on the Fan. Danny, I didn't think you'd make it back in time.
We were in jeopardy. We're in jeopardy. I did make it, and I'm not thrilled with all the developments. I don't know if I had some lettuce. If you listen to a previous segment, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, boy.
But I'm hoping it's not that. It's just a regular occurrence.
There's a clip making the rounds, Darius, I want you to find, of TJ Houshmandzadeh saying that he thinks there's zero chance the Commanders are going to sign Brandon Ayuk. And he seems to be suggesting that he's gotten information on this. Like, this is not just a take as much as it is. He's like, I'm not saying anything, that I'm not reporting anything, and he kind of winks at the camera, essentially.
Oh.
But he's saying, like, there is a 0% chance he's going to the Commanders, and he essentially says that they're moving on to Stephon Diggs.
In the wake of Jeremy Fowler doing a thing where he's like, hey, I've heard this, and I don't think it's going to be Brandon Ayuk at this point. And I went, what do you mean you think? What do you think? Why?
Right.
Why do you think that? Because he finished talking about something that he'd passed on clearly from an agent. Here's why Diggs is confident. He's this, he's that. Teams have checked in. That's clearly information. And then the next sentence he said, and I don't think Washington's interested in Ayuk at this point. I went, oh my God.
They're clearly not doing what we want them to do completely, which is to float that they will not be getting Brandon Ayuk. But it sounds like somebody's talking more now and offering the idea that it's looking less likely or that they're less into him. Nobody's ruled it out. I don't think anybody said they're definitely not going to sign him. But doesn't it sound like they're at least answering somebody's questions behind the scenes to say that they have cooled on him?
I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that is exactly what is happening. And again, it's a simple fix. All it takes is that one text or that one whatever where you get that word out ASAP.
It's a Fan Cash Friday.
800-636-1067. Fan Cash Fridays are powered by Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller now, as I said, at 800-636-1067 for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatic Sportsbook. Winning hits different here.
Good luck, everybody. All right, this was TJ Houshmandzadeh talking about Brandon Ayuk.
Ayuk, it's done. It's over. Stick a fork in it. 0. I ain't going to say this as a fact.
That's where
he ain't going to the Commanders.
You can't see the wink.
Ayuk, it's done. It's over. Stick a fork in it. 0% chance. He ain't going. I want Stephon Diggs. I like Diggs. Do we got problems off the field? Yeah, I mean, he just like to mess with women all the time. That's okay. You just don't let it become a problem. But on the field, I'm taking him. BA, 0% chance that he's with the Commanders now. 0%. And the other day I was like, I ain't no more. I'm certain.
doesn't really sound like a guy giving an opinion, does it? Now, you're wondering, well, what does TJ Houshmandzadeh have to do with anything? Remember, he had a really good relationship and was super tied in with Brandon Ayuk. He was his, for lack of a better term, personal coach. And he was his route running, wide receiver, technician coach. At one point in time, they had a relationship. Now he's one of the most outspoken detractors publicly, as is the case with a lot of people around Brandon Ayuk. You've seen with Jaden Daniels recently. Generally, they end up at odds with him because of his volatile behavior. And that's what happened, it seems like, with TJ Houshmandzadeh. But he said, I was thinking there was still a chance. I don't think so anymore. I am certain. He says 0% chance that he's with the Commanders now. And he jokes, this is not inside information. I'm not reporting this. And then he winks at the camera as if to say, I got this on pretty good understanding from someone who knows.
Now, again, I wonder who we heard from, or I can imagine Lance Newmark texted TJ Houshmandzadeh to get the word out, but still, I mean, you know enough people that have heard enough things that maybe that comes through in his podcast. But the point is, more of this, the better. The more groundswell, the more Tom Pelisseros, the more Jeremy Fowlers or Schefters or Rappaports or whomever starts hearing the thing, which is, yeah, this is too much. Whatever this is, they don't want any part of it because it goes against what they're talking about. And the thing that's come up lately, GP, is his advocates. They've turned to, you guys are just mad because he's spouting off on social media. And my point is, I don't want to speak for you. To me, it's a byproduct of you're inviting someone that has invented a grievance. Basically, he experienced being in the NFL. It didn't break 100% his way, and he's turned the 49ers into some sort of boogeyman monster, right? And he's got a grievance against everybody over there for these reasons that remain cryptic at best, nonsensical at worst. And so all you're asking for is to sign up for that if you're an advocate of his. The social media part where he's behaving like an idiot, that's not a crime by any stretch of the imagination. That's the byproduct of the reason I'm out. That's a manifestation. He's demonstrating, but it's what he's doing is, I'm reminding all of you, I don't belong. That's what he's doing.
Well, I'll go one step further. And we talked earlier about the moment you drafted Jaden Daniels, every decision you make should be about getting the best out of that player. Everything you should do every step of the way should be about surrounding him and helping him and elevating him and making sure that you get max capacity Jaden Daniels, because he will rise the entire tide. Every boat is going to benefit from him here, right? You've already got a guy who is picking public fights with Jaden Daniels before he gets here. Now, I know I'm just not hip or young or cool enough to understand, and I'm an idiot. And this is fun. This is how young people play back and forth. It doesn't feel that way to me. That's not my read on this thing. Jaden Daniels certainly hasn't come out and done anything that made me think he enjoyed the interaction all that much. So maybe you guys are just smarter than me, and you're right. Brandon Ayuk is some hilarious genius comedian, and him and Jaden Daniels are really, really close, and Daniels is glad that he's poking fun at him and talking about his mom on social media. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just going to assume that the pain in the ass is being a pain in the ass. That's what I think's happening.
Yeah, I don't think he's doing an Andy Kaufman bit, and he's gonna. There's a 7-month-long payoff at the end.
So that's disqualifying. It's over. The reason that I was going to kick the tires was your relationship with my quarterback, who wanted you here because I thought he could help you and you would make him a better football player. When you start turning the volatility up, and now you are picking at him, and you guys are publicly, going back and forth, or it's pretty one-way. You're taking shots at him. Nah, I'm good. You can play somewhere else. You can be somebody else's problem. Not worth it to me. But I wonder if TJ Houshmandzadeh actually knows anything.
That's the question to me. That's the whatever dollar amount you want to put on it. That's the $1 million question. Fowler sounded like he'd heard something. When he said what he said. Now, again, that could just be coming from Stephon Diggs' agent or from Diggs' camp or whoever, and it's a very Diggs-related thing. But after that, it's information that's out there. It's a buzz, right? I have no idea who Houshmandzadeh heard anything from, if it's just sort of the same water cooler talk. But he said, I'm not going to say it's a fact. The wink says it all.
800-636-1067. We can open up the phones on this if you guys want to hop in. Do you think Houshmandzadeh actually knows something? And how would he Or do you think he's just chirping and this is just one dude on a podcast saying that he doesn't think this is going to end with Ayuk in Washington? I think it's a lot more than that. I think he's heard something from somebody. Arash is in Bethesda, and he is the winner.
Arash, what's up, man? You're the Fan Cash winner this week. You are on the Fan. What's up, buddy? Dude, you won. And he still wins. We're going to put him back on hold. Appreciate you calling.
Arash,
Appreciate you winning.
Are you there? Calm down. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming.
It is unbridled enthusiasm.
He's just so happy.
And scene.
Cool.
We did it.
So that's Arash. He's in Bethesda, and he won the $100.
He was busy counting his money. Busy counting his fan cash, rather.
Good for him. I'm jealous of him. And his golden pipes, too. Those were good pipes. Do you think TJ Houshmandzadeh knows anything? That's the question on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. You ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just kind of the same old, same old. But Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers. That's win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, games, tickets, and so much more. And if you want value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. They also mentioned they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop. Tap it every Friday and see what all the fuss is about. I played earlier today. I didn't win, but I will play next Friday too. So switch to a sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. I'm telling you, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. That's tough, dude.
That is tough.
Man. All right.
Chris Russell's son, Tyler's here today.
Yeah.
Hanging out with us in the studio. And we were all playing catch out there in the bullpen. Danny is known and notorious, if I could say that, for not playing catch with us.
100% true.
For doing anything with any of us at any time, really, other than talking on the radio. But specifically in this instance, playing catch in the bullpen.
Yeah, I'm afraid of things. I don't need to defend myself, but I'm explaining it to people.
Yeah.
I'm so terrified of things breaking, and you guys are not afraid of it at all.
But I don't think that's why you don't play catch when we're just like tossing the ball or kicking a soccer ball or something.
Yeah, that's the reason. Because you throw too hard from too close, your shoulder flies wide open, and you're going to have surgery at some point on your rotator cuff on the front. You
Right.
put too much strain on it when you throw. But you throw gas from 8 feet away, and I'm like, that's not that much fun for me. So I avoid it, and I'm worried about stuff breaking. I don't want to be a disobeyer of the rules.
Let me be clear. Most of the time, we're just kind of casually tossing the ball, and Danny's never going to participate, which is fine.
Yeah.
You don't need to. We have a lot of fun without you. But Tyler, who's Chris Russell's kid, is out there with us, and he's chilling in the bullpen. It's so good. And Danny's walking back in studio.
Like the music's playing, we're coming back into the segment.
We're coming back into the segment, and Ty Guy goes, "Hey, Danny, come play catch with us." And you're like, "No, I got to go do the show." And he goes, "You suck."
That was the response. It escalated right there.
It just popped.
Okay,
the
Danny,
room.
come play catch. And I was like, we got to do the radio, buddy. And he goes, you suck. Boom. Wow.
Popped the entire
haymaker. It's like when Little Mac and Punch Out gets a star and he just all of a sudden hits you. You weren't ready for that.
Eric Flack, who has for some time been one of the top reporters on all the stadium news in DC at RFK 2.0, is going to join us with the latest. There was a development we'll get into with him coming up at 5 o'clock in about 15 minutes on the new stadium. TJ Houshmandzadeh talking about Brandon Ayuk. I want to play this audio here. Do you think he actually knows something, or is this just a dude with a podcast saying words?
Ayuk, it's done. It's over. Stick a fork in it. 0. I ain't going to say this as a fact. He ain't going to the Commanders. Ayuk, it's done. It's over. Stick a fork in it. 0%. 0% chance. He ain't going. I want Stephon Diggs. I like Diggs. Do we got problems off the field? Yeah, I mean, he just like to mess with women all the time. That's okay. You just don't let it become a problem. But on the field, I'm taking him. BA, 0% chance that he's with the Commanders now. 0%. And the other day I was like, I ain't no more. I'm certain. Wow.
So what changed? Is it just that his opinion changed, or did he hear something? The problem I have with just saying he is passing along something he actually knows is that he does editorialize on the Diggs thing. When he says, I want Diggs, there's a whole other conversation to be had where he says, he just messes with a lot of women. That's cool. That's fine. Just don't bring it onto the field. That's kind of a strange take on Stephon Diggs, but we'll leave that for another day. But when you start saying, go get Stephon Diggs, that's the guy I would want. Well, you're giving your opinion there, so am I to assume that that's what you're doing as well with Brandon Ayuk. But all signs do point this week, I would say, and really as of midway through last week, don't they? That this guy's not coming here. It just, the momentum is completely shifted based on his own actions. We've actually gotten to a point, nobody has to offer a mea culpa or say my bad, but all of the people that were screaming at us, telling us we were idiots for weeks, are now saying the same thing we are, which is you're not finding people that are defending him or talking about that they need to sign him. There might be a couple out there, but for the most part, all of the Ayuk fanboys, all of the Brandon Ayuk stans who are doing their mock-up, him in jerseys, avatar pictures, and talking about him and Jaden and whatever else, they've just kind of crossed the line like quietly at night when none of us could see, like the Mayflower trucks leaving Baltimore. And now we're all on the same side together, basically going like, yeah, that probably isn't a great idea.
I'm telling you, there's still a pulse where the new thing now is I can't believe you like Diggs because he's actually allegedly done real bad stuff, whereas Brandon Ayuk, all he did was speed and post on social media, and it's a conversation they're in, and it's sort of inventing new things to argue against because they still want Ayuk for whatever reason. And the idea that he's still the same player he was in 2023 is just going to show up and manifest
Do you
itself.
still see a lot of people?
Yeah, there were callers the other day, as a matter of fact, where the guy was like, it was a good caller. I'm not ripping him. Very nice, but he was like, I can't believe you're advocating for Diggs and not for Ayuk. What's the real difference? And we tried to go into it and explain it. But it's still there.
20% of the fan base would want to welcome this guy to Washington, D.C. I think it's that low. You think I'm aggressive there?
I would have said 25, so we're in the same ballpark.
Okay, so then 25% of people are going to always disagree with everything, so who cares?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my point is there was a time where the vast majority of the fan base wanted Brandon Ayuk. That was a couple months ago. Then it was probably semi-recently still closer to 50-50. Right now, I think it's a very small, somewhat loud, although I think they've gotten a lot less loud, minority. Most of the people that I see that had been going back and forth with me no longer are. I mean, they've kind of transitioned over now to saying not anything anti-Ayuk as much as what about this guy? And did you hear about Keenan Allen and Stephon Diggs? Like, the conversation's just morphed. We're just on to the next possible receiver as if the Ayuk thing never happened.
We're still doing the, reading the tea leaves and trying to pick something from the ethosphere of discussion because they're so silent. And again, I understand how they do business, talking about this particular Washington brass. I get it. There are probably advantages that I don't see, that they know about that I don't. They've got to live this stuff day to day. But I can't imagine all of the swirling whatever. And it may not even get to them. It may not even affect them in any way as they're going about their business. But if I'm a player and I've got ears and I've got social media and I've got any kind of ability to speak to anyone at any point in time, which most of these guys do, and I see all this stuff swirling, it can't be good. Do you know what I mean? It's such a limited upside thing. Bill Parcells, as much of a jerk as he was as a coach, was always able to kind of cut through some stuff as an analyst. He would always say, what's the upside? And that's kind of my point here is what's the upside of allowing all of this speculation to continue? Wouldn't it be so easy and so simple just to shoot the balloon, right? With one little pellet. All you have to do is make this simple, quick, off-the-record text or quick conversation with any of the guys that cannot wait to fill the gap that is the 24/7, 365 reporting in the news cycle. It's the easiest thing to handle, and we're left going, well, Houshmandzadeh knew him and doesn't like him anymore, but how certain is he? What does he know? And Jeremy Fowler mentioned at the end of a sentence, what does he know? It's so hard to sift through it all. That's all.
Eric Flack knows a lot about the new stadium, and there are some developments as of yesterday. We'll get the latest next on The Fan.
Open Championship Leaderboard is presented by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit us in store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. The Open Championship Leaderboard at the top is Lucas Herbert, who is 8 under par after shooting a best of the day 62 today. Cameron Young, Ryan Gerard, and Jackson Suber all at 6 under par, tied for second. Bryson DeChambeau, in a rules controversy, finished the round at 7 under par, but was issued a 2-shot penalty after his round for improving his lie on the 5th hole. Bryson was seen on camera saying he's not going to play tomorrow, disagreeing with the ruling. We'll see if that ends up playing out. Baseball, the Nationals begin their second half taking on the A's in Sacramento tonight. 9:40 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli starts the game for the Nationals. Gage Jump, their number 3 prospect for the A's, will start for Sacramento. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Grant and Danny on the Fan, brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll take care of estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate admin, all the important stuff you need. They've got attorneys that are there to protect you and your family, so schedule a free consultation with their team today. You can visit kmlawyers.com, mention the show, get a discount, kmlawyers.com. Our buddy Eric Flax on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. He is an Emmy-winning chief investigative reporter over at WUSA TV9. He's been all over the Commanders' new stadium for well over a year. Eric, thanks for a few minutes on Grant and Danny. It's been a minute. How are you?
It has been a minute. Miss you guys. How are you guys?
Doing well, buddy. Well, buddy. Good to catch up. So yesterday there was some news on the Commission of Fine Arts and their preliminary approval. Give us the details.
Yeah, the remaining hurdles for the stadium to get approved are basically design approvals from the National Capital Planning Commission and the U.S. Commission of Fine Arts. CFA had a meeting yesterday where they did, in fact, give preliminary site approval to the stadium. But I think the headline was there's still pushback to a couple different parts of the stadium design. One, some of the commissioners don't like the entrances. And this is something that has come up with the NCPC as well, the other federal commission. They just don't like the way they're designed, and ultimately they have to keep on going back to the designers to have them change those entrances. But two, there's this issue with both federal regulatory agencies about one of the 2 parking garages and the placement of the parking garage, which right now is along the Anacostia River in Kingman Park. And the federal panels think it could block the view of the stadium and are pushing for the team and the designers to move it to the Festival Plaza, which is right there along East Capitol Street, which is not something that the team seems interested in doing at this point, because that's where a lot of the mixed-use retail is going to go. So these are issues that they're kind of working through as they go back and forth. The team has seemed willing to be open to hearing the ideas from all these federal panels, but nothing has been set in stone. So there's still some back and forth with the design.
Eric, my 8-year-old we're doing this little summer basketball league for he and his buddies, just, people getting together in the AC to, shoot some hoops. It's not a big deal. And one of the parents had a friend from out of town that was visiting the DC area, right? So they came to the game too, and they were all going to go out to dinner. And she was asking me, what's it like to live in DC? I actually showed them your story because I go, this is what this is. And she's like, what do you mean? I go, I've never heard of the CFA. But all of a sudden, everybody wants a stadium. Everyone's agreed the stadium is happening. And an agency that I've never heard of now can go yes or no to certain elements of it. It's a never-ending, tail-tasting maze of bureaucracy and oversight, and no one knows who's in charge. If you're just a regular dude, just tell me when I can buy my tickets.
Welcome to Washington, D.C. And, I mean, what I found interesting is that these people, they're really serious about this. especially the CFA, the guy who has really given the Commanders and HKS the design from the business, is like a big-time architectural professor at Catholic University. And so they had already, like, the funny thing was, it was like the first time they came in and presented, especially about these entrances where this Capital Club, one of these ritzy premium levels is going to be, they had already told them they didn't like it. And you could see the HKS guy in the meeting was very proud of what they had done to address the concerns of the CFA. And the CFA guy was basically like, no, that's not good enough. I literally felt like I was back in high school at Landon, and the teacher told me to go rewrite the paper, and I brought it back to them, and the teacher was like, yeah, this still sucks. That's basically what happened at this meeting. So the Commanders now have to go back. The entrances, they're really tied up about these entrances. Both commissions are really thinking these entrances to the stadium are not what they need to be. So I don't know what to tell you, but they really don't like the entrances, Danny.
That's funny. Eric Flack is with us. So we did get more images. It seemed like more moving pictures and videos and things of what the stadium could look like. I mean, how authentic is that? How gospel should I take all that?
I mean, they keep on warning that all of these are conceptual renderings. For instance, there was one of them I put out which showed what the mixed-use retail on Festival Plaza could look like walking into the stadium. The team mocked that up to show the commissioners that they could, in fact, not move a parking garage there next to the Festival Plaza, which was kind of the idea. But they kind of warned that all these things are mock-ups and renderings. If you look, and you can look online on my X or whatever, there's what I think is a cool picture is the interior image from what was referred to as the Capitol Club, which is the revised west entrance, and that kind of like looks out onto East Capitol Street. You can see the Capitol and Washington Monument off in the distance. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to afford to go into that section, but I really hope that one day I can, because it looks really, really cool. What I have been told is that the exterior renderings are very, very similar to what it's ultimately going to be. And they're changing as these commissions tell the design firm what they want and what they don't want. I've been told the interior renderings we're going to get possibly in early 2027, I think. So we could still be some time before we get the interior renderings. Those interior renderings likely go public when they start selling PSLs, which also happens in early 2027. The team is licensed, rented out some space down in Foggy Bottom. They're going to have this big, huge business office, as well as one of these PSL super offices, which is what teams do now. They have these tricked out offices where you come down and basically get a virtual look at what your PSL seat would look like. And I think we'll get more true interior looks at what the stadium is going to be when we get into that, PSL sales phase, which again isn't until early next year.
Eric Flack with us here on G&D. Eric, by the way, great joke about having to write papers at Landon. We all know you didn't do that. You just wrote lacrosse down on a paper and you got an A. But in all sincerity, the parking garage, that's always going to be the sticking point. I remember with Nats Park, it's now kind of like urban legend that there was, the deal said the parking garages will be done, and then they said, yeah, that'll be fine, and then you'll have a view of the Capitol, and you did for a year, and then they built a parking garage in left field, and now you can't see the Capitol anymore. I mean, so there's always like this sort of backdoor type stuff. I think that's going to be the biggest sticking point here when it comes to, kind of the nuts and bolts of everything getting down. I think design can sort of get figured out, but this garage, they're two diametrically opposed sides. One wants tailgating and parking. The other wants none of that stuff and no cars anywhere. Just sort of, where does that settle right now?
100% agree with you that even when they were like fussing over the design, the guy on the CFA on this commission was like, I really like the design. I just think you need to make it better. This parking garage thing seems to be a thing because both groups say the parking garage is in the wrong location. And the team, in its presentation to the CFA yesterday, by the way, the team basically knew this criticism was coming because it was made at the last hearing, and kind of made a presentation without being asked about why the parking garage can't be moved. And ultimately, these commissioners tabled the discussion to another day. But what they said was they have intentionally put the parking garages on two different sides of the stadium because the traffic and getting fans in and out of those parking garages has to be set up that way. And a lot of people think that's already going to be a nightmare traffic-wise, even though there's a limited amount of parking spaces, 8,200, I think, something like that. It's already going to be a nightmare. So they said they kind of have to have them where they are because they've already figured out the traffic flow and the ingress and the egress and all the things. But the commissioners, so the team had said that and kind of volleyed it back to the CFA commissioners. And the commissioner basically was like, I'm not going to talk about this right now. We need to hear from the city. It wasn't like, oh, I get you. That makes sense. It was like, we're going to talk about this, just not today. But the team, I don't know for a fact, but I talked to people with the team. I don't think they're going to move the parking garage. That sounds like a pretty big deal to me. So, I don't think it's going to hold up the stadium, but I do think that it's something that is the biggest unresolved question mark.
When are they expecting to break ground? I know they're
2027, early next year.
So we don't have a date though, just sometime in the first quarter.
We don't have a date. That'll be a whole thing. But they're going to do, I was out there yesterday for a live shot. I mean, it is flat. It looks like a site.
Has it been completely dismantled now?
Yeah. It looks like a site, Grant, that is ready to have something built on top of it. Like site preparation. It looks like a clean slate. And they got to do a lot of work underground, and they got to get permits to work underground. And I think some of that is going to happen this fall. But the official shovel in the ground and we'll cut a ribbon and do all the things is next spring sometime. And I think they're still going to have some sort of a goodbye to RFK ceremony. I heard through some of the people at the station here who have been talking to Events DC, which seems a little bit late because RFK's already gone. But 2027 is when they're going to officially break ground.
So, and Eric Flack is with us of Channel 9 in town. That west entrance view that you talked about with the U.S. Capitol and the monument, Nats Park at one point had a view of everything too, and then some things get built and it all goes away. What do we know about, is that view always going to be there?
Yes, because, you can't, the CFA, what happened, I think part of what happened with Nats Park is, you could build more stuff up around Nats Park, and I think if a memory serves, the angles just got bad. You're not going to be able to put anything CFA, this same group that is making them do all this stuff would be able to block anything that would go up between the view of the Capitol and the Washington Monument and the stadium. And they've been super intentional, meaning these federal panels, about really taking their jobs seriously when it comes to making sure that this stadium, it fits into the fabric of the community down there and fits into the fabric of Washington, D.C., and fits into the fabric of the monuments, because this is supposed to be in that monument kind of vein. So preserving the sight lines, particularly, they're already talking about preserving the sight lines from the Anacostia River through Kingman Park. They want the parking garage moved out of the way. So, certainly they're going to preserve the sight lines. And so I would guess and bet that those are pretty safe and those are going to actually be real things.
Eric, what's the next CFA? And what I mean is, I had no idea about this step. It was one of those, all right, now they're just working out a couple things and shovels in the ground whenever they're ready. I didn't know about this one. What's the next one of these that I go, oh, they have to get that approval?
I promise. actually.
Right.
I mean, that it's going to go to like you got to get permits. You got to get permits to do all the work.
Right.
So I guess you got to go through there's federal ground. You got to go through the permitting process. But these are like the last approvals that has to happen. The stadium itself is on solid ground with federal reviewers. I do think we have to let me double punch that, because these are all fun things to talk about. Like, the NCPC is going to approve this. The CFA is going to approve this, but there's just unresolved questions on how all of this gets approved. I think the only thing fans would have to worry about is just the process being delayed, because the longer they have to go back and forth on parking garages and whether or not the west entrance is too imposing to viewers and neighbors, the longer it takes to start getting the permits so we can put shovels in the ground and make it by 2030. They told the group yesterday that the stadium is supposed to be completed. This is the first time I heard this, by early 2030. That would give you time to have a concert, and a lot of these big stadiums do this. Like the Commanders opening, or the Commanders preseason game, or the Commanders Week 1 game will not be the first event likely that's in this new stadium. They'll have a concert. They'll have a couple of other events to kind of be like a soft opening. That often happens. So I heard they told this group early 2030 for this thing to be done. But the longer we go round and round with these federal panels, the more that timeline gets kind of hinky.
Yeah, tighter up against the football season, maybe.
Correct.
That we go. Last one for me, Eric. Have you done any reporting on, or are you up on the PSL situation? We're starting to hear some numbers.
For sure. What do you want to know?
Well, what kind of numbers are we looking at on that?
So what I've been told is that we don't know. Okay. I did a story and I haven't reviewed the story because it was last year, comparing it to the most recent numbers in Nashville, and they're astronomical. I mean, you can get into and there's other stadiums, but you're going to pay $5,000 or something for upper deck PSLs, maybe 5 to 10. But when you're talking about lower deck PSLs, you're talking about, 5 digits, 10,000, tens of thousands of dollars. This, based on the design plans that the team has submitted as part of these approval processes, we know there's going to be a club suite level, a Capital Club level, an owner's level, which is not where Josh Harris sits. It's just a VIP level, an owner's level, and then something called a pocket suite level. So there's suites, and then all the new stadiums have something called pocket suites, which are like mini suites. You're not a baller company, so you don't have an entire suite, but you have enough money where you and a bunch of buddies are going to go in on a smaller suite. So there's all different PSL levels. And the team, as part of what they gave to the city, which released a master plan, there was a number out there that said they were going to generate X amount of $975 million from PSLs, or whatever the figure was. But that's not set in stone. So my understanding from the people I'm talking to is that they are still kind of working out what the PSL structure is going to look like. We won't know for sure until early 2027. When they start rolling out, this whole full court press, mixing metaphors on selling these tickets, what the numbers are going to look like. But it is hard to imagine that they will not be the highest priced PSLs in the NFL, or close to, because every single time you do this, inflation has gone up, time has passed by, the dollar's not worth what it is, and prices go up.
And I'd imagine DC's more expensive than
absolutely
Nashville or something anyway.
One would think. I have no sourcing on that. I can't tell you that. But, you would not have to be an investigative reporter to figure out that the PSLs in 2030 for the Washington Commanders were going to be more than the Tennessee Titans, and very much would likely be in line with what they're doing out in Vegas, which are pretty eye-popping numbers.
Metro-wise, Stadium Armory, the last we hear is, can't accommodate it. We're not going to be able to build a new one a little north of there, but we'll do some buses from Union Station. All right, on the next thing. We figured it out. Just doesn't seem adequate to me, and the amount of people they're trying to talk about getting down there. Not even on game days, Eric, but for kind of the general day-to-day, just seems to be a lot of cracks in that plan. And I don't know, I'm just kind of raising my hand going, are you guys sure?
Yeah, no second metro station has been approved or funded. I mean, they're going to have upgrades to Stadium Armory and additional metro bus service, and they want to have pedestrian access and expanded bike connections, and they're going to have an Uber pickup. But again, that's a vehicle traffic. I don't know how it's going to work, Danny. Like I really don't. I am all in on the stadium. You know, I'm a DC guy. I think it's going to be awesome. But just from a practical perspective, I think they have a lot to figure out how they're going to get people in and out on game days. I really, really do. And things can get better over time, but they've got a lot of work to do, and they're doing the work, and we got time, but there are a lot of unanswered questions there. Like you said, garages, parking, like transportation still remain huge question marks with this stadium.
Eric, thank you. Good information. Always enjoy chatting. Always learn when you come on.
I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Eric Flack, Channel 9 award-winning reporter with the latest on the stadium. Next, our position group a day, stopping through the defensive side of the ball. You're listening to The Fan.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. The Nationals begin their second half tonight, taking on the A's in Sacramento. 9:40 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli takes the hill for the Nationals. Gage jump for the A's. Time to take a look at the Open Championship leaderboard, and it's presented by Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Visit us in store for a free custom fitting at Golfdom, or shop us online at worldwidegolf.com. Get there. Atop the leaderboard is Lucas Herbert. Three players tied at 6 under par: Cameron Young, Ryan Gerard, Jackson Suber. Bryson DeChambeau was in solo second at 7 under par, but was issued a 2-shot penalty for improving his lie. Bryson said, you could see in video, that he might not play tomorrow because he disagreed with the ruling, so we'll see what happens from that situation. Whether you call it football or football, Paisanos has your watch party covered. Now, fan listeners can score JP Finley's exclusive deal, 35% off orders of $40 or more with promo code JP35. Paisanos, not just pizza, something for everyone. Order now at paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
There was video of two players with the Baltimore Orioles, Gunnar Henderson and Colton Cowser, pushing what appears to be a broken down truck to a gas station. Seems like Colton Cowser's truck may have run out of gas.
Oh.
Have you ever run out of gas?
Yeah.
You have?
Yes. So the last time it happened, I was coaching at St. Albans, and just bad luck, but we had to drive just for safety reasons. We couldn't have bus, like the little mini vans down there anymore, the passenger, like 18 passenger vans. We had to have like the diesel, big, giant safety school buses. So a couple coaches had to drive them down so the kids could play and go to the games in Florida. And then, my bad luck, I had to drive it back. And so the gas gauge showed about a quarter of a tank.
How big?
Oh, not like yellow school bus size, but like could fit 12 kids on there.
Passenger van?
Yeah, no, it's more of a bus. It's
like a party bus.
Yeah, except obviously not. It's for high school kids to go to games. And so the gas tank's at a quarter, and all of a sudden it sputters, and that's it, ball game. And I'm early 2000s, not much cell phone access, so I figured out, called back, and they go, oh yeah, that one's a little finicky. I would have loved to have known that before embarking on a journey.
So it wasn't your fault.
No, not at all. The gas. It's not. I was almost called a gasometer, not a thing.
Gas gauge.
Yeah, the little needle basically never danced past a quarter full, and I was like, I thought we had another, 70, 80 miles before we needed to stop, and we're North Florida, and I ran out of gas.
So I have two brothers. My oldest brother, I think's run out of gas 9 times, something like that. When that happens, it just means, what are you doing, right? There's clearly something about your strategy that doesn't work.
You gamble one time, I think that's the time.
Correct.
Never again.
I've never run out of gas. Knock on wood. I don't know that I'm possibly, if I even can, because I get so much anxiety when I get down low.
If I get below a half.
Right around, well, certainly on E, I start panicking. And everybody knows, if you're on E from Entourage, you've probably got another 40 miles, 50 miles. Like, you can drive around for a while. I don't push it, though. As soon as my car beeps or tells me, hey, you should get some gas, it's already too late. Like, I am already panicking. I will change. If I'm headed home, now we're headed to get gas. If I had a plan, that plan's waiting. Because I'm petrified of running out of gas. But I'm not going to knock someone if it's on the car. If it told you wrong, it is what it is. But if you run out of gas, I think that's one of the more embarrassing, I'm incompetent, dumb things you can do.
It's pretty controllable. I'll tell you this, having nothing, with my family now, we have only electric vehicles. The range anxiety is a thing. Like, getting gas, it's like you can walk down the highway, come back with the canister, fill it up. You can't come back with power. What are you going to do? There's no portable battery.
Depends
really.
where you are, too.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a long walk.
I know.
You could be nowhere near gas.
That's the thing. That's more fixable than, the...
Well, to your point, like, I have AAA.
AAA is going to come, and the guy can get a little gas canister
for you. How do they charge you up?
I have no idea.
There's got to be a tech.
There may be something.
There's got to be a technology where they just bring you a battery or something.
But I don't want to find out.
I've never done it. I don't think I will. I think I care too much about not running out of gas. You have to really aggressively, actively not be worried about running out of gas.
You got to push it. And by the way, that's goes against your personality as someone that would show up 14 seconds before the flight takes off. Like you're it's going to be fine. I'm not worrying about it, guy. In a lot of ways, so I feel like you could just deal with that. The range, the anxiety there.
I agree with that. You think?
Yeah, to me, it would fit with your personality. I'm not disagreeing with your take, but you have enough.
I get everywhere really early though.
But you have enough. It's going to be fine. I will not worry about this. Where you just full speed ahead. Where if it's like, Grant, you have a quarter of a gas tank, it'll be fine. Like I will not be bothered by this.
I want to workshop this.
You have enough of that. I'm not crazy about that, am I?
Your flight thing is true, but I think where you're missing the boat on this is you're like, we have to be there 3 hours early. If we're not, we're going to be. And I'm going, that's all ridiculous. It's created by a big airport to get you in the airport to spend money. That's not a real thing. Like in general, I would consider myself, I think punctual is like one of the main things that I am. Mm-hmm. I'll never be late for anything. And I'm always early to everything. And so like whatever that level of conscientious is, I think is probably feeding out of the same area.
That's trumping the, like, again, these are not directly related.
Like, as an example,
I'm trying to workshop stuff.
I've never missed a flight. Never been close to missing a flight. Your point is you show up at the last second, you walk on. I don't know if that's true. I get there 90. I don't think I've ever been at a flight less than 90 minutes before. But you think it's crazy when I like book a flight for an hour and a half beforehand or something.
I just mean that. Like I'm using that as one example of it. Yeah. Like if I'm like, hey, it's pretty normal to take your shoes off inside. You're like, I will not be bothered by that. I'm not bothered. The microbes. Like I don't care. I don't have time for that. Okay. I don't have time to consider the little thing. Like that to me is like someone telling you, Grant, the risk you might run out of gas. You're like, I have 50 miles. Please leave me alone. Don't concern me with that. You can't go that way. Yes, I can. I go here every day or whatever. Like again, the other example I always use is when we had to go to Nubbs Field that time for the show and they were trying to direct you somewhere and you went, yep, thank you. And you went to the place that you know where you go every time.
Oh, I did the best one ever the other day.
Yeah.
The best one ever. So I'm walking. I don't even want to say where I was. I'll tell you after. But I'm at this place where we often are.
We have to go there a lot?
A good bit, I'd say. And I'm walking out of a certain area, and where I need to go is right on the other side of this area. And this guy's like, hey, you can't go through here. And I was like, well, what do you mean I can't go through there? He's like, they want you to go, and he tells me about this place he wants me to go, which is on the other side of this facility.
Is that right?
And I said, I don't understand. I go through here all the time. I'm literally going right there. See that? That's where I'm going, like 15 feet away. He's like, yeah, you're not supposed to go through. I can get in big trouble. And I was like, hey, man, what's your name? And he gave me his name. I like shake his hand. I'm like, listen, I promise you I'm not going to get you in trouble. I promise you. But I'm going to go right over there. He's like, oh, no, you really can't. And I'm like, trust me. I do this every day. I've done it since I've been here. I'm going to go over there. You just close your eyes, and we'll just act like this never happened. And he's like, oh, come on, man. I'm like, I forget the guy's name. I say it's Ernie.
Ernie.
I'm like, Ernie?
Ernie.
And I just hit my chest. I'm like, I got you, Ernie. I got you.
Like the idea was that you were going to go tell someone that Ernie messed up.
Exactly. And so I just kept walking, went where I was going to go. And Ernie would I turned around and Ernie's just like, all right, I guess so.
I guess.
Like I'm not going to tackle you. But no, Ernie.
See, to me, that guy isn't concerned that he's got less than a quarter of a tank of gas.
I don't think those guys were like, I think you're trying to find a comparison that doesn't work. Maybe you're onto something.
Huh.
But what is your thesis?
You have a lot of I can't be bothered with the trivial thing.
I can be bothered with gas.
But you can be bothered by that. Because like the thing that for me, like for example,
do you understand what he's trying to tie together? Dad?
When my cellular phone is below 60% battery, I'm going, okay, I have to do something. It's not an emergency yet, but I'm fast forwarding to the part where it will be an emergency. Right. And I've got to charge it.
I'm always trying to charge my phone.
Yeah, so I'm a charger. I'm a Dodge. I'm Justin Herbert.
You're a Justin Herbert.
So, whereas there's so many examples of where you're like, I can't be bothered with that. I don't care. Where someone's like, hey, the aspartame and the caffeine free Diet Coke thing. You're like, I can't be bothered with that. I have no interest in dealing with that. The thing that you're not going to panic about, like the space rock of death that could come down, the snake that's right around the corner.
Not a real thing to worry about.
Literally things that happen. Yeah. But like you're not upset about any of those things. So if it's like, Grant, you have less than 47 miles to go. You need to get gas. I'll get gas when I get gas. That to me would be part of the character.
Dad, are you on? Is he on to anything here?
I'm definitely surprised that of all the things that you kind of bypass and roll through, gas is your one thing that you don't allow to reach a level.
That one can't fester.
I can't connect the dots on that you guys are connecting. To me, this is such an inevitability that it's not a maybe, it's a definite. This is not a one time in a billion a rock might hit us. This is if I drive far enough, this car is stopping. And the question is, when is that going to happen?
But the thing that you're not connecting, I'm aware that you're aware of how gas works, that you will need to get some. The idea, though, that you would have the same level of panic that I would, where I got to get it, that doesn't feel like you to me. I was that way. That's why I stopped using gas cars. I couldn't deal with that panic.
Right.
I don't like it. I don't like getting gas.
You
Whole
think this
deal.
is a Rouye-ish thing?
This is closer to me than to you. You in general cannot be bothered with the trivialities. Where I'll get it eventually. I have 25 more miles. I will go home. And maybe I'll get it later when I go to the movie.
So maybe I won't. Think about how often you let your laptop die.
That thing is dead every day.
Yeah, right. And you're just not bothered by it until it dies.
Yes, but again, the
it's going to die.
Punishment on the back end is I have to now go into my bag and plug in a wire.
Right. Turn it sideways.
If I run out of gas, I am on the side of the road for hours potentially.
Right, but it's different steps that you have to take to recharge or fill the thing. But my point is the idea that you have the same urgency when there's, as you said, there's a moat. There's plenty of room between, hey, it's probably time to get gas, and you're stranded. You know you're not going to be stranded. I have dozens of miles. This is no issue. But for whatever reason, you're like the rest of us.
It's possible. I'm struggling with the juxtaposition. I know that the one thing you said that resonated with me that kind of got me to see what you're talking about is you said this is something that I would be, meaning Danny Rouye, would be nervous about because you are the most nervous, worried traveler, but just generally, like if we're doing an event, okay, it's kind of known around here that Danny's going to ask 8,000 questions. He needs to know about parking. He needs to know about you just need a lot of information.
Yes, because here's what I can't do. When everyone assumes they wave your hand, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
I do not want to wander around. I don't want to not know where to go. Tell me what to do. I'm happy to do it.
So, and for
I
me,
need to know.
I'm going to get there super early.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to drive around and figure it out. I'm going to find a garage. I'm going to find parking. I'll be there 3.5 hours before the show. This is how we're going to do it. You're going to roll in there at 72 miles an hour. You want to know exactly where to go.
Just wondering where to go.
Yeah. And so if you're saying this is a Danny thing where it's like you're super worried about someone tries to stop you and you can't talk, gotta go.
Time to go.
That's this? Yeah. That's what this is?
Uh-huh. This is part of mine. This is my basket. You reached into my basket and grabbed getting gas as soon as you hit a quarter of a tank. That's mine.
Don't you think most people are like me?
No, most people are like me. You've got the special, I cannot be bothered. I won't be bothered with this thing. I'll get it when I get it. That's the Grant Paulson I know. Is the guy, I'll get gas eventually. I'm not going to run out of gas, for goodness sakes. I'm not my brother who's had it happen 9 times.
I mean, he leads the
9
league.
times.
The amount of times this guy's run out of gas is unbelievable. If he called me right now, my first thought would be I wonder if he ran out of gas.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you're just scarred by your brother. And
I also think
you
that's
play
part of
prevent
it.
defense now.
I definitely think that there's something to that where I just assume it's so easy to run out of gas because he's run out of gas so many
It's happened to him
times.
so often.
It's it can't be hard. It has to just happen randomly every day of the week. But the one time you had it happen, my point is that's an embarrassing thing to admit. I would feel so much shame if I had to call someone, wife, back in the day, parent, whoever, and say, I ran out of gas.
You'll never guess where I am.
I would feel the size of a cricket.
Yeah.
Just
a terrible feeling.
I mean, just so shameful. My brother apparently does not have that shame because it's just a very normal. He's like, hey, I'm out of gas again. Can you come over, bring me a can of gas over on the bridge or whatever?
On the bridge.
I mean, this is 15 years ago. But
he ran out on the bridge.
Can you imagine on the Harry W. Nice bridge?
Yeah, he's run out. You name a place, he's run out there. It's just a thing.
That
just a thing that he did.
sucks.
It's just probably a Thursday. G&D on the Fan.